Chapter 2551, Level 6 Mineral, Lizard Demon 2551 Level 6 Mineral, Lizard Demon. The news that the soul-controlling sect had been slaughtered quickly spread throughout the infinite mining area. More importantly, even if you destroyed the sect, no one would know who you were, but you chose to leave your name behind. Wasn't this attracting hatred? Were you afraid that others wouldn't know that you were from the human race? The old turtle also said, "Why did you take the initiative to expose your identity?" Han Fei said indifferently, "From now on, the sea realm should have a place for the human race. There has to be a beginning for the rise of the human race. The infinite mining area is not bad." "Let's start from here." The old turtle said, "I think you're crazy. Your human race is still far away from being a strong power." Han Fei said, "After I conquer the infinite mining area, the gap won't be big." The old turtle, felt that Han Fei seemed to be a little crazy, but he didn't know that Han Fei was actually cutting off all means of retreat. He had already made up his mind to prove Tao in 800 years in order to fight the so-called ominous. Now he needed as many enemies as possible. Other people had the time to cultivate slowly and put great Tao locks on themselves slowly, but he couldn't. His Tao bone hadn't been formed, and his star core hadn't been compressed. He was still far from the perfected star transformation realm. Therefore, he needed enemies to help him. On the 7th day after Han Fei's sneak attack on the soul-controlling sect's camp, this news completely spread throughout the infinite mining area. And the soul-controlling sect was also ruthless. They issued a hunting order in the 100 Alliance city. Anyone who knew the location of the human butcher would be rewarded with a mid-quality godly weapon. Anyone who could kill the human butcher would be rewarded with 250,000 refined stars. Anyone who destroyed the 7-kill army would be given an additional 1,000 low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, 10 level 6 minerals, 10,000 sets of ultra-quality godly weapons, and 10,000 soul accumulation pearls. When the soul-controlling sect released this bounty, almost the entire infinite mining area was in an uproar. This was an extremely generous amount of resources. With this amount of resources, one could completely arm an army of 10,000 sea establishers. Furthermore, there were 100 refined stars. Perhaps it could help a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator directly advance to the perfected star transformation realm. Human race? The human butcher who caused a storm of blood outside the infinite mining area recently? A handsome young man frowned in confusion. Next to him, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse asked in confusion, "My lord, could it be one of the other commanders?" The man shook his head. "Our city of wanderers doesn't have enough combat power in the chaotic wasteland. Duan Qingxi and the others can't come here. Even if they do, they will definitely inform me. Besides, although there are humans in the city of wanderers, and even the Master of Silence is a human, it's not enough to form a powerful 7-kill army." Master Long Wu, someone cut through the sky and rushed back from the 100 Alliance city. He was also a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. After landing, the person hurriedly said, "Master Long Wu, I've already investigated the 7-kill army in the 100 Alliance city. First of all, I can confirm that not all members of the 7-kill army are human, but at least half of them are human. According to the information sent back by the soul-controlling sect, there are about 20,000 human sea establishers in the 7-kill army, and dozens of human sky openers. They don't seem to be from our city, by the way. This 7-kill army is very fierce. They only appeared outside the infinite mining area in recent years. In the past few years, they have swept through 39 pirate teams. According to the survivors, that human butcher is very strong, so strong that he killed 8 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses alone. This is the only thing that has been investigated and confirmed. Also, there's news that the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe being wiped out seems to be related to this human butcher. The bloodthirsty banner fish tribe was completely wiped out? The old man nodded. Yes, they were all wiped out. But there was no direct evidence pointing to this human butcher. But the 2 leaders of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe quickly returned and then disappeared. Then, human butcher appeared, so he is suspected to be the murderer of the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. Long Wu's pupils were constricted slightly. I know this bloodthirsty banner fish tribe. The strongest one seems to have 3 great Tao locks. Because this race is not likable and doesn't have many strong masters, they can't enter the infinite mining area. However, among their leaders, there should be 3 or even 4 who have great Tao locks. If that human butcher can really wipe out the bloodthirsty banner fish tribe, it's not surprising that he can successfully launch a sneak attack on the soul-controlling sect. But what is his purpose? Master Longwu, let's put his purpose aside for now. In the entire infinite mining area, only our city of wanderers has human cultivators. We have already become the first suspect. Long Wu's face sank. Don't panic yet. The major factions know very well what the city of wanderers has done and how many people we have. Besides, although we have humans here, there aren't many of them. Most of them are in the city of wanderers, so we can explain. Since this person has entered the infinite mining area in the name of the 7-kill army, he must have some plans. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be so high profile. By the way, has there been any news of this 7-kill army in the past few days? No news at all. This human butcher must have recalled all his army into his origin star. With his strength, if he wants to hide, I'm afraid no one can find him. Long Wu nodded and said, Old 8, return to the city of wanderers in person. Since this person dares to claim to be a human, even if he has nothing to do with our city, there may be someone in our city who knows something about him. While countless people in the infinite mining area were looking for Han Fei, in a deserted area in the northern mining area, Han Fei was running wildly. Han Fei slowed down a little, and a lizard-like mine demon jumped over from the void. Han Fei punched out and sent the mine demon flying, but in such an instantaneous pause, another 7 or 8 lizard mine demons burst out. More importantly, one of their hands was as long as a spear, with high explosive power and speed. If it weren't for Han Fei's fast speed, agility, and extremely strong physique, he would have been stabbed to death. Han Fei shouted, Old Yuan, are the mine demons in the northern mining area so powerful? Their maximum speed is even faster than mine. Is there a suitable place for training soldiers here? The old turtle said, Don't worry, you're fine, aren't you? We used to call this kind of mine Demon Flash Lizard. As you can see, their strength is only at the late stage of the star transformation realm. What's annoying is that they are always jumping. Their instant jumping and flashing speed is so fast that even perfected star transformation realm cultivators will have a headache. But fortunately, their combat power is not very strong. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You call this not strong? Only 7 or 8 of them can stop a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse. If there are 100 of them, they can chase and kill a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse, okay? The old turtle said. Actually, there weren't so many of them in the past. Back then, there weren't many flash lizards. At most, there were 5 or 6 of them together. It's not like now, where dozens or hundreds of them jump over together at any time. It seems that cultivators nowadays haven't explored the infinite mining area enough. As a result, the number of mine demons like the flash lizards has soared. However, their spears are top-notch refining materials. A spear is equivalent to a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. It's just a low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasure, and it still needs to be refined. More importantly, I don't lack weapons at all. Almost each of the sea establishers in the 7-kill army has had a set of ultra-quality divine weapons. And I also have more than 3,000 mid-quality and low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures, which are enough for the 7-kill army. The old turtle said, Save it for now. Your human race will need a lot of weapons in the future. You'd better go now. There are so many flash lizards. I think we're about to reach the mine demon stream. Once we reach the mine demon stream, you will be free. Han Fei ran away quickly. He believed the old turtle's words and went to the northern mining area to find the mine demon stream. However, along the way, it was fine at first with only some level 2 mine demons, which later became level 3 ones. But he could tolerate all that. But once he went deeper into the path the old turtle mentioned, Han Fei encountered this flash lizard. No matter how good his footwork was, he had been stabbed tens of thousands of times along the way. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been stabbed to death. After sprinting for half a day, the flash lizard suddenly disappeared. Han Fei took a long breath. Good lord, I've encountered at least 100,000 flash lizards. Were there so many of them in the Age of the Gods? Han Fei felt that his blood was freezing. When he was in the Scattered Star Sea, he thought that there were many sky-opening realm creatures there, but now it seemed that there were also fucking many of them in the sea realm. He had thought that it was impossible for the sea realm to have a place like the Scattered Star Sea, but now it seemed that this place was fucking even more dangerous than the Scattered Star Sea. Most of the people in the Scattered Star Sea were at the early stage of the sky-opening realm. Good lord, these flash lizards were all at the late stage of the star transformation realm and could even compete with the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. No wonder none of the 300 or so factions in the infinite mining area were willing to come to the northern mining area. If it weren't for the old turtle's words, Han Fei wouldn't have come himself. Just when Han Fei felt that he had left the flash lizard area, he suddenly twisted his body and set up a time deceleration barrier around him. Then, the infinity water flew out of his hand and was about to turn into a god-sealing spear. But before the infinity water turned into a god-sealing spear, a spear mark appeared in front of his eyes. Rumble. The infinity water was penetrated, and a shocking shockwave swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. A spear intent passed through the time barrier and landed on him. Han Fei's face changed slightly. He was about to catch the spear with his bare hands when the spear flew back. Not far away from him, a figure jumped over from the sky. It was a lizard man whose entire body emitted an amber light. Information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Lizard Demon. Introduction. In the infinite mining area, some flash lizard mine demons were demonized due to a special opportunity. This creature can be said to be born naturally and can use the power of the heavenly Tao within a certain range. As a level 6 mine demon, the lizard demons have extremely strong defense power and are extremely difficult to kill. The only disadvantage is that they are simple-minded and relatively stupid. L level 109. Quality L quality L quality. Level 6 Mine Demon A Realm. Perfected Star Transformation Realm. Battle Techniques, Spear of Truth, Spear of Barrier Breaking, Light Explosion Jump, Ultimate Jump, Stab Collectible, Spear of Truth, Level 6 Mineral, Heaven and Earth Pattern. Absorbable xuanhuan Note. A level 6 Mind Demon can't be penetrated by ordinary power. You have to attack its vital parts to win. Chapter 252 Emperor's Pharaoh Swallows Demons. 252 Emperor's Pharaoh Swallows Demons. A level 6 Mind Demon? When he came to the infinite mining area, Han Fei had already realized that the level of the mine demons represented the level of their mineral. With a token made of level 6 mineral, one could establish a sect in the infinite mining area. How could the mine demons he had encountered before be so strong? In Han Fei's impression, there were level 2 and level 3 low-level mine demons everywhere. Now that a level 6 mine demon suddenly appeared, he had to be vigilant. The lizard demon had just thrown a spear over when it jumped over and dodged the spear. Its combat skills were as smooth as flowing water. The instant explosive power made Han Fei feel as if he had encountered a divine attack like the Starfist technique. Han Fei glanced at the pierced time barrier and thought that the northern mining area was indeed dangerous. He even felt that it was ridiculous that a training ground would appear here. At this moment, the lizard demon didn't seem to be very smart. It looked at Han Fei as if it had seen delicious food. At this moment, it jumped out again. However, Han Fei discovered that, unlike the flash lizards, this thing's instantaneous speed had reached the speed of light explosion. This was because, at that moment, there was a light explosion. Han Fei's eyes and soul lost track of the lizard demon at the same time. Clang! His heart skipped a beat. Even though Han Fei reacted, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the lizard demon's spear. Bang! Han Fei was blown thousands of kilometers away, and a nail-sized bloody hole was left on his chest. However, it was only an external wound and didn't go deep into his internal organs. But even so, it was enough to shock Han Fei. With his current physique, even a powerhouse who had proved Tao wouldn't dare say that he was definitely stronger than him. However, this lizard demon who had just reached the perfected star transformation realm had broken his defense. No, it's his combat skill, barrier-breaking spear. Han Fei was shocked. With the speed of light explosion and the barrier-breaking technique, if it were an ordinary person, he would have been killed in one shot. This made him realize that although he was extremely powerful and his body refinement level was extremely high, he still couldn't block such a spear. And this was only a level 6 mind demon. If it was a level 7 or even level 8 mind demon, would it be possible to threaten his life? Would there be a level 9 mind demon in this infinite mining area? This made Han Fei's heart skip a beat. He had to find a way to temper his Dao bones, or he wouldn't be able to keep up with his enemy in speed. If he really met such an abnormal and unreasonable fighting method, he would be at a disadvantage. At the moment he was sent flying, Han Fei realized his current goal and direction. With a flip of his hand, he set up a time deceleration barrier around him. As he expected, before his body stopped retreating, the lizard demon had rushed over again. Steal, steal, steal. Han Fei stole the lizard demon's speed and spear of barrier breaking in an instant. Losing the two combat skills in an instant, the lizard demon was stunned. It brushed past Han Fei and fell into the void 10,000 kilometers away. Han Fei stabbed out the barrier-breaking spear, trying to penetrate the lizard demon's own body with its own attack. Bang! However, the situation that the lizard demon fell into pieces Han Fei expected didn't appear. What surprised him happened. This violent barrier-breaking strike only shattered some of the minerals on the lizard demon's shoulder, but it didn't affect its combat power much. Hiss! Such a strong physique, Han Fei was a little stunned. Although the mine demon was a mineral creature, wasn't its body too hard? The barrier-breaking spear that could even break through his defense only shattered a small part of its body. Didn't this mean that the body hardness of a level 6 mine demon was almost comparable to his? In order to verify his guess, Han Fei drew his saber from the void, and the infinity water turned into a dazzling saber beam that instantly slashed at the lizard demon. Clang! The attack of a high-quality godly weapon aroused overlapping waves one after another. When he unleashed his full strength, he thought he could at least cut open the body of the lizard demon. However, Han Fei saw some strange patterns light up on the lizard demon's body, and then it withstood his attack head-on. Apart from a large number of minerals on its body being shattered, its body was not completely cut open. Shoot, what are those patterns? However, this wasn't what shocked Han Fei the most. What shocked him was that the lizard demon shook its head without having its consciousness stolen by the void-stealing technique. How was that possible? Han Fei was shocked. Even a monarch couldn't be so unscathed. Besides, he didn't feel any backlash. Was his stealing method wrong? I steal, I steal. It wasn't until the lizard demon jumped towards Han Fei again that he gave up the idea of stealing its consciousness. Han Fei immediately summoned the old turtle. Although the demon purification pot explained it, Han Fei still knew too little about the mine demons in the infinite mining area. As soon as the old turtle came out, he shivered and said, "A lizard demon?" Han Fei said. "Old Yuan, what is this? It's just in the perfected star transformation realm, but its physique is so strong that even I couldn't cut its body open. Also, his speed has reached the speed of light explosion." The old turtle looked at Han Fei in surprise. Wait, are you fighting a lizard demon head-on? Hanfei asked. Yes, the old turtle said. Mineral demons are essentially the embodiment of minerals. They don't have high intelligence, but their combat power is terrifying. The higher the level of a mine demon, the stronger its body will be. It's normal that you can't cut it apart. If you encounter a level 7 mine demon, you will find it even harder to fight than this. Hanfei rolled his eyes and deprived the mine demon of its jumping behavior. Then, he said casually, in that case, can a level 8 mine demon even go against a monarch? Even a monarch can't kill it, the old turtle said. That's unlikely. They have different levels of understanding of Great Tao and control of strength. Mine demons are powerful because they are mineral creatures. It's just like your opponent is a godly weapon. It won't be easy for you to cut them apart, right? I just didn't expect that you would encounter a lizard demon, Hanfei said. What else do you think I'll encounter? There are flash lizards along the way. Not only that, but I also encountered this stone lump. Why is it so stupid as to keep fighting me? The old turtle said. Yes, it's very stupid. Just look at its stupid look. It's better to let it go. Hanfei was lost for words. This was a level 6 mine demon, so he certainly wouldn't let it go. Could it be that this lizard demon was stupid and simple-minded enough to ignore his void-stealing technique? He wondered if the senior who created void fishing had ever considered this problem. The old turtle said, besides, to be precise, the lizard demon is not only a mine demon, but also a mine devil. It's a type of demonic creature. The conditions for their appearance are very special. If you encounter a lizard demon, there must be a mine devil nearby. Hanfei asked, what is a mine devil? The old turtle said, you can understand it as a negative spiritual power, a kind of negative creature born from the blood pool. The mine devils habitually devour minerals to grow up. This kind of mine devil can't escape the fate of being devoured. Therefore, the flash lizards swallowed the mine demons, or were affected by the mine demons, or obtained the remnants of some monarchs in the past, or negative spiritual power, or something. Therefore, they underwent a change in life form and became lizard demons. However, the mine devils are not good things. Why would such a thing appear near the mine demon stream? Hanfei said. You've been gone for millions of years. The world has changed. How can it be the same as before? Tell me about the weakness of this lizard demon first. Demonic patterns, the old turtle said bluntly. Because the mineral is fused with the origin of demonic creatures, a demonic seed will form in their bodies. In combat, demonic patterns will appear, similar to Tao patterns. I don't need to tell you what their effects are, right? They just have exactly the same effects as Tao patterns. It's similar to the innate back armor of our turtle race. In fact, it's a little similar to Tao bones. Hanfei said, get to the point. If I don't restrain it anymore, believe it or not, it can kill you in an instant. The old turtle said, I don't believe it. I'm a yang soul body now. A stupid creature like the lizard demon can't kill a yang soul. Hanfei released the restrictions and retracted the void-stealing technique. In the next moment, with a flash of light, the old turtle was shocked as his soul was pierced by a spear beam. Although it didn't hurt his foundation, it caused some cracks in the old turtle's yang soul. Hanfei glanced at the old turtle contemptuously. Keep bragging. Keep showing off. So what if you're a yang soul body? With its current strength, its combat power will definitely carry strong Tao runes, which are enough to hurt you. The old turtle screamed, quick, stop him. This lizard demon's demonic seed is not weak. Hanfei casually stole a spear and said, then why don't you get to the point? Where is the demonic seed? How can I destroy it? The old turtle said, the heart. The body of a mine demon is very hard, so such an important thing is either in the heart or the head. The demonic seed of the lizard demon is in its heart. A dazzling spear beam burst out. Clang, clang, clang. Hanfei didn't intend to keep the first lizard demon as a sparring partner. From what the old turtle said, there might be more mine devils nearby. Deprived of speed and the spear of trueness, the lizard demon found its combat power greatly reduced. Faced with Hanfei's indiscriminate bombardment, its heart was broken in less than 10 seconds. From it, Hanfei took out a black bead with blood stripes. Before Hanfei took a closer look, a bird's head suddenly extended out of his body, caught the demonic seed in its mouth, and swallowed it. Who else could the owner of this bird head be if not the Emperor Sparrow? Chapter 2553-2553, Emperor Sparrow, you are going backwards. 2553, Emperor Sparrow, you're going backwards. The Emperor Sparrow took the initiative to appear, which was something Hanfei didn't expect. However, on second thought, the demonic seed of the lizard demon was clearly the Emperor Sparrow's favorite food. Because of the restrictions of the conditions, he couldn't feed the Emperor Sparrow with murderous aura and negative power, so the Emperor Sparrow's strength had stagnated. Without stopping the Emperor Sparrow, Hanfei let it rush out of his body. The Emperor Sparrow said, such a familiar smell doesn't seem to be common in my inherited memories. Where is this? Hanfei asked. The infinite mining area. Do you even have memories about this place? The Emperor Sparrow flapped its wings and grabbed a piece of mineral that fell off the lizard demon's body, saying proudly, a little bit. There was a war between divine beasts and primordial fierce beasts here. Then Hanfei saw that the Emperor Sparrow's feathers trembled slightly and were shining more brightly. As he shivered, it seemed that some shackles had been broken and he had upgraded. Yes, for such a long time before, the Emperor Sparrow didn't advance, but it did after eating a demonic seed. It seemed that the northern mining area was really a suitable place for cultivation. However, the Thark Sparrow didn't stop. Instead, it suddenly spread its wings and trembled gently. A special frequency rippled out from here, and no one knew how far it spread. This behavior lasted for more than 300 seconds before the Emperor Sparrow retracted its wings. Then, its eyes turned cold as it said, "There are still primordial fierce beasts here now." Han Fei was surprised. "How do you know that?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "Because of my bloodline, I was once the king of fierce beasts. I can sense any place where there were primordial fierce beasts. However, the traces are extremely shallow. They must have once been here a long time ago. That's fine. Now is not the time to go back to find them. Furthermore, where there are primordial fierce beasts, there are probably divine beasts. I shouldn't expose myself too early." Hearing this, Han Fei was relieved. He still had a lot of things to do. It would cause him a lot of trouble if the Emperor Sparrow returned to the primordial fierce beasts and started a war with the divine beasts. Han Fei said, "That's good. Then will your appearance attract their attention?" The Emperor Sparrow shook his head. "The divine beasts and even the fierce beasts probably already know the news of my appearance, but it's still impossible for them to find me. My bloodline is not something they can deduce. This infinite mining area is not bad and is very suitable for me to cultivate. If I can have more demonic seeds, my strength will improve very quickly. Therefore, during this period of time, I will stay in the outside world." Han Fei didn't have any objections. Anyway, the old turtle said that he would encounter some demonic creatures which might be suitable for the Emperor Sparrow's appetite. After the lizard demon lost its demonic seed, it completely perished. Many minerals fell from its body. Among them, there was a yellow amber-like mineral. It was the best quality of the minerals and the only level 6 mineral. This level of mineral could be used to build godly weapons. In terms of quality, this level 6 mineral was even better than the token he had. Qin Cheng said that one could establish their own faction by owning a level 6 mine. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If it were an ordinary perfected star transformation realm powerhouse, Han Fei felt that they might not be a match for this lizard demon at all. They might even be instantly killed by the lizard demon. If it weren't for his thick skin and tough body and the void-stealing technique, it would have been impossible for him to defeat the lizard demon. Therefore, the lizard demon seemed to be killed easily, but if it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't have been able to deal with it. Perhaps because the lizard demon was too powerful, there were no other flash lizards in this area. After all, most mine demons grew through fighting and assimilating each other. After a while, Han Fei grabbed the vast ocean navigator and continued to walk towards the mine demon stream. There were no high-level mine demons in the following section of the road, but it was only half a day on such a safe road. Half a day later, just as Han Fei sensed the fluctuations of the tide, 6 lizard demons suddenly jumped out. Yes, at that moment, the 6 lizard demons launched 6 ultimate hopping stabs. Even though Han Fei had the void-stealing technique, he couldn't prevent all 6 of them from attacking at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. In just an instant, Han Fei was hit continuously. He felt that he was stabbed dozens of times and blasted more than 100,000 miles away. The Emperor Sparrow wasn't any better. Because he was standing on Han Fei's body, the main target of the lizard demon was Han Fei. Occasionally, a spear would stab at the Emperor Sparrow, and the latter was pierced through and beaten into pieces. However, Han Fei saw that the beaten Emperor Sparrow's body turned into a cloud of black smoke and condensed again in the next moment. At this moment, the Emperor Sparrow was shocked. He had a great time eating it, but he didn't expect this lizard demon to be so strong. If it were in the same realm as him, he wouldn't be afraid at all, but now he was still weak and there was even a big gap between him and Han Fei. Suddenly, facing the attack of the speed of light explosion, to be honest, as the #1 primordial fierce beast, he was almost beaten stunned. The Emperor Sparrow, how strong is this creature? Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. While setting up a time barrier, he said, "In the perfected star transformation realm, only slightly weaker than a monarch. The Emperor Sparrow, then I'll go back first. Call me when you're done." With that, the Emperor Sparrow disappeared into Han Fei's body. Come on, this was not a matter of bloodline. There was an insurmountable gap in the realm. He was only in the early stages of the sky-opening realm, and this lizard demon was equivalent to a weak monarch. They had a big difference in the realm. Besides, it would be fine if there was only one lizard demon, but 6 of them appeared at once. What could the Emperor Sparrow do? Han Fei rolled his eyes. This guy was just like the old turtle. After entering the northern mining area, the old turtle would only come out in relatively safe places. After he came out just now, he arrogantly said that the lizard demon couldn't kill him, but in the next moment he was penetrated. He was so scared that he wouldn't come out until they arrived at the mine demon stream. At this moment, Han Fei's head was filled with questions. 6 lizard demons? Did he fall into a lizard demon nest? Didn't the old turtle say that these things were rare in their era? Why were there so many of this kind of strange creature all of a sudden? Besides, the old turtle said that where there was a lizard demon, there should be mine devils. This meant that this battle was far from the last battle. In reality, the lizard demons didn't give Han Fei any room to think as they jumped at him one after another. Buzz, Han Fei descended from the void, and tens of thousands of figures set up the God-sealing spear array within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Fortunately, these lizard demons were relatively stupid and didn't know that Han Fei was setting up arrays. Otherwise, as perfected star transformation realm creatures, it was impossible for them not to dodge. The God-sealing spear array had sealed such a small area, immediately suppressing the strength of the 6 lizard demons. Han Fei had thought that their strength would be suppressed by at least 50%. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Fei's time barrier was shattered. How is it possible? Han Fei was shocked. Their attack power didn't seem to be suppressed at all. No, their speed has slowed down by about 20%. Their strength seems to be weaker too, but overall, they're only 20% weaker. Han Fei immediately understood. It wasn't that the God-sealing spear array was useless, but that the lizard demons were essentially equivalent to body refiners. They were minerals in themselves and relied on themselves instead of techniques or laws. Fine, at least their strength has been reduced by 20%. Buzz, Han Fei was poked a dozen times again and there were small holes all over his body. He finally erupted and his great Tao operated. Han Fei took out the Mirror of Infinity and instantly took in a lizard demon. At the same time, he grabbed a spear beam with the void-stealing technique and stabbed it into the Mirror of Infinity, killing one of the lizard demons. Then, with a thought, Han Fei deprived 3 lizard demons of their speed and set up a gravity space with the great Tao of strength. A flesh and blood battle officially began. When the number of the lizard demons increased, the difficulty of killing them far exceeded Han Fei's imagination. The gravity space was broken in less than 3 seconds. This made Han Fei realize that he could only fight this thing head-on. Sure enough, the hardest thing to deal with in this world is this kind of abnormally strong physique. The point is that the soul power of the lizard demons is too weak, so in essence, they're equivalent to extreme Tao body refiners. In this battle, Han Fei withstood the powerful attacks of 2 lizard demons and forcibly killed 2 lizard demons whose speed had been stolen. In the end, Han Fei fought 3 lizard demons for half an hour before barely winning. Huff after the battle, Han Fei sat cross-legged and began to recover his spirit. He didn't dare to go straight to the Mind Demon stream. What if another 7 or 8 lizard demons came? The Emperor Sparrow, on the other hand, was eating happily. The 6 demonic seeds of the 6 lizard demons were swallowed by him in one go. Han Fei was stunned. Are you really fine eating so much at once? These are demonic seeds in the perfected star transformation realm anyway. The Emperor Sparrow said proudly, "It's okay, I had too much deficit before. This little bit is actually not enough to make up for it. Even if they can't be digested, I can save them first and slowly digest them. In your origin star, I should be able to advance again in a year. Therefore, you should get more of this demonic seed." Han Fei said leisurely. "Emperor Sparrow, you're going backwards." Chapter 2554, The Old Turtle's Thoughts, 25554. The Old Turtle's Thoughts. Han Fei didn't listen to the Emperor Sparrow. In fact, he couldn't temper himself much by fighting the lizard demons. This was because his main method of fighting the lizard demons was to rely on the void-stealing technique. If he didn't have the void-stealing technique, it wasn't impossible for him to hunt a lizard demon, but the odds would be much smaller and it would be much more troublesome. Considering that there was no need to fight head-on in such a battle, Han Fei simply turned into his black mist body. Anyway, he shouldn't be far from the Mind Demon stream. The speed of his black mist body might be slow, but it was safe. Sure enough, as Han Fei expected, in a certain coal, Han Fei found 2 more lizard demons. Because there were only 2 of them, Han Fei took the opportunity to trap and kill one with the Mirror of Infinity. It was much easier to deal with the other. Han Fei had planned to hunt 2 more lizard demons, but when he saw a large number of ordinary mind demons running around, fighting, or disguising themselves, he knew that he had arrived at the Mind Demon stream. This was because these creatures were in line with what the old turtle said. The mind demons born in the Mind Demon stream were not strong. They were mainly used for training and trials. And these stone men, mineral crabs, big sword carp, strange stone starfish, and so on, were too many. With a sweep of his perception, he found more than 100,000 of them. And this was just the number Han Fei casually scanned. This meant that there were more than 1 million mind demons here. From the outside to the inside, the level of the mind demons was constantly increasing. At first, among the mind demons that Han Fei sensed, there were even some explorer-level mind demons who had no intelligence at all. They just instinctively absorbed the essence of the minerals here and moved bit by bit in the direction of the mind demon stream. This is a great place for training soldiers. Mind demons are like body refiners. They are even harder to deal with than cultivators of the same level. Without immediately carrying out the training plan, Han Fei continued to move forward until the mind demons became stronger and stronger, reaching the Sea Establishment realm or even the peak-level Sea Establishment realm. But then Han Fei saw a huge crack between east and west, where there were turbulent sea currents and corrosive water similar to the Desolation water. Is this the Mind Demon stream? There are no mind demons in the sky-opening realm? With a thought, Han Fei released the old turtle. The Emperor Sparrow hadn't digested all the demonic seeds yet, and even if he had, he might need some consolidation, so he didn't come out. When the old turtle appeared and saw the Mind Demon stream, he immediately exclaimed, "Huh? Has the Mind Demon stream become so small now?" The width of the former Mind Demon stream was at least 3 times larger than this one. Han Fei said, "How can your era be the same as now? You just need to be sure that this is the Mind Demon stream." The old turtle said, "I'm sure this is the Mind Demon stream. Look at the power rolling in the deep stream. It's the aura of minerals, hiding the law of the heavenly Tao. What the mind demons like most is this power. However, not all mind demons of any level can absorb this power. It's usually difficult for mind demons below level 3 to absorb it. Even level 3 mind demons sometimes can't withstand this power and explode to death." Han Fei was surprised. Level 3 mind demons? Many level 2 mind demons are already in the sky opening realm. "Can't sky openers enter it?" the old turtle said. "This doesn't have much to do with the realm. The strength of mind demons lies in the refinement of their minerals. Generally speaking, when a level 3 mine appears, it will be in the sky opening realm. Those level 2 mind demons can only slowly absorb the power of the minerals to strengthen their own minerals quality. Before reaching level 3, they will most likely explode if they enter the mind demon stream." Han Fei nodded slightly, but then he said, "What about the lizard demons? Did the lizard demons come from the mind demon stream?" "They're in the perfected star transformation realm and their combat power is comparable to that of Tao Provers. They couldn't have been born from the mind demons outside the mind demon stream, right?" After a moment of silence, the old turtle said, "If I've guessed right, they came out of the mind demon stream." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. "Didn't you say that the mind demon stream is a place for training? How can there be perfected star transformation realm creatures?" The old turtle thought for a moment and said, "This has to be explained from a long time ago. The mind demon stream doesn't exist naturally. This place was artificially dug out. In our era, the infinite mining area was guarded by monarchs, and it's said that there were even gods in the early days. And this mind demon stream belongs to the puppet training ground of the puppet city under the rule of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal." "Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Puppet City?" the old turtle said. "No monarchs have entered this place now, so the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal is definitely not here. But Puppet City should be here. It's a special city where after a person dies, their soul remains intact. They can use the body of a mind demon to transform themselves into a mind demon. After transforming into a mind demon, it's hard to say if they are still normal creatures or not. Anyway, gradually, these people who transform into mind demons become more and more like puppets. They only know how to fight and guard." "Wait," Han Fei hurriedly interrupted the old turtle. "So, under this mind demon stream is a city?" the old turtle said. "I don't know if it's under the mind demon stream, but the mind demon stream used to be outside Puppet City." Han Fei couldn't help but narrow his eyes and look at the old turtle. "Why didn't you say before that there was also this Puppet City?" the old turtle said. "Didn't I? Then I must have forgotten." Seeing that Han Fei was looking at him with shining eyes, the old turtle said awkwardly, "Actually, I want to rebuild my body. Ordinary bodies or spiritual treasure of heaven and earth might not be very useful. Even if I can use them, they'll probably be like my previous body. At most, I can establish a connection with my original body in the Godfiend Sea once or twice. It's meaningless. Therefore, I want to find out. Perhaps there is the inheritance of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal here." The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "So you came to the northern mining area for the things of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Why? Were you hiding your true intention earlier because you were afraid that I wouldn't come?" the old turtle said. "I really didn't mean to hide it. This is indeed the best place to train soldiers and, by the way, build my body." Han Fei chuckled. "I don't believe you. Tell me, what's the threat here?" "Otherwise, why did you tell me your true intentions until we arrived?" the old turtle said without blushing. "It's not a big deal. It's just that there might be monarch-level mind demons in Puppet City." "Hiss, not a big deal? How do you have the cheek to say that?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. A monarch-level mind demon? He knew that the old turtle must have some ulterior motive. If there were really monarchs in Puppet City, how strong would they be? Would he still be able to train his soldiers here? The old turtle hurriedly added, "Don't worry, the puppet army of Puppet City won't come out. Besides, this place has clearly been abandoned for a long time. The Puppet City hasn't been replenished for such a long time. It might not be as strong as before." Han Fei asked, "There were monarchs in Puppet City? How strong were they?" The old turtle said leisurely, "In the past, except for Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, there were also immortal-level monarchs. However, they were just guarding this place. Under normal circumstances, most monarchs would follow the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Therefore, it's hard to say if there are any monarch-level puppets here now. If this place is abandoned, I think there's a chance that there aren't any monarch-level puppets." Han Fei said, "All right, so you just don't know anything. Let me ask you, are you sure the puppets in Puppet City won't go out of the city?" the old turtle said. "I'm sure. I'm from the same race as the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. I used to fight side by side with the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. When I was young, we were even good brothers, so I know Puppet City very well." "Good brother? Keep bragging. A Great Monarch is your good brother?" Old Yuan, when did you get the bad habit of bragging? The old turtle said. I'm not lying to you, it's just that Mystic Marshall got better after that. Seeing the disbelief on Han Fei's face, the old turtle grew anxious. Don't doubt me, I know the secrets of Mystic Marshall. She likes to lay eggs the most. She once said that if she didn't become a god, she would make one of her children become a god. So she laid many eggs, which is why I came here to rebuild my body. Hiss, are you going to use her egg to rebuild your body? Or are you going to seal yourself and enter her egg? Fuck, won't you become the son of Great Monarch Mystic Marshall? If Great Monarch Mystic Marshall is still alive, do you think she will be willing to see this scene? The old turtle, after a long silence, the old turtle said, I just borrowed the flesh and blood to reconstruct a unique body for myself. Han Fei said indifferently, all right, if you say so. Even if I admit that you are on good terms with Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, where do you think the lizard demons came from? And where is the mind devil you mentioned? The old turtle looked at the mind demon stream and said leisurely, the lizard demons definitely didn't come from Puppet City, so it can only be the mind demon stream. Perhaps something happened at the bottom of the mind demon stream. We still have to go down and take a look. Han Fei nodded. It was inevitable to go down the mind demon stream. Even if there were a large group of lizard demons under the mind demon stream, they would still have to go down. The mind demon stream was indeed suitable for training soldiers. Besides, there was enough spiritual energy and minerals here. If there were no monarch-level puppets in the Puppet City, it might be able to become his cultivation ground and help him reach the perfected star transformation realm as soon as possible. Han Fei said, come down with me. The old turtle hesitated. That's not good. I don't even have a body, Han Fei sneered. You don't even have a body. The mind demons are equivalent to body refiners. What are you afraid of? Han Fei couldn't cultivate here without solving the threat of the lizard demons. Therefore, he had to confirm what mind demons were under the mind demon stream and kill them first. Only by eliminating the hidden dangers could the mind demon stream become his territory. Chapter 2555. Mind Demon Stream, Bloody Hand Mind Devil, 2555. Mind Demon Stream, Bloody Hand Mind Devil, Devil Tive Mind Devil. The turbulent and directionless sea currents were raging in the demonic mind stream. Han Fei stepped into it and immediately felt many uncomfortable feelings. On one hand, the directionless chaotic water current was like an irregular gravity space, but he immediately confirmed that it was probably the manifestation of the great Tao of water. On the other, the water currents in the mind demon stream were similar to the desolation water but stronger. This water current was extremely cold, had a strong impact, and was very corrosive. Below the sky-opening realm, or rather when one's physique hadn't reached a certain level, he would be corroded by these water currents. Soon, Han Fei felt that there was a lot of special power here, which might be the so-called power contained in the minerals. This power was stronger than the ultra-quality spiritual stones used to explore the Origin Sea. After all, ultra-quality spiritual stones were completely incomparable to the minerals here. The mines that Han Fei harvested in the past were much worse than what he saw here. The mines in the past were just ordinary mines, not even level 1 minerals. Occasionally, there were level 2 or level 3 minerals mixed in, which had greatly improved the quality of those mines. However, from the looks of it, those resources of 100,000 kilometers might not even be comparable to the level 1 mineral resources of 10 or 20,000 kilometers here. The old turtle said, can you feel it? This is a perfect trial ground, a perfect place for training soldiers. If you don't have enough resources, the problem can be resolved here. How troublesome was it for you to get even 10,000 kilometers of resources before? But here, you just need to casually absorb the power of the minerals, which would be equivalent to getting the resources of 10,000 kilometers. Han Fei nodded. This was also the most important feature of the Mind Demon Stream that could be used as a training ground. Other factions needed to mine on their own, and most of the mines they dug out were ultra-quality spiritual stones and a few refined minerals. But in the Mind Demon Stream, there was no need to dig at all. A great monarch had already excavated this place in the past. All he needed to do was to absorb and cultivate. In fact, Han Fei couldn't understand the saying that mineral veins had become spirits. In his opinion, mineral veins were resources that could be used to replenish the origin stars. But at this moment, he suddenly felt that there was a huge difference in resources. Han Fei said indifferently, sea establishers can't enter. This is a training ground for sky openers. I only have about 100 sky-opening realm subordinates. However, this place is indeed not bad. Once there are more sky-opening realm powerhouses in the 7-kill army, it can help them quickly reach the star transformation realm. The old turtle said, you have to walk step by step. I think you've walked fast enough. In such a short time, how many resources, weapons, and cultivation techniques have you given away? I didn't find you a generous person before, but in my opinion, you're a spendthrift now. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Those are my clansmen, my subordinates. I don't need those resources for cultivation now. If I don't give them to the 7-kill army, they will rot on my origin star. Also, you call that generous? There are still tens of millions of life metals on my origin star, as well as many resources I have earned over the years. I plan to spend all of these things as long as I can build an army of 100,000 peak-level sea establishers. The old turtle said, you have no more than 100,000 people now. Hanfei said, but those who survived are quickly becoming stronger. Now there are nearly 60,000 sea establishers. Besides, there must be hidden Huma powerhouses in the city of scavengers. Even if there aren't, there are hundreds of millions of human beings under the jurisdiction of the city of scavengers. The 7-kill army's goal is 100,000. It doesn't have to be 100,000 now. The old turtle didn't refute Hanfei, because Hanfei knew that it was obviously impossible to build an army of 100,000 people with his resources. It would be difficult for him to build 1,000 sky-opening realm soldiers, let alone 100,000. Therefore, Hanfei's short-term goal was to build an army of 100,000 peak-level sea establishers. Suddenly, the Emperor Sparrow, who had been standing on Hanfei's shoulder, said, "There's an enemy." Hanfei and the old turtle's expressions immediately changed slightly. They hadn't sensed any danger. Although the Emperor Sparrow had upgraded by 3 levels in a row, he was only level 106 at this moment, which meant that he hadn't reached the late stage of the star transformation realm yet. Could he already sense dangers that they couldn't perceive? Less than 5 seconds after the reminder, a blood-colored glint suddenly flashed from the chaotic water current. Hanfei, who was already prepared, secretly activated his Great Dao and personally blocked this blood-colored sting. When it fell on his palm, Hanfei had the illusion that he was resisting the instant mystic spear. Hanfei said, "It's the power of the perfected star transformation realm, but it should only be the kind of power that has just advanced to the perfected star transformation realm. We can only see the attack, not the person, and we didn't notice it before the Emperor Sparrow reminded us, so it should still be some distance away from us." Then, what is this blood-colored sting? Hanfei was about to study the bloody sting, but the sting suddenly softened and turned into a red root. Then, the color gradually faded and disappeared from Hanfei's hand. Huh? Hanfei's expression changed slightly. This sting seems to be the root of a certain creature, and it can change color. It was hidden in the water before, drifting with the waves, so it wasn't discovered by us. Old Yuan, are there demon plants in this mine demon stream? The old turtle paused as if he was recalling something. Then he said with a little uncertainty, "I remember a demon plant that once appeared beside the great monarch mystic marshal. It's called the demon vanquishing tree. But I don't know him well. I've only seen it once. However, logically speaking, it shouldn't be him. The demon vanquishing tree can't create a lizard demon. Besides, if it's that demon vanquishing tree, the power of one root is much stronger than this." The Emperor Sparrow said, "There's a faint purifying power in this blood-colored root. It definitely has nothing to do with the demonic seeds on the lizard demons," Hanfei said. "We can't rule out the possibility that the demon vanquishing tree was partly demonized. Let's go." I sense dozens of such attacks hidden in the surrounding turbulence. These roots are drifting and don't have their own consciousness. Then their existence is definitely not aimed at us, but at the mine demons here. As the saying went, the skilled were bold. No one had been to a place like the mine demon stream for millions of years, but Hanfei, the bird, and the soul dared to rush in. When Hanfei and the others had only dived less than 200 kilometers, they had already seen mine demon creatures. A level 3 mine demon first appeared in their vision. These mine demons looked like fish with gold and silver lights intertwined on their bodies. They swam in the water like flashing lights. They were born from a soft golden jade mine and looked rich. The level 3 mineral was just the main material for refining low-quality sea-quelling bizarre treasures. After Hanfei killed more than 300 ribbon fish, these ribbon fish refused to come over. Although they were mine demons and weren't very smart, they had grown step by step by absorbing the power of minerals. Seeing Hanfei kill one with a single slash, no one dared to run to Hanfei. However, before Hanfei and the others dove 500 kilometers, they encountered strange fish that were all colorful. Each of them had the power of the star transformation realm, or even the late-stage star transformation realm. After Hanfei killed dozens of them, hundreds more came. Hanfei proposed to force his way down, but this was not a wise choice, which was opposed by the old turtle. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Forget it. Since they're just mine demons with low intelligence, leave them to me." "Leave them to you?" While Hanfei was puzzled, he saw the figure of the Emperor Sparrow quickly expand, and after a while it turned into a ferocious bird that was tens of thousands of feet long and exuded a monstrous might. As soon as this power appeared, the colorful mine demons immediately disappeared. They all ran away. Well, Hanfei looked at the Emperor Sparrow in shock. So this bird had the function of opening the way? Ignoring Hanfei's gaze, the Emperor Sparrow said indifferently, "This suppression comes from the depths of the soul. In fact, if you can raise your bloodline and increase your pressure and killing intent, you might be able to scare them away too." The old turtle didn't speak on the side, but he was shocked in his heart. As expected of the leader of fierce beasts, the mine demons were the kind of creatures who were extremely insensitive to pressure. Even if it was the pressure of a monarch, they would probably ignore it. However, with the inherent bloodline suppression of the Emperor Sparrow, even these mine demons with low intelligence were awed. 3,000 kilometers deep in the demonic mine stream, Hanfei and the others had experienced mine demons of level 3, level 4, and level 5. When the mine demons reached level 5, they were at least in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. The total number was inestimable. Han Fei estimated that there should be more than 50,000, and this was nothing. It wasn't until Han Fei and the others came to the bottom of the Mind Demon Stream that they realized that something had probably happened to Puppet City. This was because it was red everywhere, and dozens of blood-colored hands were floating in mid-air. Yes, there were only arms and palms. God knew why these mind demons looked like this. And on half of these blood-colored arms, there was a small flash lizard. The old turtle exclaimed, "Bloody Hand Mind Devil? Was the Great Monarch Bloody Hand and Great Monarch Mystic Martial at war?" Chapter 2556-2556, Mystic Martial Monarch Armor, 2556, Mystic Martial Monarch Armor. Those blood-colored hands, each only dozens of feet long, floated at the bottom of the sea, absorbing the power of the mineral essence gathered from all directions. After Han Fei and the others arrived, the bloody hand closest to them trembled slightly, bent its fingers, and changed its direction. When the bloody hand twisted over, the flash lizard lying on it, or to be exact, the flash lizard that was undergoing mutation, suddenly opened its eyes. The Emperor Sparrow said, "I sense some ominous vibe from this bloody hand." The ominous, Han Fei and the old turtle were both a little stunned. Han Fei even lost his voice. The ominous had already reached the sea realm? Han Fei asked. Who is the great monarch Bloody Hand? What's his relationship with these bloody hands? Why are these flash lizards lying on them? The old turtle said. Great Monarch Bloody Hand was also a great monarch in the infinite mining area. He walked a special path and tempered a pair of bloody hands. It's said that his hands once shook gods. But what do these flash lizards have to do with bloody hands? I really don't know. It seems that the flash lizards are mutating. This must be the origin of the lizard demons. The Emperor Sparrow, it seems that the great monarch Bloody Hand has been killed. But why are there so many hands here? At this moment, the bloody hand closest to him opened its palm and grabbed at Han Fei as if it had eyes. It couldn't be helped. One was a bird, standing on Han Fei's shoulder, and the other was a soul and was not eye-catching standing beside Han Fei. Only Han Fei was the most obvious target. Han Fei had already grabbed the old turtle and retreated when the bloody hand moved, but the speed of the bloody hand was extremely fast, which reminded him of something. Hiss! The speed of the flash lizards? No, it's faster than a normal flash lizard. It's close to the speed of light explosion. Han Fei suddenly felt that he understood something. Hands didn't have eyes, but the flash lizards did. When the two were combined, it was equivalent to hands having eyes. Buzz! Han Fei had some experience with the lizard demons. He immediately set up a time deceleration barrier and activated his great Tao. At the same time, he took out the blood-drinking knife, ready to fight at any time. At this moment, the 5 fingers of the bloody hand easily penetrated the time barrier set up by Han Fei. Han Fei pushed out with one hand, and the Infinity Water God's sealing spear met the attack head-on. At the same time, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Mind Devil, Bloody Hand Mind Devil. Introduction. Bol Induction, the essence blood of a great monarch, contaminated with the ominous power blended with the minerals here, and as the bloodline consciousness was slightly restored, a Bloody Hand Mind Devil was born. Therefore, the essence blood contained a large amount of ominous power, so the hand turned into a devil. The Bloody Hand Mind Devils have a trace of the negative consciousness of the great monarch Bloody Hand and would kill ruthlessly. They try to combine the power of flash lizards with themselves to break through the mind demon stream and reach the outside world. L level 109, quality L7. Mind Devil Realm 1 perfected, Star Transformation Realm 1 battle. Technique 11111111. Bottle Technique, Bloody Claw, Fatal Fist, Universe Mastery, All 7 Mineral, Absorbable Lun 1111. Destroying the flash lizards on them can greatly reduce the combat power of the Bloody Hand Mind Devil. He had thought that the lizard demon was already very strong. As a level 6 mind demon, the physique of the lizard demon didn't feel much weaker than his. How long had it been since then? He had already met a level 7 mind devil. With a token made of level 6 mineral, one could establish his own faction in the infinite mining area. With a level 7 mineral token, one already had the strength of the top 100 in the infinite mining area. However, Han Fei didn't think about the level 7 token immediately. He was surprised to see that the god-sealing spear formed by the infinity water was meant to suppress the bloody hand. However, the other party clenched its fist at the last moment and unleashed the so-called killing fist. Rumble. The god-sealing spear and the fist mark collided. Like an earth-shaking explosion, it triggered a riot under the mind demon stream, and the power instantly swept across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not good. Let's go. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He lifted the old turtle with one hand and rushed up the mind demon stream. While walking, Han Fei said, "Although this bloody hand doesn't have much consciousness, he knows how to awaken other bloody hands. Damn it, one of them is already a level 7 mind devil. If dozens of them come, we might be torn apart. The Emperor Sparrow, they're already here. Be careful. Buzz." When the bloody hands jumped and flashed over, Han Fei felt terrible because this was the ability of the flash lizards. Although these flash lizards hadn't turned into lizard demons yet, their abilities had been strengthened by the bloody hand mind devils, so they immediately jumped in front of him. At that moment, as many as 7 or 8 slaughtering fists, universe palms, bloody claws, and so on instantly attacked Han Fei. Son of a batash, do you think I'm easy to bully? Roar, silencing fist, rumble, knock, knock, clang, puffer. In the chaotic battle, Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying in the mind demon stream. Beside him, the old turtle was still in a state of shock. His demonic energy blocked the bloody claws of one of the bloody hands, but the Emperor Sparrow didn't panic. It had already activated the frenzying eye. At this moment, 3 bloody hands seemed to have fallen into madness. As for the Emperor Sparrow, it had already disappeared and appeared near the 3 bloody hands. It unfolded its wings and stood upright in the violent turbulence, opening its mouth as if swallowing some kind of power. Han Fei glanced at it, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This guy actually ran over at this time to swallow the ominous power of the bloody hands? The old turtle exclaimed, "This bloody hand seems to be contaminated with the aura of the great monarch bloody hand. It can shake my yang soul." On Han Fei's side, he instantly deprived 3 flash lizards of their consciousness, and the 3 bloody hand mind devils immediately lost their direction. Seeing this, Han Fei looked at the depths of the mind demon stream and shouted, "Let's go. It's not time for dinner. Let's come back in a few days." The Emperor Sparrow was slightly regretful to hear that, but he also felt that some bloody hands jumped and flashed over. Immediately, it unwillingly turned into a ray of light and entered Han Fei's body. At this moment, when Han Fei stepped into the river of time, he saw 7 or 8 more bloody hands appear and follow him into the river of time. Fortunately, the mind demon stream was only 3,000 kilometers deep, so Han Fei escaped in the blink of an eye. But those bloody hands were not slow at all, almost 1 step away from Han Fei. Han Fei had thought that he had to keep running even if he escaped from the mind demon stream. But the moment he stepped out of the mind demon stream, a huge turtle shell phantom suddenly appeared between the heavens and earth. Han Fei, who hadn't run away yet, heard the old turtle shout next to him, "It's the Mystic Martial Monarch armor. Great Monarch Mystic Martial has suppressed the mind demon stream. We don't have to run anymore." Huh, Han Fei was stunned, but when he looked back he saw 7 or 8 bloody hands following him. Because the speed was too fast, they couldn't stop. With a jump, they flashed and jumped directly to the turtle shell seal. Crack XTDS, dazzling mystic light burst out of the Mystic Martial Monarch armor, which was somewhat similar to the divine brilliance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. However, the light of the Mystic Martial Monarch armor was green. As this light flashed continuously, the 7 or 8 bloody hands all cracked and shattered. Only the flash lizards that hadn't completely evolved rushed out of the mind demon stream. Huh! Han Fei was quite surprised to see this scene. They can't get out of the mind demon stream. This Mystic Martial Monarch armor is specifically targeted at these bloody hands. However, the flash lizards are not suppressed, so they can come out. Immediately, Han Fei understood why there were lizard demons outside. It was because the bloody hand mind devils had been sealed or killed and couldn't come out, but the lizard demons could. The flash lizards were not very strong, so Han Fei killed them easily. Han Fei quickly grabbed his fishing rod. These 7 or 8 bloody hand mind devils were already dead, but the level 7 minerals on them couldn't be wasted. These minerals were priceless outside. These level 7 minerals might be able to be exchanged for dozens of refined stars in the 100 Alliance City. In the end, Han Fei caught 7 pieces of level 7 and 13 pieces of level 6 minerals. The other minerals were nowhere to be found. Huff, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, he calmed down and summoned the Emperor Sparrow again. The Emperor Sparrow was a little puzzled. "You're not escaping so soon?" Han Fei pointed at the Mystic Martial Monarch armor in the sky that hadn't disappeared yet and said, "The Great Monarch has sealed them in the Mind Demon Stream. We don't have to worry about them appearing outside." The Emperor Sparrow looked over and suddenly asked, "Are the cracks on this turtle shell normal, huh?" Han Fei and the old turtle looked at the Mystic Martial Monarch armor again, only to see some incomprehensible cracks and lines on it. However, some of the cracks were especially obvious, which didn't seem to match the turtle shell Dao patterns endowed by the Heavenly Dao. The old turtle's expression changed. "Not good. Those cracks are not shell patterns. It must have been too long, so the Great Monarch's seal has loosened." Han Fei's heart, which had just calmed down, became anxious again. "It has loosened? Doesn't it mean that it can collapse at any time?" The old turtle studied it for a moment and said, "I don't think so. The main turtle patterns are fine, but its original power may have been reduced by about 50%. However, it will definitely be fine to suppress the bloody hands for another 100,000 years. Huff, Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. "It's fine if it can last for another hundreds of thousands of years. Okay, it's too dangerous below the Mind Demon Stream. God knows how many bloody hand mind devils there are down there. If we go down now, we'll only be looking for trouble. Fortunately, we didn't go deep this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to escape. The Emperor Sparrow, I need their ominous power and demonic energy," Han Fei said. Let's take it slow. Let's settle down here for the time being and search around to see if there are any lizard demons left. We'll consider the mind demon stream after we wipe out all the lizard demons outside. The Emperor Sparrow nodded slightly. This was not a bad idea. After all, Hanfei didn't deliberately look for the lizard demons when he came. The old turtle was a little anxious. Then, what about the mind demon stream? If I can't break through the mind demon stream, I can't enter Puppet City. If I can't enter Puppet City, I definitely won't be able to find a way to restore my body. Hanfei said, Don't be hasty. You have the Yang Soul body, so what are you afraid of? Don't be hasty. We're outnumbered by them. Just because we can't break through the mind demon stream now, doesn't mean we can't forever. Let me train my soldiers here while I try breaking it. It's better to take it slow. Chapter 2557. Who are you? 2557. Who are you? 3 years later, the 7-kill army had disappeared for 3 years, and no one could find out any news about them. Some people even thought that Hanfei had secretly left the infinite mining area. Outside the Mind Demon Stream, there were about 20,000 battlefields. In the Mind Demon Stream, there were nearly 200 battlefields for Sky Openers. At this moment, in a certain battlefield that had calmed down, several peak-level sea establishers were sitting cross-legged on the ground, panting. They were not cultivating, but chatting. This short rest was a rare break in their day, so they were especially enjoying it. One of them said, It's been 3 years. How many times has Master Human Emperor explored the Mind Demon Stream? Even Master Human Emperor has to explore it so many times. How dangerous is it there? Someone sneered. Yes. Those below the Sky Opening Realm aren't even qualified to enter the Mind Demon Stream. I heard from the Sky Opening Realm powerhouses that most of them can only move about 200 kilometers deep into the Mind Demon Stream. It's said that there are many Sky Opening Realm Mind Demons there. However, it seems that the Mind Demon Stream is more than 3,000 kilometers deep. That's where the Human Emperor went. Someone sighed. No matter what the secret is, since Master Human Emperor went down there frequently, that place can't stop him. However, there are too many mind demons outside the Mind Demon Stream to be killed. Should we just directly transcend the tribulation? Tribulation transcendence. Do you forget what Master Human Emperor said? Those whose physique and soul are not strong enough are not allowed to transcend tribulation at will. I heard that Lord Hongye has set 3 standards for all those who are going to transcend tribulation. Firstly, those who haven't stayed at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm for 500 years are not allowed to transcend tribulation. Secondly, those who haven't mastered the Purity Mystic Body are not allowed to transcend tribulation. Thirdly, those whose bloodline hasn't advanced to a heavenly bloodline are not allowed to transcend tribulation. So in the past 3 years, no more than 50 people have transcended tribulation in total. Everyone sighed. This is too difficult. Even if we keep suppressing our breakthroughs, there are still more than 65,000 Sea Establishment realm powerhouses. If we wait another 8 or 10 years, I really suspect that it won't be a problem for all of us to advance to the Sea Establishment realm. Someone replied with a smile. Entering the Sea Establishment realm isn't the key. I heard that the first goal of Master Human Emperor is for all of us to advance to the peak of the Sea Establishment realm. Even Master Human Emperor doesn't expect all of us to transcend the tribulation now, so how can it be so simple? But we are already at the peak of the Sea Establishment realm now. When we meet the conditions in the future, it is said that our success rate of transcending the tribulation can be as high as 70% or even 80%. Now that you mention it, I'm immediately motivated. Let's go and fight the mind demons for another 30,000 rounds. Let's go together. Together. Inside and outside the Mind Demon Stream, the battles were in full swing. At the bottom of the Mind Demon Stream, a black mist body was sneaking at the bottom of the water. The place he approached was a lone bloody hand mine devil. Suddenly, a mirror appeared, and the bloody hand mine devil and the flash lizard disappeared at the same time. In the Mirror of Infinity, Hanfei immediately used the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. The divine brilliance was replicated and overlapped countless times through the mirror and fell on the bloody hand mine devil. In an instant, the demonic might on the bloody hand mine devil was cleansed by the divine brilliance. The bloody hand mine devil was about to show its might, but it was stunned when its demonic might was suddenly purified. The flash lizard tried to control the bloody hand mine devil, but in the next moment it was chopped into pieces by countless saber beams, including the bloody hand mine devil. At the moment when the bloody hand mine devil perished, a voice appeared in Hanfei's mind. The Emperor Sparrow said, It's a pity to waste this ominous power and demonic energy. Hanfei said, There are a lot of bloody hand mine devils here. We can't just look at the surface. What's a mere bloody hand mine devil worth? In the past 3 years of exploration, we found no less than 10,000 bloody hand mine devils. In addition to the bloody hand mine devils, there should also be the demon vanquishing tree that the old turtle mentioned. It's easy to hide from the bloody hand mine devils, but difficult to hide from the demon vanquishing tree. This time, we're the closest to our target. We can't lose sight of the bigger picture because of the small gain. The Emperor Sparrow snorted and didn't deny it. Yes, in the past 3 years, Hanfei dove into the Mind Demon Stream no less than 100 times. At first, he was really shocked by the number of bloody hand mine devils. But later, Hanfei discovered that what was even more difficult to deal with than the bloody hand mine devils was a water-shaped vine. It could turn into a water vein and flow with the waves. If he wasn't careful, even his black mist body would be discovered by this thing. It was only because Han Fei had thoroughly explored the bottom of the Mind Demon Stream that he could dive down here. Otherwise, he would probably still be lingering near the entrance. On this trip, Han Fei had been lurking here for 7 days. After going millions of kilometers deep into the Mind Demon Stream, he finally felt some water currents flowing similar to breathing. Why were there so many bloody hand mind devils at the bottom of the Mind Demon Stream, as well as the demon vanquishing tree that was supposed to follow Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? It was still unknown. The old turtle once said that Han Fei must see the demon vanquishing tree because he knew it. Then the demon vanquishing tree would be on his side, which was why Han Fei dared to walk forward at the risk of being discovered by the roots of the demon vanquishing tree. He had considered that something might have happened to the demon vanquishing tree, but at least for now, the vines of the demon vanquishing tree were the kind of scattered vines that were unconscious and only attacked outsiders instinctively. Therefore, he had to see the demon vanquishing tree first. Another day passed. After avoiding hundreds of bloody hand mind devils and demon vanquishing tree vines, Han Fei finally came to the place with undulating water veins. When Han Fei saw thousands of bloody hand mind devils surrounding a blood-colored spring, the spring was rising and falling as if it were breathing. The bloody hand mind devils that surrounded the spring were scattered around the spring as if they were absorbing the power of the spring. Even Han Fei was tempted when he saw the spring. Because the spring water seemed to be magical, he couldn't help but want to approach it. In the middle of the blood spring, there seemed to be a huge bloody hand. After seeing that thing, Han Fei suddenly sobered up. That's not right, Han Fei was shocked. There must be something wrong with this blood spring. Remembering that the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was contaminated by the ominous, he immediately guessed something. If his guess was correct, this blood spring should be the essence blood of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, mixed with the ominous power, and sprinkled in the Mind Demon Stream for some reason, producing so many bloody hand mind devils. At this moment, on the huge bloody hand in the middle of the spring, there was a lizard demon, not a flash lizard. Han Fei was secretly surprised. Is a Great Monarch so fucking awesome? Just a pool of his essence blood can create so many level 7 mind demons, and it can even modify flash lizards? Han Fei had an urge to purify this blood spring, but this idea only appeared for a short while before it was dropped. Not to mention how much vitality was needed to purify the ominous power in this blood spring. With these thousands of bloody hand mind devils here, if he dared to attack, he might be chased by these bloody hand mind devils to death in the next moment. Therefore, Han Fei thought about it again and again. Even if he wanted to take action, now wasn't the time. He hadn't seen Puppet City or the demon vanquishing tree yet, so he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. His goal was not the blood pool, but Puppet City. It was one thing to help the old turtle find resources to rebuild his body, but he also wanted to see if there were any treasures left from the Age of the Gods. After all, it was a city that no one had been to for millions of years. It would be weird if there was nothing there. Without disturbing these bloody hand-mind devils, Han Fei quietly circumvented them. During this half-day, he suddenly discovered that there were more invisible water veins, which meant that there were more roots of the demon-vanquishing tree. With his previous experience, Han Fei himself was like flowing water, flowing with the waves, trying not to attract the attention of these roots. God knew how careful Han Fei was. According to the old turtle, the strength of the demon-vanquishing tree was not low. It should be a monarch. Finally, after half a day, Han Fei felt some strong energy fluctuations. Huh? Why can't I feel such strong energy waves when I'm outside? When Han Fei approached, he discovered that some bloody hand-mind devils were attacking a light green barrier. There were at least 800 of them in total, and they occasionally attacked the barrier for unknown reasons. However, this kind of attack was intermittent. Besides, Han Fei saw that when a bloody hand-mind devil hit the barrier, only less than 30% of its power escaped, and the other 70% sank into the barrier and disappeared without a trace. After the bloody hand-mind devil bombarded it, a green branch visible to the naked eye extended out of the spiritual barrier and pierced through the bloody hand-mind devil in an instant, stabbing it and the flash lizard that was attached to it to death. Then, Han Fei saw a purifying power burst out of the bloody hand-mind devil's body. Different from the purifying divine brilliance of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique, it was a special purifying power with vitality. Spiritual barrier, demon vanquishing tree. Is this Puppet City? Han Fei was very sure that this was definitely the demon vanquishing tree. Han Fei knew very well how strong the defense power of the bloody hand-mind devils was. In terms of pure one-on-one combat, the bloody hand-mind devil could probably fight him for 300 rounds. However, the bloody hand-mind devil was easily penetrated and purified by the branch, which showed how strong the branch was. At this moment, the barrier blocked Han Fei's vision, so he couldn't see what was inside. He only knew that this battle line was quite long, and the area blocked by the barrier spanned thousands of kilometers. Just as Han Fei didn't know how to cross the barrier or communicate with the demon vanquishing tree, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Who is it? Chapter 2558, 2558, Demon Vanquishing Tree 2558, Demon Vanquishing Tree. Who is it? Senior Demon Vanquishing Tree, is that you? Han Fei was shocked. The only one that could discover him when he appeared with his black mist body must be the demon-vanquishing tree. After all, he had been discovered by the unconscious roots of the demon-vanquishing tree from the beginning. The voice was silent for a long time, as if recalling the name of the demon-vanquishing tree. After a long while, it replied, "Who are you? How do you know the existence of the demon-vanquishing tree?" Han Fei immediately said, "Well, I'm a good friend of the Emperor Yuan. Do you know him?" While chatting with it, Han Fei asked the old turtle in his origin star, Old Yuan, "Come on, tell me your real name." "I met the demon-vanquishing tree. He asked me who I was. How should I answer him? Tell me your name." The old turtle said in shock, "The demon-vanquishing tree is still here?" Han Fei asked, "Cut the crap." "What's your real name?" the old turtle said. Yuan Biao. Why don't you let me out? I'll talk to him." However, Han Fei gave him no response. Outside, Han Fei said, "Senior demon-vanquishing tree, you had once met Emperor Yuan Biao, right? Old Yuan once said that he was good friends with great monarch Mystic Marshal." "You know this, right?" Han Fei thought to himself. "The old turtle can't be lying about this, right? After all, before he came, he had already guessed that the demon-vanquishing tree might still be here. Besides, Old Yuan had said that he had once met the demon-vanquishing tree. In any case, they are old acquaintances, so he wouldn't attack me." However, the demon-vanquishing tree replied, "No, I don't know him." Han Fei was dumbfounded. This damn old Yuan is bragging again. Why did he brag to me about such an important matter? However, in the next moment, the demon-vanquishing tree said, "Although I'm the demon-vanquishing tree, I'm no longer the one that followed great monarch Mystic Marshal. To be precise, I'm the great-grandson of that demon-vanquishing tree." Huh? Han Fei was stunned for a moment. He rolled his eyes and said, "How can that be? Old Yuan said that Senior Demon-Vanquishing Tree can survive until now. Besides, he used to be in charge of Puppet City. Why did he leave? And why are you guarding Puppet City?" When Han Fei said Puppet City, the Demon-Vanquishing Tree, who was about to attack, immediately put away his killing intent. He didn't expect that in this era there was still someone who could mention the name Puppet City. Since the visitor knew that this was Puppet City, knew that Puppet City was controlled by the Demon-Vanquishing Tree, and knew that the Demon-Vanquishing Tree used to follow Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, this alone was enough for him to restrain his attacks. Of course, the Demon-Vanquishing Tree wasn't sure if Han Fei was an enemy or a friend. After all, he couldn't completely trust Han Fei with just this bit of information. Besides, he had never heard the name Yuan Biao before. Besides, that person didn't come at all, the Demon-Vanquishing Tree said. "Human, why did you come to Puppet City a million years later and mention an old friend?" "Tell me, what's your purpose?" Han Fei asked. "Senior, do you really not know Yuan Biao? He used to be a close friend of the great monarch Mystic Marshal. Now, I'm here because something happened to old Yuan. But in the past, old Yuan left some trump cards in Puppet City. Now, he's here to save his own life. Senior, can you let me in to talk? Old Yuan is in my origin star. I can get him to come out to tell you in person. However, if I appear outside this barrier, I will definitely cause a battle. I hope Senior can understand. That person is here?" The Demon-Vanquishing Tree was skeptical, but he quickly said, "How can I believe you or that person?" Han Fei immediately said, "It's not difficult at all. Old Yuan is a good friend of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's dream was to lay eggs and give birth to many little turtles. She believed that there would always be one of the turtles who could become a god. Is this matter secret enough? Think about it. If he wasn't very close to Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, how could he know such a secret?" Well, the Demon-Vanquishing Tree was a little doubtful, but Great Monarch Mystic Marshal had indeed laid a lot of eggs. Some of them hadn't hatched yet. But the Demon-Vanquishing Tree still asked, "What else?" In Han Fei's origin star, the old turtle said, "And the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal is a woman. Very few people know about this. It just so happens that the former Demon-Vanquishing Tree knew about it. Han Fei, you can't tell others about this." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Old Yuan, you must be slow-witted after you become a Yang soul. You said that Great Monarch Mystic Marshal likes to lay eggs. How can she lay eggs if she is male?" The old turtle said. "Puff, what are you thinking? Do you think the eggs are really laid? When one becomes a great monarch, he will only choose to leave behind seeds. Egg-laying is just an explanation. No one will think that eggs can only be laid by women. It's just that the turtles maintain their heritage by leaving behind turtle eggs. When it's the right time, little turtles will break out of their eggshells." Oh, you turtle race is really messy. Han Fei didn't think that this so-called secret could fool the Demon-Vanquishing Tree. Therefore, the corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said to the Demon-Vanquishing Tree in embarrassment, "Old Yuan said that Great Monarch Mystic Marshal is a woman." Buzz. To Han Fei's surprise, the barrier suddenly trembled, and hundreds of green branches extended out from inside. Then a message came to Han Fei's ears. "Come in and talk." Well, Han Fei thought to himself, is this matter worth being so surprised about? The thinking of turtles is indeed different from that of humans. No matter which race it is, the one who can give birth to a baby is a female. Isn't this a matter of course? What's so shocking about this? But Han Fei was not stupid. Since he had successfully tricked this Demon-Vanquishing Tree and could enter Puppet City now, wouldn't he be a fool if he didn't enter? The abnormal movement of the demon-vanquishing tree startled the nearby bloody hand mine devils. They thought that the tree was going to attack them, so they began to escape. However, this strange movement only lasted for less than 2 seconds before it ended. Everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. What these bloody hand mine devils didn't know was that the barrier that they hadn't been able to enter for millions of years had just been entered by an outsider. Buzz, Han Fei, who had entered the spiritual barrier, was also shocked. He had entered so easily? The moment Han Fei entered the barrier, he saw an ancient tree that reminded him of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree in the Waterwood world. Although this ancient tree was not even as big as the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, it looked like a smaller version of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, about 1% the size of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Even so, the canopy stretched out, covering an area of about 5,000 kilometers. However, there was one thing. The area of the barrier below the mine demon stream was only about 1,000 kilometers, but the coverage of the demon vanquishing tree here was so large. The internal and external spaces were clearly inconsistent. At this moment, Han Fei saw that the leaves of the demon vanquishing branch extended into an unknown place from the void. Han Fei could feel power flowing out of those leaves. Apart from the demon vanquishing tree, Han Fei could see all kinds of buildings that covered a large area, all the way to the bottom of a city wall. At the gate of the city, 2 big words hung high. They were Puppet City. When Han Fei glanced at the 2 words, he felt his soul tremble as if it was expelled by an inexplicable power. The demon vanquishing tree said, "It's left by the great monarch, you can't peep at it." When the demon vanquishing tree spoke, Han Fei immediately cupped his hands. "I'm Han Fei from the human race. Nice to meet you, senior demon vanquishing tree." The demon vanquishing tree asked leisurely, "Where is the person you mentioned who knew the former demon vanquishing tree and great monarch mystic marshal?" With a thought from Han Fei, a phantom of mountains and rivers appeared, and the old turtle stepped out of Han Fei's origin star. When the old turtle appeared, he looked around and couldn't help but sigh. The buildings are empty. In the past, the outer city of Puppet City was one of the busiest places in the infinite mining area. This traffic is busy, and strong masters are everywhere, and countless people stay here. Unfortunately, it's almost rotten now. However, the demon vanquishing tree is still here. I can't help but sigh. A treeman appeared not far in front of Han Fei and the others. It was in the shape of an ordinary treeman, with a branch stuck diagonally in the top of its head, and its body seemed to have the skin of dead wood. The treeman looked at the old turtle up and down. "A turtle with only Yang soul left. Senior, are you the person who served great monarch mystic marshal with my ancestor?" The old turtle smiled and said, "There's no need to test me. Great monarch mystic marshal never liked to be served, so no one has ever served her. The demon vanquishing tree in the past wasn't serving her, but to help her guard the turtle eggs. As for me, Yuan Biao, I went through danger with great monarch mystic marshal when we were young. We supported each other until we reached the sea establishment realm. Later, our views didn't agree, so we parted ways. Therefore, even the demon vanquishing tree in the past wasn't very familiar with me. We just met a few times." Han Fei was a little surprised. The old turtle sounded a little arrogant. Did he really cultivate with great monarch mystic marshal? Then why did he become like this while mystic marshal became a great monarch? Suddenly, Han Fei was shocked. Wait, is the old turtle really weak? Not necessarily. If the old turtle was weak, could he be suppressed in the God-fiend sea and chained there with countless chains? If he was weak, could he live 1,000,000 years as he said? If he was weak, could he cultivate with great monarch mystic marshal and reach the sea establishment realm together? Just now, the old turtle said that he and great monarch mystic marshal's views didn't agree. If great monarch mystic marshal cultivated to become a great monarch through normal means, then the old turtle must have embarked on the path of extreme balance, which was the so-called demonic path. If the old turtle's talent was similar to great monarch mystic marshal's, how far had he gone? At this moment, the old turtle said, "Little demon vanquishing, although I'm not as strong as you now, I know a lot about the past. Even if I don't know your ancestors well, I know some of the past. Come, let me tell you some stories." Chapter 259 Tricked 259. Tricked, perhaps the old turtle really had some special relationship with great monarch mystic marshal in the past, so when he recalled the past at this moment, he not only fooled the demon vanquishing tree, but also Han Fei. However, Han Fei was wondering what the old turtle's identity was. He had cultivated with great monarch mystic marshal back then. Didn't that mean their relationship was similar to his relationship with xuanhuan? And great monarch mystic marshal was already a monarch back then. Then would the old turtle's original body really be weak? When the old turtle tricked the demon vanquishing tree, saying that he knew a lot, from what Han Fei knew of the old turtle, he must have forgotten more. At this moment the old turtle said, "Little demon vanquishing, what realm are you in now? Perhaps I can help you go further." The demon vanquishing tree, "Senior, I've already entered the carefree level. Unfortunately, my growth was built on the life essence passed down from my father and grandfather. In fact, on the day I proved Tao, my advancement was already very slow. After entering the carefree level, I can barely feel my strength growing." The old turtle said leisurely, "That doesn't make sense. How many years have you cultivated?" The demon vanquishing tree replied honestly, it's been 390,000 years. The old turtle took a deep look at him and said, logically speaking, if you enjoy Puppet City alone, plus the jade transformation technique of your ancestors, you should have reached the peak of the carefree level at least after such a long time. You might even be about to enter the immortal level. Why did you stop at the carefree level? The demon vanquishing tree was a little puzzled. Jade transformation technique? What is that? The old turtle looked at the demon vanquishing tree in shock. Wait, you don't know the jade transformation technique? The demon vanquishing tree seemed to sigh. Should I know? The old turtle shook his head slightly. No wonder your realm has stagnated. You can step into the carefree level. It seems that it's entirely because you're guarding Puppet City, so you have almost endless resources. However, your demon vanquishing tree monarch level technique failed to be inherited by you. What happened in the past that you couldn't inherit such an important thing? The demon vanquishing tree, I don't know. My father just asked me to guard this city. He said that one day, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal would definitely return, so the city must be guarded. Han Fei was shocked to hear that. Did Great Monarch Mystic Marshal go out for 1,000,000 years? What did she do? The old turtle rolled his eyes. There's still a chance. The jade transformation technique of your ancestors was found by Great Monarch Mystic Marshal outside. It said that it came from the South Sea Divine Realm. Therefore, if you have seen Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's bedroom, you might be able to find this technique. At that time, I don't dare say that you'll grow rapidly, but you will definitely not stagnate again. When the demon vanquishing tree heard that the old turtle wanted to check the sleeping chamber of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, he hurriedly said, that won't do. How can you enter Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's sleeping chamber? That's the only forbidden area in Puppet City now. Not to mention me, even my ancestors haven't entered Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's sleeping chamber. Han Fei was surprised. So the Great Monarch's palace was still there? The old turtle continued. Stupid, you don't even know where she went, but you refused others to enter her palace. What if there is something very important in this palace? What if Mystic Marshal is waiting for you to save her? But if you don't go to her palace to take a look, how do you know what information she left for you? The demon vanquishing tree said, my father said that Great Monarch Mystic Marshal left in a hurry. Because of Great Monarch Bloody Hand's sudden request for help, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal left with Great Monarch Bloody Hand before she could even give an explanation. Since then, we haven't heard from her. Upon hearing this, Han Fei hurriedly said, Senior Demon Vanquishing Tree, is the blood spring outside Puppet City left by the Great Monarch Bloody Hand? The Demon Vanquishing Tree, that's right. When Great Monarch Bloody Hand came, he lost an arm. Great Monarch Mystic Marshal ordered my ancestor to suppress that arm outside Puppet City, saying that she would deal with it when she came back. However, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal never returned, and my ancestor didn't have a way to completely cleanse this bloody hand, so he could only suppress it here. Until now, I dare not leave at all. Otherwise, this spring water will nurture countless ferocious creatures that keep trying to break into Puppet City. This demon vanquishing tree wasn't the first generation demon vanquishing trees, so it knew too little about what happened back then. For example, why the Great Monarch Bloody Hand came to Great Monarch Mystic Marshal for help, why Great Monarch Mystic Marshal asked the demon vanquishing tree to suppress the broken arm, and what they did later. But in fact, these were not the most important things. The purpose of this trip was to reconstruct the old turtle's body and to hunt for treasures. Although the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be friendly, judging from his attitude towards Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, he didn't even allow them to enter the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's palace. If they took the egg of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, would he allow it? Sure enough, although the old turtle was a little curious about what happened back then, he knew what he was here for. Therefore, Han Fei heard the old turtle say, Little Demon Vanquishing, as you can see, I won't keep it a secret from you. I'm here to find Mystic Marshal's egg. I only have the young soul left now. I can't go on like this. Therefore, I need to borrow her egg to be reborn. That won't do. Before the old turtle finished speaking, the demon vanquishing tree had already refused. However, the demon vanquishing tree's words made Han Fei and the old turtle realize that there were indeed Mystic Marshal's eggs in Puppet City. The old turtle's face immediately darkened. Little demon vanquishing, with my relationship with Mystic Marshal, I can easily get a turtle egg. I've told you so much today. Do you think I'm lying to you, or am I up to no good? However, the demon vanquishing tree said, neither. I believe you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to know the deeds of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal and my ancestors so clearly. But that's a separate matter. You can have other requests, such as borrowing the power of minerals. Senior, you can use it however you want. However, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's egg is her life inheritance. How can I give it away so easily? The old turtle said loudly. Great Monarch Mystic Marshal and I were close friends in the past. She laid countless eggs in her life. If I ask her, how can she not give one to me? The demon vanquishing tree's branches and leaves trembled. That won't do either, no matter how close you are to Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. If you want to take her life inheritance, you have to get Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's permission first. The old turtle was so angry that his mouth was crooked. She hasn't appeared for millions of years. Where can I find her? Little demon vanquishing, you have to be more flexible. Perhaps you can obtain the jade transformation technique and continue cultivating to reach the immortal level. Do you know that once you reach the immortal level, you will catch up with your ancestor? In addition to the unique resources of Puppet City, perhaps within 100,000 years, you will have a chance to become a great monarch. The demon vanquishing tree was silent for a few seconds, but in the end, it replied, "Sorry, Senior, I should stick to my original intentions. Even if I can't reach the immortal level, I can't pry into the great monarch's privacy." Han Fei finally realized that this was a stubborn ass. However, there was always room for maneuver. Han Fei said, "Senior demon vanquishing tree, may I have a word?" Hearing Han Fei's words, the old turtle gave Han Fei several looks because he knew how eloquent this guy was. Han Fei ignored the old turtle's gaze and looked out of the city. "Senior demon vanquishing, you should know that cracks have already appeared in the barrier of the mind demon stream, right? And there are more than one. The demon vanquishing tree, yes, it's been too long, so the seal is inevitably loosening. However, the seal of the mind demon stream was laid by my ancestor with the silkworm molting of the great monarch mystic marshal, so although it's a little rotten now, it won't be difficult to withstand another 100,000 years. Han Fei said, "Senior demon vanquishing tree, you should know how powerful these bloody hand mind devils are, right? Although they haven't proven Dao yet, they have the strength to fight the lowest level Dao prover, and there are tens of thousands of such bloody hand mind devils under the mind demon stream. If they charge at Puppet City or collectively charge at the barrier in the mind demon stream, how long do you think you can defend with this barrier?" The demon vanquishing tree replied straightforwardly, "If that's the case, I'm afraid the seal will be broken in less than 10,000 years. At that time, even I won't be able to kill tens of thousands of bloody hand mind devils at once." Han Fei said, "Senior, let's not talk about whether or not the bloody hand mind devils are going to attack the city. Even if you can hold on for 100,000 years, what about 100,000 years later? If you can't hold on then, you and Puppet City will be penetrated by the bloody hand mind devils and corroded by them. At that time, do you think these bloody hand mind devils will let go of Puppet City? Will they let go of the palace of great monarch Mystic Marshal?" Seeing that the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be thinking, Han Fei said, "Senior demon vanquishing tree, in any case, this place can last at most another 100,000 years. How about this? If I can help you get rid of this blood spring, can you give me a turtle egg?" The demon vanquishing tree still wanted to say something, but the old turtle said angrily, "Little demon vanquishing, think about it carefully. Once Puppet City is conquered, all the turtle eggs will be destroyed, and the palace of great monarch Mystic Marshal will definitely be destroyed. In that case, why don't we help you solve this blood spring now and relieve you of your worries? This choice is easy to make, right?" Chapter 2560, Deal 2560. Deal. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This meant that there was a great monarch-level demonic plant on the heavenly race's side. Was it the one who fought Senior Brother Azure Dragon that day? If not, didn't the heavenly race have two great monarch-level powerhouses? This strength was indeed shocking. However, to Han Fei's surprise, this demon vanquishing tree was not tempted by the Spring of Life. It must be noted that he deliberately took out the Spring of Life. After all, it was the first time they met. It was impossible to say how much he trusted him. Once the demon vanquishing tree was tempted, Han Fei believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape. Seeing that the demon vanquishing tree wasn't tempted, Han Fei didn't dwell on the Spring of Life anymore. Instead, he said, "Senior demon vanquishing, we have to resolve the crisis of the blood spring in the end. I don't ask for anything else. If I relieve the crisis of the blood spring, I hope Senior Demon Vanquishing can give me a turtle egg." Just as old Yuan said, there are probably many turtle eggs left behind by Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. And Senior Demon Vanquishing should know that even if most turtle eggs have been born, how many of them can reach the Great Monarch realm? If there is, Puppet City wouldn't be like this now. The old turtle also said, "Little Demon Vanquishing, you should be able to tell if we have any ill intentions. If my body hadn't been damaged, I'm afraid I wouldn't have come to Puppet City. I don't think you've seen many outsiders in the millions of years, right?" The demon vanquishing tree. In the past, there were a few carefree level and immortal level monarchs who tried to explore the mind demon stream. Someone died in the blood spring, and someone broke into Puppet City and died by my hand. Immortal level? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The demon vanquishing tree mentioned immortal level and confessed that the other party was killed. Was he killed by the demon vanquishing tree? In the next moment, the demon vanquishing tree said, "In Puppet City, although I'm only in the carefree level, Puppet City is the residence of great monarch Mystic Marshal after all. How can there be no traps here? Therefore, if I really unleash my full strength, even immortal level cultivators won't be able to escape." Han Fei and the old turtle looked at each other. Fortunately, this person was not an enemy. Fortunately, the old turtle was an old acquaintance of great monarch Mystic Marshal. Otherwise, their trip would have been fruitless. The demon vanquishing tree was not stubborn. If someone could solve the blood spring at the door, he would be willing to give them a turtle egg. He had witnessed the birth of some turtle eggs over the years, but unfortunately, they could only grow in the city. No matter how many resources they had, they couldn't grow strong enough without fighting. He had tried his best to send more than a dozen little turtles out of the mind demon stream, but soon, their life tablets were all broken and none of them survived. Therefore, as long as Han Fei could help solve the blood spring, he could eliminate the bloody hand puppets. Then, when little turtles were born again, they wouldn't have to be confined in Puppet City. The demon vanquishing tree pretended to think for a moment and finally said, "If you can purify the blood spring, I can give you a turtle egg." Han Fei really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Just now, he said that it was the life inheritance of great monarch Mystic Marshal and couldn't be touched, but now he could take it out? Isn't this change too fast? Is this demon vanquishing tree blushing? However, Han Fei pretended not to care. They just took what they needed respectively. First of all, he could try to purify the blood spring. If he succeeded, the reshaping of the old turtle's body would be secondary. The key was that he would gain the trust of the demon vanquishing tree. Then he might be able to establish himself in the mind demon stream for a long time, and even get the protection of a monarch who was strong enough to resist immortal-level enemies. In this place that even monarchs refused to come to, protected by a monarch, the 7-kill army would be safe. Therefore, although the benefits didn't seem to be much, they were actually beyond imagination. The old turtle really wanted to ask Han Fei, "Come on, that's the hand of the great monarch, Bloody Hand. Where do you get the confidence to purify it?" But in front of the demon vanquishing tree, he couldn't ask. He thought to himself, "Let's see how Han Fei will act. If he can't continue acting, I'm afraid he will be stabbed to death by this demon vanquishing tree." Han Fei didn't have such concerns. He simply said, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, I want to purify the blood spring, but there are too many bloody hand mine devils outside. There are 700 or 800 of them around the barrier, and there are thousands near the blood spring. I'm afraid I can't do anything until these bloody hand mine devils are eliminated. The Demon Vanquishing Tree, human, I can solve them, but I can't attack the bloody hand mine devils near the blood spring. You need to lure them out of that area." Han Fei, Chapter 256-1, 256-1, Demon Annihilation Operation, 256-1, Demon Annihilation Operation, Neiman. There was a reason why the Demon Vanquishing Tree didn't attack the blood spring. If he wasn't careful, he would be contaminated, and once he was contaminated, it would be over. Once he fell, the entire puppet city would fall. Therefore, the demon vanquishing tree could kill the bloody hand mine devils because they contained little ominous power, so there was no pressure to purify them. However, the blood spring was filled with the ominous aura and the suppressing pressure of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Thousands of bloody hand mine devils were guarding there like devout believers for the ominous aura. At this moment, the demon vanquishing tree had agreed to part of Han Fei's request, so he began to attack. The bloody hand mine devils that were trying to break through the barrier of Puppet City suddenly encountered overwhelming green jade vines. For a time, Flash, Killing Fists, and Bloody Claw filled this space. At this moment, Han Fei saw a large number of green jade vines being cut apart. Of course, nearly 100 bloody hand mine devils were stabbed to death in the first moment. Seeing this scene, Han Fei thought to himself, it seems that the strength of a carefree level powerhouse is not without reason. He remembered the power of Dao Domain Sunflower Head back then. Even if she was dying, she could still kill tens of thousands of perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm powerhouses at once. It was true that the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was stronger, but the Demon Vanquishing Tree only killed 100 at a time. Its green jade vines were shattered by the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, which meant that Sky Openers could indeed challenge a Monarch-level powerhouse. The Bloody Hand Mine Devils were not very smart and had almost no soul power. They could only rely on their abnormally powerful level 7 body. That was why they could fight the Demon Vanquishing Tree. If the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were extremely intelligent and had powerful soul power, fewer of them might die. Of course, the Demon Vanquishing Tree definitely didn't attack fully, but in any case, Han Fei had a basic judgment of the strength of the Demon Vanquishing Tree. Apart from the initial outburst, it took the Demon Vanquishing Tree about an hour to kill these 832 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. It was strong indeed. However, this seemed to confirm the fact that the Demon Vanquishing Tree had just entered the carefree level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him so long to deal with these Bloody Hand Mine Devils. The Demon Vanquishing Tree dragged the level 6 and level 7 minerals back and then collected them into Puppet City. There were more than 800 level 7 mines that could be used to build godly weapons. This meant that if they were refined into godly weapons, there would be more than 800 godly weapons. As for the mining demon stream, there were tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Mine Devils here, and this was only the number he had encountered. Plus the Bloody Hand Mine Devils that were hidden somewhere, the number might reach 100,000 at most. Han Fei was quite calm. At this moment, he had no say in asking for a share of the resources from the Demon Vanquishing Tree. Therefore, although Han Fei coveted those resources, he didn't show anything and let them be dragged away by the Demon Vanquishing Tree. After the Bloody Hand Mine Devils outside the barrier were all killed by the Demon Vanquishing Tree, Han Fei stepped out of the barrier and said, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, I'm saving Puppet City. I hope you can take this as a favor." The Demon Vanquishing Tree, of course. If you can purify this blood spring, you and your people can camp in the Mine Demon Stream and use the resources here. Han Fei's heart did a flip. It seemed that the Demon Vanquishing Tree had already known that the 7 Kills army was training outside the Mine Demon Stream. How did he know? He must have taken a look outside in some way when he was talking to Old Yuan. Otherwise, the Demon Vanquishing Tree should have long known of his existence. Han Fei nodded and left the spiritual barrier with Old Yuan. Old Yuan entered Han Fei's origin star. The moment he entered Han Fei's origin star, Old Yuan said, "This demon-vanquishing tree is not stupid. You suffered a huge loss in this deal. This blood spring is not something it can resolve. We can't even guarantee that this demon-vanquishing tree will keep its promise." Han Fei said leisurely, "Old Yuan, Puppet City has declined, and the strongest combat power left is this demon-vanquishing tree. But a monarch is not omnipotent. He can fool me, but the price is his death and the destruction of Puppet City. If he is a smart demon-vanquishing tree, he should know that the location of the mine demon stream must not be revealed, so I believe he will know how to choose." The old turtle asked, "How can you be so sure?" Han Fei said, "I want to bet. If the mining demon stream can be used by me, this place may become the first base for the rise of our human race." The old turtle was used to Han Fei's occasional impulsiveness. Of course, this was also related to his trump card. In fact, when he was sleeping in Han Fei's body, he knew a lot of things, such as the background Han Fei had. Several hours later, when Han Fei approached the blood spring, he felt the gurgling power of minerals spreading out. Han Fei, who had double spiritual heritage, would instinctively absorb this power if he didn't deliberately block it. At this moment, there were 3,462 bloody hand mine devils surrounding the spring of blood. This time, because he was close enough, Han Fei saw that at the center of the spring of blood, the huge bloody hand mine devil was actually evolving into a monarch. This was because the size of the lizard demon was also huge, not something the lizard demons he had seen before could compare to. Yes, the growth of a mine demon might be different from that of a human. It had been absorbing the essence of the minerals here for an unknown period of time. If this thing proved its Tao and successfully evolved, wouldn't it advance to a level 8 mine demon? At that time, even the demon-vanquishing tree wouldn't be able to penetrate this bloody hand mine devil. Upon seeing this, Han Fei frowned and didn't rashly use the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique on the bloody hand mine devil. Otherwise, if he angered the other party, with the bloody hand mine devil's speed of light explosion, he would probably be attacked by all the bloody hand mine devils before he could run to Puppet City. At that time, even if the demon-vanquishing tree wanted to save him, with his killing speed, it would be impossible for him to save him from more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils, unless the demon-vanquishing tree used the power of Puppet City and unleashed the immortal level combat power. Half a day later, after Han Fei set up countless teleportation arrays from the blood spring to the spiritual barrier with tremendous resources, he returned to the blood spring. At this moment, the demon-vanquishing tree had roots waiting far away, waiting for Han Fei to lure these bloody hand mine devils over. He would not take the risk personally. Being close to the blood spring was a great danger for him. Of course, the demon-vanquishing tree was very curious. With Han Fei's current realm, how could he purify the blood spring? Buzz! All of a sudden, the demon-vanquishing tree sensed the power of minerals from the blood spring and paused. It seemed that something had happened. Huh? So soon? Is this human being so efficient? At that moment, Han Fei set up nearly 5,000 God-sealing spears with the void descending art. He knew that the God-sealing spear array couldn't trap these bloody hand mine devils. In fact, it had been proven before that the God-sealing spear array only had a 20% effect on the mine demons. However, the God-sealing spear array was also a rather powerful sealing barrier. On one hand, it could greatly suppress the enemy's strength, and on the other hand, it could stop the enemy for a while. The moment Han Fei used the void descending art, thousands of bloody hand mine devils were alarmed. The moment the God-sealing spear array was set up, several attacks immediately hit it. Han Fei was lost for words when he saw the 7 or 8 God-sealing spears that were shattered by the bloody hand mine devil. This was only caused by one bloody hand mine devil. What if thousands of them attacked at the same time? In the blink of an eye, Han Fei threw the 10,000 years of vitality he had prepared, mixed with the infinity water, into the God-sealing spear array. Explode, rumble. Dazzling brilliance exploded in this space with a radius of less than 30,000 kilometers. The explosion of a high-quality godly weapon and the divine brilliance produced by 10,000 years of vitality were so terrifyingly powerful that the more than 300 bloody hand mine devils closest to the center of the explosion were directly purified. Unfortunately, only the 300 bloody hand mine devils were purified. The other bloody hand mine devils were emitting thick black smoke at this moment, which was caused by the purifying effect of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique. And this was not Han Fei's first blow. 3 seconds after the infinity water exploded, Han Fei threw out the extreme cold pearl. Buzz. The 30,000-kilometer void was completely frozen, and the bloody hand mine devils were instantly turned into ice sculptures. And the power of the Heaven Enlightenment divine technique was still ongoing, and more than a dozen bloody hand mine devils were purified one after another. Bang. Finally, when Han Fei launched a carefree level attack with the extreme cold pearl, the largest ice block exploded. The leading bloody hand mine devil instantly disappeared. In the next moment, it punched the God-sealing spear array near Han Fei. Ka! All of a sudden, more than 50 God-sealing spears exploded. Han Fei was horrified. Putting away the extreme cold pearl and the infinity water, he turned around and ran at 14 times the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang! In the rear, intense explosions occurred on the sealed God Spear array, and Han Fei stepped into a teleportation array at this moment. This was not a long-distance teleportation array, but a kind of teleportation array that was extremely short but had a fast teleportation effect. Since it was to lure the bloody hand mine devils away, he naturally had to let the enemy discover his traces. Otherwise, if he ran away in the blink of an eye, the enemy wouldn't be able to catch up even if they wanted to. But Han Fei was obviously overthinking. He had only run for less than 300 seconds when he suddenly sensed something. He set up a time barrier and moved 1,000 kilometers horizontally. In the next moment, a terrifying fist light, like a star exploding, landed beside him. Han Fei didn't accelerate or enter the teleportation array. Instead, he activated his great Tao and unleashed his strongest combat power. Thousands of kilometers away, with a thought, the terrifying punch of the bloody hand mine devil had already been stolen by Han Fei and was blasted back. The bloody hand mine devil seemed to have high intelligence and reaction speed. It instantly turned its fist into a claw and tore apart this terrifying punch. Han Fei's heart did a flip. This bloody hand mine devil seemed to be conscious. Chapter 256-2, 256-2, Demon Annihilation Operation 2, 256-2, Demon Annihilation Operation 2. On the other hand, Han Fei heard the demon vanquishing tree's voice transmission continue to approach Puppet City. The closer you are to Puppet City, the stronger the power I can unleash. The demon vanquishing tree probably wanted to test Han Fei, but Han Fei wasn't easy to deal with either. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't help him at all and just watched him being chased by thousands of bloody hand mine devils without doing anything, he would definitely destroy this Puppet City, regardless of the relationship between the old turtle and great monarch Mystic Marshal. Therefore, Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, one of the bloody hand mine devils, is abnormally powerful. I think you've already seen it. This is a bloody hand mine devil that is about to prove its Tao. Senior, can you directly help me solve it? Or can you help me delay the bloody hand mine devils behind? I'll solve it myself. I can help you intercept the bloody hand mine devils behind you, but the one chasing you seems to have high intelligence. To prevent it from escaping, you may have to deal with it yourself. Fuck." The demon vanquishing tree's answer was simple. Of course, he knew that what Han Fei did would only benefit him, but he still left the strongest bloody hand mine devil to Han Fei. This behavior might be a test. Obviously, if Han Fei couldn't even purify a bloody hand mine devil, then everything he said just now would be greatly suspicious. Han Fei didn't panic when he heard the demon vanquishing tree's answer. He wasn't afraid of this bloody hand mine devil, but of the group of bloody hand mine devils. Seeing that the demon vanquishing tree agreed, Han Fei paused and launched the silencing fist, clashing head-on with the bloody hand mine devil's slaughter fist. Rumble. The entire mine demon stream trembled. Outside the mine demon stream, the 7-kill army who were in the middle of trials were all stunned. Was there an earthquake? Perhaps this bloody hand mine devil's body was very strong, and its strength might have reached the sky-opening realm. However, just like him, it hadn't comprehended the Tao of the monarch, so no matter how strong it was, it couldn't kill him. In terms of strength, this bloody hand mine devil might not even be stronger than him. As it turned out, Han Fei's prediction was right. Under his punch, the bloody hand mine devil was sent flying thousands of kilometers away. However, he was not injured, and there were no cracks on his body. In the next moment, Han Fei charged forward instead of retreating. However, the bloody hand mine devil suddenly disappeared. Han Fei saw a blur in front of his eyes, and a door seemed to open. Then, as if he had been hit by a big star, he was sent flying. So fast. Han Fei's internal organs were tumbling. Although he had an astonishing physique, he was still shocked by the extraordinary speed of this bloody hand mine devil. Its speed exceeded the speed of light explosion. If he guessed right, it must have used the white hole space to reach a terrifying speed that exceeded 20 times the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, Han Fei was hammered more than 30 times in a row. During this period, the god's prayer bead on Han Fei's chest suddenly bloomed, and large swaths of black smoke were instantly purified. Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. This bloody hand mine devil was trying to invade his body with the ominous power. Han Fei immediately squeezed a mass of liquid divine brilliance. Instantly, the pure divine brilliance enveloped the bloody hand mine devil. Roar. Amidst the screams, Han Fei seized the fleeting moment. Steel. Buzz. A huge bloody hand suddenly braked because its speed was too fast, causing its body to rush forward and suddenly hit the bottom of the sea, setting off undercurrents at the bottom of the sea that swept in all directions. After being hammered more than 30 times, Han Fei finally took a breather. The demon vanquishing tree, on the other hand, was a little speechless. This human being's physique was so strong. How could he still be fine after such a heavy blow? If it weren't for the fact that Han Fei's chi and blood were very strong, he would have suspected if this human being was really a human being. Could he be a mind demon? A level 9 mind demon? The bloody hand mine devil, whose speed had been stolen, burst out with a terrifying speed close to the speed of light explosion in the blink of an eye. Hiss, steal, steal, Han Fei was shocked. This guy was indeed highly intelligent and had walked more than one great Dao. He was obviously trying to escape. Fortunately, although its speed this time was fast, it wasn't to the point where Han Fei couldn't react in time, so he immediately used the void stealing technique, causing this guy to fall to the bottom of the sea again. Han Fei didn't steal the consciousness of the bloody hand mine devil. He was afraid that this spiritual thing would be one of the channels for the transmission of ominous power. Therefore, Han Fei immediately set up thousands of god-sealing spears and then activated the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. Roar Rory. The bloody hand mine devil was roaring through the lizard demon, and large swaths of black smoke were spurting out and fading. Fortunately, Han Fei's strength had reached the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, after consuming only 300 years of vitality, the bloody hand mine devil fell apart. Han Fei picked up the scattered minerals. There were 3 level 7 minerals and 6 level 6 minerals. Among them, there was a piece of mineral the size of half a fist which turned out to be a rare level 8 mineral. His Han Fei couldn't help taking a breath when he saw the level 8 mineral. The level of the mineral represented its value. There might not be many level 8 minerals in the entire 100 Alliance city. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that Han Fei's great Dao happened to suppress this bloody hand mine devil, he would have been killed even if he were a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had 2 great Dao locks. When Han Fei killed the bloody hand mine devil, the demon vanquishing tree said via voice transmission, "Come on, leave. The other bloody hand mine devils are catching up." Buzz. Han Fei pretended to leave, but he forgot that he had just stolen the speed of the bloody hand mine devil. Therefore, he jumped up and left, subconsciously unleashing the speed of light explosion. At that moment, some enlightenment seemed to appear in Han Fei's mind. This was because he discovered that the jumping ability of the lizard demon seemed to be a manifestation the great Dao of space. It turned out that it wasn't because they were fast, but because they had opened a spatial node with the power of space, a pure spatial node with no time in it. Law. Han Fei was shocked. This was the law of space, so it could completely block time? At that moment, Han Fei suddenly had an epiphany and froze for about 10 seconds in situ. The demon vanquishing tree asked, "Human, what are you doing? If you don't leave now, the bloody hand mine devil army will catch up with us." However, Han Fei didn't respond. At the last moment of the 10 seconds, a bloody hand mine devil jumped over. At that moment, Han Fei's figure disappeared and a light explosion appeared. When the demon vanquishing tree looked again, Han Fei had already disappeared from the spot. Han Fei was a little excited. He had stolen the speed of the flash lizards and the lizard demons before, but he hadn't understood the speed of light explosion from it. However, the flash lizard on this bloody hand mine devil was different. Its spatial Dao seemed to have risen to the level of a law. Therefore, after he stole it, he had a different understanding. Han Fei had always thought that he couldn't have the speed of light explosion until he cultivated the Dao bones. Even Great Monarch East Marshal said so. However, at this moment, before he cultivated the Dao bones, he already had the speed of light explosion. At this moment, plus the void wings, theoretically, his fastest speed could reach 28 times the speed of light. Of course, it was better not to use the void wings in front of the demon vanquishing tree. As for what would happen after he mastered the Dao bone, Han Fei was also looking forward to it. To reach the speed of light explosion, one didn't have to enter the white hole space. As long as one didn't enter the white hole space, there would be traces left. Especially since the strongest bloody hand mine devil had died, the bloody hand mine devils chasing him went a little crazy and chased Han Fei madly. And the bloody hand mine devils didn't have much intelligence to begin with. The consequence of their random chasing was that along the way, countless water-shaped vines and the roots of the demon vanquishing tree attacked them. In just half an hour, more than half of the over 3,000 bloody hand mine devils were killed by the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei rushed to Puppet City, he saw vines surging into the sea like a tide, sweeping out like a huge wave. Han Fei observed this power. In terms of energy outburst, this was much more than the energy bursting out of the extreme cold pearl. However, in terms of destructiveness, it didn't seem to be enough. If it were an ordinary sky-opening realm cultivator, he would have been killed instantly, but for the bloody hand mine devil, Han Fei didn't feel optimistic. Sure enough, although the demon vanquishing tree's vines surged like a huge tide, it only killed more than 120 bloody hand mine devils. However, the number of bloody hand mine devils killed by the demon vanquishing tree was nearly 10 times that of the extreme cold pearl killed, but the energy consumed was dozens or even hundreds of times that of the extreme cold pearl. It seemed that there was still a gap between the combat power of an early-stage carefree realm cultivator and the combat power of an ultra-quality godly weapon. At the very least, they couldn't reach the precise control of energy like an ultra-quality godly weapon. Of course, this was just a measure of the strength of the demon vanquishing tree in Han Fei's heart. But in terms of the speed at which the demon vanquishing tree killed the bloody hand mine devil, it was actually not slow at all. After 2 hours, less than half of the bloody hand-mine devils outside the spiritual barrier could come to the blood spring. Another 2 hours passed. Han Fei was slightly relieved when the last bloody hand-mine devil was killed by the demon vanquishing tree. He couldn't help but admire the terrifying combat power of a monarch-level powerhouse. That was nearly 3,500 bloody hand-mine devils, equivalent to 3,500 perfected star transformation realm body cultivators. Although the demon vanquishing tree must have consumed a lot of energy, he had killed all the bloody hand-mine devils and still had some energy left. Han Fei believed that if it were him, without the continuous replenishment of the bloody hand-mine devils, his limit number should be about 30. If they exceeded this number, he would only be beaten up. However, the result of this trip was not bad. The bloody hand-mine devils near the blood spring should have been slaughtered. All that was left was the blood spring itself. Chapter 2563, Swallowing the Ominous. 2563 Swallowing the Ominous, as the saying went, strike while the iron was hot. As soon as the demon vanquishing tree finished dealing with the bloody hand-mine devil, Han Fei set off again to the blood spring. When he reached the blood spring, the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't come and wouldn't even look here. All these years, he hadn't gotten rid of the bloody hand-mine devils here because he didn't dare to pry into the blood spring. When Han Fei arrived, the scene was a mess. The 5,000 God-sealing spears that he had set up earlier had all turned to dust. Although the materials needed to refine the God-sealing spear didn't necessarily need to be good, there were a lot of them. After setting up the remaining more than 10,000 God-sealing spears, Han Fei summoned the old turtle. The old turtle said, "I can't resist the ominous power. You'd better let me go back," Han Fei asked. "Wait a minute, old Yuan. Do you have any way to deal with the demon vanquishing tree? Although he is a monarch, I think he must have consumed a lot of energy to kill more than 3,000 bloody hand-mine devils in a row. We have to hold back just in case." The old turtle looked at Han Fei speechlessly. After a moment of silence, he said, "I advise you not to think too much. The demon vanquishing tree may be a little exhausted, but he won't be as exhausted as you think. Besides, over the years, Puppet City has accumulated countless resources. It won't take long for him to replenish them." Han Fei was lost for words. Then why didn't he get rid of the bloody hand-mine devils and let them grow to this level? There are so many bloody hand-mine devils in this mine demon stream. Isn't he afraid that one day the seal in the mine demon stream will be broken? The old turtle said, "This is simple. Firstly, it's because he's too far away. If I've guessed right, this demon vanquishing tree can't leave Puppet City. Therefore, the measures he can perform outside Puppet City are limited. The blood spring is not far from Puppet City, but it blocked his path. Therefore, unless it's a special case, his main consciousness won't take the risk to go out. He will only let his ordinary roots spread out to kill some mine demon creatures or something. Crossing the blood spring, he probably can't kill many bloody hand-mine devils," Han Fei asked. "And secondly," the old turtle said, "secondly, he doesn't want to wipe out the bloody hand-mine devils. After all, the bloody hand-mine devils can continuously provide him with minerals." Han Fei frowned. "Do you think this demon vanquishing tree is really not contaminated?" The old turtle said, "He doesn't seem to have been contaminated, at least not on the surface, but you can't underestimate it anyway. Although you have embarked on the Tao of extreme balance and are extremely strong, you are definitely no match for him. There's no doubt about that. Otherwise, what's the point of being a monarch? As for the means to deal with him, so far, none. If there were, the demon vanquishing tree wouldn't have guarded Puppet City alone in the past." Han Fei's heart sank. It seemed that he could only trust the demon vanquishing tree. However, the old turtle suddenly changed the topic. "However, don't trust this demon vanquishing tree. No matter what his race is, there's no absolute trust in the world of the strong. For example, he said that he can unleash immortal-level combat power. I can tell you with certainty that he's lying." "What do you mean?" the old turtle said. "Based on my understanding of Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, it's impossible for her to run away without leaving any trump cards. Think about it. So many of her descendants are buried under the city. How can she not leave any trump cards here? Therefore, Puppet City definitely has the power to resist a Great Monarch-level powerhouse. Therefore, if you can successfully resolve the blood spring, don't go back. If this demon vanquishing tree burns the bridge after crossing the river, we'll all be doomed." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Do you mean that this demon vanquishing tree may have the intention to kill us?" the old turtle said. "I'm not sure about that, but there's one thing that can prove that the demon vanquishing tree is not so easy to get close to. In ancient times, Puppet City was the base camp of Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, and there were countless powerful puppets in the city. Now, I'm not sure what the situation in the city is like, but I think the real power of Puppet City still exists. Anyway, as long as you don't enter Puppet City, it won't be a problem for you to fall out with him in the future. If you have the ability to conquer Puppet City, you will definitely gain a lot. Of course, this is a little difficult. It's best not to be rash." Han Fei made it clear. "Aren't you on good terms with Great Monarch Mystic Marshall? Why do you suggest I conquer Puppet City?" the old turtle said. "It's different. I have something to do with Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, not the demon vanquishing tree. Besides, Mystic Marshall is already gone. Do you think I'll still guard her home? The best way is to take what belongs to her and use it for my own use. If I meet her again in the future, I'll return it to her." Han Fei thought to himself. It's true that the old turtle never changed his nature. He didn't even hesitate to rob his good friend. Although the devil's nature has been restrained, it has always been there. After asking the old turtle to return to his origin star, Han Fei summoned the Emperor Sparrow. This time, as soon as the Emperor Sparrow came out, he raised his head and stared at the blood spring in the distance. This is a relatively pure ominous power. And there's a lot of it, Han Fei asked. How much can you eat? Yes, Han Fei said that he had a way to purify this ominous power, but he wasn't going to use his own vitality to purify it. The Emperor Sparrow had the ability to swallow ominous things, and it did swallow a lot. In the past few years, he had complained to him a lot that he couldn't get the demon seeds of the lizard demons, so he was malnourished, hungry, unable to grow quickly, and so on. In the past, the Emperor Sparrow swallowed a lot of murderous aura in the yin-yang world, which was still fresh in his mind. The Emperor Sparrow tilted his head and looked at Han Fei. You can give it a try first. If it's just what has escaped so far, it can improve and stabilize my realm. It might not be enough. Not enough? Not good enough. Han Fei was overjoyed. He was afraid that the Emperor Sparrow couldn't eat enough. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't be happy too early. There's already so much ominous power dissipating. I suspect that there's something under the blood spring. Therefore, it's difficult to estimate how much ominous power is really contained here, so we can only give it a try first." Han Fei said, "Okay, try as much as you want. I'm not in a hurry." The Emperor Sparrow didn't ask where this was. Since he opened the sky, he hadn't been full. Even if he had encountered the bloody hand mine devils, it could only supply energy to his level up a few times. However, it was far from enough if he wanted to stabilize his cultivation. The Emperor Sparrow unfolded his wings and ignored the overwhelming blood, chi, and black smoke, rushing to the sky above the blood pool. Tweet with a clear cry. The Emperor Sparrow opened his mouth, and the boundless blood mist began to rush into his body. As for Han Fei, he clicked his tongue in wonder. He knew that the Emperor Sparrow was an ominous nemesis. It seemed that purifying this ominous power was much simpler for the Emperor Sparrow than he had imagined. Han Fei even set up a hot pot. It was unlikely that the Emperor Sparrow could absorb all the ominous power in 1 or 2 days. He would have a big meal first and then start refining weapons. He had no choice. He was determined to build the 7-kill army into a terrifying all-sky opener army. Therefore, if possible, it would be best if each of the soldiers had a sea-quelling bizarre treasure, even if it was a low-quality one. Half a year later, Tweeter the Emperor Sparrow flapped his wings and soared to the sky. He shouted, "Han Fei, fuse with me." Han Fei was forging a weapon with a sledgehammer. Hearing this, he was shocked, but without any hesitation, he immediately flew away. When he approached the sky above the blood spring, the god's prayer bead on his chest glowed brightly. He saw the Emperor Sparrow turned into a black shadow and suddenly entered his body. Buzz. On Han Fei's back, the black wings spread out, and the Emperor Sparrow said to him via voice transmission, "The ominous power at the periphery has all been swallowed by me, and I'm about to make a breakthrough. I originally wanted to go deeper into the blood spring, but there is a terrifying existence below. With my strength, I am not strong enough to be its enemy, so I need you to fuse with me." Han Fei had only fused with the Emperor Sparrow once, and this was the second time. And this time, the realm of the Emperor Sparrow was the same as his. After the fusion, Han Fei felt that his strength had soared, and many great techniques appeared in his mind. At this moment, the blood spring here had dried up and was less than half the size of the beginning. A hole appeared in the center of the blood spring, which seemed to have been drilled out by the Emperor Sparrow. When Han Fei looked at the hole, he immediately felt a terrifying power shining at him. Without thinking, he activated the Heavenly Fiend Battle Body and the Fiend Eating Divine technique. Holding the liquid divine light, Han Fei punched into the hole. Bang! Below, a terrifying vortex was formed in the hole, as if an invisible hand was trying to drag Han Fei down. But how could Han Fei be willing to go down? What was suppressed below was one of the arms of the great monarch Bloody Hand. After millions of years, this arm could create so many Bloody Hand Mine Devils. No one knew how much power it still had. However, the suction force was so terrifying that Han Fei had to summon the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique. When his body was filled with divine light and he blasted it into the hole, the suction force was slightly relieved. "Shta!" Han Fei suddenly screamed. In just 10 seconds, he had consumed 1,000 years of vitality, and the phantom of a blood-colored palm extended out of the blood spring, forcibly resisting the Heaven Enlightenment Divine technique, seeming to try to grab him down. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei took out the extreme cold pearl and threw it at the bloody hand phantom. Buzz! Ka-ka-ka! The blood was frozen, and the blood-colored hand phantom finally shattered. After the extreme cold pearl was used, Han Fei threw it into the cold road on the Jade Stone Bridge, so it had long recovered. Han Fei took a long breath of relief after seeing that the Carefree Realm's blow could already shatter the bloody hand phantom. It seemed that he was not completely defeated. The other party was only a hand after all, and after millions of years of dissipation, although the bloody hand was still very strong, it was at least not as strong as a monarch level one. Just as Han Fei had this thought, he suddenly felt his body sink. He looked down, only to see that a bloody hand was holding his ankle. Bang! In the next moment, above the spring of blood, Han Fei disappeared without a trace and was dragged down. Below the blood spring was infinite blood, mixed with some black mist. The consciousness of the Emperor Sparrow appeared in Han Fei's mind. Han Fei unfolded his wings, and a tremendous amount of ominous power surged over. Because of the ominous power, the god's prayer bead kept erupting, so golden divine light spewed out of the hole under the blood spring. The golden light was intertwined with blood-colored light and black weapons. This was probably when the god's prayer bead was shining most brightly. Han Fei saw a broken blood-colored hand grabbing at him. With a click, an unparalleled light burst out and the bloody hand suddenly retracted. Han Fei's heart did a flip. The god's prayer bead cracked. Fuck, how dare you destroy my ultra-quality godly weapon? You're asking to be killed. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. The 10,000 years of vitality was consumed by the Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique, which illuminated this place with a sizzling sound. In the end, the bloody hand was forced back by the pure light. However, this situation didn't last long. The 10,000-year vitality only lasted for 2 hours before it was used up. The Emperor Sparrow said, "Don't waste your vitality anymore. Let this ominous power pour into your body. I want to use this to break through to the perfected star transformation realm." Han Fei was stunned. "I haven't reached the perfected star transformation realm yet, and you are going to reach it?" the Emperor Sparrow said. The perfected star transformation realm, or even the perfected star transformation realm with Great Dao locks, belongs to the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Therefore, I'm not restricted by you at this moment. I'll be responsible for absorbing the ominous power. You'll be responsible for stopping that hand. Han Fei was shocked. What? That's the hand of a great monarch. Unfortunately, the Emperor Sparrow didn't respond, but some black fog was surging into Han Fei's body at all times. Seeing that the corrosion of the ominous power was ineffective, the big hand actually attacked Han Fei. Outside, far away, the demon-vanquishing tree looked at the blood spring and couldn't help but be surprised. The ominous power has become so weak. Can that human really purify this ominous power? Chapter 2564, River Under the Green Jade Stone Bridge. 2564, River Under the Green Jade Stone Bridge. The demon-vanquishing tree didn't know that there was a fierce battle under the blood spring. However, the mind demon stream was not affected in this battle. Obviously, the blood spring was also a seal, which must have been set by the former great monarch Mystic Marshal to suppress this bloody hand. After 1,000,000 years, perhaps because this bloody hand consumed too much power, although Han Fei was mangled by this punch, it didn't kill him in one blow, which explained everything. It could be seen that even the hand of a great monarch couldn't withstand the corrosion of the long years. Han Fei even thought that if it weren't for the ominous power, this bloody hand might have been completely corroded in the long river of time. Time freeze. Han Fei tried to seal the time here with the great Tao of time. However, Han Fei's move was penetrated in less than 1,000th of a second. This time, the bloody hand was like a knife, stabbing into Han Fei's body and piercing through his body. However, an invisible shield suddenly appeared on Han Fei's body. Although the bloody hands attacked 7 or 8 times in an instant, it was several times stronger than the Starfist technique each time. However, it couldn't shake Han Fei at all. After half an hour, Han Fei finally activated the Great Tao of Life Replacement and entered the invincible state. Humph, you're just a hand. Do you think you're a great monarch? The Emperor Sparrow asked Han Fei to hold on. But the current Han Fei was not qualified to fight this hand at all. Be it the speed or strength, he was far inferior. The only thing he could rely on was the Great Tao of Life Replacement. Of course, the duration of the invincible state was too short. The only thing Han Fei could do was to try to steal the power and Great Tao of this bloody hand. However, when Han Fei first stole the power of this bloody hand, because the power was too terrifying, it directly backfired on Han Fei and caused him to use the Great Tao of Life Replacement. The second time, Han Fei stole the Great Tao of the bloody hand. Therefore, Han Fei felt some completely different Great Taos. Perhaps for a great monarch-level powerhouse, the origin of the Great Tao was a law. He directly stole the power of some laws. However, Han Fei couldn't understand these laws, so the moment he stole them, he suffered a backlash. Then, he had a moment to comprehend this law in his mind. Unfortunately, after trying 7 or 8 times, Han Fei still couldn't understand it. Stealing power and laws didn't work, so Han Fei took advantage of his invincible state to look at this bloody hand. Although it was rotten and the flesh on it had basically fallen off, Han Fei felt that there were Tao patterns engraved on this arm. Tao bones? Han Fei's heart did a flip. Can the pattern of the Tao bones be stolen? I steal. This time, Han Fei's arm turned purple all of a sudden, and infinite power seemed to be gathering here. Roar. Han Fei felt that his arm was about to explode at any time because those Tao patterns were trying to imprint on the bones of his arm. Han Fei was even a little excited. This was a bloody hand that could shake a god. These bone patterns couldn't be bad. However, at the moment when Han Fei stole the bone patterns, the Green Jade Stone Bridge suddenly trembled. In the next moment, the Green Jade Stone Bridge took the initiative to appear for the first time in mid-air, and then Han Fei found himself standing on the bridge. At that moment, on the Green Jade Stone Bridge, the power of heat and cold bloomed at the same time. The bloody hand was enveloped by the sudden scorching heat, producing a large amount of black smoke. It turned out that Han Fei's original Great Tao also had the power to cleanse the ominous. The patterns that tried to imprint on his bones were replaced by a brand new Tao pattern. Even the Tao patterns that were imprinted when he got the chance of the ultimate hammer were erased at this moment and disappeared without a trace. Yes, the green jade stone bridge didn't allow the Tao patterns of the great monarch Bloody Hand to be imprinted on Han Fei's body, so he took the initiative to pop up. Instantly, a large number of complicated patterns flew out of the bridge and drilled into Han Fei's body. This scene stunned Han Fei. Could it be that his Tao patterns could only be born from his original Great Tao? The green jade stone bridge seemed to reject external Tao patterns imprinted on his bones. This one-sided battle became a stalemate the moment the green jade stone bridge appeared. The bloody hand floated in the distance and stopped moving, and the green jade stone bridge kept appearing. The Emperor Sparrow was still swallowing the ominous power without stopping. At this moment, his aura was unstable and he seemed to be about to advance at any moment. Han Fei looked inside and saw some complicated and strange patterns on the bones of his arm. Although he didn't take the initiative to cultivate them, he felt that these patterns seemed to contain the essence of many great Taos, including power, time, space, yin-yang, heavenly enlightenment, invincibility, and so on. Because the arm had been given these remnants of the great Taos, Han Fei felt that this arm seemed to be different. The power he could use far exceeded before. Huh? Han Fei's first reaction was to think of the Tao fusion. However, Tao fusion was something that only great monarchs would do. How could it happen to him? Han Fei's mind was racing. He looked at the green jade stone bridge and had a strange feeling. Why could the green jade stone bridge provide him with so many great Taos? Why could he create the great Tao of making something out of nothing? Could it be that the green jade stone bridge was prepared for the Tao fusion from the beginning? It was just that the green jade stone bridge prevented him from using other Tao patterns and passively gave his arm a mysterious Tao pattern. But how could he refine Tao bones next? Returning to reality, Han Fei was surprised to see that the green jade stone bridge still appeared in the outside world. Han Fei looked at the bloody hand again and suddenly said, "Steal." This time, the patterns on the bloody hands were no longer stolen, but Han Fei seemed to see a fist mark, a blood-colored fist that illuminated the sea of stars like a blood shadow, spanning billions of kilometers. Puffer. In the next moment, Han Fei's 7 orifices were bleeding and his soul was shaking. That punch was so terrifying that Han Fei felt that his soul was penetrated just by looking at it. Correspondingly, Han Fei felt that his arm was hot. He subconsciously wanted to use the star fist technique, but he didn't know how to continue because of that strange feeling. Han Fei frowned and thought for a long time, but still failed to punch out. Unwilling to give up, Han Fei tried to steal the patterns of the bloody hand again, but nothing appeared next. He couldn't help but sigh. He seemed to have missed an opportunity to comprehend the 3rd level of the star fist technique. However, this kind of epiphany couldn't be forced. Perhaps if he could recall it at a certain moment, he would be able to launch the silencing fist. However, this method of letting the green jade stone bridge passively give him Tao bones clearly couldn't help him completely condense and refine his Tao bones. If the complete corpse of the great monarch Bloody Hand was here, the green jade stone bridge might be able to passively give him Tao bones if he forcibly stole great monarch Bloody Hand's Tao patterns. But the current situation clearly didn't allow it. However, the existence of the green jade stone bridge actually suppressed the Bloody Hand. This was something Han Fei had never expected. He felt that he should pay more attention to the green jade stone bridge. What was this thing? Why had it become his great Tao? Why had it helped him with the Tao fusion? Why could it suppress the remains of a great monarch? Han Fei felt that he might have some unknown secrets. Old Han might not have told him the truth back then. However, since the great monarch Bloody Hand was suppressed, this was a rare opportunity. Han Fei said, "Emperor Sparrow, eat it quickly. Finish the ominous power contained in this bloody hand." However, the Emperor Sparrow said, "I can't finish it. This entire hand is polluted. If it were me in my previous life, it might be easy for me. But now, I'm still in the sky-opening realm. How can I swallow the power of a great monarch?" Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Even you can't finish eating it." The Emperor Sparrow, at this moment, the Emperor Sparrow really wanted to use the Eye of Disaster on Han Fei. "Is this human language? What do you mean by, even I can't finish eating it? After I became your spiritual beast, have I ever eaten anything good except today?" This bloody hand seemed to be very afraid of the green jade stone bridge. It wanted to attack Han Fei but didn't dare to move. It could only let the Emperor Sparrow devour the ominous power here crazily. Later, Han Fei simply cancelled the fusion with the Emperor Sparrow and started refining weapons again. And the bloody hand seemed to find that Han Fei couldn't do anything to it except swallow the ominous power here, so it left this place. Another year had passed, a clang was heard, and Han Fei had heard this voice for the 3rd time. He stopped the hammer in his hand and looked into the distance, only to see a black chain appear on the Emperor Sparrow again. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. Look at him. He had casually reached the perfected star transformation realm and put on another great Tao lock. It was so easy for him to make a breakthrough. Even Little Black and Little White were the same. In just a few decades, they had completed the entire sky-opening realm. On the other hand, his path of cultivation was full of obstacles. Why can't I reach the perfected star transformation realm all at once? The green jade stone bridge can help me refine Dao bones. Otherwise, why would it reject other Dao patterns imprinted on my bones? Do I have to steal other people's Dao patterns to trigger the green jade stone bridge? Han Fei cursed, can't you take the initiative? It's only a matter of time before I reach the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei heaved a sigh. He could only watch other people make breakthroughs. But the fact was that he had walked all the roads on the green jade stone bridge, but he really couldn't reach the two doors. Clang, clang, clang. Han Fei lowered his head and continued to refine weapons. Suddenly, Han Fei raised his head and looked at the green jade stone bridge. No, there's another road that I've never walked before. Han Fei's heart was beating wildly. Yes, it was not that only a road could be called a road. The green jade stone bridge was above the river, but from the outside, there was no river at all. Where was the river? Thinking of this, Han Fei put away the refining equipment and stepped onto the green jade stone bridge, coming to the center of the bridge. He leaned over the railing and looked down. Good Lord, perhaps he had neglected something from the beginning. This was a bridge. The bridge was something that existed as a connection. What was blocking the connection? Han Fei looked at the clear water and saw his reflection in the water, and then he suddenly jumped down. Chapter 2565. Condensed Dao Bones 2565. Condensed Dao Bones. Just like last time, Han Fei never thought that the green jade stone bridge could be taken reversely. He had never thought that the water under the green jade stone bridge could be used for bathing. When Han Fei jumped into the river, he felt his entire body tense up. Countless indescribable great Dao rules appeared in his mind. At that moment, Han Fei felt that he could simulate any great Dao he had seen. Yes, it was a pure simulation. As long as you dared to show it, I could simulate it. This terrifying realization scared Han Fei himself. Was the green jade stone bridge so awesome, or was he? As for the Dao bones that he had been thinking about how to forge, he didn't need to forge them now. As long as he took a shower in the river, he would have everything. The energy of this river was beyond Han Fei's imagination. Not only was it condensing Dao bones for Han Fei, but it was also nourishing Han Fei's flesh and strengthening his soul. Han Fei, who had never felt the feeling of winning without doing anything, finally felt it this time. It turned out that from the beginning he could obtain a tremendous amount of returns from the green jade stone bridge, but he just walked it by brute force. When he crossed the green jade stone bridge and encountered the mirror barrier, he almost exploded himself before barely clearing the path. However, if he were smart enough to jump into the river and take a shower, his body and soul would have taken a qualitative leap. Then it would have been as easy as a pie for him to break the mirror barrier. At this moment, Han Fei knew that in addition to the demon purification pot, his green jade stone bridge was probably also an extraordinary treasure, but he had never paid too much attention to it. There was no sun or moon under the bridge, so although Han Fei thought that a long time had passed and his golden jade bone was covered with dense and complicated patterns, when Han Fei was sure that he had condensed Dao bones, only a blink of an eye had passed in the outside world. The river had no side effects and had always been comfortable, but Han Fei could feel that the power that spread to his body was weakening. Buzz. With a thought from Han Fei, he appeared in the outside world. The Emperor Sparrow was still absorbing the ominous power here, and the bloody hand was still far away, minding its own business. Han Fei took a look at his personal information. Owner, Han Fei level, 1009, sky opening, extreme Dao balance, bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean, the 120,012 in immortal chi, 1,480,000 soul, 4826 origins, 4810,606,409 points, perception range, 50 million kilometers, strength, 4810,6 star powers, 4810,6 10,409 waves, first spiritual heritage, origin spiritual heritage, second spiritual heritage, eternal darkness, spiritual heritage for spiritual beast, twin yin yang sky swallowing fish, level 109, second spiritual beast, the Emperor Sparrow, level 109, main art, God Fiend formless technique, hiss. When Han Fei saw this data, to be honest, he was stunned. His soul power and strength had soared by more than 40%. Previously, his soul power was nearly 35 origins, but now it was nearly 49 origins. This was just because he had condensed Dao bones. Originally, Han Fei's main goal for this exploration was to find a body for the old turtle and a place for the 7-kill army to settle down. However, Han Fei never expected that he would be the one who benefited the most. He had already achieved the speed of light explosion. He had somehow refined his Dao bones. Wait, suddenly, Han Fei saw that his bloodline ranking among the clans in the infinite ocean had changed. The bloodline that should have taken another 3,000 or 4,000 years to complete the evolution was suddenly completed. Was it because of the river? Or, on the green jade stone bridge, there was no concept of time, so a long time had passed? It could be either. Maybe it was because he had spent enough time and the evolution was naturally completed. Or maybe the river water helped him accelerate the evolution. Anyway, his bloodline had reached the 120,000th among all the races in the infinite ocean. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh. This ranking should be very high, right? Han Fei subconsciously glanced at the conditions for bloodline evolution. Sure enough, the divine beast bloodlines like the divine tide whale and the skystrike jade shell had all disappeared. The information showed number of races in the infinite ocean, 29,621,056. Owner, the 120,012 and bloodlines nearby, twin yin-yang spirit swallowing fish, the emperor sparrow, and the heaven sea conch recommended bloodline, heaven sea conch. Yes, the only essence blood he could use now was that of the heaven sea conch. Without hesitation, Han Fei took out the drop of heaven sea conch's blood essence and swallowed it. Perhaps, after digesting this drop of essence blood, he would be ranked among the top 100,000. In fact, Han Fei didn't feel much about the strength of his bloodline because as his bloodline became stronger, his comprehensive strength was also becoming stronger. His soul and body were growing very quickly. As for the bloodline level, on one hand, it determined the speed of his growth, and on the other hand, it determined the limit of his growth. In any case, the higher the bloodline ranking, the better. In this way, there would be no pressure or shackles when he grew up. Have I reached the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei murmured, but then he realized something. That's not right. My origin star's quality isn't following up, nor is the mass of the star core. Han Fei realized that he was cultivating both the supreme divine technique of the human race and the god-fiend formless technique. In terms of the supreme divine technique, he needed to compress his star core 1,000 times more in order to truly reach the perfected star transformation realm, even if his current combat power had definitely exceeded the normal perfected star transformation realm. However, others were others, and he was he. There was still a huge gap before he reached the peak of the perfected star transformation realm. Han Fei condensed his Dao bones in an extremely short period of time. The Emperor Sparrow clearly sensed Han Fei's breakthrough in strength and couldn't help but ask via voice transmission, "Why did you suddenly make a breakthrough?" "Have you reached the perfected star transformation realm?" Han Fei said. "Not yet. Almost." The Emperor Sparrow said, "Well, I think we can give up purifying this place for the time being. I've already tried my best and can only barely devour the ominous power other than that in the hand of the great monarch. However, I made breakthroughs too quickly and improved too much. It might take me 1,000 years to digest it. Even in your origin star, it will take several years." Han Fei was stunned. "Even you can't suppress this bloody hand?" the Emperor Sparrow said. "After all, it's the hand of a great monarch. With my current strength, it's not enough." However, after a long time of corrosion, the ominous power of this bloody hand has dissipated a lot. In addition, it's declining, so its strength is less than 1% of its peak state. There's no need to worry that it will counterattack. However, this bloody hand seems to have developed extremely high intelligence. If we deal with it by force, the consequences might not be what we want. Han Fei said, "Then come back first." When the Emperor Sparrow returned to Han Fei's origin star, he was not in a hurry to leave. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, the green jade stone bridge disappeared. At the moment when the green jade stone bridge disappeared, as Han Fei expected, a blood shadow instantly broke through the air. If it wasn't the great monarch's bloody hand, what could it be? But this time, Han Fei didn't just let the bloody hands attack him. At the moment when the bloody hand moved, Han Fei moved too. A light spot erupted, and a pair of void wings appeared behind Han Fei. At that moment, a terrifying speed as high as 28 times the speed of light erupted. At the same time, Han Fei operated the Great Dao with all his strength. Although he had condensed Dao bones, his basic combat power had also become stronger. With the enhancement of 6 times his strength, he didn't know if his current body could withstand it. However, this was one of the few opportunities for him to fight a monarch. Although it was dangerous, he had to try, because in the future he would inevitably face a real monarch, not just a hand. When his combat power was increased by 6 times, Han Fei felt that his body was filled with power and even a little stiff. However, his body had completely withstood it. This released a signal that the improvement of his bloodline and the refinement of his Dao bones had greatly increased the tolerance of his body. However, before Han Fei could feel the power, the bloody hand slapped him from the side. So fast. Although Han Fei had already expected that his speed might not be comparable to a great monarch, or even a monarch in the Dao proving realm, it was still better than 14 times the speed of light. At least his speed had doubled. At this moment, Han Fei made a fist mark and tried to resist, but as soon as the fist mark touched the bloody hand, Han Fei felt a terrifying power much stronger than his own. Bang! Han Fei was blown back, and his arm had turned into an octopus tentacle, deflecting half of the force. It's been 1,000,000 years, but the hand is still so strong? Is the carefree realm so terrifying? Han Fei thought that since his strength had skyrocketed this time, even if he couldn't beat it, he could at least contend with it. However, the result was no different. Be it speed or strength, he was much weaker than the bloody hand. At this moment, a blood-colored light flashed again, and Han Fei moved in the air, narrowly dodging the blow. In the next moment, his Dao bones glowed, and Han Fei activated the power of his Dao bones, raising his speed to more than 30 times the speed of light. Han Fei was overjoyed. Sure enough, it was beneficial to reach 18 times the speed of light without using the Dao bones. That was, the Dao bones themselves had been integrated with the great Dao of speed, so when they erupted to their limit, they could increase his speed further. However, this increase was not much. Han Fei estimated that the additional speed provided by the Dao bones was only between 4 and 6 times. This speed increase was still meaningless against the bloody hand. Sure enough, in the next moment, Han Fei was sent flying by a punch. However, this upgrade was not completely useless. At least, after being punched by the bloody hand, his injuries were not as serious as before. If he could resist 3 punches from the bloody hand before, he felt that he could take at least 10 punches now, or even more. Chapter 2566-2566, Turtle Body 2566 Turtle Body. Hey, are you still the Great Monarch Bloody Hand? Seeing that he couldn't beat the bloody hand, Han Fei didn't intend to fight it but asked tentatively. However, the moment he asked, the bloody hand suddenly burst out with intense bloodlight. It seemed to have gone crazy and turned into a bloody hand that was tens of thousands of meters long. Han Fei felt a chill down his spine. Fuck, brother, I'm just saying hello to you. Do you have to do this? Han Fei broke into a run and stopped fighting. Bang! At the bottom of the Mind Demon stream, at the entrance of the dried blood spring, a shocking bloody light suddenly rushed out. Along with the bloody light appeared a figure with a swollen face. Rumble. Han Fei's head was smashed into the rock wall hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. He was dizzy and drenched in golden blood. Fuck, heaven, enlightenment, divine technique. When the healing divine light descended, Han Fei finally took a long breath. He waited for an hour before he completely recovered. After Han Fei's injuries healed, he said casually, "Senior Demon Vanquishing, look at how badly injured I am. You should know how much I've done for you." Then, Han Fei picked up the god's prayer bead on his neck and said, "Senior, take a look. This is an ultra-quality godly weapon. It's very valuable. Now it's almost ruined. Senior, I've sacrificed so much to suppress the bloody hand. It's not a small sacrifice. It's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? How did you know I was here?" Vines of the demon vanquishing tree appeared along the rock wall. Han Fei said, "Senior, since I dare to go to the blood spring to suppress the severed hand of the great monarch Bloody Hand, you should know I'm quite talented. Otherwise, why do you think old Yuan is with me? Therefore, it's not difficult to find you." The demon vanquishing tree tacitly agreed with Han Fei. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but Han Fei came out of the blood spring alive. For him, this was already a miracle. But the demon vanquishing tree said, "Human being, you said that you would purify the blood spring and all the ominous. Now it seems that you only suppressed the severed hand, but the source of the ominous is still there. It seems that you haven't fulfilled your promise, right?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Senior, the blood spring has already dried up and won't dissipate for 100,000 years. This is already a very good result. I'm still weak and can't completely eliminate the bloody hand, but in the near future it will be easy for me to purify this bloody hand." Senior Demon Vanquishing, what do you think? Han Fei's heart turned cold. The demon vanquishing tree was too greedy. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't give him the turtle egg, he wouldn't take it either. He would just turn around and leave, as long as the demon vanquishing tree felt that he could bear the price. Of course, what Han Fei said about suppressing the bloody hand for 100,000 years was nonsense. According to the Emperor Sparrow, this blood spring would dissipate again in at most 1,000 years. But he didn't care. Would the demon vanquishing tree dare to enter the blood spring to investigate? He didn't dare, so he could only trust Han Fei. If this demon vanquishing tree kept its promise and could protect the 7-kill army, in 1,000 years it would be enough for him to destroy this bloody hand. If the demon vanquishing tree dared to offend him, he was only a carefree level monarch anyway. Even if he used the power of Puppet City, his strength would at most be at the immortal level. But were there really few immortal level powerhouses in the Sea Realm? Han Fei couldn't beat him, but he could kill him with a borrowed knife. Sure enough, the demon vanquishing tree seemed to be thinking for a moment and said, "All right, human, you've indeed done enough. In that case, come to Puppet City. The turtle egg can only be used in Puppet City." With a thought, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm clone descended from the void, and then the old turtle left his origin star. Han Fei said, "Senior, let my original body leave the Mind Demon stream first. My people should be waiting for me to go back. I'll come to disturb you next time." The demon vanquishing tree understood. Han Fei was certain that he couldn't take him down, so he was a little relaxed now. Once his original body left the Mind Demon stream, he would be a great threat to him. It was impossible for him to cross the Mind Demon stream to kill Han Fei. This person could survive the bloody hand. As he said, he was indeed talented. Even if he took action, he might not be able to take this guy down. Therefore, the demon vanquishing tree didn't force Han Fei to stay. Once he did so, they would immediately fall out. Once they fell out, the consequences would be uncontrollable. The old turtle exchanged a glance with Han Fei and said leisurely, "Don't worry, I know Puppet City well. Hey, little demon vanquishing, there are many puppet arrays in Puppet City. I think these things can be used. You've seen Han Fei's potential. I know the heritage of Puppet City. If you two can form an alliance and become friends, even if Great Monarch Mystic Marshal hasn't returned, Puppet City might be able to return to its former glory." The demon vanquishing tree knew that he couldn't stop Han Fei at this moment. He didn't dare to attack. If Han Fei ran away, the consequences would be disastrous. The demon-vanquishing tree even guessed that Han Fei was actually luring him to attack him just now by pretending to be seriously injured. Otherwise, why would he heal himself before mentioning that he knew he was here? At this moment, the demon-vanquishing tree was a little tired. Is this what a human being is like? A race that has risen and declined countless times in history but has never been terminated? What a deep-minded race. After careful consideration, the demon-vanquishing tree didn't completely refuse. Instead, he replied, Puppet City will be open to you for 1,000 years as repayment for suppressing the bloody hand this time. Han Fei's eyes lit up. It seemed that his threat was indeed useful. Unfortunately, he probably wouldn't go to Puppet City this time. The only pity of this trip was that he hadn't really entered Puppet City. Besides, before he had the strength to fight the demon-vanquishing tree head-on, he wouldn't go to Puppet City again. Unfortunately, he probably couldn't get the resources in Puppet City. However, since his people were going to Puppet City to train, the demon-vanquishing tree shouldn't be too stingy and not give them any resources. Also, not going to Puppet City didn't mean that he couldn't get resources. Han Fei glanced at the old turtle and said, Old Yuan, return early after reconstructing your body. Our journey has not been completed. Old Yuan said, Don't worry. When I return with a new body, I'll take you to the place where I used to sleep. Several hours passed. Puppet City. This time, Han Fei's clone moved forward with the old turtle, entering the inner city from the outer city. Above the city gate of the inner city, the words, Puppet City, hung high. Although it was just his clone, Han Fei almost collapsed when he looked at it. The old turtle was about to speak, when Han Fei said, I know, it's the calligraphy of the Great Monarch. It's just that the calligraphy of Great Monarch Mystic Martial is a bit awesome. I once saw the calligraphy of a former god in the Gate of Heaven, and I felt that the two were similar, the old turtle said. It's different. The calligraphy of that god you see might be casually written. However, Puppet City has been guarded by a great monarch for countless years and is soaked in the strong aura of a great monarch. Besides, you're just a clone. Of course, you can't withstand it. As for the demon-vanquishing tree, he was shocked. He didn't remind Han Fei just now because he felt that it was impossible for him to pass through. Who would have expected that this human had really entered Puppet City with his clone? Sure enough, I underestimated this human. The demon-vanquishing tree was slightly relieved. Fortunately, he didn't attack them before. Otherwise, he would probably be in trouble. The demon-vanquishing tree said, The turtle egg, the old turtle said, I know where the eggs are. Puppet City specially built a god-gazing cave. Little demon-vanquishing, you might not believe it, but I gave this name to it. Han Fei immediately turned his head and took a deep look at the old turtle. It's you again? Are you a follower of Great Monarch Mystic Martial, or is Great Monarch Mystic Martial your follower? The little treeman transformed from the demon-vanquishing tree also looked at the old turtle blankly, thinking, Is this person really so close to Great Monarch Mystic Martial? Then why is there no information about him in my inherited memories? The interior of Puppet City was very different from what Han Fei had imagined. Han Fei saw many mineral puppets erected in every corner of Puppet City like statues. Han Fei didn't think that these puppets were decorations. According to their molding materials, there were obvious levels. Han Fei even saw many level 5 and level 6 mineral puppets. Yes, level 6 minerals had been made into puppets here. On the way from the city gate to the god-gazing cave, Han Fei had seen no less than 3,000 puppets. And this was only the number of puppets he had seen along the way. God knew how many such puppets there were in this Puppet City. Han Fei couldn't release his perception, or it would seem too presumptuous. However, if he could get so many puppets, after arriving at the god-gazing cave, Han Fei was about to follow them in, but was stopped by the demon-vanquishing tree. 3 months later, from the god-gazing cave, a dark green rock more than 10 meters long and wrapped by scale armor was sent out by a cluster of branches. What the hell? Is this an egg? At this moment, the treeman avatar of the demon-vanquishing tree appeared and said, I now believe that this person does know Great Monarch Mystic Martial, because he knows the eggs of Mystic Martial too well. He can perfectly carry a turtle body. Han Fei, you? Chapter 2006-7, You Can Call Me Young Master Dion 2006-7, You Can Call Me Young Master Dion. It had been almost 2 years since Han Fei entered the Mind Demon Stream. Outside the Mind Demon Stream, when Han Fei saw the 7-kill army again, to be honest, even he was very surprised. He saw that tens of thousands of people were recovering every second under the protection of a group of sky openers, and the battlefield outside the Mind Demon Stream was in full swing. Although most of the battles happened in the void, in reality, the mountains were still broken and it was a mess. Of course, the result was beyond Han Fei's expectations. He discovered that more than 90% of the people had already advanced. Yes, Han Fei didn't see it wrong. Except for some children, most of them had advanced. Han Fei had thought that it would take at least decades for all of them to establish the sea, but now it seemed that even those who hadn't advanced had basically reached the peak of the venerable realm. Obviously, with Han Fei's long-term resource supply, the impartation of cultivation techniques, and the time acceleration supply, these people had grown rapidly in actual combat. As soon as Han Fei appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Someone shouted, Master Human Emperor is back. Master Human Emperor has returned from his exploration. The mine demon stream must have been cleared. Before seeing Han Fei, everyone was fighting the mine demons. When they were tired, they would take a rest under the protection of sky openers and would return to battle when they recovered. This battle lasted for 2 years. Those who were really afraid of death and were negligent in fighting had basically died in battle. The rest could be said to be warriors who had experienced hundreds of battles. Hong Yue, Zhou Jingjing, Wang Shu, Chen Tong, and the others all gathered around. Han Fei glanced at everyone and said, "In 2 years there were more than 10,000 sea establishers added. These 2 years have not been in vain." Hong Yue said, "Master Human Emperor, it's a pity that there is still a threshold for the sea establishment realm. Although the number of sea establishers has increased, some people have also died under some extreme pressure." Han Fei said indifferently, "The best resources have been given to them. It's up to them whether they can grasp them or not. By the way, I guess you felt the pressure after you entered the star transformation realm, right?" Instantly, Hong Yu and Zhou Jingjing looked at each other. Not only did they feel pressure, but they also felt that the star transformation road was too difficult to walk. It required countless resources, and resources alone were not enough. It also required a long time to digest and absorb. At this moment, they were only molding the ground veins. Although they had already molded a lot, the ground veins still needed to be modified. If it weren't for Han Fei's origin star, it would take them at least 200 or 300 years to mold the ground veins. Hong Yue said, "Master Human Emperor, we didn't know until we entered the star transformation realm that it's too difficult to reach the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. No wonder it took countless people hundreds of thousands of years to reach the late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Now we have a deep understanding of it. That's for others. The path of the strong is cultivated through hard work, not blindly. Zhou Jingjing, gather everyone." Zhou Jingjing's heart trembled. "Yes, Master Han Fei." After a while, in a cleared open space, everyone held their heads high. They hoped that Han Fei could see their growth. There were 223 people in the sky-opening realm and 80,402 below the sky-opening realm. Yes, there were much fewer people than when they first saw Han Fei, but their comprehensive strength had improved more than one time. Han Fei shouted, "Everyone, I have 2 things to tell you. Firstly, there is an ancient city under the mine demon stream. There is a monarch in the city. Now, this monarch has reached a temporary alliance agreement with me. The 7-kill army can enter the city to carry out some special prehistoric cultivation tests." The news was quite shocking. Cooperate with a monarch in a prehistoric ancient city? They could even enter the city for special training? If they hadn't met Han Fei, they might never have had such an opportunity in their lives. Hong Yue, Zhou Jingjing, and the others were also stunned. Han Fei could cooperate with a monarch now? Did his strength go further, or had he proven Dao in secret? Otherwise, why would a monarch agree to such a thing? Han Fei continued, "The second thing is that in the future, the mine demon stream may become the habitat of our 7-kill army or even our human race. Therefore, I need you to become stronger. I need you to be good fighters and could become true powerhouses, participate in the battles of the strong, and survive in the future. I can't promise you now that each of you can open the sky. I can only guarantee that as long as you don't die, everyone will reach the peak of the sea establishment realm and have a chance to open the sky. For most people, being able to open the sky was actually enough. Han Fei's guarantee was already good enough. How many forces in the world could guarantee that all their subordinates could reach the peak of the sea establishment realm? Even the Divine Capital Dynasty or the Capital of Horror didn't dare to make such a guarantee. Someone shouted, "Master Human Emperor, you have done too much for us." "Master Human Emperor, I'm willing to follow you to the death." Someone was excited. "Master Human Emperor, what you're pointing at is where our weapons are headed." Amid countless promises, exclamation, and vows, Han Fei said indifferently, "I don't need any guarantees from you now. What I need is your growth. You are the first batch of members of the 7-kill army. You are the guardians of the billions of lives of the human race and are their guides. In the 7-kill army, most people are not human beings. What I give you needs your return. And what I want in return is your dedication to the future of the human race." After that, Han Fei looked at everyone and said, "Before going to the ancient city, I'll let you enter my origin star to cultivate for a period of time so that you can digest your cultivation during this period of time. When this cultivation is over, all of you will enter the ancient city of the mine demon stream for special training." Half a year later, Han Fei returned from cultivation. The old turtle had been gone for so long. Was it so difficult to rebuild his body? With the old turtle's means and a ready-made turtle egg, shouldn't it only take him a few days to have a new body? Also, even if the old turtle was really reconstructing his body and was in some special situation, his clone should at least send the news back. However, Han Fei waited for half a year but got no message. Han Fei thought of going directly into the mine demon stream, but on second thought, the danger of the blood spring had been temporarily eliminated by him. If he went in rashly, in case the demon-vanquishing tree had already set up an inescapable net, he wouldn't be a match for a monarch. Therefore, Han Fei thought hard for a few days and left a Sea Establishment Realm clone here to wait for the old turtle. Then he jumped away and went to the 100 Alliance City. If he wanted to open the way into Puppet City, there were still hundreds of thousands of Bloody Hand Mine Devils to kill. If he didn't kill these Bloody Hand Mine Devils, it was impossible for the 7-kill army to enter Puppet City. If he wanted the Mine Demon Stream to become one of the habitats of the human race in the future, he had to open this way. Also, what was going on with the demon vanquishing tree? Was he acting before? The old turtle hadn't come out for so long. It was hard to tell if he had been detained. Therefore, under such circumstances, Han Fei must not enter the Mine Demon Stream alone. In addition, there were so many Bloody Hand Mine Devils in the Mine Demon Stream. He couldn't clear this road alone. Not to mention that he wasn't a monarch yet. Even if he had proven his Tao, it wouldn't be easy for him to kill 100,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Before, Han Fei didn't know the difference between the Sky Opening Realm and the Monarch Realm. But now, Han Fei could objectively see the difference between the two. In terms of physique and strength, the other party might not be stronger than him, or even weaker. However, if a Tao-proving realm cultivator's great Tao was stronger than his soul strength should also be stronger than his. This was not something that physique alone could compare to. For example, in the battle with the Bloody Hand, to be precise, he was beaten up and had no power to fight back. He couldn't even beat a hand, let alone a real Tao-proving level cultivator. At least, not now. 1 month later, in the 100 Alliance City, Han Fei had a level 7 mineral sign hanging on his waist. With the help of the Demon Purification Pot, he could make it. It could be said that once this sign appeared, it was a symbol of strength and identity. Behind Han Fei, Qin Cheng followed closely, with a level 6 mineral sign hanging on his waist. At this moment, Qin Cheng felt as if his head was being hit. He said in a low voice, "My lord, can we really walk in the 100 Alliance City so openly?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Why not? They know you, Qin Cheng, but they don't know me. I'm here this time to see how charming you are, and how many people you can attract." Qin Cheng, after walking for a while, Qin Cheng saw Han Fei going to the intelligence center of the capital of terror. He couldn't help but ask, "Master, are we here to buy information?" "No, we're here to sell information." Qin Cheng's heart stirred. During this period of time, he had been suppressed by Han Fei on his origin star, so he didn't know what Han Fei had done in the past few years. Now Han Fei was here to sell information. He didn't know what information he was going to sell. In the intelligence center of the capital of horror, when the shop assistant saw the level 7 token hanging on Han Fei's waist, he couldn't help but be shocked. A level 7 token could only be worn by a big shot. A level 6 token was enough to establish a sect in the infinite mining area, and someone with a level 7 token was a powerful existence that could enter the top 100 forces. However, no one recognized Han Fei's face. This person's appearance was extraordinary. His face was filled with arrogance, and he walked with the vibe of the strong, but he was still so young. This meant that Han Fei was definitely from a rich family and had a powerful background. Look, Qin Cheng, who was wanted by the soul-controlling sect at a high price, was now following this person. More importantly, Qin Cheng also got a level 6 mineral token. Was this something that Qin Cheng, a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, could wear? Not to mention that Qin Cheng was only a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator. Even if he had reached the perfected star transformation realm, he wasn't qualified to wear a level 6 mineral token. Now, Qin Cheng had openly appeared in the 100 Alliance City, which clearly meant that the person who ambushed the soul-controlling sect must have something to do with this young man. At this moment, one of the leaders of the intelligence center of the capital of terror, a coquettish woman, took the initiative to approach Han Fei. She giggled. "Fellow Taoist, you don't look familiar. May I know which family you are from?" Although she asked who Han Fei was, the woman seemed to have seen through Han Fei. With the intelligence she had already guessed Han Fei's identity, and the accuracy was extremely high. Qin Cheng had ruined the soul-controlling sect's business. The soul-controlling sect was slaughtered by the human race's 7-kill army. Therefore, if he guessed right, this person was the human butcher who had disappeared for several years. He was also the leader of the 7-kill army that was on a killing spree outside the infinite mining area. However, he didn't know who this human butcher was or where he came from. As soon as this person entered the infinite mining area, he attacked the soul-controlling sect. There was no telling if he was from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Holding his head high, Han Fei glanced at the woman casually. "You don't have to care which family I'm from. Anyway, I came to your intelligence center today. You can call me Young Master Dian or Young Master Xuanhuan. I'm here for a big business. Let the manager talk to me. Your level is not high enough." The Woman, Chapter 2568-2568, The Legacy of the Great Monarch, Bloody Hand 2568, The Legacy of the Great Monarch, Bloody Hand, Xuanhuan. The woman was lost for words. This human butcher was truly arrogant. However, he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. How long had he been in the infinite mining area? He had already obtained a level 7 mineral token. It could be seen that in the past few years, he must have gone to explore the unknown areas of the infinite mining area. Of course, there were also many people who could hunt high-level mine demons in the infinite mining area. This person's strength had reached the perfected star transformation realm, but it was impossible to tell if he had a great Tao lock or not. Perhaps he also had his own power in the infinite mining area. Perhaps he was a heavenly talent from a big power in the Central Sea Divine Realm. However, judging from this person's talent, it was already precious that he could cultivate to the perfected star transformation realm at this age. Even if he was just an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he was still a top existence in the infinite mining area. Under normal circumstances, the people in the infinite mining area wouldn't attack a perfected star transformation realm cultivator because they didn't know if this person had great Dao locks or not, nor did they know how strong this person was. If they encountered a tough opponent, they might be in serious trouble. Therefore, the woman bowed slightly and spoke to the manager telepathically. The person in charge came quickly. It was a woman. As soon as this person appeared, Han Fei felt a sense of déjà vu. She looked a little like the Queen of Horror. This woman was wearing a black gauze dress but didn't look mature. Instead, her light pink lips, shallow dimples, and simple pearl earrings made her look like a young girl. As soon as the woman appeared, she waved her hand slightly to beckon the female servant to leave. After she left, the woman bowed slightly and said, "I'm Xuanhuan. Nice to meet you, Master Dian." The first time he saw this woman, Han Fei felt a little confused. In his eyes, this woman looked a little like Xiaoxiaoshan. Oh no, they were very similar. Han Fei immediately felt that something was wrong. For some reason, he was a little dizzy. At this moment, the god's prayer bead on Han Fei's chest suddenly glowed. In an instant, Han Fei woke up. Xiangxiang's pupils were constricted slightly as she looked at Han Fei's chest. This power? This quality? Is this an ultra-quality godly weapon? Huh? Xiangxiang? Before Han Fei had time to react, Qincheng's pupils were constricted as if he had heard a terrifying name. In the next moment, Han Fei felt that Qincheng was holding his breath. Yes, this guy closed all the pores on his body and held his breath. If it weren't for the environment, Han Fei felt that he would have raised an energy shield to protect himself. Han Fei raised his eyebrows, wondering why old Qin was so stupid. Who couldn't tell that there were two perfected star transformation realm cultivators here? Why was he holding his breath? Xiangxiang laughed and said, "Qincheng, my Tao of fragrance is against the enemy. Do you think I would attack you in my own territory? Is your reward money worth it?" Hearing that, Han Fei realized that this woman's great Tao was related to smell. Could there also be a great Tao? Then could he make a great Tao of fragrant hot pot after stealing it? Han Fei patted Qincheng's shoulder, and a gentle power surged in. In the next moment, divine light escaped from Qincheng's body. Upon seeing this, Xiangxiang frowned slightly. She had left a trace of tracking information in Qincheng's body, but it was instantly cleared by this person. It could be seen that this person was quite strong. He was not a playboy but a real strong master. This was interesting. However, Han Fei said, "Ms. Yangsheng, for this gift, the price of my intelligence must be increased by 1 level. Xiangsheng had seen all kinds of big scenes. How much would a piece of information be worth? Therefore, Xiangsheng smiled carelessly. Since young Master Dian has said so, I certainly have to agree. How dare I say no? Come on in, young Master Dian. I have nether mist flower tea that's produced in the capital of terror. I dare not say that it's unparalleled in the world, but it's definitely ranked in the top 3 in the East Sea Divine Realm." Han Fei raised his head and nodded slightly. Not bad. It seems that the capital of horrors knows how to treat guests. After a while, at a quaint tea table, Han Fei held a level 7 mineral teacup and took a sip of the tea that ranked among the top 3 in the East Sea Divine Realm. Qincheng stood behind Han Fei and didn't dare to move because the effect of the nether mist flower tea was too strong. This was not just tea. It was a medicine, but the kind of medicine whose effect was too strong and turned into poison. For those who could withstand it, it was a precious medicine. But for someone like Qincheng who wasn't strong enough, he was already showing signs of being poisoned. However, Han Fei couldn't say that Xiangxiang used poison because it was indeed a great tonic for him. 1 cup of it could increase his soul power by 1,000 points. If it weren't for the fact that he had to maintain Chun Huangdian's hatefully arrogant personality, Han Fei would have drunk all the tea here. However, Han Fei still did something. He just snapped his fingers casually, and a beam of divine light fell on Qincheng, dispelling the poison in him. Han Fei said, "Let's get down to business." Xiangxiang smiled. "Young Master Dian, as you want. May I ask what kind of information you have brought this time? It seems to be very valuable." Han Fei asked, "Qincheng, how much is he worth?" Qincheng almost peed himself. "Why the fuck is this about me? I'm your lackey now." Xiangxiang said with a smile, "Young Master Dian, are you kidding me? Qincheng has already appeared in the 100 Alliance City. He's no longer valuable." Han Fei smiled and said, "Oh, is that so? That's a pity. Then let's talk about real business. I found the inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand in the northern mining area." "Well, Ms. Xiangxiang, give me an estimate first." Xiangxiang's body slightly trembled. "Great Monarch Bloody Hand? Why have I never heard of such a great monarch in the infinite mining area?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Really? The capital of horror, the top power of the infinite mining area, doesn't even know about the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Millions of years ago, his pair of bloody hands could even shake gods. Are you sure you don't know about it? If you don't, I might have to consider negotiating with another intelligence center." Cheng was secretly shocked. Who? The inheritance of a great monarch? Did his cheap master have the inheritance of a great monarch? More importantly, why don't you keep the inheritance of the great monarch for yourself but sell it? Are you out of your mind? Shang's reaction was actually the same as Cheng's, but being provoked by Han Fei, she pretended to think for a moment and immediately smiled. Ah, so it's that person. When young Master Dian said that his bloody hands could shake the gods, I recalled him. Legend has it that in the Age of Gods there was indeed such a great monarch. However, in the infinite mining area, very few people know of the existence of this great monarch. If young Master Dian discovered this person's inheritance, why would you want to come to the intelligence center of the capital of horror to sell it? Han Fei said coldly. Only if I'm alive can I have a chance to obtain the great monarch's inheritance. There are tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils in the late stage or peak level late stage of the sky opening realm there. Do you think I can take them alone? Girl, give me a price. After that, let's talk about it. Shang sneered in her heart. This person looked cold and arrogant, but he was actually cunning. If this information was true and he was willing to sell it, the price must be very high, at least 360,000 kilometer refined stars. Shang's pupils were constricted slightly, but then she returned to normal. Master Dian, the information you provided is too little. Tens of thousands? Can you give me the exact number? Are the bloody hand mine devils mostly in the late stage star transformation realm, peak level late stage star transformation realm, or the perfected star transformation realm? Han Fei said. Just give me a rough price. I want to see if the intelligence center of the City of Terror is really willing to negotiate. If you don't even give a price, there's no need to negotiate. Shang's smile disappeared. Based on the information provided by young Master Dian, if this information is confirmed to be true and the location information can be sold, I can give you 360,000 kilometer refined stars or something of equivalent value. Han Fei sneered. Is the inheritance of a great monarch worth so little? If you get this information, you can sell it for 10 times the price. Why? Is this all your capital of horror has got? Cheng broke into a cold sweat. Boss, you're really bold. In the infinite mining area, you provoked the dignity of the capital of terror. Are you tired of living? Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out of the 100 Alliance City? In the eyes of the top powerhouses of such a top faction, the bullshit rules were targeted at ordinary people and didn't have much binding power on these superpowers. Shang said, Young Master Dian, why don't you tell me more useful information? Han Fei tapped his fingers on the teacup and Shang was lost for words. She poured him a cup of tea and Han Fei said leisurely, There are at least 30,000 bloody hand mine devils in total, mostly in the perfected star transformation realm. They may not be so much, but not much less. 30,000? Shang almost screamed. She thought to herself, Are you crazy? 30,000 in the perfected star transformation realm? Are you crazy or am I crazy? Shang said, Master Dian, at least 30,000? Are you serious? Han Fei said, Sure. I can't completely assess the exact number, so I can only give you a rough estimation. Of course, although there are a lot of them, they are very scattered. It won't be difficult to solve them if many strong masters attack them together. The corners of Shang's mouth twitched. It's not difficult? Are you fucking setting off the 9th Northern Expedition? Shang took a slight breath and suppressed her irritable emotions. What else? Han Fei said leisurely. Also, the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is located in a place called the Mine Demon Stream. In the Age of Gods, this Mine Demon Stream was also a very famous place. Do you know it, Miss Shang? Shang glared at him. Mine Demon Stream. Are you sure it's the Mine Demon Stream, Master Dian? Han Fei nodded. Yes, you heard it right. Shang suddenly stood up. Master Dian, sometimes you can't say things you don't know. The Mine Demon Stream is the territory of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal during the Age of Gods. The inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand is in Great Monarch Mystic Marshal's base camp? Are you sure your information is true? Han Fei grinned and said, What's there to be uncertain about? Since I dare to come, I dare to guarantee the authenticity of this information. I have my ways to prove it. So now, Ms. Shang, what's your price? Chapter 2569, Summon Xuanhuan 2569, Summon Xuanhuan. In order to prove the location of the inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, he had to take someone to see it in person or give strong evidence. But Han Fei was only pretending to be a big shot at this moment. Was he really going to take the people from the capital of terror to check it? Therefore, how to confirm this information became a problem. Shang thought for a moment. Although the number of 30,000 mine demons in the perfected star transformation realm was a little shocking, mine demons at this level were also a resource. Judging from the tokens on Han Fei and Cheng's bodies, they could probably obtain a large number of level 6 or even level 7 minerals from the Bloody Hand mine devils. If this information was true, it was indeed valuable. Even without the inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, it was still quite valuable. Shang said, If you have a way to prove the authenticity of this matter, the price will be negotiable. I can give you 360,000 kilometer refined stars. Master Diane, we're the only one in the infinite mining area who can offer this price. Of course, the premise is that you can't cheat me, or I will be very sad. If I'm sad, there might be no place for you in the infinite mining area anymore, even if you were from a big family in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Han Fei sneered. Oh, how dare you say that? Do you know who I am? Shang blinked and looked at Han Fei. If young Master Diane is willing to tell me, I'm all ears. Han Fei slightly raised his head and snorted. Shang said 360,000 kilometer refined stars. This price had already shocked Qin Cheng. Han Fei also knew that this was a scam after all. It wasn't that he didn't want to scam more, but this was just intelligence. Although theoretically, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this intelligence was worth more than 360,000 kilometer refined stars. However, he had his own purpose after all. His real purpose was not to sell information here, so the price for this information was actually just by the way. Han Fei had already cheated the demon vanquishing tree by revealing the information about the mine demon stream, but the old turtle hadn't come out yet, and he couldn't completely trust the demon vanquishing tree. Maybe he didn't show enough threat. Furthermore, the demon vanquishing tree had said that he could unleash the immortal level strength. Then, it was impossible for anyone who hadn't reached the immortal level to enter Puppet City. However, although monarchs didn't come to the infinite mining areas often, they might help when important matters were involved. Therefore, Han Fei changed the topic and said proudly, Miss Shang, what I'm talking to you about now is only the value of the information itself, but you know there is a premise to sell this information. Shang complained in her heart, why does this matter sound so troublesome? Shang smiled sweetly. What's the premise for buying this information? Han Fei said. The premise is that I need the capital of terror to send an old friend of mine over. Well, let Xuanhuan come. First of all, she can prove the authenticity of my information. In addition, I believe there are other things we can cooperate with the capital of terror about. Shang's pupils were constricted slightly. Did this person know Wu Shuang? She had even only met Wu Shuang a few times. Besides, she was in the intelligence business. Wu Shuang had obtained an origin ground from the Divine Capital Dynasty. How could she have the time to care about this? She was preparing to prove Dao. Shang slightly retracted her smile and said indifferently, Young Master Dian, Miss Wu Shuang may not have time now. Besides, young Master Dian is thinking about other girls in front of me. This really makes me unhappy. Han Fei smiled casually. The Queen of Horror owes me a favor, so I'm sure she won't refuse my request. Also, it takes more than a day or two to prove Dao. I think Wu Shuang has time. What do you think? Shang froze for a moment and quickly came back to herself. Her voice was cold. Master Dian, or to be exact, Master Human Butcher, there are some things that you can't say carelessly. It's not a joke to say that the Queen owes you a favor. Behind Han Fei, Qin Cheng's forehead was covered in sweat. What the hell? The Queen of Horror, the Queen of the Capital of Horror, was so famous? Who didn't know her in the East Sea Divine Realm? She was one of the leaders of the Capital of Horror. When Qin Cheng looked at Han Fei again, he felt that his new boss was extremely mysterious. Did he ride on a super big shot's coattails? Han Fei said proudly, I think if the Capital of Terror wants to maintain such high control in the infinite mining area, there should be a way to directly send a message back. You can convey my words back. Just tell her that I can help her ask about the way. The way? Even though Shang had been in charge of the intelligence center of the Capital of Horror in the infinite mining area for many years, she was still a little stunned at this moment. This was the first time she had seen such a thing. If this person really knew the Queen of Horror and Wu Shuang, then his background couldn't be weak. This person first came to provide information, asked for an offer, and now asked the Queen of Horror to return the favor. This meant that this person was definitely not just selling information. He was just using information to attract her, the real master of the intelligence center, to come out. Shang withdrew her smile and calmed down completely. She took out a piece of black jade right in front of Han Fei and twisted it with her fingers, which glowed brilliantly. It seemed to be a kind of long-distance communication treasure. After more than 100 seconds, Shang remained calm. When she raised her head, she smiled sweetly. Young Master Dian, I was wrong to suspect you. The Queen has agreed. She said that Wu Shuang will reach the infinite mining area in 3 months and personally contact you. In addition, although this business hasn't started, I absolutely believe you. Servants, the woman who left just now opened the seal and stood aside respectfully. Shang said, take 360,000 kilometer refined stars and give them to young Master Dian. Huh? The woman was dumbfounded. How many? 600. She knew that this deal might not be simple, but it shouldn't cost so many refined stars. And they were all 360,000 kilometer refined stars. That would empty our pockets. 600 refined stars equaled the death of more than 600 star transformation cultivators. Besides, none of them were modified stars, so it was no wonder that the waitress lost her cool. Not to mention this woman, Qin Cheng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. On the one hand, the number of the refined stars stunned him, and on the other hand, the Queen of Horror really owed this lord a favor? Then, what was the identity of this lord? Was his new boss really so powerful? Not just Qin Cheng, even Xiang herself was a little stunned. This was because the queen ordered her to give this man a price as high as possible and pay him immediately to nail this matter first in case the other party went back on his word. For this reason, she tried to calm down for more than 10 seconds. Was the queen afraid that he would go back on his word? Who was this person? Han Fei was a little puzzled. How did it become 600? Shang said with a smile. Young Master Dian, you forgot that you said that you wanted an additional 10% just now. I thought about it. Since you've asked, I'll round up an integer for you. You can take the 600 refined stars now. Besides, before Miss Wuxuan comes, you can leave or stay as you want. Han Fei thought that the Queen of Horror must have said something to her, but it didn't matter. He hadn't planned to stay long in the infinite mining area. Now that the old turtle would get his new body, he had to consider how to solve the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin. After these two parties were resolved, he could leave. When the time came, he would leave the 7-kill army in the mine demon stream. Anyway, there were plenty of resources there. The 600 refined stars were soon placed in front of Han Fei. Han Fei certainly wouldn't refuse the things he got for free. Besides, he didn't think the capital of horror would suffer a loss this time. Han Fei smiled casually. In that case, I'm leaving. I'll come when Wuxuan comes. However, there's something that you need to cooperate with me, Shang said. I dare not disobey young Master Dian's orders. Han Fei nodded slightly. Since I entered the city, many people have been staring at me. I can't let them keep staring at me, right? In fact, it wasn't Qin Cheng who was targeted the most, but Han Fei himself. Shang's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean, young Master Dian? Han Fei snorted coldly. I'm new here, and many people don't take me seriously. I'm very angry about this. Therefore, I have to get some to establish my authority. Hearing this, Shang couldn't help but frown slightly. This person is so arrogant. The soul-controlling sect must have already received the news of Qin Cheng's appearance. It was only a matter of time before they arrived. Besides, you slaughtered so many pirate groups outside the infinite mining area. Of course, there were many people targeting you. However, at this moment, instead of thinking about how to ease the tension, you were thinking about how to kill and establish your authority. Was it normal? Shang said. Young Master Dian, the people from the soul-controlling sect will probably do something big this time. Young Master Dian, will you wait for Miss Wuxuan to arrive? Or, there were many grudges in the infinite mining area. Qin Cheng had betrayed the soul-controlling sect and caused half of the sect to be destroyed. There was no way they would let him off. However, from what Han Fei said, he seemed to want to protect Qin Cheng and even kill the people who targeted them. Han Fei said leisurely, when someone rises, there must be someone destroyed. The new will replace the old. That's how things are, isn't it? Chapter 2570, Lure. The Enemy 2570. Lure the Enemy. After Han Fei left the intelligence center of the capital of horror, the waitress exclaimed, Sister Shang, where is this person from? 360,000 kilometer refined stars. That's half of our inventory, Shang said. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Anyway, this person has an extraordinary background. By the way, don't tell anyone what happened today. We haven't reached any substantive deal with this human butcher yet. Ah yes, Sister Shang. After leaving the intelligence center, Qin Cheng followed Han Fei carefully. He couldn't understand Han Fei at all now. Han Fei was obviously using him as bait to wander openly in the 100 Alliance City, and he was also a very good bait. If he weren't in the 100 Alliance City, he might have been killed. Furthermore, Qin Cheng was certain that in less than 2 days, the people from the soul-controlling sect would definitely arrive. And since the people from the soul-controlling sect had learned his information, they should also know of Han Fei's existence. And when Han Fei attacked the soul-controlling sect, he specially left a note. God knew what Han Fei was thinking. They knew that he was the human butcher and that he was strong, so they would definitely find helpers. Qin Cheng felt that Han Fei was a little careless because he knew that the strength of Han Fei's so-called 7-kill army was actually mediocre. Most of Han Fei's sky-opening realm subordinates had just opened the sky, and their strength was mediocre. Except for the guy who only had a young soul left, the others combined were not as strong as him. Therefore, he felt that Han Fei was too conceited and shouldn't spread rumors like this. Once he went out and people really came to kill him, how could he resist them alone? However, when he remembered that Han Fei once used an ultra-quality godly weapon to kill hundreds of 6-winged mineral worms in one go, he had mixed feelings. He said, Master Dian, are we going to stay in the 100 Alliance City forever? In fact, not only me, but there are also many people who target you, Master Dian. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Shall we leave first? Han Fei smiled. Do you think there won't be many people chasing us if we leave now? Let's wait a little longer. The more the merrier. Qin Cheng, 1 day later. Holding a braised shrimp in his hand, Han Fei walked to the city gate while eating. Qin Cheng, following behind him, felt that his blood was freezing. Should they just go out like this? Gulpa Han Fei took a bite of the garlic prawn and stuffed a string of food into Qin Cheng's mouth. You're going to enter my origin star anyway. Why are you so nervous? After this trip, I can give you a few of the refined stars. You're going to reach the perfected star transformation realm anyway. How many refined stars do you need? 8. Master Dian, 8 should be enough. Han Fei grinned and said, "Okay, although you don't have to do anything, at least your presence helps me this time. I'll give you 10 later." Hearing this, Qin Cheng was overjoyed. He had thought that his plan to break through to the perfected star transformation realm would be delayed for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be about to succeed. Although he was a little panicked, Han Fei didn't panic. Not only did Han Fei not panic, but he had also established a relationship with the capital of horror and used their resources to clean up the mess. Why? It must be because Han Fei wanted to attack these people. If Han Fei wasn't afraid, why should he be? Why should he be? It's moving. The human butcher is moving. Since Han Fei and Qin Cheng entered the 100 Alliance City, Han Fei's identity had already been guessed. The soul-controlling sect didn't deliberately hide it, so information about Han Fei and the 7-Kill army had long been everywhere. It was just that they had disappeared in the past few years. At first, everyone thought that Han Fei and the others had left the 100 Alliance City, but now they had blatantly appeared. Wasn't this a provocation? Once Han Fei appeared, it wouldn't just be the soul-controlling sect who would deal with him. Outside the infinite mining area, Han Fei had killed too many pirates and plundered too many resources, which had touched the cake of many forces in the infinite mining area. Therefore, Han Fei knew what he would face at this moment. Therefore, seeing Han Fei was leaving, many people began to take action. Someone immediately said, "Human Butcher is running. Shall we chase him and kill him?" Someone said, "Human Butcher is definitely not weak. Let's not act rashly and let others attack first. Or we can attack when the time is right." Itinerant cultivators who had accepted the mission were discussing with each other. "Well, are we going to fight him or not? There are too many people targeting this human butcher. I'm afraid we itinerant cultivators are not strong enough to fight him." Another person said, "What's there to be afraid of? It's said that this human butcher has a 7-kill army, and there must be many strong masters in it. There may not be any perfected star transformation realm cultivators, but there must be some in the peak level late stage star transformation realm. When the battle starts, we can take advantage of the chaos." Someone echoed, "That's right. If we really can't get anything, let's just go back," someone said. "In my opinion, this human butcher is quite bold. He entered the 100 Alliance City openly and even took Qin Cheng with him. Isn't he courting death? However, why would a powerhouse in the perfected star transformation realm court death? I suspect this is a trap." Everyone nodded. Someone said, "That's possible, so we definitely don't have to be the vanguard. Aren't the people from the soul-controlling sect coming? Wait for them to come. These guys can control the mind demons. They're definitely good at leading the charge." In the 100 Alliance City, several forces were hesitating. One of them was the camp of the City of Scavengers. One of them said, "My lord, that human butcher is leaving. Should we take him down? After all, he's a human being and we were born enemies. Don't be hasty. Let's follow them and take a look. I heard that the 7-Kill army is very messy in composition and has all kinds of races. As for that human butcher, we don't even know his name. It's hard to say if he's a human. But no matter what, we have to keep an eye on him and pay attention to the reaction of the City of Wanderers at all times. If he's really a human, they probably won't sit idle." At the same time, in the City of Wanderers, 2 strong masters came together, and one of them secretly said, "Master Long Wu, is the mere human butcher really worth your coming to the 100 Alliance City personally?" Long Wu said, "If he's a human being, such a powerful human being shouldn't have come from the chaotic wasteland." Do you know what this means? It means that there is a super force of the human race in the East Sea Divine Realm or somewhere in the Central Sea Divine Realm. Once we can join forces with them or they become the ally of our City of Wanderers, this matter won't be a big deal to others, but it means a lot to us. 100 Alliance City. Buzz. Suddenly, everyone saw Qin Cheng disappear, and Han Fei swooshed into the air. His fastest speed was 15 times the speed of light. Fuck, so fast. Fuck, they just ran like this? So they just ran under our noses? Many people were dumbfounded. What they thought most was that the forces behind Han Fei would come to help Han Fei. At the very least, you had to reach the speed of light explosion if you wanted to run, right? However, Han Fei ran at 15 times the speed of light. It couldn't be said that this speed was slow because no one below the perfected star transformation realm could catch up with him. Even the cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm might not be able to catch up with him. Of course, this was the infinite mining area. The perfected star transformation realm cultivators here were different from the ordinary ones. The perfected star transformation realm cultivators here were mostly here to seek a breakthrough or even prove Tao. Therefore, there were still many people who could reach the speed of light explosion. However, few such people would target Han Fei. Therefore, after Han Fei ran out, there were only 4 people chasing him. Of course, before one's speed reached the speed of light explosion, no matter how he ran, he would leave traces. Therefore, as soon as Han Fei ran, hundreds of people flew away. "Go after him! Don't let him get away!" someone shouted, but only reached 9 times the speed of light, which was still far away from Han Fei's speed. Someone was lost for words. Hasn't the soul-controlling sect arrived yet? The human butcher has already escaped. "Even if the soul-controlling sect has come, so what?" someone said. "It's good that the soul-controlling sect didn't make it in time. It's said that the human butcher slaughtered many pirates and obtained countless resources, godly weapons, and refined stars. If we kill him, someone said, itinerant cultivators can go now. You don't even have the ability to find refined stars. What are you doing? Who's talking nonsense? Are you looking down on us itinerant cultivators? Believe it or not, I'll kill you first. 6 hours later, finally, someone realized that something was wrong. Someone was surprised. Why do I feel that something is wrong with his running direction? Why is he running north? As for the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who were following Han Fei, some of them had already noticed that something was wrong. Most of these people were not from the same power. From the 4 people at the beginning, there were now 8 of them, and the number of strong masters chasing Han Fei was increasing. However, these people didn't attack Han Fei directly, and no one was willing to stand out first. However, Han Fei went all the way north, and the mining area in the north was a restricted area. The 100 Alliance City had tried to conquer the north 8 times, but all failed. They couldn't resist the mine demons in the northern mining area at all. Now that Han Fei was running north, they couldn't help but be afraid. For a moment, someone finally couldn't help but say, "Everyone, we can't go on like this. The people from the soul-controlling sect are too slow, but if we continue to chase him at this speed, we'll enter the northern mining area soon. Shall we really chase him in? Why don't we join forces and stop them first? Anyway, this human butcher has done many evil deeds." Someone responded, "Okay, I agree. If we really enter the northern mining area, the trouble we'll encounter won't just be this human butcher." They exchanged opinions and decided to take action. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, after 8 consecutive light explosions, these people all erupted. After only dozens of seconds, Han Fei was surrounded. One of them said, "Human butcher, we don't want to make things difficult for you. Leave all your resources, especially the godly weapons and the refined stars, and we'll leave you alone." Han Fei glanced at these people. One of them was from the heavenly cicada family. His wings were still exposed. As for the other person, Han Fei was familiar with him. He was from the 10,000 scale race. He understood why the 10,000 scale race had come. But why were the people from the city of origin here? Also, these 2 parties had come. Had the people from the city of wanderers come? This was interesting. The people from the soul-controlling sect hadn't come, but the forces in the chaotic wasteland had popped up. Although this was within Han Fei's expectations, it was indeed beyond his expectations that they would take the bait so easily. Chapter 2571, 2571, If you don't die, who will? 2571, If you don't die, who will? At this moment, Han Fei knew 2 of the 8 people. As for the others, he couldn't tell if they were friends or enemies. In addition to these 8 people, Han Fei also vaguely felt a strange peep. If he guessed right, there should be a 9th person hiding here. The person from the city of origin spoke first. "Chen Tianya, since you're here, don't hide it. I didn't expect that a wanderer camp ranked about 100 would dare to get involved in this matter. This human butcher is one of your people, right?" This interrogation forced a figure to step out of the void. But although the person came out, he didn't approach. Because no matter what, he must come today to help Han Fei. After all, he was a human. Even if he didn't take action, he would at least give others some psychological restraint. At first, this person from the city of origin pointed out this guess, causing everyone to look at Chen Tianya. Even Han Fei couldn't help but look at that side, thinking, "Are you stupid? Do you have to be so obvious? You can either attack together with others, or not be discovered, or at least bring more people with you. How dare you come alone in such a big scene? Do you think you are me?" Chen Tianya said. "Do we City of Wanderers have to report to you for what we want to do? I didn't expect you to really treat this person as a member of our City of Wanderers." Chen Tianya immediately disassociated the City of Wanderers from Han Fei. He was sure that this person was not from the City of Wanderers because he could feel that he didn't have the faith of the Wanderers. Although they denied any connection to this person, he was very likely to be a strong master from another orthodox human race, so they still had to help him. Han Fei glanced at Chen Tianya. Something didn't seem right. How could this person give him the feeling of being peeped? He didn't say anything but glanced around. "Are you all here to stop me? Is the soul-controlling sect so powerful? How rare?" Someone said, "What's the big deal of the soul-controlling sect? Human butcher, when you wantonly slaughtered the pirates outside the infinite mining area, you should have thought of the consequences." "Ha ha ha," Han Fei laughed and said, "So that's why you're here, just a few pirates." "Are they worth your time?" someone said gloomily. "Just a few pirates?" Although those pirates are not strong, they involve many things. Human butcher, had you ever heard of anyone who dares to slaughter these pirates wantonly in the infinite mining area? Someone chuckled. "We can't be bothered to attack you, but you have to pay a certain price. If you can't satisfy us, how can you escape? When Yang Kun from the soul-controlling sect comes, you really won't be able to escape." However, Han Fei suddenly grinned and said, "Why do you think I want to run?" Everyone's expression changed. What did he mean? Did he want to fight them? Buzz. Suddenly, Han Fei's momentum soared, and the power of the great Tao between the heavens and earth was gone. Han Fei revealed overwhelming blood qi and continued to walk north. However, this time, Han Fei was walking step by step. These people all surrounded him. How could they let Han Fei go now? "You are in the perfected star transformation realm and may have hidden your strength, but we are also in the perfected star transformation realm and also have hidden our strength. Furthermore, some of them had as many as 3 great Dao locks. How could they be afraid of Han Fei? Therefore, someone attacked Han Fei immediately. The person who attacked was from the 10,000 scale race. Although this person didn't speak the entire time, he knew that the 10,000 scale race and the human race had always been enemies. Once this person learned from Chen Tianya that the human race was being suppressed by the city of scavengers, it was possible that this matter would cause terrifying consequences of the human race outside slaughtering their way into the chaotic wasteland. At the moment this person attacked, Han Fei suddenly activated the speed of light explosion and charged at this person. Han Fei wanted to see who would attack first. After all, he had to make an example out of this person. He wanted to tell these people not to mess with him. Song Yu was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that other people would sit by and do nothing after he attacked first. Song Yu was instantly infuriated. Wasn't this ridiculous? They had agreed to attack the human butcher together, but now he was the only one standing out. And Han Fei came too fast. That punch was like a blazing sun. Only when he came into contact with it could he feel the terrifying power of the fist mark. Song Yu's strength was not weak. He had cultivated Dao bones, and the 10,000 scale race's physique was strong to begin with. Coupled with the 2 great Dao locks, it was impossible for him to fail to withstand this blow. He shielded his body with his hands, but blood spurted out of his mouth. However, the blood arrow that was full of runes was annihilated by the unparalleled force the moment it met the fist mark. How is that possible? Like the birth of a starburst, in an instant, the other people around retreated hundreds of thousands of kilometers. As for Song Yu, his flesh and blood had long been crushed, leaving only a few broken bones. They were shining, trying to be reborn. Han Fei, on the other hand, cracked a smile and reached out. The space was condensed, and the exploded souls and flesh immediately gathered over. As long as a single bit of Song Yu's soul, flesh, and broken bones ran out, he could be reborn. However, Han Fei didn't give him the chance. In an instant, Han Fei compressed space and drew countless spatial blades from the void, slashing crazily. Song Yu was killed on the spot before he had a chance to beg for mercy. Rumble, under the Great Dao crack, Han Fei said casually, "If you want to attack me, you'd better unlock your Great Dao locks from the beginning. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to fight back." Hiss! Instantly, everyone who was about to attack Han Fei gasped. He was so strong. Yes, this strength wasn't the strength that a normal perfected star transformation realm cultivator should have. As for the power he had just displayed, although it was still in the sky-opening realm, its strength had already reached the Dao-proving realm. At their strength, they had a judgment of their own strength and that of the Dao-proving realm. They knew that they were very strong, but they also knew their weaknesses. At this moment, they made a judgment in their hearts at the same time. From the power Han Fei had just shown, they had to break at least 2 great Dao locks to barely be a match for him, and to kill him, they had to break at least 3 great Dao locks. In the infinite mining area, there were quite a few perfected star transformation realm powerhouses, but there were very few who had had 3 great Dao locks. Most powers ranking below the top 100 only had one such person, who could already establish a sect in the infinite mining area. For example, the soul-controlling sect only had one person of this kind. It didn't mean that the soul-controlling sect from the Central Sea Divine Realm was weak. However, the people who already had 5 great Dao locks wouldn't come to the infinite mining area. What they had to consider was how to face the Dao-proving tribulation. It didn't matter where they were. Now, the way these people looked at Han Fei changed. This was because they weren't sure if Han Fei had unlocked his great Dao locks or not. If he was already so strong before unlocking his great Dao locks, what if he had unlocked them? Of course, there was another possibility. It was that Han Fei had already broken his great Dao locks, which was why he was so strong. After all, even if one broke all his great Dao locks, the heavenly tribulation wouldn't come easily and would be safe for a period of time. This was also why many people dared to break their great Dao locks. Of course, once a great Dao lock was broken, it would be several times more difficult to reseal it. After a few times, it was impossible to reseal it unless they changed a great Dao and had another great Dao lock. This was also the reason why many people refused to break their great Dao locks unless they had no choice. Now, Han Fei killed Song Yu with 1 punch and 1 slash. This scene really shocked these powerhouses. Han Fei laughed and said, "Come on. Don't you want to surround me? Now I'll give you the chance. Who dares to fight me? Ha ha ha." Han Fei kept the hateful arrogance of Xuanhuan, and even his laughter was full of coldness and contempt. However, Han Fei's madness had frightened these people. The city of scavengers had a high status in the infinite mining area, and Zhang Beihai was in charge of many strong masters. Han Fei had killed Song Yu in front of these people, which meant that he had become enemies with the city of scavengers. However, Han Fei didn't care. Everyone could tell that this person seemed a little crazy. At least, from the looks of it, he didn't care who he had offended at all. At this moment, when everyone thought of his title, Human Butcher, and his wanton slaughter of the pirates on the periphery, they couldn't help but understand that he didn't care at all. Han Fei smiled and said, "Why, no one is joining the battle. Then let me pick someone to fight with?" As he spoke, Han Fei moved and reached the speed of light explosion. His target was an old man nearby. He didn't know who the other party was, but since the other party had come to surround him, he must be an enemy. The old man didn't panic. But when Han Fei unleashed the speed of light explosion, he realized the danger and also unleashed the speed of light explosion. However, his speed of light explosion only appeared for a moment before it died out. His consciousness was stolen by Han Fei. In the next moment, Han Fei activated the Star Fist technique and punched through the old man. Then, the infinity water turned into infinite blades that slashed the old man to death. At this moment, Han Fei caught up with another person. Seeing this scene, the man's expression changed drastically. This was because the old man Han Fei just killed was ranked 317th in the 100 Alliance City. But in a single clash, this strong master of the fiery sun race was blown up by Han Fei before he even had the time to use a technique. At this moment, the person who was targeted by Han Fei had 2 great Dao locks appear on his body in a row, which made cracking sounds. The man shouted, "Everyone, let's attack him together. We can't beat him alone. Only by working together can we suppress him." The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This person's strength suddenly soared, and countless black vines covered the void. This person turned out to be a manipulator, just like Luo Xiaobai. As the manipulator in the perfected star transformation realm launched an attack, in the blink of an eye, the 9 skies and 10 lands seemed to be enveloped by spiritual plants. These spiritual plants would also burst out poisonous fog, demonic sounds, and corrosive liquids. Everyone watched as Han Fei detonated his fist mark and pierced through most of the demon plant blockade, but he didn't rush out. For a moment, they saw hope to stop him. Someone roared, "Seal him!" Someone took out a huge array map of 3,000 kilometers and enshrouded the sky. Someone was condensing a full-strength strike. They didn't want to break their great Dao locks, so if they wanted to deal with Han Fei, they could only use the strongest technique in a limited state. Originally, they had thought that with the 6 of them working together to suppress this guy, it wouldn't be impossible for them to suppress him. Someone had already severed 2 great Dao locks. With the other 5 of them, it would be easy for them to suppress a perfected star transformation realm cultivator who had broken 3 great Dao locks for a short period of time. But at this moment, an unimaginable terrifying force that exceeded the power of the perfected star transformation realm bloomed from the forest of demonic plants. All the demonic plants in the sky and on the earth were reduced to ashes. As for the array map of 3,000 kilometers, it distorted for some reason and then exploded, setting off multiple blue ripples. Hehehe! You wanted to kill me, but you couldn't even bear to unlock your great Dao locks. If you don't die, who will? Chapter 2572 Destroy the Soul-Controlling Sect and Make a Name. 2572 Destroy the Soul-Controlling Sect and Make a Name. The first to die was the manipulator. This person was careless and tried to block Han Fei with his demonic plants, but Han Fei slashed out and instantly reached the speed of a light explosion. No matter how fast this person's reaction was, half of his body was destroyed. However, in the next moment, this person completely exploded and disappeared without a trace. The most terrifying method of a manipulator was to transform into a demonic plant, which was very difficult to find. However, Han Fei didn't care. He grabbed the extreme cold pearl, and the terrifying power of the carefree realm instantly sealed the surrounding hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Not only the manipulator, but everyone else was affected. They had never thought that Han Fei could unleash such terrifying power. However, it was too late for regrets. Han Fei blew up a flower bud with a punch, and with a rumbling sound, another perfected star transformation realm powerhouse died. But this was just the beginning. The guy who was closest to Han Fei was also frozen by the extreme cold pearl before he could run away. With a dazzling spear, Han Fei broke his soul sea and shattered his star bead. Rumble. The great Dao cracks exploded one after another, and the others were shocked. How did the situation turn out to be like this? 2 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm had died just like that? Yes, these 2 people were not weak. They were killed by Han Fei before they had the time to unleash their real strength. At this moment, they realized what Han Fei said. If they were still reluctant to break their great Dao locks, wouldn't they be courting death? The combat power that Han Fei had shown so far could only be achieved by unlocking at least 3 great Dao locks. 3 of the 8 powerhouses who had surrounded Han Fei were gone, and the remaining 5 unlocked their great Dao locks almost at the same time. Bang! 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 The great Dao locks appeared in the sky. They had no choice but to fight because the extreme cold pearl had temporarily sealed their retreat. If anyone was slow to break their great Dao locks, they might be killed by Han Fei. In fact, Han Fei did. One of them hesitated whether to escape or to break his great Dao locks. However, in the next moment, his soul-suppressing godly weapon suddenly left his body and blocked Han Fei's void-stealing technique with difficulty. However, Han Fei's all great Daos in one sword wasn't slow either. At the moment this person hesitated, it passed through his body. As the void lines pressed down, this person had already become Han Fei's puppet. The other 4 hadn't noticed it yet. One of them saw that this person had been penetrated by Han Fei and fled to him. He wanted to receive him, but as soon as Lian Zhen approached, Han Fei controlled this person to transform his life into a sword and cut off the other party's lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years, making him look old in an instant. And Tai, a powerhouse from the city of origin, immediately shouted, "Don't fight, leave now." He ran very fast because he was from the heavenly cicada family. As for fighting Han Fei, he didn't think about it because they knew too little about this human butcher. This guy had endless means, and God knew what strange combat methods he would use in the next moment. Besides, this person was even stronger than they had guessed. More importantly, they didn't intend to attack immediately, and he didn't come here to snatch Han Fei's resources. He was purely carrying out a mission to kill this guy who claimed to be a human, but now, the main character of the soul-controlling sect hadn't appeared yet. Those who had been prepared to watch the show and hadn't planned to attack had almost been killed. Wasn't this an undeserved disaster? Therefore, after Tai retreated, the other two also ran crazily. Come on, the 8 people couldn't stop Han Fei just now. Now there were only the 2 of them left. How could they fight? But at the moment when the 2 were about to escape, Han Fei slightly opened his mouth and said lightly, "Steal, rumble," and Tai ran very fast, not daring to stop at all. But as he fled, he saw several consecutive great Dao cracks appear in the sky. Gulp, and Tai was horrified. They're all dead? Judging from the number of great Dao cracks, all the people who came today except him were dead. If it weren't for his fast speed and the fact that the ice on the chaotic wasteland was also extremely cold, so he had a way to temporarily cope with it, he probably wouldn't have been able to break free from the icy power in time and escape from E-Human Butcher. With this in mind, Tai felt lucky. God didn't want him to die. At this moment, he even sympathized with Yang Kun. If Han Fei was so strong, so what if Yang Kun brought the peak combat power of the soul-controlling sect? Unless Yang Kun took out tens of thousands of 6-winged mineral worms at once and exhausted that human butcher to death, he really didn't know how the soul-controlling sect could cope with the human butcher. On the battlefield where Han Fei was, he unhurriedly regathered the bodies of these people and then stored them in his origin star. Then Han Fei said, "Fellow Taoist, it's time to come out, right? You've seen what you should see. You haven't left yet. It seems that you are different from them." After saying this, Han Fei looked in a certain direction. After 10 seconds, a middle-aged man walked out of the void. This person hid himself so well that Han Fei almost didn't notice the spatial fluctuations there. Upon seeing this person, Han Fei couldn't help but be shocked. This person's aura was extremely strong, and his soul seemed to be abnormally powerful. This should be the reason why he couldn't easily discover him just now. Based on the person's ability of soul concealment, Han Fei thought that he had at least 3 Great Dao locks. Why was he so sure that the other party had Great Dao locks? Han Fei naturally had his own confidence. Without Great Dao locks, he was invincible in his realm. No matter who this person was, whether he was the first on the God roll, Feng Yu, or any disciple of some divine bloodline family, without such confidence, how could Han Fei manage the path of invincibility? Therefore, after seeing this person, Han Fei purposely put on air. He raised his head slightly and put his hands behind his back. "Who is it?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Fellow Taoist, I didn't expect the orthodox human race to have a powerhouse like you. You're strong in physique, soul, strength, and divine techniques. It's really rare. I'm Long Wu from the city of Wanderers, the chaotic wasteland. Our monarch is also from the orthodox human race, the current human emperor. Bullshit." Han Fei interrupted him and snorted. "Gu Tingnan tried for 100,000 years but failed to save the human race. With me around, how can he be worthy of the position of human emperor? That's simply the greatest joke in the world." Buzz, Long Wu suddenly perked up and looked at Han Fei in shock. "You know my master? Humph, Master of Silence, created the city of Wanderers. Over the past 100,000 years, he built the city of Wanderers into a level that can compete with the city of Scavengers and the city of Origin. How can others compare to him? Long Wu was here to make friends with Han Fei since they were both from the human race. It would be best if he could find out the power behind Han Fei. If there was a chance, they could cooperate with Han Fei and use his power to help the city of Wanderers get out of the current situation of tripartite confrontation. But who would have thought that not only did this person mention the name Gu Tingnan, but he also seemed to know them very well. More importantly, this guy was actually competing with his master for the position of human emperor. Wasn't this antagonistic relationship? Long Wu didn't know what to say for a moment, but Han Fei said coldly, "I know the situation in the chaotic wasteland. Don't ask who I am. If you have a chance, go find out from Gu Tingnan. Think of me as another branch of the human race. If you're willing, you can cooperate with me to wipe out the power of the city of Origin and the city of Scavengers in the infinite mining area in the future. Of course, you'd better ask Gu Tingnan for instructions, because if you cooperate with me, to a certain extent, you have to completely obey me." Long Wu was dumbfounded. This person was quite bold. He wanted to wipe out the city of Origin and the city of Scavengers. Was this a joke? One was ranked 10th, and the other was ranked 32nd. There were many strong masters there. Who did he think he was? However, he had witnessed Han Fei's terrifying combat power to kill 7 Dao Lock level powerhouses in one battle. Just this alone was enough for this human butcher to join the 100 alliances and become a new big shot. But no matter what Han Fei said, he wouldn't believe that he could wipe out the power of the city of origin and the city of scavengers alone. Therefore, Han Fei asked him to consult Gu Tingnan, and he certainly would. In the infinite mining area, such a terrifying orthodox human powerhouse suddenly appeared. How could he not ask? Long Wu thought quickly. Although this person was not a monarch, he was quite arrogant. Besides, he seemed to have some unknown relationship with the Master of Silence. Perhaps he could agree to this person's proposal. If Han Fei could really take down the city of origin and the city of wanderers, he would be willing to even serve as a cleaner. Long Wu asked, "What are you going to do next?" "The soul-controlling sect will arrive soon. There are still many strong masters behind. Although the weather change here is terrifying, it's relatively far away from them. The people behind won't be able to see it. Therefore, when the time comes, you won't be facing one or two people. With the personality of the soul-controlling sect, there will be at least 10,000 mind demons in the sky-opening realm attacking you." Han Fei grinned. "That's good. It's about time for our human race to appear. Let's destroy the soul-controlling sect and make a name for ourselves." Chapter 2073 Fierce Battle with the Soul-Controlling Sect 2073 Fierce Battle with the Soul-Controlling Sect. The gap between Han Fei and the ordinary peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, or even the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, was huge. The appearance of the Great Dao Crack would inevitably attract the attention of these powerhouses. And once they entered the path Han Fei was on and found that the weather changes here were so terrifying, they would definitely be afraid. The timid ones might directly go home and stop chasing him. Therefore, Han Fei turned back and flew back the way he came. In the end, Han Fei left a message for Long Wu. "You're not going to make the human race rise this way. Just watch. Let me teach you what an orthodox human being is and what the true human emperor is like." This time, Long Wu didn't follow him. He looked in the direction where Han Fei left with a complicated expression. Although he didn't think Han Fei's merits could compare to Master of Silence's, he didn't doubt that once Han Fei proved his Dao with his personality, his madness would probably be no less than Master of Silence's. Buzz. Chen Tianya stuck his head out of the void and looked at Long Wu, sighing. "Are you done talking?" Long Wu shook his head slightly but didn't explain anything. Chen Tianya said, "Boss, this human butcher is too ruthless and unbelievably strong. He killed 7 people alone. You have to know that these people all had at least one great Dao lock." "Is he really a human?" Long Wu said. "I don't know if he's a human, but I know that some people are going to be doomed. If I've guessed right, he deliberately took this path. This path is a graveyard he set up for Song Yu and the others in advance." Chen Tianya's eyelids twitched. "What do you mean?" Long Wu said. "Let's wait and see. I believe the infinite mining area will no longer be peaceful." Seeing that Long Wu was about to leave, Chen Tianya said in confusion, "Hey, boss, why don't we follow him and see what will happen?" Long Wu shook his head. "No need. We'll know sooner or later. Just wait for the news." After separating from Long Wu, Han Fei directly entered the white cave space. With the help of the Great Dao of Time, he ran at 32 times the speed of light. An hour later, following Han Fei's trajectory, nearly 600 sky-opening realm powerhouses advanced and retreated together. To put it bluntly, most of these people were here to see if they could take advantage of the situation to gain profits. They were probably unwilling to chase Han Fei desperately. However, the benefit of acting together was to make a profit in chaos. There would always be someone taking the lead in fighting. And this time, the person taking the lead was Yang Kun, who had finally arrived after traveling for 2 days. Yang Kun wasn't too bothered when he saw so many people chasing Han Fei at turtle speed. Even if they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they had to be strong enough. In his eyes, it was impossible for these people to snatch food from him even if they attacked him together. At this moment, Yang Kun happened to pass by these people and his figure flashed. However, not long after Yang Kun ran out, he saw a lone boat floating in the sea and a young man was fishing with a fishing rod. Before Yang Kun could speak, Han Fei said leisurely, "I thought you weren't coming. Are you the human butcher?" Yang Kun was not a reckless man. On the contrary, he was thin and his eyes were sharp. There was no telling if it was because his soul power was too powerful, but behind him, 6 soul swords were spinning in the air. When he stood in the air, if he was sprinkled with golden light, he would look like an almighty monarch. At this moment, no matter how bold Yang Kun was, he didn't dare to act rashly. This strange scene seemed to be a trap. Knowing that he was being hunted, he still sat here fishing. He was either fearless or crazy. After more than 10 seconds, Yang Kun couldn't sit still anymore. He was going to try attacking Han Fei because his soul had covered this place as much as possible, but he still didn't find anything unusual. Just when Yang Kun was about to take action, a large group of strong masters who came to pick up the spoils appeared behind him. When these people saw this scene, their first reaction was to break quickly. At this moment, the scene was a little strange, as if the 2 strong masters were fighting. It was not a wise move for them to rush up now. Someone sighed. "Yes, this is the human butcher." Why did he stop? Someone was puzzled. If this is the human butcher, then whose great Dao crack was it? It appeared 7 times in a row, which means that at least 7 people died at the hands of this human butcher. Someone sneered. "What's so strange about that? We know how many pirates the human butcher killed outside." How many strong masters are there in a single pirate group? There are too many to count, okay? Someone said, don't get close. Yang Kun is fighting the human butcher. If you get too close, you may be affected. Some people were disdainful. They were so far away. Besides, the two big shots were confronting each other. Why would they lower themselves to fight them? A ragtag army. For a moment, the crowd was divided into two groups. The first group stayed far away, ready to watch the show first and take action according to the situation. And some people felt that if they were close, they would have a chance to pick up spoils, so they tried to be as close as possible. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up slightly. This time, there were many people. He looked at Yang Kun proudly and chuckled. Well, although I don't know how others talked about me, I hope you can remember my title. I am the human emperor, the emperor of the human race. Yang Kun sneered. Bah, human butcher. You slaughtered our soul-controlling sect and robbed our treasure house for no reason. I will never let you off. Get your 7-kill army out. Either you or I have to die today. Heh, Han Fei chuckled and said leisurely, I don't need the 7-kill army to deal with you. I alone am enough. Hiss. When Han Fei spoke, he didn't hide anything. When the armies who came to pick up the spoils heard this, they were shocked. Is this guy fucking crazy? Alone? Do you know who Yang Kun is? Although the soul-controlling sect wasn't in the 100 alliances, it was because it was squeezed out by the Ghost Strait. Otherwise, with the soul-controlling sect's ability to control mind demons, they could completely enter the 100 alliances. Everyone knew what the major factions were like in the 100 alliance city. Yang Kun had definitely brought an army with him this time. Even if it was a huge crowd strategy, few people were willing to fight head-on with the soul-controlling sect. This human butcher actually wanted to confront Yang Kun alone. How ambitious was he? Yang Kun snorted coldly. Humph, since you're so arrogant, let the soul-controlling sect teach you a lesson, you so-called emperor of the human race. Buzz. With a wave of Yang Kun's hand, the army of 10,000 mind demons formed a military formation and floated behind him. Seeing this formation, many people exclaimed, 3,005 poison mind demons and 7,000 six-winged mineral worms. Is Yang Kun really going all out? Someone shook his head. Not necessarily, but theoretically, so many mind demons are enough. The so-called 5 poison mind demons were produced from the rare poisonous mines in the infinite mining areas. Among the mind demons born in the poisonous mines, there were black mountain centipedes, green crystal scorpions, white salt snakes, golden toads, and green wandering geckos, which were 5 types of ultimate poisonous mind demons. This was the unique advantage of the soul-controlling sect. Although many factions could actually take down the soul-controlling sect, the 6-winged mindworms and the 5 poison mind demons were too famous. As a result, under normal circumstances, no one was willing to easily offend the soul-controlling sect except for the Ghost Strait. At this moment, although the 10,000-strong mind demon army was only puppets, 10,000 was too many. Just as Yang Kun summoned an army of 10,000 mind demons, Han Fei suddenly disappeared, and a fist mark that was being brewed and was transforming at an extreme speed appeared between the heavens and earth. Boom. This punch came so fast and suddenly that Yang Kun didn't even have the time to react. This was because he thought that Han Fei would release the 7-kill army, but he didn't expect that Han Fei had been preparing to punch him through. Although he didn't respond fast enough, behind Yang Kun he instantly used a huge amount of soul power. In an instant, as if Yang Kun had mastered the soul of a monarch, he set up a pillar of soul and faced the attack. Rumble. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Yang Kun and Han Fei had shattered the void before unsealing their great Dao locks. The aftershock of the blow caused cracks between the endless void and reality, and large holes appeared. Han Fei's heart did a flip. So could soul power be used this way? Yang Kun roared, kill. The 7,006 winged flying insects, like a man-eating mouth, swarmed towards Han Fei. Seeing this, Yang Kun controlled more than 2,005 poison mind demons, ready to charge. Why were there only 2,000? Because there were still 1,000 puppets mixed in with the ordinary 6-winged mindworms. The black mass blocked everyone's vision. In the eyes of others, the army of the sky-opening realm that was like a locust swarm was not something ordinary late-stage sky-opening realm powerhouses could deal with. Even powerhouses who had perfected the star transformation realm or even had multiple great Dao locks might not be able to suppress it. Seeing that Han Fei was about to be surrounded by the mind demon army, a voice immediately sounded in everyone's ears, freeze. The void within hundreds of thousands of kilometers was frozen in an instant. As soon as the extreme cold pearl was activated, more than 1,206 winged flying insects were frozen. When the power of the monarch descended, Yang Kun had reacted very quickly and had already used a lot of soul power to resist it. However, when he took the blow, he still spewed out a mouthful of essence blood. An ultra-quality godly weapon? Everyone except Yang Kun took a deep breath. Is this human butcher so rich? The game has just started, but he had already used just a killer move. Then, what would he use next? Chapter 2574 Mysterious Powerhouses. In a Trinity 2574, Mysterious Powerhouses in a Trinity, the power of an ultra-quality godly weapon was almost invincible in the sky-opening realm without the suppression of weapons of the same level. Especially in a group battle, an army of 10,000 mind demons was killed by 1/10 in the blink of an eye. Such combat power was shocking. The onlookers exclaimed, but Yang Kun was not afraid at all. He roared, "The power of an ultra-quality godly weapon can only be unleashed once or twice at most. Let's see how many more times you can launch such an attack." After using the extreme cold pearl, Han Fei immediately recalled it and threw it to the ice road on the green jade stone bridge. Its recovery ability was very fast. He only needed to wait for at most 300 seconds before the extreme cold pearl was filled with the power of extreme cold again. In the 300 seconds, Han Fei could only fight head-on. With so many people watching, he couldn't use many of his trump cards, but so what? Even if he just activated his Origin Great Dao and unleashed 5 times the combat power, these 6-winged mineral worms wouldn't be able to resist him. If these mind demons were all at the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm or the perfected Star Transformation Realm, Han Fei wouldn't be able to kill many of them. However, the strongest among these mind demons was only in the late-stage Star Transformation Realm, which meant that Yang Kun and the others couldn't control a mind demon in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm or the perfected Star Transformation Realm. How could Han Fei be afraid of the mind demons at such a level? Maybe he didn't even need to activate his Great Dao. Buzz, Han Fei's chi and blood soared to the sky as he formed a fist mark and swept in all directions. Bang, 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 knock, 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 knock. The mind demons were like fireworks. The 6-winged mineral worms exploded one after another, and minerals scattered all over the sky. Seeing this scene, the onlookers kept exclaiming. For people of Han Fei's level, the level 3 or level 4 minerals were not very valuable, but for most people, they were important resources. Someone was shocked. Is this guy really a member of the human race that has long declined? He killed a mind demon with 2 punches on average, broke through the Great Dao with 1 punch, and pierced the soul with another. It doesn't make sense. Someone was shocked. This human butcher has such a strong physique. Look, he was bombarded by the 6-winged mineral worm head on but didn't even have a wound. Even if he is a perfected Star Transformation Realm powerhouse, his physique is too abnormal. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, the 5 poison mind demons have surrounded him." The crazy encirclement of the 6-winged mineral worms was to buy a chance for the 5 poison mineral demons. At this moment, Han Fei was surrounded by densely packed 6-winged mineral worms. Although his combat power was unparalleled and he had killed more than 300 6-winged mineral worms in a moment, the 5 poison mineral demons had also found an opportunity. Dark green, crimson, black, purple, and red Dao runes appeared in the air. The 5 poison mind demons were born in poisonous mines and carried the strange poisons of the world. Ordinary people couldn't withstand this. 1 or 2 of them were fine, but there were thousands on Han Fei's side. Bang, bang, bang. However, Han Fei's punches didn't stop. Even though his body was red and green all over, his combat power didn't decrease at all. His body was crazily absorbing these great poisons. Yang Kun felt a chill down his spine as he watched from the field. Not only was this person's physique strong, but his resistance to poison was also so terrifying. 100 seconds had passed, and Han Fei had killed more than 505 poison mind demons, but his combat power hadn't declined. Suddenly, Yang Kun's eyes lit up because he saw Han Fei's body tremble slightly and he had an extremely slight cough. At that moment, it took him 4 punches to kill a mind demon centipede. This scene refreshed Yang Kun. Sure enough, no one could be so invincible. Han Fei was strong, but not strong enough to resist countless great poisons. Even some onlookers saw this scene. Someone said, "Look, the human butcher's combat power has declined. Although he is indeed very strong, he's not strong enough to resist the soul-controlling sect alone." Someone said, "That's right. Although he tried his best to maintain it, his combat power still declined a little." This is true. Even so, the human butcher's combat power is still terrifying. Don't you see that Yang Kun doesn't even need to fight? I'm afraid he doesn't dare to fight now. After all, the human butcher is a terrifying existence who has slaughtered half of the soul-controlling sect. What if he has some trump card specially left for Yang Kun? The onlookers discussed animatedly, but their eyes were always on the scattered minerals. In their opinion, it was impossible to fight people like Han Fei or Yang Kun, but if they fought fiercely, they could get these minerals. Another 100 seconds passed. Han Fei had killed more than 1,005 poison mind demons and nearly 500 6-winged mindworms with 1 blow. However, his combat power had plummeted again. And this was exactly what Han Fei wanted to show them. In the eyes of outsiders, Han Fei's combat power suddenly dropped by a small margin. At this moment, Han Fei threw out the extreme cold pearl again. As soon as the pearl appeared, Yang Kun's face suddenly changed. As he issued an order in his heart, the 6-winged mineral worms immediately swarmed up, and the 5 poison mineral demons retreated. Buzz! In an instant, 100,000 miles was frozen. Although Yang Kun's speed was fast enough to make the six-winged mineral worms fly like moths to the fire to offset the monarch's blow, he was still a little slow. On such a fierce battlefield, more than 1,000 six-winged mineral worms had their souls frozen in an instant, and 700 or 805 poison mineral demons were also frozen to death. Puff Hanfei pretended to vomit blood and then retreated quickly. Hanfei shouted, "Yang Kun, right? I can kill 5,000 of your mind demons at once. How many times can you resist me? Soul-controlling sect, just wait to be wiped out." In the blink of an eye, Hanfei retreated and directly opened the white cave space. This scene exceeded many people's expectations, but it was also what many people expected. The onlookers felt that Hanfei couldn't resist so many mind demons alone without the 7-kill army. In fact, they believed that if it weren't for the 2 attacks of the ultra-quality godly weapon, Hanfei would have already been defeated. Of course, even so, many people had witnessed Hanfei's strength. After all, he wasn't a monarch. It was already incomprehensible for him to kill so many mind demons with the power of the perfected star transformation realm. As Hanfei retreated quickly, the onlookers became excited. They wondered if Yang Kun would chase after Hanfei. If Yang Kun did, they would be able to loot the minerals left by the mind demons killed by Hanfei. However, Yang Kun's army of mind demons quickly picked up the scattered minerals. This made people speechless. "Aren't you fucking going to chase the human butcher? He has already run away. Hey, why are you still gathering these lousy minerals?" In fact, Yang Kun's speed was not slow. It only took him 3 seconds to gather the army of mind demons, recollect them into his origin star, and then chase after Hanfei unhurriedly. To the remaining people's disappointment, there was nothing left after the battle. They had come for nothing. Therefore, the group of people chased after them again. This time, Hanfei ran in the white cave space at 22 times the speed of light for an hour when he suddenly felt that the white cave space was unstable. At this moment, Hanfei knew that Yang Kun's real killer move had come. Just as others guessed, Yang Kun was not stupid. Hanfei could sweep through half of the soul-controlling sect, which meant that Hanfei had the corresponding strength. If Yang Kun still felt that he could easily crush Hanfei with the mind demons, he was not qualified to make a name for himself in the infinite mining area. The white cave was said to be untraceable, but that was only for those whose speed didn't reach the speed of light explosion. Once their speed reached the speed of light explosion, they could grasp the white cave and catch up with Hanfei. Therefore, when Hanfei saw 3 unfamiliar middle-aged powerhouses, his heart turned slightly cold. Was a mere soul-controlling sect so powerful? The feeling these 3 people gave him was that none of them were weak. This feeling meant that each of them had sealed at least 3 great Dao locks. Besides, these 3 people looked very strange. The array they arranged was integrated as if he was facing a single person. Hanfei held his head high and said indifferently, "An ancient array of the 3 in 1. One of them said indifferently, "Not bad. The 3 of us are connected in soul and can even fight monarchs together. Human, although you are talented, you should know that there are always stronger people out there. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you think you've proved your Dao?" The 3 of them were in the same fighting posture as if they were one person. Although the other party's spear was darting at him, Hanfei sensed power far beyond the so-called 2 great Dao locks. At that moment, even Hanfei had to dodge because the other party's true combat power seemed to have reached the Dao-proving realm. At the very least, Hanfei felt that the other party's soul power and strength had increased in an instant. It felt as if he had activated 5 times the power of the Great Dao. Hanfei raised his hand and slashed out all Great Daos in one sword. Clang! Hanfei's hand was shaking, but the 3 powerhouses looked shocked. Obviously, Hanfei's combat power had exceeded their expectations. In the next moment, the 3 middle-aged men burst out at the same time. However, Hanfei felt that something was wrong because he sensed strange emotions, because he found that 3 attacks appeared respectively from the past, the present, and the future. Hanfei couldn't see the sword from the future, but he could feel the threat. Hanfei suddenly had an idea. He pretended to be violent and faced the enemy, holding a void rift. Bam, bam, bam. Hanfei's slash shattered the sword from the present when it came, but the sword from the past and the sword from the future seemed to descend at the same time in a certain time and space, directly tearing the battlesuit on Hanfei's body into pieces, and 2 blood marks were cut on his sturdy body. Chapter 2055, Strong Suppression, 2055 Strong Suppression. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be proud to have injured this terrifying human butcher to such an extent. However, the 3 powerhouses looked puzzled at the same time. How could this person's physique be so strong? Hanfei was also a little surprised. He had wanted to test the strength of these 3 people, but at the moment of the encounter just now, he had indeed suffered 2 unknown injuries. However, Hanfei didn't believe that these 3 people could attack the past, present, and future at the same time. This was because once they were attacked in the past, he should be able to sense it in advance. Also, there were too many variables in the future. He didn't believe that this was a power that sky openers could master. The problem is the soul. Hanfei's heart did a flip. The other party was known as a trinity, but there should only be one who attacked him in reality. The other 2 attacks should have made use of the great Dao of time. It was not difficult to verify all of this. The problem was whether he needed to expose his great Tao of time now. Because Han Fei knew that there were still people observing in the dark. It might be someone from the capital of horror, or it might not be. Once his great Tao of time erupted, the possibility of being seen through was high. After all, there were not many people who walked the great Tao of time. Therefore, even if he wanted to unleash the great Tao of time, he shouldn't be here. Fortunately, these three people weren't strong enough, or perhaps they hadn't unlocked their great Tao locks, so even if they attacked him, it was impossible for them to kill him. On the other hand, he could study their special great Tao of Trinity. Han Fei's fighting style suddenly changed. His speed soared, and he planned to kill one person first. In terms of speed, these three people might not be slow, but their speed limit couldn't be higher than his, and he didn't need to use his fastest speed. When Han Fei's speed soared to 25 times the speed of light, the three of them had no time to react. Because his speed was so fast, no one Han Fei aimed at could escape. All great Taos in one sword killed one of the middle-aged men in an instant. Han Fei thought that it was too easy, but the killed middle-aged man's figure condensed in another place in an instant as if he had just killed an afterimage. Han Fei's expression changed slightly. He was sure that the person he killed was a real person, a real powerhouse who had reached the perfected star transformation realm. Although the other party mainly cultivated the soul and he couldn't directly penetrate the other party's star bead, if his entire soul body was instantly minced, his star bead should be revealed, right? But he didn't. One of them said, "Don't waste your effort. You don't understand our Tao at all. However, your physique is indeed unparalleled. We will use your flesh and blood to complete our final path of the perfected star transformation realm." Another person said, "You can't escape now." Han Fei looked at the deep sky only to see that Yang Kun had already caught up. Han Fei glanced at the three of them and then at Yang Kun, and his face suddenly became solemn. Facing the mysterious attacks of these three people, Han Fei rushed forward and vomited 3 mouthfuls of golden blood in a row. Hundreds of sword marks appeared on his body, some so deep that his bones could be seen, but Han Fei still rushed out. In the rear, Yang Kun immediately shouted, "Stop him." However, this was actually already the northern mining area. It was theoretically just the periphery. Watching Han Fei rush into the northern mining area, Yang Kun and the others looked at each other and decided to go in first. Although the northern mining area was very dangerous, it was just the periphery. If they didn't go deeper, how could there be danger? Less than half an hour after Han Fei and the others rushed into the northern mining area, a large group of onlookers came from behind. But most of them stopped outside the northern mining area. Someone stopped chasing and hesitated. "Are we going in? This is an unexplored area. There is no information about this place." Someone shook his head. "It's not worth it to rush into the northern mining area just to pick up some leftovers. This place is extremely dangerous. The soul-controlling sect is bold because they're skilled. The human butcher is really strong. It's fine if they enter, but if we enter, we'll be courting death. Although we can enter the northern mining area, it's not necessary. Brothers, we're all here for opportunities. In fact, no matter who wins this battle, it won't hurt us. It won't be too late for us to take action when both of them are injured or one of them wins." Someone was puzzled. Take action against whom? We only have 600 people, and some of them are not itinerant cultivators. A few people retreated slightly, and someone said, "Although we are not itinerant cultivators, we are also here for resources. As a vulnerable group, we should work together. No matter who comes out, their combat power will inevitably be greatly damaged. It's not impossible for us to join forces to take down one of them. Although the soul-controlling sect has many mind demon puppets, I don't know how many they can bring back. As long as there aren't more than 3,000 people, even if Yang Kun comes personally, he will still have to die." Everybody came to a conclusion, which was to wait. The sandpiper and the clam were fighting each other, and the fisher would reap the benefits. However, there were too many fishermen. But even if they didn't get much, they wouldn't return empty-handed. To be honest, at least half of the people here were here not only for resources, but also for the opportunities. After another half an hour, Han Fei pretended to slow down, and Yang Kun and the others behind seemed to see hope. Yang Kun nodded. 2 chains appeared on each of the 3 middle-aged men, which were great Tao chains. Bang, 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 bang. The great Tao locks on the 3 of them were broken. In the next moment, the 3 of them suddenly unleashed a terrifying speed 30 times the speed of light. After only a minute, Han Fei was besieged. However, at this moment, Han Fei's injuries had healed, and his desire to escape was not high. When he saw Yang Kun and the others, Han Fei took the initiative to turn back and attack first. Apart from Yang Kun, the 3 powerhouses attacked at the same time, but in the next moment, the space here was unstable, and weird void collapses appeared in all directions. One of the middle-aged men said, "Not good. The space here is unstable, and time is affected." Another person said, "It's okay. Let's take this person down first." Just when the 3 of them felt that they could easily take down Han Fei suddenly turned back and grinned. "Steal, steal." Han Fei performed the void stealing technique twice in a row, and the last middle-aged man among the 3 suddenly changed his face. Han Fei grinned and said via voice transmission, "I knew there was something wrong with your trinity. You are not 3, but 1. Because your soul power is too strong, you created 2 clones, each sharing the soul pressure and avoiding the monarch tribulation. In order to ensure that the 3 bodies can be one, you have to be connected mentally. However, once the other 2 clones are restricted, you will only have individual combat power left. The middle-aged man was horrified and immediately shouted, "Yang-kun, stop him, I'll go over and kill him." However, Han Fei sneered, "Go over? You can't go over until I tell you to. If I tell you to stay, you have to stay." Time freeze. At that moment, the scene here was frozen. In terms of the great Tao of time, Han Fei was only stronger than these people, no weaker than them. This person's so-called going over to kill him should be at an extremely short period of time. Only the time difference was almost negligible, so he didn't notice the problem immediately. The man was shocked. "Do you know the great Tao of time?" Yang-kun was also shocked. As soon as he arrived, he saw that his family's senior, having 3 souls, who was almost certain to prove Tao, actually said this. In the blink of an eye, he saw that only 1 soul of this elder was still sober. He naturally knew that something was wrong. However, it was already too late. Han Fei clenched his fist and punched out 3 times in a row, covering the sky. Bang! 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 The 3 of them were instantly blasted to pieces by these terrifying punches, and their souls collapsed. Yang-kun was horrified. He didn't know how Han Fei did it, but saving people was more important at this moment. However, when the 6-winged mineral worms and the 5 poison mine demons pounced at him, Han Fei clasped the air with one hand and a fishing line cut through the sky. Freeze. Yes, this was the 3rd time the extreme cold pearl appeared. At this moment, more than 1,000 mine demon puppets were destroyed by Han Fei. While throwing out the extreme cold pearl, Han Fei grabbed the 3 middle-aged men with the void lines. Then he looked at Yang-kun and smiled. "You have mind demons, but do you think I don't?" Yang-kun was shocked. He sensed that something was approaching at 15 times the speed of light. However, at the moment Yang-kun sensed it, the thing had already entered the battlefield. A flash lizard suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and its target was a 6-winged mineral worm. As for the number of flash lizards, almost in a second, more than 300 of them suddenly appeared. Yang-kun might never understand why there were so many flash lizards. With the enhancement of speed, it was simply too easy for the flash lizards to kill ordinary 6-winged mineral worms. After all, the flash lizards were level 5 mineral creatures, therefore their strength was not comparable to the 6-winged mineral worms at all. Han Fei had already reserved this path to lead Yang-kun into the flash lizard's camp. Here, no matter how many 6-winged mineral worms there were, they were nothing. In the infinite mining area, low-level mineral creatures, as long as they hadn't grown up, were the food of high-level mining demons. Yang-kun had brought tens of thousands of low-level mine demons with him, intending to kill Han Fei with the huge crowd strategy. But now, countless flash lizards had been attracted. Every second, nearly 100 flash lizards flew close. Yang-kun was about to recall the puppets, but Han Fei said with a smile, "Look, sometimes numbers are not the key. The food chain is." Chapter 2576, Soul-Controlling Divine Seal 2576, Soul-Controlling Divine Seal. The Mind Demons were also territorial. They hunted each other even crazier than outsiders. Therefore, when the 6-winged mineral worms and the 5 poison mineral demons entered the territory of the flash lizards, there was only one result, which was a battle between the 2 groups. When a large number of flash lizards appeared, Yang-kun's heart skipped a beat. So, this was Han Fei's trap. He used the mind demons to balance the mind demons. At this moment, a battle between the mind demons was about to break out. This flash lizard was abnormally fast. It was clearly impossible for him to save the 3 people. Although these 3 people were not completely killed, they were suppressed by Han Fei. Now that his mind demon puppets were restricted, it was almost impossible for him to rush forward to save the elder from Han Fei. Yang-kun knew his limits. His elder had split his soul into 3 parts and cultivated 2 great Tao locks at the same time. With the 3-in-1, he was almost certain to become a monarch. Even so, he was still suppressed by Han Fei alone. It could be seen that Han Fei was only scarier than the rumors said. Therefore, although he was reluctant, Yang-kun knew that he had to run. Victory and defeat were common in war. In the sky-opening realm, no one dared to say that he was invincible. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been suppressed by the Ghost Strait and couldn't enter the 100 Alliance City. However, just as Yang-kun began to collect the mind demon puppets, Han Fei said leisurely, "Didn't you want to kill me? Why didn't you kill me? Heh, it's too late for you to run now that you've fallen into my trap." Steeled buzz, a square silver chessboard appeared above Yang-kun's head. Han Fei just frowned slightly and then dismissed it. After all, the soul-controlling sect and the Ghost Strait were very similar. Both sects mainly cultivated the soul, and both sects had deep research on the path of the soul, so he wasn't surprised that the void-stealing technique was blocked. Soul-suppressing weapons were extremely rare even if they weren't godly weapons or just sequeling bizarre treasures. And the people of the soul-controlling sect all seemed to have soul-suppressing weapons. Seeing that the void-stealing technique was ineffective, Han Fei didn't intend to fight Yang-kun, mainly because he didn't think it was necessary. Without the Mind Demon army, even if Yang-kun activated all 3 Great Tao locks, he would only be a little stronger than before. How could he be like Han Fei? Just by cultivating the Godfiend formless technique, he had doubled his physical and soul powers. And now, he had also reached the perfected star transformation realm and his Dao bones had been formed. Even without activating his great Dao, he could contend with the strong masters with 3 great Dao locks. Now that he was activating his great Dao, be it speed, strength, or soul, he could crush Yang Kun. Feeling that Han Fei's speed had soared to an incomprehensible level, Yang Kun was horrified. He thought to himself, it's over. This guy didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. Everything was just his disguise. He made everyone think that his combat power was just that, and he made so many people watch his combat power. At this moment, Yang Kun felt that Han Fei was no longer the person who struggled to charge at the mind demon puppets just now. At this moment, Han Fei stood proudly in the air. The mind demons protecting Yang Kun were staring at him warily, ready to protect his master to escape at any time. However, this time, Han Fei's fist mark was filled with unparalleled golden light. From Yang Kun's eyes, the golden light was so dazzling that he couldn't even look straight at it. The man in front of him was like a god, bathed in the golden light. He is unstoppable. This idea filled Yang Kun's mind. The path of invincibility? Yang Kun's face changed in shock. He had no time to collect his mind demons. He had heard of the path of invincibility and even seen it before. However, no one had ever walked the path of invincibility to such an extent. When he saw the invincible fist, the only thought in his heart was that this guy was invincible. In an instant, 18 late-stage Star Transformation Realm 5 Poison Mind Demons exploded almost at the same time. The only thing Yang Kun could do was to unlock the 3 great Dao locks at that moment. Without power, he couldn't resist Han Fei's blow. Therefore, he would either unseal the great Dao locks or die. After the seal was lifted, Yang Kun's purpose was not to fight Han Fei, but to escape. Bang! A huge shell blocked Han Fei's fist mark, but then the shell exploded from the inside and flesh and blood splashed. A giant shell in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation realm? Han Fei's heart did a flip. He had thought that Yang Kun wasn't strong enough to refine a puppet of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation realm. Not only that, Han Fei saw a total of 8 exquisite shells surrounding Yang Kun, and this shell armor that blocked Han Fei was one of them. While running, Yang Kun shouted, "Human Emperor, we're even now. I promise I won't come after you again." Upon hearing this, Han Fei smiled faintly. People who are about to die better say something you should say. Yang Kun said, "Human Emperor, I suggest that this matter ends here. My soul-controlling sect was established by a great power from the Central Sea Divine Realm. Killing me will only bring you unnecessary trouble. Why don't we forget our grudges today?" Bang, bang, bang. As Han Fei punched, he smiled and said, "I don't believe it. Even if the heavens come today, you'll have to die. Not just you, the soul-controlling sect, even the people of the 3 temples will be knocked out by me." This punch was like a star falling from the sky, filled with invincible will. Noah, at this moment, Yang Kun panicked. However, it was already too late. This fist mark was restrained, but one could sense the majestic intent coupled with the invincible will. 8 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm shells floated in the air, but they were shattered in a row, and Yang Kun only had his broken head left after being punched. Since then, the soul-controlling sect, including Yang Kun, had been completely wiped out. Han Fei grinned, and the divine brilliance on his body descended. The serious injuries that he pretended to have were instantly healed. Han Fei glanced at the way he came. There should be 700 or 800 people who saw the battle between him and the soul-controlling sect. This was good. These people were all eyewitnesses, so when they described Han Fei's strength, it was not very convincing. Yang Kun knew that Han Fei wouldn't spare his life, so he shouted with his only head, "Who are you exactly? Why do you still come to the infinite mining area when you have 4 great Dao locks? Why did you attack the soul-controlling sect?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. 4 great Dao locks? Why do you say that? Han Fei didn't know how Yang Kun judged his strength like that, so he might as well listen. Yang Kun shouted angrily, "Your attainments in the law are poor, but your combat power is almost unparalleled. Even Elder 3 Souls of our soul-controlling sect was defeated by you. How can I not guess your strength?" Ha ha ha, you unlocked your great Dao locks in advance, and your attainments in the law are not enough. If you can't condense 5 Dao locks, you will face the monarch tribulation. You can't survive it, you can't survive it. Hearing Yang Kun's hysterical roar, Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little curious. It turned out that his real combat power was like this in the eyes of others. Indeed, since his Dao bones were formed, he could completely crush the powerhouses with 3 Dao locks. When he was pretending earlier, he used less than 70% of his strength, so he might be judged to have unlocked 2 or 3 Dao locks. However, he hadn't fought a powerhouse with 4 Dao locks yet, so it was hard to tell which was stronger. However, because of the condensation of his Dao bones, the compression speed of his star core was accelerating. Soon, his star core would be compressed 1,000 times more, and then he would be considered a powerhouse who had unlocked 4 Dao locks. With this in mind, Han Fei put on a smile and grabbed at the void, crushing a mass of water vapor that was Yang Kun's soul that was trying to escape. Han Fei said, "Well, actually, I want to tell you that I don't have a great Dao lock at all." Buzz. Yang Kun's eyes widened. He didn't believe it. However, whether he believed it or not, Han Fei's question was his last thought before he died. Han Fei pierced through Yang Kun's soul-subduing godly weapon with the power of his young soul and then grabbed it with the void lines. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes. Soul-controlling divine seal. Sky-opening realm. Ultra quality. Introduction. The soul-controlling divine seal. A sealing technique that fuses arrays, seals, soul-controlling technique, and parasitizing. This technique was created by a genius array master in the Central Sea divine realm. The soul-controlling divine seal enters the array with the soul and parasitizes it with the array, condensing a soul-parasitizing seal, sealing the souls of others and controlling their bodies. If you use this technique, you will lose a certain percentage of your soul. The creator thinks that the only reason this technique isn't divine quality is that it consumes his soul to control puppets, and he can't control creatures stronger than himself, so he works to improve this technique. Deduced technique, soul-controlling law seal consumed energy, 500,000 points of immortal chi effect. With this technique, the user can control and enslave all creatures weaker than himself. Shortcoming, it will consume one's own soul and consistently wear and tear his soul, which hinders cultivation. Interesting. This thing has room for improvement. This technique is wonderful. I wonder if that genius has modified this technique. If he modifies it, doesn't it mean that he can control puppets stronger than him without using his soul? This puppet technique is simply much stronger than Hong Yu's puppet Dao. Looking at his 1,480,000 points of immortal chi, Han Fei wasn't stingy at all. He wanted to bet that the array genius modified the soul-controlling divine seal. A moment later, information popped up in Han Fei's eyes again. Soul-controlling law seal, sky-opening realm, divine quality, introduction. This is a sealing technique that fuses arrays, seals, soul-controlling technique, and parasitizing. It's created by a genius array master in the Central Sea divine realm. The soul-controlling divine seal enters an array with ownerless souls and parasitizes it with arrays. The array evolves on its own, condenses into a soul-parasitic seal, seals other people's souls, and controls other people's bodies. To use this technique, you need to find a large number of ownerless souls and have extremely high attainments in arrays. Deduced art, unknown energy consumed for deduction, 1 million points of immortal chi effect. It can control and enslave any creature below the monarch level, and as for monarchs, it depends. Phew, it really worked. But what does it mean that the array evolved on its own? Chapter 2577 became famous 2577, became famous someone suggested. I'm afraid it's not that Human Butcher isn't interested in you, but he deliberately left a way out for you to come back and spread the news. In addition, although the leader of the soul-controlling sect is dead, there are still some people and some mind demons guarding their base. If I'm not wrong, he wants to use you to take care of the remaining forces of the soul-controlling sect, and you still have the time to brag to me? I'm afraid many people have already secretly gone to the soul-controlling sect. Shootin', hiss, that makes sense. Yang Kun perished and the soul-controlling sect had been looted. There are only some ordinary powerhouses left in the sect, so they're naturally not worth killing by the Human Butcher. Therefore, he really wants to use us to completely destroy the soul-controlling sect. Come on, let's go to the soul-controlling sect to pick up some treasures. A moment earlier, the itinerant cultivator was still lamenting that he didn't pick up any treasures and escaped from Han Fei. But in the next moment, he set off again to the soul-controlling sect to pick up some treasures. As for life and death, at such a critical moment, many itinerant cultivators chose to forget it. They stayed in the infinite mining area just to become stronger. Otherwise, what was the difference between them and a salty fish? In the camp of the capital of horror, Sheng was listening to the reports of several women. One of them said, "Yang Kun has indeed perished. We saw his death up close. That Human Butcher seems to have discovered us, but he didn't care, as if he didn't care about us at all." Another person said, "Master Sheng, there's one thing that we dare not tell anyone." Sheng frowned. "Speak." The person hurriedly said, "Lord Sheng, Elder Three Souls of the soul-controlling sect, has mastered a little bit of the great Tao of time. We know this. However, when Human Butcher killed the Elder Three Souls, he also unleashed the great Tao of time, and it was very strong. Elder Three Souls can't compare to him at all in terms of the great Tao of time. We suspect that the Human Butcher has something to do with the Time Temple." The Time Temple? Sheng frowned at first, but then she was shocked. The human race? The great Tao of time? Perfected star transformation? Buzz? Sheng suddenly stood up. Could it be him? Sheng's eyelids twitched crazily. Although the intelligence showed that Han Fei was from the wild ancient race of the Western Desert and wasn't an orthodox human, this bit of information wasn't absolute. After Han Fei showed up in the Divine Capital Dynasty, his identity as a disciple of the Void Temple was exposed and attracted the attention of the world. However, at this moment, Han Fei disappeared. He had never appeared in any other place. From the Queen of Horror's attitude towards Han Fei, to Master Dian's familiarity with Wu Shuang, and even knowing that Wu Shuang was preparing to prove Dao, the answer was not hard to guess. Shang said coldly, "You two, shut up. Don't mention what happened today to anyone. Otherwise, die." Chapter 2578. The soul-controlling sect is more terrifying than I thought. 2578. The soul-controlling sect is more terrifying than I thought. Days passed and the name of the human butcher finally spread throughout the infinite mining area. On the third day after Yang Kun chased Han Fei into the northern mining area, the soul-controlling sect was wiped out by some forces that had been prepared. The sky-opening powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect were all killed or injured, becoming the main source of the new batch of refined stars in the 100 Alliance City. The Sea Establishment realm powerhouses of the soul-controlling sect were divided up by some major factions and thrown into the endless mining work. From then on, the name of the soul-controlling sect became a thing of the past in the infinite mining area. The destruction of an old faction was mostly accompanied by the birth of a new faction. In theory, the territory where the soul-controlling sect was now belonged to Han Fei. Many people were even waiting to watch the show. They wanted to see if Han Fei would take the soul-controlling sect's territory. If Han Fei went, then Han Fei and his 7-kill army would come to light. This was what many people wanted to see, because Han Fei had already offended many people. In fact, if Han Fei really took the territory of the soul-controlling sect, he would probably be immediately attacked by countless factions and become the next soul-controlling sect. Of course, with the Mind Demon stream, Han Fei was naturally not interested in the territory of the soul-controlling sect. Days passed, and people still talked about the destruction of the soul-controlling sect. However, news about the northern mining area became much more expensive because Han Fei had disappeared in the northern mining area for a long time. 1 month later, the 100 Alliance City welcomed a newcomer. However, what kind of place was the 100 Alliance City? It was the most well-informed place in the infinite mining area. Therefore, when this person came, in just 3 days, someone learned her identity. Wu Shuang? Wu Shuang, the demoness of the capital of horror? The intelligence agencies were all shocked when they received the news. As intelligence agencies, how could they not know about the major events in the East Sea Divine Realm? Decades ago, Wu Shuang the Demoness participated in the 100,000-year grand competition in the Divine Capital Dynasty and ranked 3rd in the competition, winning an origin ground as a reward. To the powerhouses who had been in the infinite mining area for many years, what did the origin ground mean? It represented an almost 100% chance of proving Dao. Logically speaking, it was impossible for Wu Shuang to come to the infinite mining area at this time, but since she had come, no one knew what she was here for. On this day, in the camp of the capital of horror in the 100 Alliance City, a large-scale meeting was going on. As a future monarch-level powerhouse of the capital of horror who the Queen of Terror took as her own daughter, Wu Shuang had become the person in charge since she came here, even if there were some people present stronger than Wu Shuang, or even much stronger. At this moment, Wu Shuang glanced at the more than 100 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm and smiled. Then she said in a gentler voice, "Everyone, let me make it clear first. I won't stay in the infinite mining area for long. It may be a few years, decades, or hundreds of years. After I leave, the forces of the capital of horror in the infinite mining area will still belong to you and will have nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, many people secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Wu Shuang had specifically mentioned that she was just a passerby. Even if she was in charge of this place, it wouldn't last long. While everyone was relieved, someone asked, "Master Wu Shuang, are you here to prove your Dao?" For a moment, everyone looked at Wu Shuang. They felt that it would only be a few hundred years before Wu Shuang proved her Dao. Logically speaking, Wu Shuang, who had an origin ground, could prove Dao anywhere. However, since she had come to the infinite mining area, they couldn't help but wonder if the origin ground in Wu Shuang's hand was related to the infinite mining area. Wu Shuang smiled. "That's not for sure. I may prove my Dao here, but I didn't come to the infinite mining area to prove Dao. Let me make it clear first. During the time I'm in the infinite mining area, anyone has to listen to my commands. Any information that flows out of my mouth has to be circulated in the way I want." After that, Wu Shuang looked at Shang. She knew Shang. They had been together for a while, and she was a very capable woman. Shang smiled. During this period of time, Shang is willing to follow Lord Wu Shuang's lead. Wu Shuang smiled and echoed, "Shang, you're too polite. I'm new to the infinite mining area, so I need you to give me some information about the infinite mining area." After that, Wu Shuang stopped the pleasantries and said indifferently, "Today, I want you to imperceptibly leak a piece of news. The 9th War of the Northern Expedition may begin. Remember, this news didn't spread from the capital of horror. As for who spreads it, I don't care. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the capital of horror. Shang, you are in charge of intelligence. I want you to take care of this matter. Hus Shang nodded slightly. Although her heart was in turmoil, she knew the reason. All of this was to cooperate with Han Fei. At this moment, it further confirmed her guess that the human butcher was Han Fei. In the 100,000-year competition of the Divine Capital Dynasty, the first place was Han Fei. The second was Feng Yu from the South Sea Divine Realm, and the third was Wuxuang. It was said that Han Fei gave Wuxuang the third place. Many people knew this because many people in the Divine Capital Dynasty were watching the competition. Even Zhao Qinglong, the most famous powerhouse on the god roll at that time, didn't make it to the top 3, but Wuxuang did. No one would believe it. Shang said, "Understood, I'll take care of this matter. No one will ever find out that it's me who spread the news." However, there were many people here whose status was no lower than Shang's. These people were still at a loss. Someone said, "Master Wuxuang, what happened? Why is the Northern Expedition about to start?" Someone said in surprise, "Yes, the Northern Expedition is not a small matter. The Northern mining area is full of danger. If we're not careful, even if tens of thousands of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators join the expedition, they will be killed." Wuxuang unfolded a fan with a swish, flapped it a few times, and said leisurely, "This is the first time. You can listen to what I tell you. If I don't tell you, don't ask. If you do it again, return to the capital of horror. The infinite mining area is not suitable for you." Everyone was shocked. Why did she suddenly become so tough? Just now, she was still smiling like a girl next door. Why did she suddenly fall out with them? Shang couldn't help but roll her eyes at them. How could you know the reason for Wuxuang to host the Northern Expedition in person? After a while, the meeting was adjourned. Wuxuang left Shang alone and said, "You're the only one who knows this, right?" Shang nodded. "I'm the only one so far. Ah, yay, and ah hi must be suspicious. After all, we gave a lot of refined stars to that person, and I didn't mention the pros and cons to them, so it's normal for them to be suspicious." Wuxuang nodded. "Give them credit and let them return to the capital of horror." Shang frowned slightly, but when she thought of the scene just now, she still nodded slightly. "Okay," Wuxuang asked, "have you guessed who he is?" Shang nodded. "I guess so," Wuxuang said. "Don't worry, this Northern Expedition won't be simple. In any case, no one must know that we proposed the Northern Expedition. Also, I know some of the people here today and some don't. It's hard to say if these people will leak it out. I need you to secretly monitor them. If anything happens, kill them." Shang was a little frightened when she heard that. Was Wuxuang so ruthless even to her own people? But on second thought, it was hard to say. She'd better quickly let the source of the news leak out from other powers. And the most suitable power to leak the information about the Northern Expedition was naturally the Divine Capital Dynasty. Han Fei didn't expect Wuxuang to come so quickly either. At this moment, he was studying the soul-controlling law seal. The difficulty of the soul-controlling law seal was not low, especially when it came to the exquisiteness of soul-engraving arrays. The main difficulty was that in order to control a creature, one had to fully understand the structure of such a creature and imprint and modify the core of such a creature through arrays. For example, if Han Fei wanted to control a person with the soul-controlling law seal, he had to imprint the array seal on the person's heart. In order to ensure that the person could still be controlled by him after breaking and recombining, he had to imprint the array on his star bead. The complexity of this array depended on the size of the human body, the veins, blood, bones, flesh, and blood. Therefore, Han Fei immediately understood why the mind demons controlled by the soul-controlling sect were only 6-winged mineral worms and 5 poison mineral demons. Even the trunk card Yang Kun left for himself was only a few controlled clams. If he used the soul-controlling divine seal to control creatures, then he had to thoroughly understand a creature first. This would first take a lot of time. Even if the mind demon was made of minerals, to put it bluntly, it was a stone. However, a stone with a great Tao was no ordinary stone. In a sense, the only difference between it and humans was the composition of its body. Another problem was that it took too long to engrave an array. Because arrays involved a lot of things, the difficulty of a single array was equivalent to the difficulty of drawing tens of thousands of array fusion arrays in the past. Therefore, when Han Fei studied the soul-controlling law seal, he couldn't help but sigh that the array master was indeed an extremely smart person to be able to make such a complicated array composition. Han Fei caught a flash lizard and studied it in his origin star for 25 years before he finally figured out the overall structure of the flash lizard. It also took him another 10 years to carve a control array that matched the flash lizard. After Han Fei finished drawing this array, he roughly understood why the soul-controlling sect could only control a few 6-winged mineral worms a year. That was because it was difficult. Even if there was the slightest mistake in such a complicated array, it had to be remade. In order not to make any mistakes, he had to be highly focused and not dare to slack off at all when engraving the array. Huff. After the first flash lizard was successfully modified by Han Fei felt that he could control it to do whatever he wanted with a thought. Han Fei put on a brilliant smile. For others, drawing a few seals a year could give them several puppets in the sky-opening realm. However, for Han Fei, with the demon purification pot, he could replicate the same array 100% accurately. Therefore, Han Fei suddenly discovered that as long as he had enough ownerless souls, he could actually create enough armies. Gulp. Han Fei suddenly raised his head. The soul-controlling sect seems to be much more terrifying than I imagined. If the person who created the soul-controlling divine seal was still here, how strong would he be? Chapter 2579 Great Monarch Bloody Hand is a Demon God. 2579 Great Monarch Bloody Hand is a Demon God. 3 months later, Han Fei had hunted more than 18,000 flash lizards in total. It was not that he couldn't hunt more, but that the ownerless souls in his body had been exhausted. The energy crystals he had stored in the chaotic wasteland had been used up. If he had known that energy crystals could still be used like this, he would have gotten more energy crystals no matter what. However, this wasn't difficult to do now. Wasn't Long Wu from the City of Wanderers? Although Han Fei didn't think highly of Gu Tingnan, what he wanted to do was for the human race, so Gu Tingnan probably wouldn't refuse. If he were Gu Tingnan, he wouldn't refuse. He wouldn't use the lives of billions of humans as the tool to compete with others. Therefore, Han Fei composed himself and appeared in the outside world with a smile. He thought that since the matter of energy crystals was settled, it was about time for him to go to the 100 Alliance City. However, before going to the 100 Alliance City, he had to take a look at the Mind Demon stream. It didn't make sense that the old turtle hadn't come out yet. What Han Fei was worried about was that the old turtle had been detained by the demon vanquishing tree. When Han Fei came to the Mind Demon stream again, he didn't feel his projection clone echoing with him, which meant that his clone was still in Puppet City. Standing outside the Mind Demon stream for a long time, Han Fei took a deep look at the Mind Demon stream. He would not risk his life to enter the Mind Demon stream. If the demon vanquishing tree really took action, he would be walking into a trap if he went in now. Therefore, Han Fei stood there for a while before he returned to the 100 Alliance City. On this day, when Han Fei appeared in the 100 Alliance City again as xuanhuan, there was an uproar as soon as he entered the city. For a moment, countless people looked at Han Fei. It was said that this person had destroyed the soul-controlling sect alone and had already made a name. Everyone had thought that Han Fei wouldn't return to the 100 Alliance City anytime soon after what he had done. However, it hadn't been long, and he had walked proudly in the city. It's Human Butcher, he's back. Someone exclaimed in shock at Han Fei's return. Someone sighed. Good lord, he still dares to come back. Not only did he destroy the soul-controlling sect, but he also killed Daolock powerhouses of other powers. Now that he's back, is he really not afraid of revenge? Yes, at first no one knew that Han Fei killed Song Yu and the other 7 people from the City of Scavengers. However, after all, Antai from the City of Origin had run away, so this matter couldn't be kept a secret anymore, so everyone in the city knew it now. Of course, this was deliberately done by the City of Origin. Han Fei had killed so many strong masters of theirs. How could they not cause him some trouble? Someone said in a low voice. What do you know? I heard that the Human Butcher found the inheritance of a great monarch. I don't know which great monarch it is, but he must have found it. Someone didn't believe him. If he has the inheritance of a great monarch, why is he still running to the 100 Alliance City? Why doesn't he accept the inheritance? Someone sneered. It's not as simple as you think. He's willing to come, which means that he can't eat it alone. Last time, he took Qin Cheng to the intelligence center of the capital of horror in a high-profile manner. Maybe he needed some special information. Look, he went to the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty this time. There weren't many powers who could establish an intelligence center in the 100 Alliance City. There were only a few who were powerful enough and had sufficient intelligence. Although the Divine Capital Dynasty wasn't very strong in the infinite mining area and was only ranked 8th, their intelligence ability was beyond doubt. After all, they were a subordinate organization of the Divine Capital Dynasty. In the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty, an old man received Han Fei. The moment Han Fei met the old man's eyes, both of them were slightly shocked because they both felt how powerful the other party was. What surprised Han Fei was that this old man definitely had more than 3 great Daolocks. It was very likely that he had 4 or even 5 great Daolocks. What surprised the old man was that this Human Butcher was indeed very strong. Although he didn't look at his bone structure, judging from his chi and blood, he was too young, and the other party's strength could actually resonate with him. This meant that the other party had the combat power of at least 4 great Daolocks. Holding a string of beads in his hand, the old man looked at Han Fei with a smile. Fellow Taoist Dian, you're really a rare visitor. Han Fei smiled. Sure enough, the people in the intelligence centers are all powerful. It seems that you already know my name, the old man chuckled. Since you've already been to the intelligence center of the capital of horror, some information will always be known. I wonder why you've come to the intelligence center of our Divine Capital Dynasty? Han Fei held his head high. That's right, I'm Xuanhuan. As for why I'm here? Although the capital of horror suppresses the Divine Capital Dynasty in the infinite mining areas, the Divine Capital Dynasty has more accumulation. I'm here to buy some information. Oh? The old man invited Han Fei in and then sealed the place with a wave of his hand. The old man said, Fellow Taoist Dian, what information do you want to buy? Han Fei said firmly, I need to know all the information about the great monarch Bloody Hand in the infinite mining area in the Age of the Gods. Do you have any? Great monarch, bloody hand? When the old man heard that, he recalled that there was indeed such a person. In the age of the gods, there were not one but dozens of great monarchs in the infinite mining areas. Among them, a few were special. For example, this great monarch Bloody Hand was extremely strong in combat, but he was arrogant by nature. He didn't have many friends or subordinates. The old man thought of all kinds of rumors that came out of nowhere recently, saying that the 9th Northern Expedition was about to begin. Before, they had never known how or who spread the news. However, when Han Fei mentioned the great monarch Bloody Hand today, the old man had to think more. It was in the northern mining area that Han Fei destroyed the soul-controlling sect. Following that, the term Northern Expedition appeared. Now that Han Fei mentioned the great monarch Bloody Hand, the old man couldn't help but wonder if the rumors of the Northern Expedition were related to this great monarch Bloody Hand. Could it be that someone was manipulating something? Upon hearing that, the old man said, "Fellow Taoist Diane, we have intelligence on the great monarch Bloodhand, but it's about ancient times and may be expensive. How much is it?" Before the old man finished speaking, he was interrupted by Han Fei as if he were showing off his wealth. As the intelligence center, the old man thought for a moment and said, 60,000 kilometer refined stars, or items of equivalent value. For an ordinary person with 60 refined stars, his star path would definitely improve greatly. Before reaching the perfected star transformation realm, he didn't even need to worry about resources. However, with so many resources now, it was only enough to buy one piece of information. Most people would retreat. However, Han Fei raised his hand and threw out 60,000 kilometer refined stars, 250,000 kilometer refined stars, and a bunch of weapons. Is it enough? The old man couldn't help but look solemn. Good lord, this guy was really generous. In fact, the price he proposed was negotiable. He didn't expect Han Fei to take out the money without hesitation. With one party agreeing on a price and the other paying, the deal was naturally reached. No one could say anything. The old man naturally didn't think that Han Fei had deliberately come to the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty. Otherwise, it would be a waste. No matter how rich Han Fei was, he shouldn't be so stupid. Therefore, this deal was naturally completed. Han Fei did want to know something about the great monarch Bloody Hand. Why did this once powerful great monarch end up severing his own hand and being sealed for countless years? The information recorded in the report was very detailed. The first part was about the life of the great monarch Bloody Hand. The main information was that when the great monarch Bloody Hand accidentally took a magical mineral in the infinite mining area when he was in the peak level late-stage star transformation realm. It was said that after taking it, his hands mutated and his pair of bloody hands became extremely powerful. In his strongest state, he could even shake gods. Because Han Fei paid a high enough price, the magical mineral was also described. It was said to be blood-colored, an extraordinary mineral that surpassed level 9 minerals. It was at least a treasure of the chaotic spiritual treasure level. It seemed that except for the mineral that the great monarch Bloody Hand obtained, there was no such mineral in the infinite mining area. Of course, the infinite mining area had never been fully explored, so no one knew if there were more. If someone was lucky enough to encounter such a mineral one day, he might turn into a phoenix from a chicken and soar to the sky. The mineral was a catalyst. After the great monarch Bloody Hand proved Tao, he became a little withdrawn, often irritable, furious, and fierce. Later, it was speculated that it was because of the blood-colored mineral he took. The intelligence mentioned great monarch Mystic Marshall, who was one of the few friends of the great monarch Bloody Hand. However, she was only mentioned once. This was just some information about the great monarch Bloody Hand's life. Han Fei wasn't very interested until he flipped to the end and found an interesting piece of information. It was said that in the infinite mining area, a huge pit suddenly appeared where the ominous had appeared. At that time, the 7 monarchs, including Great Sovereign Bloodhand, fought in the abyss of the extreme north and finally destroyed the huge pit. However, it was said that Great Monarch Mystic Marshall lost a hand and searched for Great Monarch Mystic Marshall with it. Then, the 2 monarchs disappeared and never showed up again. The story should have ended here. However, another piece of news caught Han Fei's attention. More than 300,000 years after the disappearance of the 2 monarchs, a god's battle broke out in the depths of the infinite mining area. It was said that a god had entered the demonic Tao and called himself a demon god, and the demon god at that time had once used the Bloody Hand Divine Fist, which was the exclusive fist technique of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Huh? Han Fei suddenly raised his head. Did the great monarch Bloody Hand become a god or a demon god? The old man smiled and said, I don't know about that. After all, it's too long ago to be verified. The records are just pure records. In this intelligence, there's the location where the great monarch Bloody Hand obtained the extraordinary mineral. Although it's deep in the infinite mining area, it's also the reason why this intelligence is expensive. As for the rest, it might just be rumors. Chapter 2580, 2580, Secret Meeting 2580, Secret Meeting. However, what Han Fei valued most about this piece of information was not the location where the great monarch Bloody Hand discovered the blood mineral in the past. The fact that this position still existed showed that it wasn't a secret back then. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been your turn to find it. After such a long time, countless people must have searched for it countless times, and the last piece of information was even more important. The last sentence of this piece of information clearly gave a specious result, which was to deliberately lead the audience to conclude that the great monarch Bloody Hand was a demon god. If the information was true, then the last battle of the gods might be the last battle of the demon god. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that the old turtle's original body once said to him, "The demon god is fighting in." He hadn't asked about this before because he didn't want to touch the secrets of the god-fiend sea for now, but now it seemed that he happened to know, so it was inevitable to investigate. Therefore, Han Fei immediately asked, "Where did the gods' battle mentioned in the intelligence break out?" The old man was a little surprised that Han Fei was interested in this, but he immediately shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. How can the battle of gods be limited to one area? Besides, the place where a divine battle erupts must be a forbidden land. If a sky opener goes there, he will probably die. Even monarchs won't be willing to go there. Therefore, it's difficult to tell the exact location of this divine battle. At most, we can only give a rough location." Han Fei asked, "Which direction? How much is the information?" The old man said, "This is free. Its exact location should be in the west, extremely deep. However, I advise you not to touch the divine battle. In the past, there were many strong masters who tried to find the ruins of the divine battle, but none of them returned." Han Fei frowned. "None of them returned?" The old man nodded. "None of them returned. Therefore, the strong masters of the 100 Alliance City rarely set foot in the depths of the west, which led to the west gradually being occupied by ferocious beasts. There were many ferocious beasts in the west. Han Fei knew this. Logically speaking, those ferocious beasts should be the lackeys of the Emperor Sparrow. But before the Emperor Sparrow's strength reached a certain level, it was actually impossible for him to unify the ferocious beasts in the infinite mining area. The ferocious beasts were naturally relatively ferocious. Who would be willing to submit to others? However, now, the Emperor Sparrow should be strong enough. This guy had swallowed a large amount of ominous energy and had successfully formed 3 Dao locks. This improvement in strength was already fast enough. If he guessed right, the Emperor Sparrow might be able to have 5 Dao locks after he completely digested what he had absorbed. This was because there was no law bottleneck for the Emperor Sparrow. Of course, it wasn't for anyone. To become a monarch, one didn't necessarily have to impose a Dao lock on themselves. The Dao lock existed to prevent their monarch tribulation from being too difficult. If that weren't the case, one could directly prove Dao after reaching the perfected star transformation realm. That way, the effect wouldn't be bad. After proving Dao, it would be very fast to make up for the loss of the Dao locks. Han Fei thought for a moment and stopped the topic with a smile. He said with a casual smile, "Now our first deal is over. Why don't we talk about a second deal?" The old man looked at Han Fei in confusion. "A second deal?" Han Fei grinned and said, "Yes, for example, the location of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand. I wonder if the divine capital dynasty is interested." Buzz. The old man suddenly paused and then said leisurely, "So, in the past few months, it's said that the 9th Northern Expedition is about to begin. Was it secretly arranged by you, fellow Taoist?" Han Fei raised his head slightly. "So what? As long as the information I gave is accurate." However, the old man shook his head decisively. "No." This time, it was Han Fei's turn to be surprised. The old man said, "Our divine capital dynasty is the leader of the East Sea divine realm. If your information involves a northern expedition, it will inevitably prompt many people to go to the northern mining areas, and there will be immeasurable casualties. If our divine capital dynasty takes the lead in this matter, any accident will only ruin our reputation. Therefore, the divine capital dynasty won't buy this information." "That's a pity. I'll ask someone else." The old man suddenly said, "I think you have mentioned this when you went to the intelligence center of the capital of horror, right? There's a certain chance that they will buy it, right?" Han Fei smiled. Yes, they had already bought it, but wouldn't it be better if I could sell a second copy? However, this was also within Han Fei's expectations. No one was a fool. What others could do might not be something the Divine Capital Dynasty could do. After leaving the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty, Han Fei said lightly as soon as he walked out, 60,000 refined stars. That's really expensive. When Han Fei said this, the old man's expression suddenly changed. This was because Han Fei didn't block the sound, but there were many people in the 100 Alliance City. With Han Fei's words, many people would know that he had completed a deal with the Divine Capital Dynasty. Logically speaking, this was nothing. He didn't talk about the contents of the transaction, but only the price. Even if he talked about the contents of the transaction, it was information that he had spent money to buy. What was wrong with discussing it? However, the old man had a bad feeling. It seemed that Han Fei came and left for some reason. Shouldn't he investigate further if he couldn't sell the information? Good lord. Once he heard that the Divine Capital Dynasty wasn't selling, he left without worrying that the information of the great monarch Bloody Hand would be leaked by the Divine Capital Dynasty. The moment Han Fei walked out of the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty, in the mineral selling office of a certain non-intelligence center in the capital of horror, another Han Fei was sitting cross-legged at a table enjoying tea. Opposite Han Fei, who else could it be but Xuanhuan? Xuanhuan asked, "If you're here, who's the one swaggering around outside?" Han Fei smiled and said, a clone of mine. Take a guess." Xuanhuan smiled faintly. "I guess not. You have a lot of secrets. Okay, now everyone's attention is attracted by you outside. No one will notice this place." "So, why did you specially call me to the infinite mining area?" Han Fei said. "Aren't you already doing that? Northern expedition." "I'm going to launch a northern expedition." Xuanhuan frowned and said, "It's not that simple, right? I heard that you created the 7-kill army of the human race. You were extremely high profile inside and outside the infinite mining area. You destroyed the soul-controlling sect and even left a message mocking them. This doesn't seem to be your style." Han Fei grinned and said, "Oh yes, I was happy, so I left a message. Let's talk about this northern expedition. In this northern expedition, there will definitely be great casualties, so I'll take your capital of horror out. But I collected 600 refined stars from you. If you believe me, you can earn 10 times the money back. I want you to help me attract as many strong masters from the city of origin and the city of scavengers as possible, even if Zhang Beihai and An Qingzi come personally. Of course, I know they won't come, so I can only let them send more people over." Xuanhuan was a little surprised. She had always felt that Han Fei was really from the West Sea Divine Realm. However, the city of origin and the city of scavengers seemed to be from the chaotic wasteland, right? Why did Han Fei attack these two? However, for whatever reason, Han Fei chose to take action, which meant that the two forces had come to an end. As the current successor of the Void Temple, she would believe it even if the chaotic wasteland was wiped out by Han Fei, let alone dealing with two small factions. However, Han Fei set up the trap himself. This was clearly a trial. Therefore, no powerhouses from the Void Temple would participate in this trial. Xuanhuan nodded. "Okay, if you want to lure a large number of strong masters from the city of scavengers and the city of origin in, you have to give me the bait, the Mind Demon Stream, but you can't use it. Also, it's definitely not enough to drag the two forces down with you, so we have to drag at least 10 forces down with us. Anyway, the enemies of the capital of horror are too many to count. However, we have to jump in ourselves too. Can you guarantee that nothing will happen to our people?" Han Fei nodded. "Okay, as long as you listen to me, nothing will happen to the people of the capital of horror." Xuanhuan immediately smiled and said, "That's good. I'll go there personally and cooperate with you. After that, we can help you solve the city of scavengers and the city of origin." Han Fei shook his head. "No, just help me keep the situation under control. I'm going to uproot these two powers with my own hands." Xuanhuan thought for a moment and said, "Then I think you must be quick, because after the 9th Northern Expedition, there will be a lot of casualties, and then many monarchs will come. If anything big happens again, it will definitely be noticed by monarchs. Take note of this." This was why he asked Xuanhuan to come. With her unconditional cooperation, he didn't have to worry about betrayal. It wasn't just a matter of whether they were on good terms or not. The main reason was that Xuanhuan and the others knew his true identity, and he had promised to help the Queen of Horror ask for her way. After talking about serious matters, Han Fei said, "When are you going to prove Dao?" Xuanhuan poured a cup of tea for Han Fei with a smile and said softly, "If everything goes well, in about 100 years. If there's an extraordinary opportunity, it might be even faster. What about you? I haven't seen you for only a few decades, but you've already reached the perfected star transformation realm. You should be preparing to prove Dao, right?" Sizzily Han Fei took a sip of tea. Prove Dao? How could his path of proving Dao be so simple? However, the first step had finally begun. Han Fei said with a smile, "If I've guessed right, it should be later than yours." Chapter 258.1, 258.1, 100 Alliance Meeting, 258.1, 100 Alliance Meeting. Han Fei also felt that his path of Dao proving was quite difficult. If he wanted to prove Dao, he had to save the human race first. If he wanted to save the human race, he had to solve the city of scavengers first. If he wanted to solve the city of scavengers, he could only take his time. Before he fully matured, he could cut off the biggest external source of economic resources of the city of scavengers, which was the supply of infinite mining areas. Only by completing this first step could the city of scavengers be greatly damaged and become chaotic. As the saying went, victory lay in chaos, so chaos was very important. After the talk with Xuanhuan, Han Fei fused his twin bodies and walked on the streets of the 100 Alliance City. His goal was all the other intelligence centers in the 100 Alliance City. As the only comprehensive city in the infinite mining area, the 100 Alliance City was the center of information in the infinite mining area, so there were many intelligence centers here. Han Fei didn't need to publicize it at all. He just needed to tell them one by one that he knew the location of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, and the price was only 10 360,000-kilometer refined stars. Han Fei wasn't afraid that these big forces wouldn't buy it. He only said that other people had already bought it, but you didn't. Then, other people would have a share in the inheritance of the great monarch, but you wouldn't. Someone once asked, "What if I don't buy it?" Han Fei held up the map in his hand and said, "If you don't buy it, you can find a way to follow the people who have already bought it to the land of inheritance as long as they are willing to take you there. But if you don't buy it now, I won't sell it to you in the future. Or if you don't care about the inheritance of the great monarch, just pretend I didn't say anything." In the end, Han Fei got a total of 360,000 kilometer refined stars. There were 4 powers that didn't buy his information. There were only so many intelligence organizations in the 100 Alliance City. Although other forces had spies in the 100 Alliance City, these spies couldn't afford the price. And all the forces outside the 100 Alliance added up, how could they be stronger than the strong masters of the 100 Alliance? Therefore, after Han Fei made a fortune, the entire upper echelons of the 100 Alliance City learned about the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand. Besides, Xuanhuan had spent 600 refined stars to buy the intelligence, but others only spent 10 to buy it. For this reason, Xuanhuan was a little depressed. "Since you want to cooperate with the capital of horror, at least show some sincerity, okay? But not only did you take 600 refined stars from me, but you also gave such a huge discount to other powers in the blink of an eye." In front of all the people who bought the information, Han Fei made it clear that it was very dangerous and that there were bloody hand mind devils there. Anyway, it was up to them whether they wanted to buy the information or not. After hearing Han Fei's behavior, Wu Shuang couldn't help but praise him. "I didn't expect him to publicize the information in this way. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also earned resources. What a smart man." In fact, after Han Fei sold the information, the senior management of the 100 Alliance City immediately began to summon the permanent representatives of the 100 Alliance intelligence centers for a meeting. Before the meeting started, the 100 Alliance City had already gone crazy. After all, Han Fei had gone to too many intelligence centers. It was almost impossible to keep a secret. And once ordinary people heard about the inheritance of a great monarch, the first thing they did was to share and discuss it. This was because ordinary people had never thought that one day they would encounter such a free pie from the sky. Once the news spread, how could it be kept a secret in such a small place as the 100 Alliance City? In just one day, almost everyone in the streets and alleys who were stationed in the 100 Alliance City knew the news. Besides, the news spread at a horrifying speed. Most of the people in the 100 Alliance City would know the news in at most 10 days or half a month. Even the 8 camps on the periphery of the infinite mining area could get the news of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand in a month at most. Of course, ordinary people only found the existence of the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, but only those who had bought Han Fei's information knew the exact location. Therefore, at this moment in the 100 Alliance meeting, 4 powers were dumbfounded because they didn't buy anything at all. They even felt that this kind of thing was ridiculous. It was ridiculous to buy the inheritance of a great monarch by 10 refined stars. However, at this moment, the capital of horror was hosting the 100 Alliance meeting. Xiang said, "I think you've already been visited by the human butcher. This person sold the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand from the Age of the Gods. What do you think?" Someone said, "Xiang, this matter is a little absurd. The inheritance of a great monarch was sold at such a low price, causing a storm in the city. We have no choice but to buy it. But what if this is a trick of that person?" Xiang asked. "Why? Why did he do that?" Someone echoed. "I think this matter might not be fake. First of all, the human butcher must be familiar with the northern mining area. Otherwise, how could he swallow Yang Kun and his tens of thousands of mine demons? I thought that the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand might be true." Someone questioned, "If it's true, why didn't he get the inheritance himself? Why did he sell it to so many of us? What's his motive?" Someone said, "If it were easy to get the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, he wouldn't have asked us to come with him. Therefore, if this inheritance is real, it must be very dangerous and needs a lot of lives. At least, it's impossible for the human butcher and his 7-kill army to take this inheritance alone." Someone slapped the table and said, "Then what should we do? It's hard to tell if it's true or not. I heard that human butcher went to the capital of horror the first time he came to the 100 Alliance City. He didn't mention this at that time? I wonder what Miss Xiang thinks of this problem." Xiang frowned slightly and said, "That time, this person did mention it, but what he meant was that he wanted our capital of horror to lend him manpower. At that time, perhaps even he himself didn't know that the so-called inheritance was related to the great monarch Bloody Hand. In the few months after he disappeared, I guess he must have gone to inspect this inheritance ground." Someone said, "That's right, he wants the inheritance, but he can't get it, so he wants others to help him. But at this level, who is an idiot? It's better to help ourselves than to help him." Someone echoed, "That's right. Since the leaders of the 100 Alliances are all here, we might as well capture the human butcher in the 100 Alliance City. Didn't he say that he has the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand? Then make him go with us. We have so many people and countless strong masters. Can't we suppress him?" Someone agreed. "I agree. This person is ruthless and brings trouble to the infinite mining area. If we take him down in the 100 Alliance City, it will at least increase our safety. If this person lies, at least we won't be fooled by him." At this time, someone said, no, since the founding of the 100 Alliance City, no one has been captured or killed in the 100 Alliance City. Once a precedent is set, do you know what the consequences will be? The 100 Alliance City will lose its prestige, and no one inside or outside this infinite mining area will believe our decision anymore. Xuanhuan nodded. That's right. Nobody is allowed to attack anyone in the 100 Alliance City. I do have a suggestion. Seeing everyone cast curious gazes at her, Xuanhuan smiled sweetly. Since this human butcher has given us the specific location, why don't we go there and take a look in person? Each of our 100 alliances will send a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouse to go to that place to investigate. If you confirm that it's extraordinary, we can make a decision. Someone said, what if the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is fake? Xuanhuan smiled and said, if it's fake, this person is toying with our 100 alliance. Then we'll have a reason and an excuse to directly suppress him. The elder from the Divine Capital Dynasty said, what if this inheritance is real? Xuanhuan said, if it's true, even if we start to explore this inheritance, he will have to go there in person. When the time comes, although we seem to be traveling together, we'll actually be keeping an eye on him. If anything happens, he won't be able to escape. He should have guessed that we would definitely take him there, so he sold this information unscrupulously. Someone immediately agreed. I agree with Miss Xuanhuan's suggestion. Let's establish a joint investigation team of the 100 alliances first. It won't be too late to negotiate after the investigation. However, during this period, the human butcher must not leave the 100 Alliance City. This is our bottom line. What do you think? Seconded. When everyone seconded him, the matter was settled. What seemed to be an absurd farce actually caused such a huge uproar, and the efficiency was astonishing. When this matter was over, someone suddenly asked inadvertently, hey, Miss Xuanhuan, I heard that Miss Wuxuang has come to the infinite mining area to prove Dao. I wonder if we are lucky enough to take a look. Buzz. For a moment, many people looked at this person. This guy was from the Bluebird clan in the East Sea Divine Realm and had a close relationship with the Divine Capital Dynasty. He was ruthless and spoke arrogantly. When everyone turned their eyes to Xuanhuan, the latter smiled and said, Miss Wuxuang can go wherever she wants. This is her freedom. I don't think outsiders need to meddle in the internal affairs of our capital of horror. You know, I'm easy to talk to, but Wuxuang isn't necessarily easy to talk to. After a round of simple verbal clashes, the 100 Alliance meeting was over, but the last words of the person from the Bluebirds reminded everyone that Wuxuang the demoness was heroes. As soon as the director of the City of Origin returned, he expressed his attitude. Don't guess. This inheritance can't be fake. Many people know it. Otherwise, Wuxuang wouldn't have gone all the way from the capital of horror to the infinite mining area. We've been thinking too much about this. On the other side, the few people who didn't buy Han Fei's information asked others, Old Joe, you know I didn't buy that stupid information. Can you sell me a copy of the map? The person who was asked was amused. Okay. 2360,000 kilometer refined stars. Chapter 2582, Rich Wherever I Go, 2582, Rich Wherever I Go. The joint meeting of the 100 Alliance City was successfully completed, and the decision was that although they couldn't touch Han Fei, they needed to restrict his stay for a short period of time. The capital of horror promised that, and no one argued back. In just 7 days, the joint exploration team of the 100 Alliance City had arrived. On the 8th day, they entered the northern mining area according to the address given by Han Fei. The establishment and operation of the 100 Alliance exploration team couldn't be kept a secret. In the infinite mining area, such information was transmitted very quickly, so many people had already known about it before the 100 Alliance exploration team officially gathered. There was no telling how anyone outside the infinite mining area got the news so quickly, but with the help of the major factions in the infinite mining area, the 100 Alliance City suddenly became lively. Recalling the news of the northern expedition that circulated in the 100 Alliance City a few days ago, although no one had confirmed this matter, the recent turmoil had already made the strong masters in the infinite mining areas smell an opportunity. If what Han Fei said was true and the northern expedition was launched, it would require a lot of manpower. Furthermore, those who could participate in the Northern War wouldn't be in the Sea Establishment realm or below. Even those below the Star Transformation realm might not be qualified to participate. At this moment, Han Fei turned into a passerby and was chatting with a customer in a forging shop. And this guest was Long Wu, who was the leader of the City of Wanderers in the infinite mining area. And the person who was meeting him at this moment was Han Fei. Ever since he met Han Fei last time and received the news that the entire soul-controlling sect had been wiped out, Long Wu knew that something big was about to happen, so he didn't leave the 100 Alliance City. Han Fei said, "Have you asked Gu Tingnan?" Long Wu said, "I've already contacted him. The Master of Silence asked me to listen to your orders. However, the premise is that the strong masters of the City of Wanderers can't be sacrificed for no reason. Although many of them are not human beings, they are strong masters who follow us. I don't need your manpower for the time being, but there's something you can help me with." "What is it?" Han Fei said. "Find a way to provide me with enough energy crystals. The more, the better." "Energy crystals?" Long Wu was puzzled. Since Han Fei knew the situation in the chaotic wasteland, he definitely knew the specific use of energy crystals. It wasn't good to use too many of them. Seeing Long Wu confused, Han Fei said, "Of course I won't use energy crystals for cultivation. They have other purposes. Also, do you know how many lock chains Zhang Beihai and An Qingji have?" Upon hearing this, Long Wu said directly, "So far, according to what they've shown, they have 4 great Dao locks. But Zhang Beihai and An Qingji haven't fought for a long time. Even if they have, they might not exert their full strength, so it's hard to say if they have hidden their strength or if they have already had 5 Dao locks." Han Fei sneered. "You're really naive. Since you've said so, you can't treat them as strong masters with only 4 locks." In the city of scavengers, except for the fake 10,000 scale monarch, there was only xuanhuan. Xuanhuan had never shown his strength either, so it was hard to say how strong this person was. There was even a rumor in the city of scavengers that xuanhuan had an avatar, but no one knew where he was. Han Fei guessed that this might be Zhao Honghuang's way to break through to the monarch level. Therefore, no matter what, he couldn't treat Zhao Daoyang as an ordinary perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Anyone whose real strength he wasn't sure of should be treated as having 5 Dao locks. Han Fei glanced at Long Wu. "How many Dao locks do you have?" Long Wu didn't speak, and Han Fei smiled casually. "If my guess is correct, you're probably about to have or already have 4 Dao locks. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to serve as a leader in the infinite mining areas, let alone resist the city of scavengers and city of origin. If you're already in such a state, how can Zhang Beihai and the others be weak?" Long Wu asked. "Does this have anything to do with your plan? If you need manpower or strong masters, our city of wanderers will give you some support. But if you think that you can do whatever you want just because the Master of Silence wants me to follow your orders, you're making a big mistake." Han Fei snorted. "Why do you suddenly get angry? You know, Gu Tingnan asked you to listen to my orders, which is to give you a chance. If you weren't a human, you wouldn't have had this opportunity. I asked you to get energy crystals for me, but what I can give you is 10 times those energy crystals. Therefore, I'll give you a chance. Send out your most capable subordinates. I don't want anyone below the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. It's best if they are in the perfected star transformation realm. When the time comes, they'll follow me to the northern expedition." He didn't want Long Wu to go with him because it was impossible for Long Wu to leave. Otherwise, once the news was known by the city of scavengers and the city of origin, they would definitely launch an attack on the city of wanderers. Although Long Wu didn't quite believe Han Fei, he did believe in the Master of Silence, so he didn't hesitate and just nodded. Long Wu finally raised his doubts. "Will the northern expedition definitely begin?" Han Fei said. "Definitely. Besides, after the northern expedition, the forces in the infinite mining areas might undergo a new reshuffle." He knew that there were countless casualties in the previous northern expeditions, but there were actually many strong masters in the infinite mining areas. It was probably an exaggeration to say that the forces in the infinite mining areas would be reshuffled. However, Long Wu didn't refute him. Instead, he said, "I want to remind you that once the northern expedition begins, the hidden powerhouses, ascetics, heavenly talents, and even the divine beasts in the infinite mining areas might be mobilized." Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't know this. When he entered the infinite mining area, he had only stayed in the 100 Alliance city for a few days. He knew nothing about the strong masters in the infinite mining area. Besides, he rarely saw creatures like divine beasts and ferocious beasts in the 100 Alliance city. Otherwise, he would have noticed them long ago. Han Fei asked, "Divine beasts will go too?" "Why are they rare to see in the 100 Alliance city?" Long Wu said. "Divine beasts and ferocious beasts both have the ability to transform into humans. If they don't deliberately expose themselves, it's usually difficult to find them. Furthermore, be it divine beasts or ferocious beasts, they have their own territory. Generally speaking, they won't come to the 100 Alliance city easily." Han Fei nodded slightly. "Okay, that's all for today. Remember, the more energy crystals, the better. Just ask the person you arranged to bring them to me." During the days when the joint exploration team left, Han Fei didn't idle around. This was because he had more than 1,000 refined stars in his hand. If they were supplied to Hong Yue and the others for cultivation, although it could increase their strength, it would still be very difficult for them to improve by leaps and bounds. Even Han Fei had spent hundreds of years on it. Even if Hong Yue and the others got an opportunity, it would still take them a lot of time. Therefore, he used the refined stars in exchange for a large number of weapons, spiritual fruits, spiritual heritages, combat skills, and so on. He thought that once he led the human race out of the predicament in the future, the resources he needed would be too much. Therefore, these days, he had become the largest and craziest buyer in the 100 Alliance city. At this moment, Han Fei, who was holding a huge sum of wealth, was in the street of refining shops in the city of origin, holding his head high and cursing. "Trash from the city of scavengers, why do you have so many weapons but don't sell them to me? Is it because I can't afford it, or is it because I killed your trash-perfected star transformation realm cultivators? If you don't sell anything to me today, tomorrow, I will kill every person from the city of scavengers I see. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. This was already Han Fei's 7th time cursing on the street. The reason was very simple. The powers that Han Fei had messed with were deeply hostile to him. Resources couldn't be exchanged for their Daolock level powerhouses. How many resources could nurture a Daolock level powerhouse? But Han Fei was rich. He threw a refined star at the shop owner's face and said, "Pack up all the goods in your shop for me." Who could possibly hold back? Because he had been in the 100 Alliance city for a few days, Han Fei's previous cold and arrogant attitude was gone. At this moment, he gave people the feeling that he was a bandit. Yes, he was a bandit. Relying on the large number of refined stars in his hands, he bought crazily everywhere. According to some people's guesses, the weapons and various resources Han Fei had bought now were enough to nurture an army of 100,000 peak-level sea establishers from scratch. Furthermore, if he used this resource, he might be able to build up hundreds of sky-opening realm powerhouses. The people in the 100 Alliance city had seen people blatantly expanding their influence, but they had never seen anyone do it so blatantly. Even pirates had to rob their victims one by one, right? Han Fei, on the other hand, just bought everything he saw without hiding his purpose of expanding his influence at all. More importantly, you carry so many resources with you. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Someone sneered in his heart. No matter how arrogant Han Fei is now, once the inheritance of the great monarch is proven real, if this guy goes with them, he will definitely not be able to return. A big shot shook his head. There are weirdos every year, but there are especially many this year. To use refined stars to buy basic materials, he must be out of his mind. Even Xuanhuan secretly approached Han Fei and suggested, "Why don't you sell those refined stars to me? I'll give you a high price." However, Han Fei simply ignored her. It wasn't easy for him to make a name in the 100 Alliance city. How could he let this opportunity slip away? On the 18th day of the joint exploration team's departure, Han Fei strolled around the 100 Alliance city holding level 7 minerals in his hand. Yes, he had sold out all his refined stars. After all, the 100 Alliance city was so big, it was impossible for him to really buy the entire city with just 1,000 refined stars. Even if he took out another 10,000 refined stars, the 100 Alliance city could still take them. Without refined stars, Han Fei began to sell level 7 minerals, and he had already sold hundreds of pieces, which made countless people click their tongues. How rich was this guy? As for those covetous guys, they were so tempted that they couldn't wait for Han Fei to leave the city so that they could rob him immediately. However, on this day, before Han Fei bought anything, 37 powerhouses in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly returned from the outside world in anger. One of them shouted, "Where is the thief, human butcher?" Chapter 2583. A man no one in the 100 Alliances can suppress. 2583. A man no one in the 100 Alliances can suppress hearing their roars. Many people trembled in fright. Where are these lunatics from? But then they realized that it was the joint exploration team that went out a while ago. Why were they back so soon? When they looked again, many people's expressions changed slightly. This was because the joint exploration team had sent 100 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses, no more, no less. But now, only a total of 37 people had returned. What did this mean? Where were the others? Someone took a deep breath. In 18 days, 63 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm powerhouses died. Where the hell did they go? Were they tempted and secretly went to snatch the inheritance of the great monarch? Someone sighed. This is a joint exploration team. They must be a team that checks and balances each other. They can't advance rashly. They must have been exploring steadily. But even so, 63 people died. The northern mining area deserves its reputation. A strong master who had come to join the army of the northern expedition swallowed. Can we still go on the northern expedition? What if we die here? Someone was puzzled. They're cursing the human butcher. Did the human butcher conceal some information and cause them to suffer heavy losses? Someone beckoned. Let's go and take a look. For a moment, all the strong masters in the city went to watch the show. As for the 37 angry people, they couldn't care less at this moment. Anyway, many people already knew about the inheritance of the great monarch. It was already an open secret. There was no need to hide it. Therefore, at this moment, a group of people were angry and seemed to want to confront Han Fei. On the side of the capital of horror, Xuanhuan also had a headache. In the past few days, Han Fei had been buying crazily in the 100 Alliance city and scolded the major factions, causing a great uproar. Now, it seemed that he caused trouble again. She had a feeling that wherever Han Fei went, something would happen. She was also curious where this guy got the energy to keep making trouble. Shang asked, "Master Xuanhuan, shall we interfere?" Xuanhuan shook her head slightly. "No, if he likes to make trouble, let him. After the fuss is over, organize a meeting of the 100 Alliances. But this time, I'm afraid we have to add one more person." At this moment, on a street in the 100 Alliance city, Han Fei was holding a level 7 mineral in his hand when he saw a group of people flying directly at him. Han Fei turned his head lazily and put on a cold smile. He glanced at these people and said, "You're just a bunch of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. How dare you question me?" Buzz. At that moment, the power of Han Fei's soul surged and his killing intent shook the sky. Han Fei had killed countless people in his life. His suppressing pressure wasn't something ordinary people could resist. Even the strong masters in the infinite mining area had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, but at this moment they were also suppressed by Han Fei's soul pressure. Especially the 37 people, they almost staggered at the same time. The person in the lead even vomited a mouthful of essence blood. However, at this moment, someone shouted. This person was a patrolling general stationed in the 100 Alliance city of the capital of horror. The patrolling general roared, "How dare you attack others in the 100 Alliance city? Take him down. Get lost." Han Fei suddenly turned his head and let out a demonic sound that exploded in the void. The city patrolling general's legs buckled and he fell from the void, blood gushing out of his 7 orifices, and he didn't dare to move again. Han Fei snorted coldly. "I'm walking well in the city, but I don't know where these wastes are from. How dare they yell at me? I'm the human emperor. How can these pieces of trash yell at me? And you can't distinguish right from wrong. Are you worthy of being a patrolling general? Why? Is there no one in the capital of horror who can take charge?" At this time, almost all the people who should have arrived had arrived, including the strong masters of the 100 Alliances. One reason was that the people of the joint exploration team were back, and the other was that they wanted to see how the capital of horror would deal with today's matter. "Are you teaching our capital of horror how to do things?" As soon as Han Fei said so, he heard a crisp voice approaching from afar. In the next moment, a beautiful woman appeared silently beside the city patrolling general. She patted him casually, and the latter immediately straightened up as if he had broken free from some shackles. However, the patrolling general didn't dare to look angry at this moment because the person next to him was the real big shot. Since the big shot had personally come to deal with the matter, lackeys could only stand aside. It was Xuanhuan, but she no longer had the girl next door look. Under the public gaze, Xuanhuan waved her hand, and the 37 members of the exploration team were immediately relieved. Countless people's eyes lit up when they saw Xuanhuan's heroic bearing. Xuanhuan said, "The 100 Alliance city has its rules. If anyone breaks the rules, the 100 Alliance city will manage them. It's not your place to punish them." Whoosh! Out of habit, Xuanhuan retracted her fan, opened it, and fanned herself. She looked quite cool. As for Han Fei, the level 7 mineral in his hand had turned into 2 pieces, and he actually treated the level 7 mineral as a walnut to play with. Seeing this scene, Xuanhuan was speechless. "Why the fuck are you doing the same as Zhou Run and the others? Why don't you put a big pipe in your mouth?" Han Fei pretended to narrow his eyes, looked at Xuanhuan up and down, and said indifferently, "Since the 100 Alliance city has its rules, they'd better take effect. Don't let these people yell at me. They ruined my shopping mood today." Then Han Fei threw the 2 level 7 minerals in his hand to the 37 cultivators of the joint exploration team who had just returned. He said leisurely, "This is something you might not be able to earn in your entire life. Take it to treat your wounds. Also, if you have anything to say, speak nicely to me. Don't fucking yell." Han Fei's action rendered countless onlookers speechless. Someone thought to himself, this person is shameless. Seeing that the big shot is here, he immediately found a way out. More importantly, he didn't do anything big. As long as he is willing, he can immediately step down and doesn't need anyone to give him a chance. Secondly, this guy humiliated 37 peak-level late-stage star transformation Rome cultivators with 2 level 7 minerals in public, but what he said was the truth. It was just that these words sounded fucking humiliating. In the end, he even said that he wanted to talk nicely, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened. Someone shook his head. "No show to watch." Someone sighed. "Don't underestimate the human butcher. This person knows when to yield and when to stand tall. He knows his own situation very well. And we really don't have enough reason to convict him or something." Xuanhuan snorted indifferently and didn't continue to pursue the matter. In fact, no one would pursue this matter. Besides, whether to pursue the matter depended on what the joint exploration team had discovered. Xuanhuan looked at the members of the exploration team and then glanced around. "You should know me. Since the joint exploration team is back, let's go find a meeting room. Do you want to start a meeting of the 100 Alliances on the street?" After that, Xuanhuan looked at Han Fei. "This matter is all related to you. You can come to this 100 Alliance meeting." Han Fei chuckled. "That's exactly what I'm thinking. Anyway, sooner or later, there will be a place for our human race in the 100 Alliance." The crowd dispersed, leaving countless people guessing the contents of the meeting. This meeting might be about the 9th Northern Expedition. In the meeting, the 100 Alliances were seated, but Han Fei had no seats. This was a show of strength. Xuanhuan certainly wouldn't give up her position for Han Fei, so Han Fei had to fight for it himself. In the circular venue, the 37 members of the joint exploration team were about to go to the center of the venue to report. However, a golden throne fell in the middle of the venue. This chair was outlined with gold and jade and was inlaid with level 6 and level 7 minerals. On the headrest of the chair, there was a sharp point with a level 8 mineral stuck straight in it. As soon as this chair appeared, the entire venue was instantly overshadowed. No one would have thought that someone could turn a level 7 or level 8 mineral into a chair and directly turn this chair into a godly weapon. But now, they had seen a weirdo like Han Fei. Han Fei sat down on the chair and said arrogantly, "I'll definitely have a seat in the 100 Alliances. Whoever objects can fight me on the spot. If I win, I'll give this chair to him." Everyone present was in the perfected star transformation realm. In fact, there were some people who were tempted. After all, a level 8 mineral was something that could only be chanced upon by luck. Where did the human butcher get such a high-level mineral? However, no one would really challenge Han Fei to a one-on-one fight at this moment. Firstly, the occasion was not right. It was inappropriate for the strong masters of the 100 Alliances to personally fight an unorthodox person. More importantly, who here dared to say that they could win? Who didn't know that Han Fei had killed 7 Dao Lock level powerhouses and wiped out the soul-controlling sect alone? Many people speculated that Han Fei had at least 4 Dao Locks. Otherwise, it was difficult to explain Han Fei's powerful combat power. In such a situation, who would come to fight Han Fei? No member of the 100 Alliances had the right to stop Han Fei from having a chair to sit in the meeting. If someone had such a right, it meant that he could dominate the 100 Alliances city. Then, the existence of the 100 Alliances would be meaningless. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei was sitting peacefully. He waved his hand and shook a wine cup in his hand. Then, he crossed his legs and looked at the 37 members of the joint exploration team, asking leisurely, "Tell me, what's your problem with me?" Chapter 2584 Battle of Words, 2584. Battle of Words, how dare you? Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore. Han Fei's attitude was really arrogant. If it weren't for the rule that no killing was allowed in the 100 Alliance city, these people would have torn Han Fei into pieces. Among the top 10 forces of the 100 Alliance city, someone shouted, "Human Butcher, this is a meeting of the 100 Alliances. Whether or not you are a member of the 100 Alliances in the future, at least you are not today." "Don't be impudent." Someone echoed indifferently, "Human Butcher, right? Maybe your strength is not weak, but are you sure you want to face the strong masters of the 100 Alliances with this attitude? Aren't you afraid of death in the future?" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. "Are you threatening me? Which power are you from?" This person was not afraid at all and replied indifferently, "I'm Duan Heng from the heaven-worshipping palace in the Central Sea Divine Realm." Han Fei nodded. "I'll remember this name. No matter how others deal with me, if I meet people from the heaven-worshipping palace in the future, he's dead meat." Duan Heng, at this moment, Xuanhuan snorted coldly. "All right, this meaningless quarrel should be over. Human Emperor, you'd better behave yourself. It won't do you any good to be too arrogant." Someone replied, "All right, let's go straight to the point. We've all come out of seclusion for the inheritance of the great monarch. Half of the people in charge have changed. There's no point in showing off. Since even Wuxuang the demoness is here, we shouldn't waste time here, right? So what exactly happened to the joint exploration team?" At this moment, everyone fell silent. No one bothered to bicker with Han Fei anymore. In the joint exploration team, the person who scolded Han Fei said, "I'm Lu Wu from the Divine Seal Sect. I was impulsive just now because the information given by the human butcher was incomplete, resulting in the death of a large number of strong masters in the joint exploration team. If we weren't lucky, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Incomplete information? Immediately, someone looked at Han Fei. "Human butcher, you sold the information and provided the information. What else do you have to say?" Someone said, "Incomplete information is tantamount to deceiving us. I propose that we can directly punish him." As soon as he said so, Han Fei roared back, "Punish me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you now. Arrogant. Big talk. Enough." Amidst the noise, Wuxuang slapped the folding fan in her hand on the table, and the chaotic venue fell silent. Wuxuang said, "Let's figure out the cause and effect first, okay? Such a mess. Is this the so-called 100 Alliance city in the infinite mining area? In certain places, on certain occasions, facing certain interests, a sky opener was no different from an ordinary fisher." Han Fei chuckled. "You said that what I said was incomplete. Tell me, why did you say the information I gave is incomplete?" Lu Wu said angrily, "Our joint exploration team went according to the address you provided. However, along the way, there are many mind demon creatures that can almost reach the speed of light explosion, causing nearly 20 people to die before we reach the place of inheritance." "How can you explain this?" Han Fei sneered. "Of course. Do I need to tell you? Don't you know the dangers in the northern mining area? The information I gave you is the inheritance of the great monarch. As for what creatures you'll encounter on the way there, how strong they are, what does it have to do with me? Will you blame me if you fall to your death on the way? Besides, when I sold the information, I told everyone that this place is dangerous. This is also the reason why the information of the great monarch's inheritance is only sold for 10 refined stars. Why? Do you want me to hand the inheritance to you?" Lu Wu was furious, but seeing that the leader of the 100 Alliances didn't say anything, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that no one cared about this matter. Yes, these people cared about the inheritance of the great monarch, not what you encountered on the way. When they set off for their destination, they might have been mentally prepared. Lu Wu immediately changed his words. "When we arrived at that place, it was a cracked canyon that spanned thousands of kilometers. Outside, it was an extremely vast, habitable place, a trial field. There were mine demons from explorers to peak-level sea establishers." "Huh?" Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. It was not easy to find a habitable place in the infinite mining area. Lu Wu continued, "Under the splitting canyon, 3,000 kilometers down, there is another world inside." With that said, Lu Wu looked at Han Fei with red eyes. You said that there are mostly late-stage star transformation realm, peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and perfected star transformation realm mine demons there, but it's not true. In fact, except for some basic mine demons on the surface, there are all Bloody Hand Mine Devils in the perfected star transformation realm. All the Bloody Hand Mine Devils are in the perfected star transformation realm. Their speed can even reach the speed of light explosion, and their strength is not something we perfected star transformation realm cultivators can explore. In just one round of confrontation, 32 people were slaughtered by only 8 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Did you mention this in your information? Han Fei shrugged. I said that it's very dangerous there. I even said that there are probably more than 30,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils there, most of whom are in the perfected star transformation realm. Is that wrong? Who knew that the 100 Alliance would send you peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to explore it? But then again, it's normal to send you there. Peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators are common, but perfected star transformation realm cultivators are rare. If one of you dies, it can be replenished easily. TSK, TSK. But if a perfected star transformation realm cultivator dies, that'll be a big loss, won't it? Nonsense. Nonsense. You didn't tell us the specific situation there, Han Fei said leisurely. Didn't I tell you that there are a large number of perfected star transformation realm cultivators there? Although I didn't specifically mention the strength of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, I think anyone with a brain should know that this kind of mine demon is obviously contaminated by the essence blood of the great monarch Bloody Hand. How can he be weak? So, the problem lies with you, not me. Wouldn't it be fine if you send a team of 100 perfected star transformation realm cultivators to explore it? Lu Wu was a little stunned by Han Fei's words. Were they really used as cannon fodder to participate in this exploration? But they were already peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Was their value only so little? Lu Wu looked at the leaders of the 100 Alliances who looked calm and only occasionally bickered with Han Fei. That's it? We risked our lives to explore it. If Han Fei had said that the Bloody Hand Mine Devils there were all in the perfected star transformation realm, we wouldn't have been so passive. But the fact was that they had paid a huge price to explore some known information. Who could account for this? Han Fei said. Now, at least your joint exploration team has proved the existence of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Their combat power is in the perfected star transformation realm. I won't hide their number. As far as I know, there are probably 30,000 of them. Everyone, just the power of essence blood released by the great monarch Bloody Hand can create so many Bloody Hand Mine Devils in the perfected star transformation realm. Then, how strong is this inheritance? I don't need to tell you, right? Everyone fell into deep thought. More than 30,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. How could they take down this power? Han Fei added, by the way, everyone, a few days ago, I spent 6,360,000 kilometer refined stars in the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty to buy a piece of information about the great monarch Bloody Hand. In the information, there's an interesting part. In the Age of Gods, it said that a god stepped into the demonic Tao and called himself a demon god. And the demon god at that time once used the Bloody Hand Divine Fist, which is the exclusive fist technique of the great monarch Bloody Hand. I don't think I need to tell you what this means, right? Hissa, buzz. Many people's faces changed drastically. Most factions didn't have this information, and very few people had this information. Now that Han Fei made this information public, many people were shocked. In Han Fei's opinion, wouldn't the great monarch Bloody Hand be the demon god? Then, if the great monarch Bloody Hand became a demon god, did it mean that the inheritance Han Fei was talking about should be the inheritance of a god? Although the inheritance of a great monarch was precious, it was a different story when compared to the inheritance of a god. Immediately, everyone looked at the old man from the Divine Capital Dynasty. The old man took a deep look at Han Fei and said leisurely, it seems that the intelligence was sold at a loss. The audience was in an uproar. This old man actually admitted it, which meant that what Han Fei said was very likely true. Wu Shuang's eyes also lit up. This was a good move. By doing this, Han Fei led the source of the matter to the Divine Capital Dynasty. If anything happened, the Divine Capital Dynasty would be implicated. Without the gimmick of the god's inheritance, these people might be able to resist the temptation. But now, they had probably all given up resisting. At this moment, many people secretly looked at Wu Shuang and seemed to understand something. Back then, the first place Han Fei went to was the intelligence center of the capital of horror. Perhaps he had told them about the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand back then. The capital of horror was in charge of the infinite mining area, so they must know this information. Therefore, even though Wu Shuang was about to prove Dao, she still came. For a moment, the leader of the 100 Alliances seemed to have forgotten that there were still 37 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators present. Someone asked directly, Human Butcher, what else do you want to tell us? Just tell us now. Han Fei rolled his eyes. If I know more, why would I come to you to launch a northern expedition? Isn't it good for me to take the inheritance of a god? What does it have to do with you? As for now, to be honest, if we really want to launch a northern expedition, there will be countless casualties in the end. Even if it's the inheritance of a great monarch, only a few people can enter. Therefore, the real purpose of the Northern Expedition Army is to help us open a channel. Someone said, "Aren't you afraid that we will kill you?" Ha ha ha, Han Fei laughed. "If I don't have any trump cards, can I come to the 100 Alliance City to enable the Northern Expedition? Without the key, can you enter the inheritance?" Chapter 2585 Northern Expedition Plan 2585 Northern Expedition Plan. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank at first, but then they felt relieved. If it were anyone else in Han Fei's shoes, they might not have done a better job than him. Han Fei's purpose was to let countless strong masters in the infinite mining area clear the way for him. But at the same time, this inheritance was exposed to everyone, so it might not be obtained by him. Therefore, since Han Fei had done so, it meant that he was confident of obtaining the great monarch's inheritance. At least he had a better chance than others. Therefore, everyone thought that Han Fei definitely didn't just have a key. He might have something more useful. However, at this moment, they couldn't force Han Fei to hand it over, nor would Han Fei. Therefore, the first step now was to enter the inheritance land. Only then could they force Han Fei to hand over more useful information. Some people were more aggressive. They felt that although they were used by Han Fei this time, the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand must be theirs. Otherwise, the joint exploration team wouldn't have been so wasteful. Besides, they had accurately described the situation of the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Of course, some people were conservative. They felt that this was all Han Fei's trick. How could Han Fei give away the inheritance of a great monarch or a god? Han Fei was obviously cheating them, so even if they really took action, they would be relatively conservative. Now that the matter had been made public, the Northern Expedition was naturally on the agenda. For ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or even perfected star transformation realm cultivators, even if they didn't obtain the inheritance of a great monarch, it would be good enough if they could get a few level 7 minerals. Level 7 minerals represented godly weapons. Below the mine demon stream were all Bloody Hand mine devils who had reached the perfected star transformation realm, which meant that there were countless level 7 minerals. Furthermore, level 7 minerals were always accompanied by many level 6 minerals. This alone was enough to attract countless people. Judging from Han Fei's shopping spree in the 100 Alliance City recently, there was no doubt that the Bloody Hand mine devil would produce level 7 minerals. Therefore, the probability of rejecting participating in the Northern Expedition was very low. In the past, the 8 Northern Expeditions were actually for minerals. In the west was the territory of ferocious beasts, in the south was the territory of divine beasts, and in the north was an important source of high-level minerals for the 100 Alliance City. However, just for the sake of the mineral, and with a high probability of death, no one was willing to sacrifice so much. But this time, the mineral was one thing, and the inheritance of the great monarch was another. In fact, the inheritance of the great monarch might even become the inheritance of a god, which was too tempting. Judging from Wushuang's trip to the infinite mining area, it could be seen how important the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand was to the capital of horror. If it weren't for the inheritance, why would Wushuang, a cultivator who was certain to prove Dao, take the risk to go to the infinite mining area? Unfortunately, it was clearly too late for them to inform their sects. Otherwise, strong masters from the East Sea Divine Realm and even the Central Sea Divine Realm would come. When these people came, their chances of obtaining the inheritance would be even smaller. However, this didn't prevent the major factions from immediately informing their sects of the new situation in the infinite mining area after this meeting. Those who should come would still come, although they would come a little late. When Han Fei went door to door to promote the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, someone had already sensed the opportunity and informed his sect in advance. Unfortunately, the time was too short, far from enough for them to rush to the infinite mining area. Someone said, "In any case, the joint exploration team has made great contributions. I propose to give them a certain resource reward." Seconded. I think so. Lu Wu and the others were dumbfounded. No one cared about their hardship at all. What they said was completely ignored by the big shots. At this moment, they finally realized that they were indeed the cannon fodder selected by their sects. These people might have been prepared for their complete annihilation. Their return only confirmed one thing. That was, the location of the mine demon stream was correct. There were indeed Bloody Hand mine devils there, and the Bloody Hand mine devils there were indeed in the perfected star transformation realm and were rich in level 7 minerals. Yes, this was their role. Therefore, no one cared how many of them died. Anyway, they only sent one peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator, which was completely within their tolerance. Sure enough, in the next moment, his leader spoke to him telepathically. "That's enough. Don't bother with the human butcher again. You can leave now. You will be rewarded with a low-quality godly weapon and a 360,000-kilometer refined star." To be honest, this reward was not bad. After all, they had only done some reconnaissance. If they were willing to participate in the subsequent Northern Expedition, it would most likely be allowed. But there would be more people participating in the Northern Expedition. This was reality. Han Fei had already seen through these people, so he was not worried about the Northern Expedition at all. As long as there was enough temptation, the Northern Expedition was imperative. Sure enough, the anger of Lu Wu and the others could only be held in their hearts, but Han Fei was sitting safe and sound in the conference hall. Following that, Han Fei's location was temporarily blocked because the leaders of the 100 Alliances needed to discuss. Han Fei had no objection to this. Anyway, no matter how they discussed, the final result would be the same. Sure enough, about half an hour later, Wu Shuang announced the results of the discussion. Wu Shuang said, "Human Emperor, it has been decided by the 100 Alliances. This northern expedition can be carried out. However, as the instigator of this whole thing, you have to participate in this northern expedition and follow the army. If the northern expedition is found to have caused the death of a large number of strong masters because of your concealment of information, the army of the 100 Alliances will kill you in the northern mining area immediately, even if we abandon this northern expedition. Do you have any objections?" Han Fei chuckled. "I'm going there anyway. To be honest, even if you don't carry out this northern expedition, I won't give up. To put it bluntly, we're making use of each other. I need to use your strength to open the way to the inheritance land, and you need me to provide the location of the great monarch's inheritance, the key, and the specific dangers. After entering the inheritance land, let's rely on our own abilities," Wu Shuang said. "In that case, the 100 Alliance City is going to make plans for our 9th northern expedition. The members of the 100 Alliance City have 3 days to gather manpower on their own or discuss whether to participate in this plan. However, it must be remembered that in order to be fair, a single faction can only mobilize at most 100 cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm or above. Furthermore, if non-members of the 100 Alliances want to participate in this northern expedition, the minimum requirement is reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, and the total number of participants cannot exceed 10,000. Finally, if itinerant cultivators want to participate in this northern expedition, the minimum requirement is reaching the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. The total number of people can be up to 10,000, and they can't assume any leadership position." Wu Shuang said, "To summarize, the upper limit of the northern expedition this time is 30,000 people. They are, respectively, the 100 Alliances, non-100 Alliances, and itinerant cultivators. The lowest strength is in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Anyone who joins must accept the leadership of the 100 Alliance City." Han Fei was stunned when he heard that Wu Shuang was going to organize an army of 30,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and above. Shit, was the northern expedition so powerful? He had thought that the infinite mining area could at most send out an army of 10,000 sky-opening realm cultivators or above, and might be able to clear the mine demon stream. After all, the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was not very intelligent. But now, an army of 30,000 had come up. Could they afford so many people? Or had he underestimated the power of the infinite mining area? In the next 3 days, the Northern Expedition Plan was officially launched and the 100 Alliance City recruited soldiers. When the qualifications for entry above the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm were released, countless people were dumbfounded. What? Are they crazy? The minimum qualification to enter is the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm? Are there so many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators in the infinite mining area? Crazy, this is definitely crazy. In the first 8 northern expeditions, it seemed that sky openers could join. Why is the standard so high this time? Are they going to directly destroy the northern mining area this time? Someone was puzzled. That's impossible. Even if the 30,000 people are all in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm, they can't break through the northern mining areas, right? Someone sneered. It's impossible to gather 30,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. Is such a force used for the northern expedition? Is there something wrong with their heads? They make it sound as if it's very simple to cultivate to the peak level, late stage star transformation realm. As soon as the northern expedition plan was released, it was questioned almost by everyone. However, there were still many peak level, late stage star transformation realm cultivators who came to participate. The reason was that they had heard that the inheritance of a great monarch might become the inheritance of a god. At this moment, Han Fei was having a secret meeting with Wu Shuang. Han Fei's first remark was, "Are there so many cultivators in the peak-level, late-stage star transformation realm in the infinite mining area?" Wu Shuang nodded. "Of course. However, don't really expect 30,000 people to come to this northern expedition. It's good enough to have half of them." "Then what are you doing?" Wu Shuang said. "In any case, we're going to make a big fuss about this matter. In fact, 30,000 soldiers is just a gimmick. Some forces may not send out a single person. However, as long as some forces think it's worth it, it's fine. What do you think? Anyway, our capital of horror will mobilize 30 people in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm and 70 people in the perfected star transformation realm. We definitely have to do this." Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "If there are really 30,000 people, I'm afraid we can really break through the Mind Demon stream." Wu Shuang said, "The 100 Alliance City may not mobilize so many people, but don't forget, the 100 Alliance is not the only power in the infinite mining area. There are divine beasts in the south and ferocious beasts in the west. How can they not participate in such a huge operation? Therefore, in the end, I estimate that the overall number of the Northern Expedition Army will definitely exceed 20,000. Chapter 2058-6 Casting Bait 2058-6 Casting Bait, the recruitment for the Northern Expedition was in full swing. The 100 Alliance City promised that the things outside the Land of Inheritance would belong to whoever obtained them. This was already the greatest promise. This was because once someone really obtained the inheritance of a great monarch or an ultra-quality godly weapon, it would be a lie to say that no one was tempted. In other words, the recruitment information meant that they could manage the outside of the Land of Inheritance, but not the inside. If you fought each other, it would have nothing to do with the 100 Alliance City. No one would be responsible for this. For most people, a level 7 mineral was already equivalent to a godly weapon. As for the things inside the Land of Inheritance, it depended on luck. Their purpose in the infinite mining area was to become stronger, to make a breakthrough, and to prove their Tao. Now there was an opportunity in front of them, and it was such a big opportunity. If they participated in such an event and died, they could only blame their lack of strength and bad luck. However, who was willing to admit that they were weak and unlucky? At this moment, there was a sea of people at the recruitment ground, mainly because there were many onlookers. Although it was common to see a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, there were not as many as today. Surprised voices came from the crowd from time to time. Someone exclaimed, "That's the former itinerant cultivator, Mad Blade, Feng Lun. He was already in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm 10,000 years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to the perfected star transformation realm." Someone was surprised. "Look, that's Demon Sword Chen Shang. He hasn't shown up for more than 5,000 years. I didn't expect him to still be alive. He was once a famous sword cultivator in the infinite mining area." Someone pointed at a brawny man and said in shock, "Dragon Ring Zhongning, another perfected star transformation realm cultivator. He has 18 rings made of dragon bones. They're said to be high-quality godly weapons. I didn't expect this guy to come too." While the recruitment of itinerant cultivators was going on, the various races within the 100 Alliances were also conducting various recruitments, and there was constant controversy. Some forces were having internal discussions. Someone said, "I think we can give up the Northern Expedition this time. That human butcher is not a fool. The place of inheritance of the great monarch that he could have explored slowly on his own has been made public, and people are going to explore it in the form of a Northern Expedition. Is he a saint? How can he give it away?" Someone said, "There's no need to worry about that. First of all, the inheritance of the great monarch should be real. Not just one or two people saw the Bloody Hand mine devils. Everyone who was in the joint exploration team saw it. Although they didn't reach the real entrance, Human Butcher had to go to the Northern Expedition himself this time. With the entire 100 Alliance City watching him, where can he run to? There will be so many people. Why should we be afraid of him playing tricks alone?" someone said. "He might not do anything outside the Land of Inheritance, but what about inside the Land of Inheritance? Have any of you been there? What's inside? Who can be sure we won't be scammed by the Human Butcher?" Someone agreed. "Yes, this is indeed not easy to be sure. But I estimate that this Human Butcher might not have a chance to enter the Land of Inheritance. He wants to use the power of the infinite mining area to open up the Land of Inheritance, but the other members of the 100 Alliance City might have the same thoughts. Anyway, that place has to be opened up. Human Butcher has spent so much effort to facilitate this Northern Expedition. The big clans in the 100 Alliance City have saved a lot of trouble. Besides, they can know about a great monarch's Land of Inheritance. Why not?" some forces were also discussing. Someone said, "We have to go on this Northern Expedition this time. It's rare to have such a chance. There must be many opportunities on this trip. Even if there isn't the inheritance of a great monarch, we have to go there, let alone that there is the inheritance of a great monarch." Someone agreed. "That's right. Everyone has seen the terrifying probability of death in every Northern Expedition, but they ignored the fact that after every Northern Expedition, there are people who rise. In this world, there are too many Sky-Opening Realm cultivators. Without tens of thousands of Sky-Opening Realm cultivators, it's impossible for the remaining people not to rise. There must be a lot of people who will die in this Northern Expedition. If we can obtain their origin stars, it will be an opportunity for us to rise. I'm afraid many itinerant cultivators have taken a fancy to this." Someone sneered. "What else can the itinerant cultivators do besides teaming up brainlessly? When the time comes, the corpses obtained by the itinerant cultivators will have to be auctioned in the 100 Alliance City, or they'll have to have someone take their origin star." Apart from the internal discussions of some major forces now in the capital of Horror's camp, opposite Wuxuang was a middle-aged man who looked quite wise. The man said, "May I ask why Miss Wuxuang has invited me here?" Wuxuang smiled faintly and said, "Senior Anne, I have some requests for you. The Northern Expedition is imminent, so I won't beat around the bush with you. I heard that the chaotic wasteland is affected by tidal waves all year round, so it produces energy crystals and clean stones. I want clean stones. The more, the better." "Oh, And Qingji, who was sitting opposite Wuxuang, was stunned for a moment. As a smart person, he immediately thought of something. Clean stones? Miss Wuxuang, that's a purifying object to deal with the ominous, and this northern expedition is to find the inheritance of the great monarch. Suddenly, Qingji stopped talking. He took a deep look at Wuxuang as if he had seen through everything in an instant. Wuxuang couldn't have been interested in the clean stone for no reason. She must need it. The clean stone was meant to purify the ominous, which meant that there was an ominous invasion where the great monarch Bloody Hand was. Then he thought of Han Fei's behavior. With his strength and the key, he should have a way to enter the inheritance land directly. However, he came back at such a great cost and even announced such a good thing. Was he really being kind? At first, everyone thought that Han Fei wanted to use the combat power of the 100 Alliance City to help him open the way to the land of inheritance. But now it seemed that there might be a deeper meaning behind this. Yes, if there was really such a good thing, there was no need for him to start a northern expedition. Therefore, the problem might not be the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, but the ominous there. Thinking that through, Qing was relieved. Wuxuang came to him for the clean stones, which meant that Wuxuang knew a lot, and she needed the clean stones to help her complete this northern expedition. However, Wuxuang was actually giving the city of origin a chance by asking him for the clean stones. It was equivalent to telling him another secret of the land of inheritance. But on second thought, Qingji realized that there were 3 powers that could give Wuxuang clean stones. One was the city of origin, one was the city of scavengers, and the last was the city of wanderers. This was because these 3 factions were all living in the chaotic wasteland and had a large number of clean stones in reserve. Qingji said, Miss Wuxuang, our city of origin has the longest history in the chaotic wasteland, and our clean stone production is also the highest in the chaotic wasteland. Therefore, you can have as many as you want. However, the city of origin naturally won't give them away for nothing. I wonder what Miss Wuxuang can provide, Wuxuang asked. What can I offer? Wuxuang put on a smile, took out a jade slip, and pushed it to Qingji. Qingji looked at the jade curiously and suddenly looked up at Wuxuang. Mine Demon Stream, Great Monarch Mystic Marshal? Puppet City. Qingji was extremely surprised when he saw the information, because it recorded Great Monarch Mystic Marshal, Mine Demon Stream, and Puppet City. After reading all the information, Qingji couldn't help but exclaim that there were still so many things he didn't know. It turned out that there was also a puppet city in the place where the Great Monarch Bloody Hand was suppressed. This city was the headquarters of the Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Therefore, it turned out that this place was not only the place of inheritance of Great Monarch Bloody Hand, but also the location of Puppet City. It was very likely to have the inheritance of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. Wuxuang said, in the Age of the Gods, there were a lot more Great Monarch-level powerhouses than there are now. If the city of origin has enough intelligence to support it, it's actually not difficult for you to find the opportunities here. Therefore, what I can provide is to give the city of origin one more choice than others. Besides, I have clearly told you that I have invited the city of scavengers and city of wanderers to come to meet. Upon hearing this, Qingji immediately said, Miss Wuxuang, actually, there's no need to trouble them. In terms of combat power, ranking, and strength, our city of origin is ranked among the top 10 factions in the infinite mining area. It's not something the 2 of them can compare to. Wuxuang shook her head slightly. You can't say that. Your city of origin may be powerful, but I can't just cooperate with you. Besides, if it really involves a place like Puppet City, even if all the strong masters in your city of origin come out, it might not be enough. Therefore, there's no need for you to try to monopolize. Our goal is opportunity, and I hope you 3 can stop fighting for now. At least, during the northern expedition, don't ruin others' plans because of old grudges. Qingji was silent for a moment. How many clean stones does Miss Wuxuang need? Wuxuang said. That depends on your sincerity, senior. Zhang Beihai was a demon octopus that had transformed into a human, and his strength was hidden. It was speculated that he might already have 1 foot on the 5th lock. Once he made a breakthrough again, it might be time for Zhang Beihai to prove his Tao. When Qingji came out, Zhang Beihai met his eyes, and they just nodded slightly. Zhang Beihai instructed, Miss Wuxuang, you asked someone to pass on the message that you have something important to discuss with me, and I have to come personally. What do you want to say to our city of scavengers? Wuxuang repeated what she had just said, and then said, that's all I have to say. The information I'm telling you will be taken as the payment for purchasing your clean stones. As for who will get the opportunity, it's up to you. Zhang Beihai said, the clean stones will be in place within 3 days. After Qingji and Zhang Beihai left, Long Wu came. However, it was no longer Wuxuang who met Long Wu, but Han Fei. Chapter 2587. The 9th Northern Expedition 2587. The 9th Northern Expedition. When Long Wu saw Han Fei, he was very surprised, because he was supposed to meet Wuxuang from the capital of horror. Why was Han Fei here? Han Fei didn't explain anything, but said, how's the preparation of the clean stones I asked for? Long Wu said, 300 million have been prepared. Because it's not the time when the tides just burst out and there's still half a century before the next tide, there aren't many clean stones left. Already prepared? Longwu said. Yes, they're already sent here. Han Fei was surprised. So fast? Han Fei calculated the distance from the chaotic wasteland to the infinite mining area. Even with his current speed, it would take him a month to travel at full speed. It hadn't been long since he asked Long Wu to prepare these clean stones. How could the clean stones be in place so quickly? Long Wu looked at Han Fei in surprise. It's fast if sent via origin stars. Han Fei secretly took a breath. Long Wu's words instantly reminded Han Fei. In this world, the way to travel was not limited to slowly running in the sea realm, but could also travel via origin stars. The principle was simple, because at their level, they could refine their origin stars and carry them with them. In this way, if two places were too far away, as long as one person placed his origin star next to another's, he could achieve an ultra-long-distance teleportation by entering his origin star, entering the sea of stars, entering the other person's origin star, and then returning to reality. Because of Long Wu's reminder, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Did he have to take the path to the Shattered Star Sea? If this method of visiting each other through the origin stars was feasible, then it was completely possible for the major factions to leave other people's origin stars near the origin star of a certain cultivator. Then, the stronger cultivator could cross the boundless sea of stars by crossing the Scattered Star Sea. So why did they set up the Scattered Star Sea? Wouldn't it be safer, convenient, and time-saving to cross the Sea of Stars that way? The only disadvantage of this method was that in order to descend on other people's origin stars, you had to be weaker than others. Otherwise, you couldn't enter. Therefore, this method needed to use the origin stars of super strong masters as the core, allowing ordinary strong masters to travel back and forth between the Sea of Stars and the Sea Realm. In theory, this method could completely be achieved. But Han Fei felt that this was a little ridiculous. If this was the case, the existence of places like the Scattered Star Sea would be meaningless. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. He decided to ask about this later. Han Fei said calmly, "That's good. I'll take all the 300 million. The other strong masters in the City of Wanderers should have reserved some, right? By the way, how many people have you arranged to participate in this northern expedition?" Long Wu said, 10. The strongest is my deputy general. His name is Chen Tianya, and he has 3 great Dao locks. Among the others, there are 2 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, and the rest are all in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm. Han Fei nodded slightly. Yes, but it's enough. By the way, do you have a statistic on the number of strong masters of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers in the infinite mining areas? Long Wu said, "It's hard to say. After years of investigation and fighting, I found that there aren't many strong masters permanently stationed in the infinite mining areas. There are probably only about 30 in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, and a dozen or so in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. However, if anything happens, people can be sent over via their origin stars. As long as they are weaker than Enqingji and Zhang Beihai, they can come over, so the exact number is unknown." After Long Wu left, Han Fei rubbed his eyebrows. In that case, as long as Zhang Beihai was around, the combat power of the infinite mining area could be constantly replenished. It should be the same for the other fractions. After all, the infinite mining area was the main source of resources. If the resources were transported by manpower, God knew who would snatch them. Therefore, it seemed that it was difficult to judge the comprehensive strength of the major factions in the infinite mining area on the surface. However, even if the strong masters of these forces could visit on both sides, so what? If possible, Han Fei wished that all the strong masters from the City of Scavengers could come over. In this way, he wouldn't have to fight the fake 10,000 scale monarch and might be able to wipe them out. Of course, with Han Fei's understanding of the City of Scavengers, not only were there not many known sky-opening realm cultivators there, but they weren't strong enough. Even the people in charge of the major cities below were all ordinary people who hadn't entered the Star Transformation Realm. Compared to the infinite mining area, Han Fei was more certain that there must be a place in the chaotic wasteland that he didn't know where most cultivators gathered. However, since the City of Wanderers had been camped in the chaotic wasteland for tens of thousands of years, it meant that those people couldn't be moved easily, so he was also curious about whether Zhang Beihai and An Qingji could transfer people over. This was because the 9th Northern Expedition required cultivators in the peak-level, late-stage Star Transformation Realm and above, so it wasn't troublesome to gather people. On the contrary, the gathering of strong cultivators was surprisingly fast. However, just as Wu Shuang said, there were only about 15,000 people in total, which was half of the number planned. Obviously, many ordinary factions were relatively conservative in their contributions, and some of the factions in the 100 alliances naturally wouldn't come out in full force, so they didn't send many people out. Only the top 10 major factions had sent out more people. For example, Wu Shuang personally led 100 people from the capital of Horror, including as many as 70 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. It was precisely because the active participation of the capital of horror and Xuanhuan came in person that many people who couldn't make up their minds chose to participate in this northern expedition. After all, no one would be stupid enough to open the way for Han Fei. Since the capital of horror had deployed so many people, they must be up to something big. The Divine Capital Dynasty also deployed a lot of people, including 50 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 50 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm ones. Although the old man at the intelligence center of the Divine Capital Dynasty didn't spend a lot of money to buy Han Fei's intelligence, they knew a lot about the infinite mining areas. In fact, they had searched for the inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand before. Besides, when the joint exploration team went to find the inheritance of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand, the people of the Divine Capital Dynasty recognized the mine demon stream at a glance. However, they didn't say it but reported it to the old man after returning. The Divine Capital Dynasty, which had long known the relationship between Great Monarch Mystic Marshal and Great Monarch Bloody Hand, was naturally going to get serious this time. Among the top 10 major factions, because these two leading factions of the EC Divine Realm had both sent out such a powerful lineup, the other factions had basically sent out their full strength, although they didn't have so many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. The City of Origin ranked 10th, so they mobilized a lot of people. There were as many as 50 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, which exceeded many people's expectations. The City of Scavengers was ranked 32nd and also sent a lot of people. Although its ranking wasn't low, after the top 10 major factions, except for the City of Scavengers, no other faction sent so many people. The active participation of the City of Scavengers that sent 50 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators naturally aroused many people's suspicion. At the same time, this indirectly proved the strength of the City of Scavengers. It was already a superforce to have 100 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, not to mention that half of them were in the perfected Star Transformation Realm. The only thing Han Fei was curious about was where the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers suddenly get so many strong masters. Logically speaking, these people could only come from that place in the chaotic wasteland that he hadn't discovered. However, if the strong masters in that place could come out at will, why did the City of Wanderers still exist? No, apart from that place, there should be other places for strong masters to live in the chaotic wasteland. Or maybe, the existence of the City of Wanderers was tacitly approved. The significance of the City of Wanderers' existence was that it was used by the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers to train soldiers. Or could it be that these two cities kept the City of Wanderers and let them fight them for show to outsiders? At this moment, Han Fei had too many questions about the chaotic wasteland. If he didn't solve these questions, his plan to save mankind couldn't be carried out perfectly. What if when he had the capital to conquer the City of Scavengers, hundreds of perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators or a monarch suddenly popped up? Then wouldn't he have been busy in vain all these years? Long Wu probably didn't know much about this matter. Otherwise, as an old enemy of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers, it was impossible for him not to know the basic situation of the strong masters of these two cities. He had to ask Gu Tingnan about the chaotic wasteland. This guy could survive tens of thousands of years in the chaotic wasteland and even create the City of Wanderers. There must be a problem. If the strong masters in those mysterious places could come out at will, Gu Tingnan would have been killed long ago, let alone build a city. Han Fei sighed in his heart. Fine, he had a lot of questions, so he could only take it one step at a time. At least, this northern expedition had killed many birds with one stone. The perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were not so common. If 100 of them died, he didn't believe that the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers wouldn't feel the pain. Chapter 2588 Collision between Ferocious Beasts and Divine Beasts 2588 Collision between Ferocious Beasts and Divine Beasts. Before the Northern Expedition, there was an oath-taking meeting to announce the precautions for the Northern Expedition. During the Northern Expedition, no internal fighting was allowed for resources. This was a basic condition, and the most important one. Secondly, after discussion with the other major forces, the capital of horror took out a set of ancient arrays. On average, a team of 10 people could gather the strength of 10 people into one person at any time, which could attack, defend, advance, or retreat. The requirement of an array was that the person who used it had to be of equal strength. This was why the participants of the Northern Expedition this time were all in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm. Because there were only 2 levels, it was easier to cooperate in battle. Even the major factions involved had their own battle formations or joint tactics. Otherwise, with more than 10,000 people and nearly half of them only in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, how could they be a match for tens of thousands of perfected Star Transformation Realm Bloody Hand Mine Devils? At this moment, Xuanhuan was announcing various precautions. Han Fei glanced at the crowd and found many strong masters. Some people gave him the feeling that they had at least 3 Great Dao locks. There were also some people who seemed to have an abnormality in their Great Dao and could even sense Han Fei peeping. Among these people, some were seated strong masters of major factions. Some acted as leaders of their own factions, some hid their strength and blended into the crowd, and some mixed with a group of itinerant cultivators. Anyway, unless it was a critical moment, these people probably wouldn't reveal their true identities. However, Xuanhuan didn't care about this matter. Anyway, she came here just to attract the attention of some people. With her taking the lead, these people would believe that this northern expedition was really profitable and had opportunities to grasp. Otherwise, without the appearance of an influential figure, this northern expedition would probably be like the previous few times. They seemed grand, but in fact they ended up with heavy casualties and a crushing defeat. Xuanhuan shouted, "I think you all know the reason for this trip. We're all smart people. We're all after resources and inheritance. Opportunities belong to whoever grasps it. It's up to you to decide how to distribute the spoils. If it's your resources, no one can snatch them. If it's not yours, don't think too much." Alright, I announced that the northern expedition begins. Swish, swish, swish. Above the 100 Alliance city, spots of light appeared, illuminating the entire 100 Alliance city. Because the major factions in the infinite mining area were going to war together, basically all the major factions involved had a representative figure. There were currently 289 of these representative figures. As soon as they set off, many people looked at Han Fei. They didn't like Han Fei at all. They seemed to be telling Han Fei that he would be watched along the way. If he made any moves, he would be besieged by nearly 300 Dao Lock level cultivators. Han Fei didn't care about that. He said to Xuanhuan telepathically, "Why don't I see any divine beasts or ferocious beasts?" Xuanhuan said, "Divine beasts and ferocious beasts have never had much contact with the 100 Alliances. They value their bloodline very much, so they mostly stay with their own kind. If I've guessed right, you will meet them on the way." Han Fei nodded, and in the next moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Fellow Taoist, we've met once. I'm Chen Tianya from the City of Wanderers. Lord Longwu has ordered me to listen to your orders on this trip." Han Fei glanced around and saw a middle-aged man who looked simple-minded, but this person's eyes were very bright. He was definitely not a simple-minded person. Han Fei couldn't help but tease, "You should call me Human Emperor." Chen Tianya was speechless and then responded, "That's impossible. In my heart, the Human Emperor is only the master of silence. Except for this, I'll listen to you," Han Fei said. "Then you may be disappointed. In the end, the position of Human Emperor won't belong to Gu Tingnan. Okay, enough chit-chat. Before I find you, just pretend you don't know me." Chen Tianya was depressed. Although he knew that this person was a ruthless person who dared to compete with the Master of Silence for the throne, he felt as if he was constipated when he interacted with him. Is this how the Human Emperor should be? The Human Emperor, a symbol of a race. How can he be like a bandit, the northern mining area? When the army of the 100 Alliance city was about to enter the northern mining area, they suddenly saw a scarlet falcon flying over. Behind the falcon, all kinds of ferocious creatures rushed over like a tsunami that swept tens of thousands of kilometers. Han Fei saw a single-horned demon ox galloping crazily across the sea. The red horn on its head was burning crazily. There was also a black and white ring-patterned hydra. It had 9 heads and its eyes were like dark flames. It looked quite poisonous. There was also a big spider 100 meters long with icy blue claws. Every time its claws landed, seawater condensed into ice. Prehistoric ferocious beasts. Yes, anyone could tell that they were prehistoric ferocious beasts. They looked so scary. They were still 1,000,000 kilometers away, but their ferocious might had already arrived. However, before the prehistoric ferocious beasts arrived, there was a deafening tiger roar on the other side. Han Fei looked over only to see a majestic white tiger standing on a pale red cloud flame with a touch of pale red flame between his eyebrows. This tiger looked like an immortal. Behind the white tiger, a green bird soared into the sky, its body like a cyan cloud, leaving a shadow as it tore through the sky. There was also a golden deer with golden horns on its head, emitting a purifying light at any time. After comparing the two sides, Han Fei immediately realized that beauty was justice. It seemed that those who were ugly and fierce were classified as prehistoric ferocious beasts. Those who were good-looking, ethereal, and charming were classified as divine beasts. Tweet the falcon had arrived, hovering hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Han Fei and the others who had stopped. The falcon said, "How can we ferocious beasts not come to the 100 Alliance's northern expedition? In this northern expedition, we sent 3,801 ferocious beasts, including 2,846 in the perfected star transformation realm." Then, Mad Falcon glanced at White Tiger. "Bai Fei, I thought you divine beasts don't like fighting? Why are you here? Roar." The tiger's roar shook the sky. The White Tiger roared, his voice deep and sonorous. "The north is a place where the demonic might is enriched. It's our divine beast's duty to purify all things and suppress all demons. How can we not come this time? On the other hand, Moju, don't you know the nature of your ferocious beasts? Apart from fighting and causing trouble, what else can you do?" Moju said. "We can do what your divine beasts can do, and we can do what your divine beasts can't. Our prehistoric ferocious beasts have extraordinary abilities. How can we be compared to you sanctimonious fellows?" Sure enough, as soon as these two parties met, they were already at daggers drawn. If it weren't for the army of the 100 Alliance city, these two groups would have fought. At first, it was a war of words. Then, a big bull came and roared, "Aren't you those beautiful junks? How dare you attack the northern mining area?" The golden deer shouted coldly, "Ugly bull, what are you howling for? Believe it or not, I'll break your horn." The old bull roared, "Come on, I'll send you all the way to the Central Sea Divine Realm with my horn." Buzz. In the next moment, the golden deer charged, and his white jade horns shone brightly. Not to be outdone, the old bull unleashed a torrent of fire from its fiery horn. Boom, swish, 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 swish. The collision was so hard that thousands of ripples rose with the waves, and the void collapsed and the sky shattered. Even the army of the 100 Alliances, hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from them, felt the void tremble. The old bull roared, "Come on, come here." The golden deer was rather short-tempered. "I'll break your horn today." Han Fei looked at this scene in shock. Are these fucking divine beasts and ferocious beasts? Are they all so violent? He couldn't help but be speechless. Why don't you just be ferocious beasts? The ferocious beasts are really ferocious, but the divine beasts are also very reckless. When the armies of the two sides rushed over, for a moment, roars were like thunder between the heavens and the earth, and mystic sounds rose from all directions as they shouted and cursed at each other. The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he said to Wu Shuang telepathically, "Have you seen this before? Are these fucking divine beasts and prehistoric ferocious beasts?" "They don't seem very reliable," Wu Shuang said. "I hadn't seen them before," Shang informed them. "But whether they are reliable or not, they are very strong." At this time, Wu Shuang stood up and said, "Everyone, don't forget what we're here for. We're here for the Northern Expedition, not to watch the fight between you divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. Can you transform into human form first? Otherwise, with your huge bodies, I'm afraid all the mine demons in the northern mining area will be attracted over." Wu Shuang weren't polite to them. Then she said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "I heard that you have to be tough to them. If you speak softly, you'll be despised and nabbed by them." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "Asin, you call that tough? The real tough is to slap them all to the ground and then teach them a good lesson." The white tiger snorted coldly. "I won't lower myself to your level. Let's meet on the battlefield in the future." The mad falcon also spread its wings and ordered, "All ferocious beasts, transform." Swish, 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 swish. There were only 3,800 men and women left in the army that were rolling like a black tide just now. They were casually wearing all kinds of incomplete armor. Occasionally, some women were wearing colorful clothes and hanging some spoils of war that showed their strength, such as a skull hanging on their necks. Some even hung the bones of divine beasts on their chests. On the other side, the white tiger, the golden deer, and the other divine beasts had also transformed, but they were either wearing clothes that made them feel lightheaded, clean, comfortable, or magnificent, which was a sharp contrast to the ferocious beasts. When the three parties gathered, the young man in white who was transformed from the white tiger said solemnly, "The divine beasts sent 3,200 divine beasts, including 2,800 in the perfected star transformation realm. It's said that the 100 Alliance city will do something big in this northern expedition. Since we're all in the infinite mining area, we should come and help." Before he finished speaking, the black-clothed man who was Mad Falcon sneered, "Forget it. Everyone knows that you came for the inheritance of the great monarch. I despise you hypocritical fellows the most. If you're so selfless, don't take any treasures," the white tiger sneered. "Believe it or not, I'll twist your bird head off." Chapter 2089 Terrifying Combat Power of the Northern Expedition Army 2089 Terrifying Combat Power of the Northern Expedition Army. Han Fei finally discovered that no matter if it was a divine beast or a ferocious beast, they were actually the same. They were all wild beasts in their bones. The only difference was that one of them was beautiful and the other was ugly. Well, they couldn't be said ugly exactly. Some ferocious beasts look quite powerful. Anyway, the divine beast looked like divine beasts, and the ferocious beasts looked just like ferocious beasts. The two sides roared at each other for a long time, but at least what they should do. They were here to participate in the northern expedition, not to quarrel with each other. The final result was that neither side responded to the other. This matter was almost over, but ferocious beasts were all carefree. The temper of any level of beast was actually not much different. For example, not long after the Northern Expedition Army advanced, a big cat from the ferocious beast army looked at the leaders of the human cultivators curiously and asked, "Hey, I heard that a ferocious person called Human Butcher suddenly appeared in your 100 alliances. What does he look like? Is he as fierce as me?" Everyone couldn't help but look sideways, only to see that the person turned into a cat several meters long, a big mixed fur cat. Although his skin was smooth, his pupils shrank to a narrow slit, and the hair by his ears was as straight as blades. His big fat face didn't look ferocious at all. Someone looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei looked sideways at the big cat and said, "Big cat, do I look fierce? My name is not Big Cat. My name is Wang Xiaoju. Are you the Human Butcher?" Han Fei shrugged. "If you're looking for someone called the Human Butcher, then that's me." Wang Xiaoju swooshed over and landed beside Han Fei, muttering, "I heard that you destroyed a force alone?" Han Fei touched the corner of his mouth. "Maybe that faction is too weak," Wang Xiaoju snorted. "That's true." Except for the top 100 fractions, the others in the infinite mining area are relatively weak. However, I heard that you are a very fierce person, so you're quite to my taste. Let's make friends. Han Fei was lost for words. Han Fei was lost for words. Wang Xiaoju, forgive my poor eyesight, but why do you think you are fierce? Wang Xiaoju glared at Han Fei. Look at the hair on my body. It's so mixed. Some are white, some are yellow, and some are black. Do you know what colorful fur represents ferocious beasts? It represents poison. Let me tell you, I'm very poisonous, so I definitely belong to the ferocious beasts. Look at those divine beasts. Their furs are smooth and greasy. They don't look fierce at all. They're boring. Han Fei, he seriously suspected that there was something wrong with this big cat's brain. You're just a fucking ordinary mixed fur cat? Poisonous? Did it have a fucking wrong perception of poison? Han Fei didn't want to talk to the cat anymore. He felt that his IQ would be lowered. However, this big cat turned out to be a chatterbox. He asked Han Fei enthusiastically, "Hey, I heard that you found the inheritance of a great monarch. Why don't you go by yourself? Is it because you can't beat the mind demons? What does the great monarch bloody hand look like? Is his hand red? If it is red, it should be very poisonous. Is his hand lacking in strength? I heard that it's a hand that can shake the gods. If you can survive it, it means that too much time has passed." Han Fei didn't speak at all, but Wang Xiaoju never stopped talking. The ferocious beasts seemed to be used to this scene. More importantly, Han Fei clearly felt that those ferocious beasts were very relaxed and seemed to be in a good mood. Was it because this cat was too naggy? When Wang Xiaoju raised all kinds of questions, no one approached Han Fei anymore. No one wanted to get close to this chatterbox. Wang Xiaoju was still saying, "You may not believe it, but there is actually a god among my ancestors. Have you heard of the cat god? It doesn't matter if you haven't. Let me tell you, in a forgotten fragment deep in my inherited memories, my ancestor once fought the dragon god. Unfortunately, in the long years after, the cat race declined. At my age, there are few cats left in the entire ferocious beast lineage. Even if there are, their bloodline is quite impure. It's a pity that my top talent," Han Fei didn't respond, but he didn't expect Wang Xiaoju to be so talkative. Suddenly, just as Wang Xiaoju was about to chat with Han Fei about how a cat should live elegantly, beams of light swept across the sky. This was already within Han Fei's expectations. When he went to the Mind Demon stream, he had experienced such a scene. Along the way, there were so many flash lizards that Han Fei didn't even want to fight them. At that time, Han Fei had avoided them as much as he could with his black mist body. However, this time, there were too many people in the Northern Expedition Army. It was impossible to hide. The northern mining area had been deserted for tens of thousands of years, and the flash lizards in this area had already overflowed. Therefore, the flash lizards all jumped and flashed over, and the first encounter war of the Northern Expedition Army in the northern mining area officially began. The flash lizards couldn't be said to be weak. Their combat power might not be very strong, but their speed was very fast. It could be said that few of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators who came this time were faster than the Flash Lizards. Therefore, the Flash Lizards' charge caused a certain amount of panic. When more and more Flash Lizards jumped and flashed over, they immediately turned the Northern Expedition Army into chaos. Some cultivators were killed on the spot because they couldn't dodge in time. However, everyone reacted quickly. They hadn't encountered many Flash Lizards in the early stages, so only 100 people had died. In the crowd, people shouted, "Form an array! Form an array!" The 10-people ancient array was something given to everyone from the beginning, and most members of the factions could usually form such an ancient killing array, which could gather the soul, strength, and defense. In a moment, the army of the Northern Expedition instantly formed more than 1,500 arrays. When a flash lizard jumped and flashed over, the strong masters in the team would instantly withdraw their strength and attack with their killer moves. With booms, explosions kept popping up in the void. Different from the panic just now, after a while, all flash lizards died. This was because the flash lizards weren't like ants that gathered in groups and had a fearless spirit of sacrifice in the face of danger. They were just simple-minded mind demons that only knew how to charge. They didn't even have a specific concept of danger. Therefore, when tens of thousands of flash lizards continued to charge at the array, the Northern Expedition Army was overjoyed. This was because every flash lizard provided them with at least a level 4 mineral. Some of the flash lizards could even provide level 5 minerals. What did this mean? Ordinary mind demons that hadn't entered the Star Transformation Realm could at most give birth to level 2 minerals. Late-stage Star Transformation Realm, mind demons level 3 minerals, peak level, late-stage Star Transformation Realm, mind demons level 4 minerals, and perfected Star Transformation Realm ones only level 5 minerals. Under normal circumstances, if you wanted to hunt a mind demon in the perfected Star Transformation Realm, you had to have the strength of the perfected Star Transformation Realm, or even above it. However, they didn't have to do that today. Today, they had the advantage in numbers. In the Northern Expedition Army, the weakest of them was in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. If 10 of them formed an array, even 10 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators could suppress cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm. Facing the mind demons who were not very smart, it would be even easier to kill them. Therefore, in this battle, the Northern Expedition Army completely occupied the upper hand. The ferocious beasts and the divine beasts were naturally affected by the flash lizards too. However, to Han Fei's surprise, both sides were very strong. For example, Wang Xiaoju, the big cat that followed Han Fei and chatted with him for no reason, could unleash the speed of light explosion at will. Even the flash lizard couldn't withstand a single slap from him. More importantly, after Wang Xiaoju slapped the flash lizard to death, he didn't kill it but sent it flying everywhere. Then, he ran over to catch it happily. While playing, Wang Xiaoju said to Han Fei, "Human butcher, I'm so strong, right? I heard that the bloody hand mine devil is very strong. Is it stronger than this thing?" Han Fei, "Yes." Wang Xiaoju's pupils immediately turned round and then with a bang, he threw the flash lizard to Han Fei. Han Fei didn't know if this was a test, but Wang Xiaoju's fighting style was shocking. Han Fei instantly grabbed the flash lizard with both hands and tore it apart with a swish. Then, he punched out, setting off a round of fist marks in the void that formed ripples. The flash lizard's great Tao was instantly shattered, so was its soul. For a moment, the ferocious beasts, the divine beasts, and even the people from the 100 Alliance City all gasped. The ferocious beasts were more impressed by him because Han Fei's fighting method was very brutal. It was the collision of blood and flesh, the burst of power, simple and violent, more like a ferocious beast than them. As for the divine beasts, they looked at Han Fei differently. A person's fighting style was closely related to his personality. Although they didn't know Han Fei well, at least they didn't like him very much. Of course, Han Fei didn't care. Along the way, he chatted with Wang Xiaoju, mainly because Wang Xiaoju had been chatting with him. The battle lasted for half a day, because the flash lizards didn't charge at the Northern Expedition Army brainlessly. After all, they only attacked the Northern Expedition Army after being harassed by the Northern Expedition Army. Under normal circumstances, although there were many flash lizards along this route, they weren't everywhere. Therefore, because of the powerful military formation of the Northern Expedition Army and the relatively scattered number of flash lizards, in 3 days, more than 30,000 flash lizards were killed by the Northern Expedition Army, and only 212 members of the Northern Expedition Army died. Chapter 2590 arrived at the Mind Demon Stream. 2590 arrived at the Mind Demon Stream. The combat power of one person was certainly different from the combat power of 10,000 people. Even now, it was impossible for Han Fei to fight 10,000 people alone. And an army of 10,000 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators was unstoppable on this northern expedition route. No mind demon creatures could seriously injure such a team. Of course, it was normal for there to be a few accidents. For example, the Northern Expedition Army accidentally encountered a group of 8 lizard demons. Just like when Han Fei encountered a group of lizard demons back then, they had a fierce battle. Although this army of 10,000 people was powerful, they might not be able to launch a small-scale attack. Furthermore, most of the lizard demons had the speed of light explosion and were extremely powerful. In a single clash, the 8 lizard demons had killed 8 people. In the end, the Northern Expedition Army paid the lives of 42 people to completely kill the 8 lizard demons. At this moment, people from the major factions looked at Han Fei. "What kind of mind demon is this? Why didn't you mention it before?" Han Fei said. "Oh, this is a kind of mind demon called the lizard demon. Because the conditions to form it are very difficult, there are very few of them, so it's very difficult to encounter them. It seems that we're lucky to encounter lizard demons on this trip." Someone shouted, "Why didn't you tell us in advance?" Han Fei glanced at him coldly. "Would you believe me if I say you will die? Do you want to leave and go back to the 100 Alliance City?" The man was about to fly into a rage when someone said to him via voice transmission, "Don't lower yourself to his level for the time being. When we arrive and find the place of inheritance, someone will take care of him. How long do you really think he can live?" Hearing that, the man stopped. Wu Shuang saw all this. She didn't know what Han Fei's purpose was in facilitating this northern expedition. The only thing she knew was that Han Fei wanted to kill the people from the city of origin and the city of scavengers. No matter what they would gain from this northern expedition, one thing was certain, no one from these two cities could survive. Besides, Han Fei had once said that there would be heavy casualties in this northern expedition. So, most of these people who participated in the northern expedition were not Han Fei's enemies. Did Han Fei want to use their lives to accomplish his own business? If it was only a small number of people, she wouldn't care, but there were more than 10,000 of them, including the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. This meant that if Han Fei didn't handle this matter well, for example, if some of them escaped after he scammed these people, then Han Fei would face endless hunting by all the forces in the infinite mining area and the powers behind them. Therefore, up to now, Wu Shuang was far more interested in the show than she was in the northern expedition. Next to Han Fei, Wang Xiaoju curiously said, "Hey human, you are very arrogant, but I am curious. It seems that everyone has their own people. Why do you look like you are alone?" Han Fei said, "I alone am a powerful army." Wang Xiaoju tilted his head. "Human, you are indeed very arrogant and good at bragging. However, there are people like you among our ferocious beasts." It was a terrifying ferocious beast named the Emperor Sparrow. He was also very arrogant. In the past, he ruled the entire line of ferocious beasts alone. But later, it was precisely because of his ferociousness that he was killed by an unknown powerhouse. But then again, it's good to be a strong person. Look, there are only a few kittens left in our cat race. Only I, the pillar of the cat race, am left. If I don't be strong, who will be strong? Sigh, I'm so worried. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What are you worried about? You look so casual. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Moju. Moju clearly felt Han Fei's gaze, but he pretended not to see it and rushed out to kill the enemy. Han Fei was speechless. It turned out that Wang Xiaoju was not very popular among the ferocious beasts. The army definitely wouldn't travel as fast as Han Fei traveling alone. Therefore, the journey that should have taken him 3 days took the army 12 days to complete. On the way, almost all the soldiers were overjoyed. It felt so good. The northern mining area was overflowing with mine demons, so they were fighting and killing almost all the way. The total number of mine demons killed was probably more than 200,000. Even if they only killed level 4 mine demons, it was equivalent to an average of 10 level 4 minerals per person. Many people felt that they could kill for decades in the northern mining area. This crazily reaping passion reached its peak the moment they reached the mine demon stream. On the 12-day journey, 1,042 people died in total. However, compared to the mine demons they killed, if this was the result of this northern expedition, it could be said to be a huge success. However, it was not all beautiful scenery on the trip. On this day, the Northern Expedition Army rushed to the outside of the mine demon stream. Everyone sensed that there were a huge number of ordinary mine demons here. From explorers to sea establishers, there were too many of them. It was simply an ideal soldier training ground. Someone exclaimed, "The mineral power in the surroundings is so strong. There are probably no less than 10 large mines nearby. If we send someone to dig, it might be enough to dig for tens of thousands of years." Someone sighed. "If we had such a natural trial field in our early years, our growth speed would definitely be several times faster than now. Unfortunately, such a place is too rare. I'm afraid it's unique in the infinite mining area." Some strong masters widened their eyes. They were already considering whether they should settle in the northern mining area. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many flash lizards and too many dangers on this road, they would definitely fight for this place. Even now, they felt that they could have a try here, even just for the mines here. Some people even had doubts when they saw the mine demon stream. Why did this place feel like the mine demon stream in the legendary books of the infinite mining area? Different from the ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, the top cultivators of the top factions of the 100 Alliances had been in the infinite mining area for a long time and knew a thing or two about many secrets. For example, the mine demon stream was mentioned in the information about Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. This was not a big secret. It was just that ordinary people had no chance to come into contact with such abundant intelligence resources, so most people didn't know about it. The strong masters of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers were intrigued. Sure enough, Xuanhuan didn't lie to them. This was indeed the mine demon stream. It was exactly the same as the mine demon stream recorded in history books. Except that the entrance to the mine demon stream was relatively small, even the chaotic and traceless turbulence inside the entrance was exactly the same as recorded. At this point, the ferocious beasts and divine beasts had also gathered with the Northern Expedition Army. These two parties might be a little reckless, but they were not fools. Of course, they knew that everything before was just a drizzle. The real danger and the real opportunities were here. Xuanhuan said, "All leaders, please come here. We've arrived at the periphery of the place of inheritance of the Great Monarch. We have to prepare for a difficult battle. There are still some things that we need to discuss. If it weren't for the attraction of the Great Monarch's inheritance, the major fractions would have led their people to sweep the northern mining area on their own. However, they knew that this was not the depths of the northern mining area. The danger in the depth of the infinite mining area would only increase exponentially. Therefore, now that they were here, they knew that the easy hunting time was over." Someone said, "As the original planner of this northern expedition, Human Butcher, you need to provide a reasonable opinion on how to go down to the Great Splitting Canyon." Someone echoed, "That's right. You're the only one who has walked into the place of inheritance. The joint exploration team can't go deeper at all, so I hope you won't play any tricks. Once the losses exceed our expectations, we won't let you off." Han Fei sneered. "Are you threatening me? To be honest, it's very dangerous down there. You should know how many people will die down there. If you're not even prepared for this, why are you participating in the northern expedition?" The white tiger of the divine beast lineage said, "I heard that there are many bloody hand mine devils down below. Is there anything to pay attention to? What are the weaknesses of these bloody hand mine devils?" Moju from the ferocious beast said, "Just tell me how we can win." Han Fei said, "Then let me tell you, the bloody hand mine devils are all at least level 7. You can imagine their defense power, right? But we can use a raise to deal with this. Secondly, the flash lizards will attach to the bloody hand mine devils and act as their eyes. The bloody hand mine devils also have the flash lizard's flash ability. Their flash speed can reach the speed of light explosion, but it's only the speed of light explosion, no faster. Therefore, if you want to go down, the peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators have to set up an array first. If you do that after going down, you'll be doomed. I don't dare say that the entire team will be wiped out, but at least 30% of you will be easily wiped out. Moju sighed. This is a little awesome. Fortunately, 80% of us are in the perfected star transformation realm. The white tiger snorted coldly. Our divine beasts are extremely talented. If it's just the speed of light explosion and strong defense, it won't be a problem. Han Fei didn't have any special reaction. The divine beasts and ferocious beasts living in the infinite mining area could occupy a territory. It was only natural that they were strong, unlike the 100 Alliance City, which had complicated forces and uneven strength. On the 100 Alliance City's side, someone asked, "What's the most effective way to deal with them?" Han Fei said leisurely, "The bloody hand mine devils are all contaminated with the ominous, so it's best to deal with them with pure purifying power." Buzz, what? Are you kidding me? Ashhole, human butcher, what's the meaning of this? Why are you only saying this now? Someone shouted coldly. Do you know what the ominous means? Are you crazy? Mo Ju frowned. The ominous? This is indeed not an easy job. Although we ferocious beasts have the power to resist the ominous power, if the ominous power is too strong, we can't resist it. The white tiger stared at Han Fei. The ominous has invaded the sea realm, and you still dare to look for the inheritance? So you told this information to us so that we can cleanse the ominous? For a moment, these leaders were in an uproar. Only the leaders of the City of Origin, the City of Scavengers, and Chen Tianya from the City of Wanderers didn't react much because they had long known about this. Especially the leaders of the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers, they secretly took a breath. They didn't expect that the fact that Chaotic Wasteland had been fighting ominous battles all year round had become their advantage now. At the same time, they were also amazed by Wu Shuang's means. With the leadership of the 100 Alliance City, she easily obtained a large number of clean stones from them with intelligence. If nothing went wrong, the biggest winner this time might be them and the capital of horror. The only undesirable thing was that the three major factions in the Chaotic Wasteland were all here. The only consolation was that only 10 people came from the City of Wanderers. However, they also understood that the City of Wanderers was ranked more than 100th and they were new here. They didn't have enough resources to mobilize so many strong masters. Amidst the angry roars, Han Fei said leisurely, "Why are you roaring? There must be difficulties. Otherwise, should I put the inheritance of the great monarch in your hands?" Chapter 2591 Battle for Clean Stones 2591 Battle for Clean Stones. Anyway, Han Fei was not afraid now. It didn't matter if he had a showdown with them. Anyway, they were already here. If they weren't tempted, they could leave on their own. However, even if someone wanted to leave now, if fewer people left, they might not be able to return to the 100 Alliance City. Along the way, they caused too much noise and killed countless mine demons along the way, which would inevitably cause many mine demons to scramble for food. Therefore, the way back might not be safe. And a small number of people couldn't achieve the effect of an army. Therefore, at this moment, Han Fei decided to lay his cards on the table. So what if he said that the bloody hand mine devils were contaminated by the ominous? You can go if you're afraid. He was sure that these people wouldn't leave, because the people who came this time were all strong masters in the peak level late stage star transformation realm or above. Although many people hadn't dealt with the ominous, there were strong masters of the divine beast lineage here. Also, the City of Scavengers and the City of Origin were very experienced with dealing with the ominous. They had sent out such a comprehensive force this time. If necessary, they would definitely take action. Therefore, someone immediately looked at the leader of the City of Origin and said, "Anshanbei, I heard that your chaotic wasteland deals with the ominous all year round. You should have a way to deal with the ominous, right?" Someone echoed. "The Northern Expedition Army is one. Isn't it said that there are more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils below? Those are 30,000 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. If we aren't safe, why would we risk our lives to help you kill so many bloody hand mine devils?" However, an Anbei looked at the person from the City of Scavengers and then said, "First of all, we didn't know that the bloody hand mine devil contained ominous power. Otherwise, we would have arranged for the chaotic wasteland to send supplies to cleanse the ominous power. However, how much can we have now? If we solely rely on our reserves, we definitely can't eliminate so many bloody hand mine devils. I just don't know how much reserves the City of Scavengers and the City of Wanderers have." Everyone looked at Luo Chen. He was the leader of the City of Scavengers this time. He thought to himself, "We have just received the clean stones and you are already targeting us." However, Luo Chen was not easy to deal with. He said, "Even your City of Origin doesn't have much reserves. How much can we have? More importantly, those are mine demons in the perfected star transformation realm. We can't kill one of them with one clean stone. If we just use clean stones, even 100,000 clean stones might not be enough to kill 1,000 bloody hand mine devils." There was no need to ask Chen Tianya. Chen Tianya said, there are only 10 people from our city of wanderers. It's useless even if you look at me. My boss is not here. Even if he is, he doesn't have so many clean stones. Clean stones are only used in the chaotic wasteland. Under normal circumstances, who would bring a huge number of clean stones to the infinite mining area? Luo Chen nodded. Yes, but I remember that there is a long-term deal between the capital of horror and our chaotic wasteland. Some of the clean stones in our chaotic wasteland will be sent to the capital of horror through the infinite mining area. A while ago, we happened to sell a batch of them. I wonder if Miss Wuxuang has brought some with you, Wuxuang said calmly. Sorry, I'm new to the chaotic wasteland and haven't come into contact with this matter for the time being. However, I can ask my subordinates. Perhaps they should carry some with them. After all, several of them are specialized in transporting clean stones. For a moment, the 4 factions, including the City of Origin, refused to admit that they had many clean stones. Of course, at this point, knowing there was the ominous here, how could they reveal the number of clean stones they really had if they were not stupid? The 4 major sects were shirking responsibility in terms of the clean stone. Wuxuang glanced in the direction of the camp of the capital of horror. After a while, she said, Everyone, wait a moment. Someone on our side can return to the 100 Alliance City through the Sea of Stars and bring some clean stones over. However, the clean stones we bought from the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers have been shipped away in batches. I'm not sure how much is left. After that, Wuxuang signaled with her eyes, and someone from the capital of horror returned to his origin star. After the person left, Wuxuang said, As a necessary thing in the chaotic wasteland, I don't believe you don't have any. Both of you are strong masters with 4 Dao locks, second only to the person in charge in your respective factions. You're responsible for almost half of the matters in your respective fractions. Although you say you don't have many clean stones, you should be able to take out hundreds of millions, right? Wang Xiaoju said. Hey, how much do you two have? Tell us. If you can't even make this little contribution at this time, believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Moju also said, You people are too scheming. This is a critical moment to find the land of inheritance. If we screw up because of the 2 of you, don't blame us for being angry. This time, the divine beasts didn't argue with the ferocious beasts because what Moju said was true. If because of these people, the 20,000 people couldn't conquer the Mind Demon Stream, even if their divine beasts prided themselves on justice, they wouldn't be able to help but touch the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers. For a moment, Luo Chen and An Shanbei felt as if they were constipated. The 2 of them were really annoyed, but they looked at Chen Tianya at the same time, thinking, if we're besieged, you won't have a good time either. However, Chen Tianya simply said, I only have a total of 100 million clean stones. If you don't believe me, you can let someone enter my origin star to investigate. I will release all the restrictions on my origin star. Really, I don't mind at all. After that, Chen Tianya sighed. After all, our city of wanderers is new here. In terms of heritage and strength, we're definitely incomparable to the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers. I dare to open my origin star, but do you dare to? Do you have a lot of clean stones but are unwilling to contribute them to us? Chen Tianya thought to himself. My clean stones are all on the human butcher, but who knows? Anyway, there are only 10 people from the City of Wanderers here, and each of us has a little bit of clean stones with us in case of emergencies. Even if I take out all my 100 million clean stones, it won't be a problem. Hearing what Chen Tianya said, Luo Chen and An Shanbei were already cursing in their hearts. This time, they had come fully prepared. The number of clean stones they carried with them exceeded 1 billion. At this moment, Wuxuang's men hadn't returned yet, but if Luo Chen and An Shanbei didn't give the others an explanation, they would immediately arouse everyone's hostility. Of course, they wouldn't be as bold as Chen Tianya. Fortunately, the Origin Star was the most secretive place for cultivators. Under normal circumstances, no one would allow anyone to secretly investigate their Origin Star. This time was no exception. An Shanbei said, Our City of Origin can offer 300 million. Everyone, let me make it clear. There's nothing more. Even if I return home, I won't have any. Luo Chen's face turned black. This beastard is forcing me to take out at least 300 million clean stones. Sure enough, Luo Chen said with an awful look, Please forgive me, but I can only provide 300 million. After all, the clean stones can only be earned by fighting ominous creatures. So, the supply of 300 million clean stones means the death of 300 million ominous creatures. Wuxuang said, In view of the rarity of the clean stones, which can only be produced in the chaotic wasteland, we won't take the clean stones in your hands for nothing. After this operation is over, we will take out some of our acquired resources and give them to you, or buy your clean stones at the original price. In any case, we won't let you suffer a loss. Wang Xiaoju asked curiously, 300 million plus 300 million, that's 600 million. Shen Qianya interjected, I can take out 80 million, and the 10 of us will keep 20 million. I don't think anyone will have any objection, right? Wang Xiaoju tilted her head and glanced at Chen Tianya and then said, 680 million, that's a lot. Isn't this enough to purify some bloody hand-mine devils? Chen Tianya said, It's hard to say. We have clean stones of all levels, including explorer level ones. For the Bloody Hand Mind Devils in the perfected star transformation realm, it's probably as useless as being bitten by an ant. Therefore, even with the supply of the capital of horror, even if the number of clean stones exceeds 1 billion, it might not be enough to kill tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Mind Devils. Wang Xiaoju was about to complain when Chen Tianya continued. However, if the clean stone is not used to deal with the Bloody Hand Mind Devil but to purify ourselves, then 1 billion will definitely be enough. And Shanbei and Luo Chen echoed at the same time. That's right. So now it seems that the ominous crisis has been resolved? Wu Shuang shook her head. Not necessarily. The premise is that you aren't seriously contaminated by the ominous. Otherwise, even the clean stone might not be able to completely purify you. Someone said, of course. If everything is settled by this stone, why are so many of us here? Han Fei said with a smile. If you want fewer people to die, you'd better split the clean stones. If each of you gets tens of thousands, it might work. Someone looked sideways. What do you mean? Are these clean stones not enough? Han Fei shrugged. I didn't say that. You should feel lucky that you found the Bloody Hand Mind Devil's only weakness. I'm just reminding you that that thing is really strong. You can't completely rely on this stone. At this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was the person from the capital of horror who had just entered his origin star. As soon as the person appeared, he nodded at Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang said, 500 million. We happen to have the last batch of 500 million in stock. We haven't had the time to send them away. Chapter 2592 First Exploration to the Mind Demon Stream. 2592 First Exploration to the Mind Demon Stream. The number of clean stones exceeded 1 billion, and everyone was relieved. As for the clean stones provided by Wu Shuang and the others, they weren't provided for free. This required the return of resources. But as for the specific return, as they hadn't explored the Mind Demon Stream yet, they couldn't give a precise demand. After the clean stones were distributed, it was time to enter the Mind Demon Stream. Han Fei looked calm. No one knew what he was thinking, but most people guessed that Han Fei must be up to something. In fact, Han Fei was wondering if the demon vanquishing tree had gone back on his word. Logically speaking, Old Yuan should have come out long ago. With Old Yuan's soul, he could easily get a turtle egg. However, up to now, there was no news of Old Yuan, and Han Fei's clone had disappeared without returning. This meant that up to now, Old Yuan hadn't left Puppet City. This made Han Fei hostile to the demon vanquishing tree. No matter what the reason was, it was a fact that Old Yuan didn't come out. Therefore, Han Fei made up an excuse about the land of inheritance on this trip, partly for the Mind Demon Stream and partly to save Old Yuan. If the demon vanquishing tree didn't hand Old Yuan and his clone over, he would expose Puppet City. A group of people in the perfected star transformation realm might not be able to take down Puppet City, but once Puppet City was exposed, monarchs would definitely come. On this side, the leaders of the major factions returned one after another and began to beckon everyone to go down. Outside, they formed an array and prepared to go down the Mind Demon Stream. Some people had even secretly prepared some other forces. In the end, they didn't trust Han Fei, so it was impossible for them to completely believe Han Fei's one-sided story and rush down. Of course, most people thought that there were many people going down with me anyway. Even if there was a problem, there would be someone in front of me, and I wouldn't be among the ones to die. Too many people had this idea, so no one rejected the exploration to the Mind Demon Stream. The leaders of the major factions all shouted, "Set up an array and enter the land of inheritance. Everyone, be vigilant. Don't take it lightly. If you're careless at this time, you will be doomed." Someone shouted, "Be ready to activate the secret method at any time and burn your blood. If anything happens, this will be your greatest asset to escape." Apart from the major factions, there were a lot of itinerant cultivators. Compared to these major factions, the greatest characteristic of itinerant cultivators was their unity. Someone shouted, "Everyone, we don't have so many strong masters to protect us, nor do we have many trump cards. However, we have many people. In times of crisis, we have to help each other, not only our own team members, but also any itinerant cultivator who is in trouble. This is the best way for our itinerant cultivators to survive in the infinite mining area." Someone smiled and said, "Of course, we're indeed weak in background, but in terms of unity, we itinerant cultivators are really not afraid of those big forces. Only by helping each other can we go further and further." Compared to the 100 alliances, the divine beasts and ferocious beasts were much simpler. Mo Ju shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Once you find that you can't beat them, run to the strong masters. Although those things are all in the perfected star transformation realm and their speed can reach the speed of light explosion, don't panic. We are ferocious beasts, so we can resist their attacks. Also, once you find that you are really no match for them and are about to die, blow yourselves up. Then the nearby perfected star transformation realm cultivators shall rush over. We must ensure that our compatriots can still survive." The divine beasts said the same things as the ferocious beasts, but they divided their people into small groups, each with 3 or 5 divine beasts. Let's go down. Swish, swish, swish. More than 20,000 strong masters rushed into the Mind Demon Stream like dumplings. All of them were tense, as if facing a great enemy, so they all maintained their peak combat power and could launch their strongest attacks at any time. More than 200 kilometers down the Mind Demon stream, there were only ordinary late-stage Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Mind Demons. These were actually nothing. There were all kinds of Mind Demons. This was because they hadn't seen the Bloody Hand Mind Devils yet. Instead, they encountered a group of silver-headed sharks, a group of phosphorescence ribbonfish, a group of Mind Spirit crabs, and some other species. Originally, these Mind Demons just wanted to see who had come, but they were met with mystic rays and heavy blows. Puff, 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 bang, 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 knock, knock, knock. The combat power of the Northern Expedition Army was quite terrifying. In the blink of an eye, all the ordinary Mind Demons were almost wiped out. The Mind Demon stream had been accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years, so before these people reached the bottom of the Mind Demon stream, there were countless Mind Demons rushing at them. Han Fei shouted, "This is what I said. There are not only Bloody Hand Mind Devils here, but also a large number of late-stage Star Transformation and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm Mind Demons. There are a lot of them, probably more than 50,000. However, someone laughed. 50,000 means 50,000 mineral resources. Kill, someone sneered. We're on a northern expedition now. We don't lack strong masters at all. We can easily kill these 50,000 Mind Demons in the blink of an eye." Someone exclaimed, "Haha, there are 3 level 5 minerals." Someone shouted, "This group of sea scorpions are all in the peak level late stage Star Transformation Realm. There are level 5 minerals on their heads. Kill them." Someone was shocked. So many Mind Demons. We're going to be rich. Han Fei listened to the cheers of these people in silence. The Mind Demon stream was narrow and couldn't accommodate so many battles at once. It was not a good thing to have all kinds of forces collide with each other. Besides, they were immersed in excitement at the moment because they hadn't found the Bloody Hand Mind Devils yet. Instead, they got high-quality minerals one after another. If it were any other time, how could they have obtained so many minerals so easily? However, this excitement didn't last long. Soon, someone shouted, "Who's attacking randomly? Are you blind?" Someone burst into fury. "Beastards, the defense array I set up has been broken by your power. Why aren't you stopping?" Someone was still fighting a moment ago, but the next moment, his body was suddenly pierced by a stream of water, and even his soul was destroyed. Seeing this person die, many people were startled. They hadn't seen anything yet. Who was attacking this person? However, such a thing was still happening. 1, 2, 3. Finally, someone sensed that something was wrong. Attention to some of the water currents here. They seemed to be the tentacles of some creature that turned into water currents. However, it was already too late. The roots of the demon vanquishing tree were unconscious. They instinctively attacked all intruders. Of course, there weren't many of them. One root could only launch one attack. When everyone was consciously guarding against the roots, they could dodge and block them. However, because of the roots of the demon vanquishing tree, many arrays were broken. With their arrays incomplete, these people faced the crazy attacks of tens of thousands of Mind Demons. The originally orderly Northern Expedition Army was thrown into chaos because 20,000 strong masters were gathered in this narrow passage. Puff, 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 Sheila, help me, boom. For a moment, the Northern Expedition Army was scattered, and the number of dead cultivators rose straight up. On the other side, perhaps because the senses of the ferocious beasts and divine beasts exceeded that of ordinary cultivators, most of them could distinguish the roots of the demon-vanquishing tree and attack to destroy them. Because the bottom of the Mind Demon stream was not far from the top, only more than 3,000 kilometers deep, when many people were fighting the Mind Demons, if they were not careful, they would take one more step and were directly flushed to the bottom of the water. The consequences of this sprint were immeasurable. Han Fei said to Chen Tianya telepathically, "Take your men to retreat. Be ready to go out at any time." Chen Tianya was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't doubt him. Along the way, he just needed to follow orders. Now that the situation was so chaotic, it was definitely not suitable for them to continue to explore. It seemed that they had to go out and regroup. Just as Chen Tianya retreated to the rear, he suddenly saw spots of light flashing. He saw bloody hands attacking him. Bang, boom, puff-a-there. There weren't many of them. At first, there were only a dozen or so, but then it became 100 or 200. The unstoppable situation of the Northern Expedition Army was reversed the moment the Bloody Hand Mind Devils arrived. Almost every strike of the Bloody Hand Mind Devil could kill a strong master. Before anyone realized what was going on, they discovered that thousands of strong masters had died. At this time, Han Fei glanced at Xuanhuan. "Let's retreat." When Xuanhuan saw Chen Tianya retreating, she had already informed the team of the capital of horror to retreat. The ferocious beasts and divine beasts were very shrewd. Because they had a stronger perception of danger, they directly evacuated after confirming that the Northern Expedition Army had fallen into chaos. Under such circumstances, it was not suitable for fighting at all. At this moment, Xuanhuan finally shouted, "Everyone, evacuate and give up on this exploration." With that, Xuanhuan left, ignoring the others. The strong masters who had been fighting crazily and felt that there were minerals everywhere fled crazily, trying to rush out of the Mind Demon stream. Too strong. It was not until the array was broken that they realized how horrifying the army of Mind Demons was. And that was not all. They saw with their own eyes that a bloody hand mine devil broke through the array and made 10 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators vomit blood. In less than half an hour, one figure after another rushed out of the mine demon stream in a sorry state. When no one came out of the mine demon stream anymore, Han Fei glanced at the current number of the Northern Expedition Army, 12,998. Yes, in just half an hour, nearly 1,000 people of the Northern Expedition Army had died. On the other hand, neither the ferocious beasts nor the divine beasts were killed. Han Fei shook his head. A bunch of garbage. Someone immediately shouted, "What did you say?" Han Fei raised his head and sneered. "I said you were a bunch of garbage." Chapter 2593, Second Exploration to the Mine Demon Stream. 2593, Second Exploration to the Mine Demon Stream. Han Fei suddenly stood up. "I thought that by launching a northern expedition I could sweep through the bloody hand mine devils here. But you people only care about petty profits. Is a level 5 mineral very valuable? So, what if it's a level 6 mineral? Can it be made into a godly weapon? An army of 20,000 people was abused by hundreds of bloody hand mine devils before you could even fight the bloody hand head on. Aren't you a bunch of garbage?" The big cat, Wang Xiaoju, also stood up excitedly. "You're really not good enough. The battle was so chaotic. Although you formed a 10-person formation, it doesn't mean that 7 or 8 people don't work. However, once one of you was defeated, the entire formation collapsed and you were all crushed. Look, none of us ferocious beasts died because we are not greedy." Moju said, "Although Wang Xiaoju's words are unpleasant, what he said is true. The temporary Northern Expedition Army is too inefficient in combat." Even the White Tiger of the Divine Beast lineage said, "This time your Northern Expedition Army was indeed in a mess. Just take the death of these 1,000 people as a lesson. But it should be a mess down there now. Maybe we should wait a few days before going down." Han Fei shook his head. "We can't wait. It wasn't easy for us to gather all the other mine demons. There are probably more than 50,000 mine demons below now. God knows how long it will take for them to forget that someone has invaded. We should continue to fight, but not like just now. If we fight them now, their combat power will be several times ours." Han Fei, mine demons are stupid, but are you stupid too? As long as your formation is not chaotic, you can fight even if there are 10,000 bloody hand mine devils down below. Of course, if you want to gain benefits, it's impossible not to sacrifice. No matter when you go down, people will die. The difference is that if you fight randomly, you might be wiped out. But if you fight steadily, you can defeat them one by one. A brawny man stood up. "Although I don't like the human butcher, it was indeed a mess just now. Such a Northern Expedition Army is vulnerable. You need to put down the minerals in front of you for the time being and distribute them after annihilating the mine demons." Han Fei glanced at this person. His arms were covered with tattoos. In the battle just now, he seemed to have seen this person fight the bloody hand mine devils head on. He was the leader of the Fistlight Mountain. However, as soon as this person said so, an itinerant cultivator said, "How are we going to distribute the minerals? The perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators are different from our peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators." A perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator said, "I think that the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators can get 30% of all resources." "That's bullshit. We'll take 30% and you'll take 70%? "Believe it or not, I'm going home now," someone sneered. "Do you think you can come and go as you please?" An itinerant cultivator sneered. "Why? Who the hell are you? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now." The perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator sneered. "Fenglun, I'm told that your knife is very fast." "I don't know if your knife is still fast after you reach the perfected Star Transformation Realm, but I can try it. Shut up, all of you." At this time, Wu Shuang stood up and said, "As the number one force in the 100 Alliance City, I think the capital of horror is more qualified to speak than others. First of all, the people who participated in the Northern Expedition are all here to risk their lives. The lives of the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators are the same, and finding the inheritance is something that requires concerted effort. Therefore, I suggest that the resources be divided evenly, and everyone can supervise each other and not be allowed to annex the mineral without authorization. After the war, the minerals will be distributed among those who are still alive evenly. After all, everyone risked their lives to get the minerals." "I agree." A young man from the Divine Capital Dynasty slowly raised his hand. "Perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, don't forget that you're not here just for the minerals. As long as you're willing, there are plenty of ways to obtain the minerals. Now is the time to work together. We can't split up because of the uneven distribution of internal resources in the early stages of the Northern Expedition. That way, none of us will benefit." Someone echoed, "I agree. Let's settle the score after the battle is over. Otherwise, we'll be wiped out before the enemy is finished." We itinerant cultivators don't have any objections. We peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators don't have any objections either. In fact, appearing here, we're bolder than you perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Although many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators were unhappy, they didn't speak anymore. Yes, if they jumped out now, it would ruin the harmony. Their leaders also warned them. Although this was a northern expedition, the real say was only in the hands of these leaders and strong masters. Once they made a scene, they might be killed. Xuanhuan said, since there are no objections, let's take an hour off, restore to our peak state, and get ready for battle. This time, don't scramble for resources randomly. All the forces select one person to supervise, one person in the team to collect minerals, and the other members can supervise each other, and the resources will be divided when the battle ends. Supervise? Someone nodded. Every force selected one person to supervise, so the supervision effect would be good. Even if the supervisors were attacked, they wouldn't all die. The final supervision result would be very credible. At this time, someone stood up. I am Yu Bo, the leader of the Grand Development Sect in the Central Sea Divine Realm. In the battle just now, 998 strong masters died in the Northern Expedition Army, and a total of 6,023 mind demons were killed. In fact, the battle result is not bad. It's just that the appearance of the bloody hand mind devils seriously disrupted the rhythm. Otherwise, the result would not have been like this. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. There was actually someone who could calculate all of this. In the complicated situation just now, God knew who fought and who was killed. But now, they found that there was really such a talent in the Northern Expedition Army. Then this supervisor team obviously had a spot for this person. He must have announced the data to join the supervisor team. Suddenly, someone asked in confusion, have you forgotten something? Almost 1,000 of us died, and more than 6,000 mind demons perished. But why hasn't the weather changed at all? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Even Han Fei was stunned. Yes, so many people had died, but there wasn't even a great Dao crack in the sky. Wasn't this strange? There's a seal. Immediately, everyone realized that there must be a seal down the mind demon stream. Otherwise, how could the weather be normal when thousands of strong masters died? Some leaders looked at Han Fei, and Han Fei said casually, if it weren't for the seal, the bloody hand mind devils would have left here long ago. We wouldn't have had a chance to fight them. Not only the bloody hand mind devils appear in the outside world, but the ominous power will also spread in the outside world. So, this is not a big deal, because the seal is not aimed at us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to get out at all. With Han Fei's explanation, everyone understood and didn't dwell on this problem. 2 hours later, the Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts and the Ferocious Beasts, entered the Mind Demon stream again. Just as Han Fei expected, the Mind Demons here hadn't completely left. He spread out his senses and found at least 30,000 Mind Demons of various kinds and nearly 50 Bloody Hand Mind Devils. The moment the Northern Expedition Army entered the Mind Demon stream, these Mind Demons swarmed over again. However, this time, adhering to the lesson from last time, the formation of the Northern Expedition Army didn't disperse, so when the first wave rushed over, the nearest thousands of Mind Demons were shattered the moment they collided with the Northern Expedition Army. After all, they were facing the strength equivalent to 10 people. Bang, bang, bang. After the initial defense succeeded, the speed of light explosion appeared again. Someone shouted, "Don't be distracted. Just send all your strength to one person." The strong masters in each team who had gathered their strength responded smartly when they saw a bloody hand mind devil coming at them. Blade auras spread out, rod shadows struck like a heavenly pillar, and strange flames burned. Therefore, after multiple clashes and explosions, a bloody hand mind devil was finally shattered because the person who gathered the strength of 10 people could unleash a power much stronger than that of the bloody hand mind devil. Therefore, this time, the Northern Expedition Army showed the qualities of a strong master again. Buzz. The battle lasted for about half an hour, and the number of bloody hand mind devils gradually began to increase. At first, there were only more than 300, but then more than 1,000 came one after another. Some people resisted them, and some didn't. There was a team, and someone was emitting black gas. At that moment, this person crumbled a lot of clean stones, and then he felt that his soul was burning. Yes, that ominous power had already tried to invade the bodies of various races. While the man was purifying himself, his formation was broken. In the next moment, a slaughter punch broke through the formation. The formation collapsed, and the 9 people all took out their clean stones, and the dazzling white light directly purified the bloody hand. However, once a loophole was found, what came was no longer one bloody hand mind devil. When 3 bloody hand mind devils came at once, even though the team released star beads one after another, some of them were torn apart by a single claw, and even their souls couldn't escape. 20 minutes. Half an hour passed. 2 hours. When the number of the bloody hand mind devils reached more than 3,000, the Northern Expedition Army suffered a lot of casualties. In just 2 hours, they had encountered more than 3,000 bloody hand mind devils, and more than 800 people had died. Of course, this time was different from last time. This time, more than 13,000 ordinary mind demons were killed. In the Northern Expedition Army, many people shouted, "Don't panic. Even if there are fewer people in the team, the array can't be broken." Chapter 2594, 2594, Battle in the Mine. Demon Stream 2594, Battle in the Mine. Demon Stream. While everyone was fighting, Han Fei was also fighting. However, his battle was even more violent. Han Fei took the slaughter fist of a bloody hand mine devil with his bare hands, clasped it with one hand, and then tore one of the bloody hand mine devil's arms apart. Then, with another punch, the bloody hand mine devil's entire body exploded. Hissei, many people secretly exclaimed, "Is this guy so strong?" This was truly a large-scale battle between cultivators. In terms of combat power, it was even crazier than when Han Fei controlled the Starsea metal-eating ants. Once the Northern Expedition Army maintained their formation, even if the Bloody Hand Mine Devils attacked personally, it wouldn't be able to shake the formation. Once the Bloody Hand Mine Devils' attack failed, there would be a shower of clean stones. The moment a large number of clean stones erupted, the Bloody Hand Mine Devils' weakness was grasped. Someone gathered all the strength of the 10-person team, broke the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devil with one blow, and then launched multiple soul attacks in a row. Although the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was a level 7 mine demon, its intelligence was not comparable to that of intelligent races like them. It didn't know that if its attack failed, it should immediately retreat. Therefore, Han Fei saw a large number of Bloody Hand Mine Devils die, and the best to deal with the Bloody Hand Mine Devils was the Divine Beasts. It had to be said that Divine Beasts could be classified as Divine Beasts not because they looked good, but because their great douse had the power of purification. Although their great douse were different, the effects were the same. For example, Han Fei saw a fiery python that turned into flames. At the moment the Bloody Hand Mine Devil bombarded him, the flames were filled with pure fire origin energy, which actually stiffened the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Then, it rolled its body and grabbed the Bloody Hand Mine Devil tightly. Although the other party was extremely powerful, he still couldn't break free and could only be burned to death by the pure fire origin energy. A blue horse with a single horn on its head could summon pure lightning. Lightning had the power of purification in the first place, so the Bloody Hand Mine Devil was electrocuted to death before it approached the blue horse. Han Fei was surprised. This was the suppression of attributes. There were actually many divine beasts with similar attributes. But the fighting style of the ferocious beasts was different from that of the divine beasts. These ferocious beasts could be said to be quite valiant. For example, the leader of the ferocious beasts, Mo Ju, whose speed completely crushed the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. His sharp claws could even break the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Even Han Fei didn't dare to say that he could break the defense of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils so easily. As for the big cat, Wang Xiaoju, his speed was even faster than Mo Ju, making many people experience what speed was for the first time. That guy's speed was nearly 30 times the speed of light. Under such extreme speed, Wang Xiaoju scratched crazily and directly tore the Bloody Hand Mine Devil into pieces. Han Fei even saw Wang Xiaoju open his mouth and swallow the dispersing black smoke and the distorted soul. As for the ice-patterned spider, her body was surrounded by extremely cold Dao runes. Any mind demon that approached her would be severely slowed down. Then, the spider's two sharp claws, like two extremely cold blades, cut open the Dao of strength of the mind demon. Then, dark green toxins seeped in. Any mind demon that was poisoned would fall into chaos and fight wildly. In less than 10 seconds, their bodies would begin to freeze and they would die. Han Fei observed the battle while fighting. He had to admit that this was a feast for the eyes. Before, he didn't think that the Northern Expedition Army could break through the mind demon stream, but now, it was not impossible. After the battle lasted for 6 hours, most of the ordinary mind demons had died. Although no one had set foot in the mind demon stream for tens of thousands of years, causing many mind demons of the sky-opening realm to be born here, the space and resources here were relatively limited. In addition to the fighting between the mind demons and some of the mind demons that had already escaped, there couldn't be many ordinary mind demons here. In just 6 hours, Han Fei witnessed the death of nearly 50,000 mind demons, and more than 3,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils died. Of course, although the Northern Expedition Army was strong, the consumption was a lot. Besides, even Han Fei couldn't find anything wrong with this battle, but the number of cultivators killed still exceeded 1,000. This couldn't be helped. So many mind demons were not for nothing. A team could kill 1 or 2 mind demons at the same time, but they couldn't kill 5 or 6. Ordinary mind demons were also mind demons. They were also in the sky-opening realm, and their physique was very strong. How could it be possible that no one was injured after 50,000 sky-opening realm? Mind demons were killed in 6 hours. Fortunately, they hadn't officially descended to the bottom of the mind demon stream yet. There weren't many Bloody Hand Mine Devils here. Once they entered the mind demon stream and such a terrifying battle broke out again, the situation might be reversed. At this moment, because ordinary mind demons were gradually dying, only the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were left. Han Fei was waiting to see if the Bloody Hand Mine Devils would team up. He wasn't sure if the hand under the spring of blood could control these Bloody Hand Mine Devils. At this moment, the supervisors were the busiest. They were counting the distribution of the minerals and the corpses of the dead cultivators. They would not allow the corpses of these people to be taken away by a certain fraction alone. After all, these were the corpses of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. In addition to their origin stars, they definitely had some modified stars. Furthermore, there must be a lot of resources on their origin stars. Everyone took a breath in relief. Although they had witnessed the deaths of thousands of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, they still felt that they had made a fortune this time. Just the 50,000 mine demons and the level 7 minerals produced by the Bloody Hand Mine Devils meant that they had obtained at least more than 3,000 godly weapons. Of course, the resources of the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts wouldn't be shared with the Northern Expedition Army. They had their own way of fighting and basically didn't need the help of the Northern Expedition Army. Another hour later, when the last Bloody Hand Mine Devil perished, everyone knew that there shouldn't be any Bloody Hand Mine Devils near the sea now. However, they knew even better that they hadn't reached the bottom of the Mine Demon Stream yet. They didn't know what the real Mine Demon Stream was like yet. At this moment, the White Tiger said, "Hey, can you still fight? If you can, go down and take a look. You have to try." Xuanhuan suggested, "Let's have an exchange of views." Moju said, "What's there to talk about? This isn't a victory yet. It's just an appetizer. Now that the Northern Expedition Army is in peak condition, it's a good time to take the initiative to attack." Ignoring White Tiger and Moju, Xuanhuan asked the leaders telepathically, "What do you think?" After witnessing the strength of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, someone responded, "I think we can continue. Although there are a lot of mine demons in this place, we can still handle them." Someone replied, "We can continue. We're mainly facing ordinary mine demons now. In fact, these mine demons didn't cause much damage to us. Half of the casualties were killed by the 3,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. However, without the interference of these ordinary mine demons, I don't think the subsequent battles will be very fierce." Seconded. Although the 6-hour battle is exhausting, the weakest cultivator of our Northern Expedition Army is in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. Our endurance is not so poor. We can still fight. Everybody agreed, and Xuanhuan didn't say anything, but she still asked Hanfei for his opinion. Xuanhuan asked, "What do you think?" Hanfei said, "I have no objection, but let me remind you that the main enemy in the battle just now was not the Bloody Hand Mine Devil. Besides, you should note that half of the Bloody Hand Mine Devils were killed by the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts. If you continue to fight, you'd better not underestimate your enemy." This time, no one argued with Hanfei, because what he said was true. Besides, he didn't sound like he wanted the Northern Expedition Army to suffer heavy casualties. This at least showed that it wasn't the time for Hanfei to burn the bridge after crossing it. Some scheming people were glad to see this attitude of Hanfei. After the painful lesson, everybody in the Northern Expedition Army had learned their lesson. They had to keep alive to get resources. The 15,000-strong Northern Expedition Army was now less than 12,000, but the resources were constantly increasing. Therefore, the more people died in the early stages, the more the survivors would get. Participating in the Northern Expedition was an act of gambling with one's life. The reason why so many people participated was that most people who came to the Infinite Mining Area were gambling with their lives. Instead of hanging around in the 100 Alliance City and relying on some small mining areas to slowly grow, it was better to do something big at once. If they succeeded, it would be equivalent to thousands of years of cultivation. If they failed, their lives would be lost. Was it a loss? No one felt that it was a loss. They had witnessed the departure of too many companions. Which one of them who survived wasn't strong-willed? And all those who came to the Infinite Mining Area had the determination to prove their Tao. Therefore, when everyone agreed and continued to explore, they formed a raise again and once again turned into 10-person teams. At the bottom of the Mine Demon Stream, everyone was ready to erupt at any time. The moment they descended to the bottom of the Mine Demon Stream, their first reaction was of course to sweep with their perception, but perhaps because they had killed all the Bloody Hand Mine Devils near the entrance, they didn't find any Bloody Hand Mine Devils at first. However, they all discovered a problem. Under this Mine Demon Stream, there was a different world inside. The entrance was only 1,000 kilometers wide, but below, their perception couldn't reach the end. God knew how big it was. At this time, Hanfei had become the tour guide. The big cat, Wang Xiaoju, rushed to Hanfei and said, "Human Butcher, do you have a name?" Hanfei said, "You can call me Human Emperor." "You might know my name one day," Wang Xiaoju said. "I'm afraid that day won't come. I heard that you have many enemies. Many people in the Northern Expedition Army want you dead." Moju was speechless. "Wang Xiaoju, what are you talking about? I just told you not to get too close to this person. Why did you keep talking to him when you knew he was going to die?" Hanfei grinned and said, "Really? Too many people want me dead, but nobody can kill me." Wang Xiaoju tilted his head and stared at Hanfei with her round cat eyes. "You're quite confident. How about this? You can secretly share the essence of the great monarch's inheritance with me, and I'll protect you. As a ferocious beast, I'm a man of my word. I promise you in my capacity as a cat." Hanfei glanced at him speechlessly. "It has no essence. You might not believe it, but I was kicked out of the place of inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand before I could enter it." Chapter 2595 Northern Expedition Army, Suffering Heavy Casualties. 2 in 1 2595 Northern Expedition Army, Suffering Heavy Casualties. 2 in 1 hiss. Wang Xiaoju widened his cat eyes and exclaimed, "How is it possible? I think you are very strong. Those having less than 3 great Dao locks are definitely not your match. You have 4 Dao locks, right? Who can beat you out?" Han Fei didn't hide his conversation with Wang Xiaoju because Han Fei didn't want to treat it as a secret. After all, they would definitely find out later that there were far more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils under the mine demon stream. To remind them that I don't know much about the land of inheritance. Of course, it's not up to me whether you believe it or not. Sure enough, when Han Fei said this, it did cause many people to speculate. In fact, many people were secretly observing Han Fei. Although the human butcher started off as a pirate, he was indeed very strong. Someone had suspected that Han Fei had at least 4 or even 5 Dao locks since he could kill 7 Dao lock level cultivators on his own. Now, hearing Han Fei say that he was kicked out without even seeing the land of inheritance, whether it was true or not, at least they were vigilant. After rushing for about 500,000 kilometers, they didn't see any bloody hand mine devils, but they did encounter a lot of invisible water veins, which were the roots of the demon vanquishing tree. However, at this moment, everyone was walking in arrays, so the roots weren't very useful. After all, none of the people on this trip were weak. After crossing more than 2 million kilometers, many people perceived the existence of the bloody hand mine devils. Just like what Han Fei saw when he first came down, these bloody hand mine devils were standing upright in the water, absorbing the mineral power of the mine demon stream. On most of the bloody hand mine devils, there were flash lizards attached to them. When the first perception touched the bloody hand mine devil, a flash lizard had already looked at the person. Wu Shuang and the others all shouted, "Prepare to face the enemy." When the leaders shouted to face the enemy, they saw light explosions one after another, and there were even bloody hand mine devils jumping over. Such a short distance was nothing for the bloody hand mine devils. As the saying went, once there was one, there would be 2. When the first bloody hand mine devil moved, it seemed to wake up the other bloody hand mine devils who were cultivating. As a result, there were many light explosions. In terms of perception, the bloody hand mine devils were actually very strong. Han Fei knew the reason why there were only more than 3,000 bloody hand mine devils at the entrance. That was because the entrance was sealed by the mystic martial armor. Once the bloody hand mine devil attacked, it would be instantly purified. In the long run, even if the bloody hand mine devils had no intelligence, they generally wouldn't go to the entrance. But it was different below the mine demon stream. Here, the bloody hand mine devils would not be afraid. They were the masters here. Wang Xiaoju was next to Han Fei at this moment. When he saw the bloody hand mine devils, he muttered, "There are only dozens of them. We still need to fight for a while to attract more." However, as soon as Wang Xiaoju said so, dozens of them became hundreds. Han Fei tilted his head and glanced at Wang Xiaoju. The bloody hand mine devil is very fast and arrives in the blink of an eye. Not everyone can afford the price of underestimating their enemy. As Han Fei expected, it only took 3 seconds for hundreds to thousands of bloody hand mine devils to appear. Han Fei was not surprised at all. It took him 3 years to reach the blood spring. Even though he was in the form of black fog, he was repeatedly discovered. When he was discovered, he could only run for his life. Now that so many people from the Northern Expedition Army had broken in openly, it would be strange if the bloody hand mine devils didn't gang up on them. When the number of bloody hand mine devils increased to 3 or 4,000, someone finally realized that something was wrong. Many leaders shouted at Han Fei, "Why are there so many bloody hand mine devils? Isn't it said that there are only more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils? Why has 1/10 of them suddenly come?" Although there were still nearly 20,000 people in the Northern Expedition Army, including ferocious beasts and divine beasts, there were still too many bloody hand mine devils. They could block one bloody hand mine devil with a single jump and flash, but what about 100 or even 1,000? Even if they moved in arrays, there was always an order. The bloody hand mine devils didn't know what order was. Instead, all they knew was to use slaughter fists and bloody claw. An array could resist 1 or 2, but it couldn't resist the attacks of multiple bloody hand mine devils at the same time. In the blink of an eye, dozens of arrays were broken. This time, they were completely broken, not just had 1 or 2 loopholes. The people who were scattered were horrified. They scattered the clean stones on their bodies and tried their best to escape behind the army. However, there were always bloody hand mine devils appearing in front of them, punching them and blowing them up in the next second. This scene was different from the battle at the entrance. At that time, the battle was too complicated and there were ordinary mine demons interfering. This time, there was no such thing. After nearly 200 people died under this round of attack in just dozens of seconds, more and more people questioned Han Fei. Someone shouted, "Human Butcher, are you lying?" "Why are there so many bloody hand mine devils here?" someone questioned. "Human Butcher, what else are you hiding?" However, Han Fei had already thought of a countermeasure. He said, "Did I hide anything from you? Look carefully. There are less than 5,000 bloody hand mine devils coming at us." However, the combat power of these bloody hand mine devils is completely different from the previous batch. It was chaos just now, but now it's a showdown. Besides, when I came in, I didn't fight among so many bloody hand mine devils, but deceived their perception and sneaked over. Someone shouted, then why is the number of bloody hand mine devils still increasing? If I'd guessed right, all the bloody hand mine devils within tens of millions of kilometers have been attracted to us. Han Fei was also angry. If you still have the time to ask me, then fight hard. This is the fucking inheritance land of a great monarch. If it's really so easy to enter, the great monarch will have no face. Calm down. This kind of impact only happens once. After this round of impact, it will be our home ground. Han Fei didn't feel guilty at all. You asked to come, and I didn't force you. In fact, if there were only 3,000 or 4,000 bloody hand mine devils in this round of attacks, it wouldn't be a big deal. More importantly, Han Fei wondered if the bloody hand mine devils would be controlled by that bloody hand. This was very likely. As the demon vanquishing tree had said, the bloody hand mine devils had attacked Puppet City more than once, and also attacked the seal more than once. The bloody hand mine devils didn't have the wits to team up to attack, so someone must be controlling them. And the only thing that could control them couldn't be the demon vanquishing tree, so it could only be the suppressed bloody hand. In fact, as Han Fei expected, the number of bloody hand mine devils gradually increased to 5,000, and more were coming. In the beginning, only more than 200 members of the Northern Expedition Army had died, but the situation had just stabilized slightly when the bloody hand mine devils behind kept replenishing, which was unbearable for many teams. Someone threw out tens of thousands of clean stones in an attempt to purify the bloody hand mine devil that attacked their team. However, this person was torn apart by another bloody claw. The invincible divine beasts and demonic beasts didn't feel well either. In just a short while, more than 50 ferocious beasts had died. Only the divine beasts were slightly better. All the divine beasts with the power of purification immediately came to the periphery, enveloping the other divine beasts. At this moment, they couldn't run. If he ran, it would be equivalent to leaving their backs to these bloody hand mine devils. Therefore, the Northern Expedition Army, together with the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, could only retreat strategically. It was a little slow, but relatively safe. It wasn't that the army didn't want to push forward, but that the bloody hand mine devils' attack was too ferocious and they couldn't push forward at all. In just half an hour, the number of bloody hand mine devils had increased to more than 8,000, and there were still bloody hand mine devils coming. The short journey of several million kilometers took them a whole hour. When they retreated to the entrance but didn't leave the mine demon stream, they found that the bloody hand mine devils stopped chasing them. At this moment, they finally realized that these bloody hand mine devils were controlled. Yes, someone was controlling these bloody hand mine devils. At this moment, the army stopped, all looking awful. In the supervisor team, a supervisor said, "The second time we came down, we killed a total of 51,204 ordinary mine demons and 9,201 bloody hand mine devils. 2,092 people from the Northern Expedition Army died, 309 from the ferocious beasts, and 198 from the divine beast died." This statistical result really shocked everyone. Before they went down to the bottom of the mine, only 1,000 people from the Northern Expedition Army had died. But after only an hour, nearly 2,000 more had died? Someone was horrified. The Northern Expedition Army came with more than 15,000 people, but now there are only 10,062 left. But we've only killed 12,000 bloody hand mine devils. This time, before anyone questioned Han Fei said, "If I've guessed right, it should be the power left behind by the great monarch Bloody Hand. It's either his consciousness, a soul fragment, or something else. This thing is manipulating the bloody hand mine devils, just like how I was beaten out before I could enter the land of inheritance." Someone said, "Why didn't you mention it before?" Han Fei said, "Are you stupid? I explored this place alone and avoided these bloody hand mine devils, so I didn't know that they could be organized. It's not too late for you to know now." Suddenly someone asked, "Human Butcher, how did you know that there are more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils here?" Han Fei said, "Based on the distance. To be honest, I explored for a full 3 years and finally found the entrance to the land of inheritance. In the past 3 years, I've basically walked all the paths ahead of the land of inheritance." Someone's expression changed slightly. "What do you mean? Do you mean that there's a road behind the land of inheritance?" Han Fei was silent for a moment. "I'm not sure. I haven't explored it." Seeing that Han Fei didn't know the answer, many people immediately understood. It was not that he didn't know, but he didn't want to say it. Everyone knew that it was impossible for Han Fei to tell all the information to them. Now, the problem had come. Firstly, the bloody hand mine devils could be controlled. Secondly, the information Han Fei provided before that there were 30,000 bloody hand mine devils might not be valid now. However, they couldn't blame him. This was because the Northern Expedition Army, plus the divine beasts and ferocious beasts, couldn't easily take this place. How could Han Fei have known the danger here alone? Yes, when people were in extreme trouble, they would instinctively find excuses for others. They felt that even if Han Fei had 5 Dao locks, it was impossible for him to completely explore the mine demon stream alone. However, they were not Han Fei. How could they know Han Fei's capabilities? They could only use themselves as a reference to find an excuse for Han Fei. At this moment, Han Fei said, "The bloody hand mine devils can be controlled." I didn't know it before. Now it seems that maybe the great monarch Bloody Hand still has a remnant soul or will left here. Everyone, if you don't want to continue exploring, you can divide up the gains from this trip and give up this northern expedition now. In fact, Han Fei's words tempted many peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators. After all, too many people had died. There were 15,000 people in the Northern Expedition Army, but 1/3 of them had died before they reached the real entrance of the Inheritance Land. If they continued to fight, it was a question whether there would be 5,000 people left. However, Han Fei's words were immediately rejected. Come on, it wasn't easy to find this place and organize a northern expedition, nor to let these people pave the way as cannon fodder. Who would be willing to disband the Northern Expedition Army now? Opportunities never come again. If they couldn't get the inheritance here this time, then in a few months, or at most a year, a large number of strong masters would come to the infinite mining area, and even monarchs would come in person. At that time, even if they could still come to this place, they would definitely not be the leaders. No matter how powerful the inheritance here was, it might have nothing to do with them. Therefore, someone directly objected. I disagree. The Northern Expedition Army has made such a huge sacrifice. If we give up now, won't the sacrifices be in vain? Someone echoed. That's right. Although we suffered heavy casualties in the second battle, our results are not bad this time. We killed more than 50,000 ordinary peak-level late-stage star transformation realm mine demons and nearly 10,000 bloody hand mine devils. This is already a huge improvement compared to the previous time. Someone agreed. I think so too. A large number of people died. That's because we haven't adapted to the fighting habits of the bloody hand mine devils. In addition, I think that there are some problems with the timing of your use of clean stones, which needs to be adjusted. I think that we can recover for another day and then attack again. Xuanhuan said, we're already here. There's no reason to give up halfway. In theory, even if there are more than 30,000 bloody hand mine devils, they won't be able to withstand our repeated attacks. Although it's vast here, the number of bloody hand mine devils must be limited. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be able to nurture so many perfected star transformation realm mine demons. Since even Xuanhuan had expressed that she wanted to continue, no one objected. Even if some peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators wanted to leave, the resources were not in their hands and they had no say. Besides, they also wanted to take a chance. Therefore, they decided to rest for a day before going to war again. During the break. Different from the Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts and the Ferocious Beasts had distributed the resources they gained. While the Northern Expedition Army was resting, the two parties were dividing up the resources. Among them, the Ferocious Beasts had piled up level 7 and level 6 minerals, and those below level 6. The Northern Expedition Army was all jealous. There were 1,800 level 7 minerals, 5,000 level 6 minerals, and 40,000 minerals below level 6 in that batch. This was all the gains of the Ferocious Beasts so far, but these guys were really shockingly strong. Only 3,800 Ferocious Beasts came this time. More than 3,800 people had killed 1,800 bloody hand mine devils, which showed the terrifying combat power of the Ferocious Beasts. The Divine Beasts were also allocating resources. They had 2,100 level 7 minerals, more than 6,000 level 6 ones, but only about 20,000 below level 6. It could be seen that in the face of ordinary enemies, the Ferocious Beasts were obviously more destructive. In the face of the bloody hand mine devil, there was no telling if it was because of the natural suppression of the Divine Beasts, but the Divine Beasts were stronger. On the other hand, the Northern Expedition Army had sacrificed 5,000 people and acquired about 8,000 level 7 minerals, 25,000 level 6 minerals, and a total of 180,000 minerals below level 6. Of course, this was all their gains since this Northern Expedition started. However, if they were distributed evenly, each person would get almost 1 level 7 mineral and 3 level 6 minerals. However, this gain was clearly not much compared to the current sacrifice. Of course, as the battle continued, everyone would get more. Those who benefited in the end might be more delighted. One day later, everyone had returned to their peak state. After the latest discussion, they decided to clear the way with clean stones from the moment they encountered the bloody hand mine devils. The total number of clean stones distributed in everyone's hands was 1 billion. However, the consumption of the previous battles was quite high. However, everyone knew that 100 clean stones were not enough for the bloody hand mine devils. Only 1,000 clean stones could shake 1 bloody hand mine devil. To purify 1 bloody hand mine devil, it might take 10,000 clean stones. But to use thousands of clean stones at once, this level of resource consumption was terrifying. Therefore, in just these 2 battles, 100 million of the 1.1 billion clean stones had already been used. However, compared to the clean stones, their lives were naturally more important. The third exploration. They went deep into the bottom of the mine demon stream. This time, they went 5 million kilometers down, and a large number of bloody hand mine devils raided them again. Bang, bang, bang. In order to deal with the first round of attacks by the bloody hand mine devils, more than 10 million clean stones were released at the beginning of the battle. Although it still couldn't completely stop the deaths, this time only dozens of people died in the impact. It was much stronger than the last time when hundreds of people were killed in one wave. Of course, it would definitely cost some clean stones. The first round of attacks by the Bloody Hand Mine Devils lasted less than 100 seconds. Although more Bloody Hand Mine Devils came later, the number no longer increased on a large scale, but increased one after another. With the previous experience, this time, no one was stingy with the clean stones in their hands. In fact, many peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators had already figured out that they would have no chance to get a share of the real inheritance of the Great Monarch. Too many people here coveted the inheritance of the Great Monarch. They had no resources at all except for the more than 50,000 clean stones distributed to them by the strong masters. It was almost impossible for them to compete for the greatest opportunity. Therefore, what they could compete for was resources that the real strong masters didn't want. The perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators were not interested in these resources because they were already perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. But the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were interested because the level 7 mineral could create enough conditions for them to advance to the perfected Star Transformation Realm. Once they reached the perfected Star Transformation Realm, although the level 7 mineral was still precious, they wouldn't have to risk their lives to obtain it. An hour later, the battle had reached a point where the Northern Expedition Army couldn't hold on anymore. This was because the number of Bloody Hand Mine Devils had completely exceeded 10,000. This meant that almost every squad was facing 7 or 8 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Fortunately, the Divine Beasts and the Ferocious Beasts shared the pressure. Otherwise, the Northern Expedition Army would probably retreat again. More than 2 hours later, a member of the supervisor team roared, "Everyone, we've killed more than 10,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils." This reminder shocked many people. A large number of clean stones were squandered in exchange for the death of 10,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. However, they discovered that while they were still fighting the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, the other party's number remained around 10,000. 3 hours later, a team member shouted, "Request a temporary retreat. We've used up all our clean stones." Someone shouted angrily, "Why are there still so many Bloody Hand Mine Devils? Didn't they say there were 30,000? It should be enough now, right?" Some teams had run out of clean stones, and the Bloody Hand Mine Devils found an opportunity to break up their array. Bang, bang, bang! In the light of purification, only a few places were not covered by the light of purification. The Bloody Hand Mine Devils would definitely be the first to rush up. Therefore, the first squad of 10 that was completely wiped out appeared. After fighting for such a long time, although the number of enemies killed had soared, when the clean stones were used up, those people became live targets. Almost every team that ran out of clean stones was wiped out in an instant. It wasn't easy for the Ferocious Beasts and Divine Beasts either. This was because the Ferocious Beasts had started to use the clean stones. However, they didn't use it on the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, but on themselves. In the end, there were too few of them, but there were too many Bloody Hand Mine Devils. The prolonged battle had greatly increased the probability of them being contaminated. Their own resistance was insufficient, so they could only resolve it with clean stones. And in this place, nearly 500 strong masters of the Ferocious Beasts died. The situation was better on the side of the Divine Beasts. Only about 200 of them died, but the combat power of the Divine Beasts had obviously plummeted. They must have used too much power. Moju and the White Tiger both shouted, "Retreat first, retreat first." Chapter 2596, Bloody Hands Ambush, Han Phase Erupting 2 in 2, in 1 2596, Bloody Hands Ambush, Han Phase Erupting 2 in 1. The situation on the Northern Expedition Army's side was not much better. More and more people had used up their clean stones. In the next half an hour, more than 100 teams were destroyed. This was not the problem of the Northern Expedition Army. The main reason was the lack of clean stones and the lack of sustainability of the battle. In just 1.5 hours, more than 300 million clean stones had been consumed. Plus the previous consumption, nearly half of the clean stones of the Northern Expedition Army had been consumed. Of course, the large consumption of the clean stones and the deaths of the cultivators of the three parties were exchanged for the deaths of nearly 20,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Han Fei calculated with his fingers. So far, they had killed more than 30,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils. Including the number of Bloody Hand Mine Devils he and the Demon Vanquishing Tree had killed before, almost 40,000 were killed. However, Han Fei had calculated that there might be nearly 100,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils here, and less than half of them had been eliminated. At this moment, the advantage of the Northern Expedition Army had disappeared. In just half an hour, more than 1,000 people died. Even the Ferocious Beasts and the Divine Beasts began to die on a large scale. Judging from the situation, after using up the clean stones, they could only kill more than 60,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils, but there might still be nearly 40,000 Bloody Hand Mine Devils in this Mine Demon stream. Unless the entire Northern Expedition Army was wiped out, it was impossible for them to completely wipe out the Bloody Hand Mine Devils in the Mine Demon stream. At this moment, the three major forces realized that this place was difficult to attack and ordered their men to retreat. However, Han Fei knew that he couldn't run away. The rear had been surrounded. The Northern Expedition Army had to fight now. The suppressed Bloody Hand might not be able to come out for the time being, but he could still control some of the Bloody Hand Mind Devil's actions. Did he want to eat the Northern Expedition Army all at once? What Han Fei didn't understand was that this was not the territory of the Great Monarch Bloody Hand. This was the Mind Demon Stream, and behind it was Puppet City. Why did you try so hard to stop the Northern Expedition Army? In the next moment, the big cat Wang Xiaoju shouted, "Not good. Our escape route has been blocked. I've already sensed that a large number of Bloody Hand Mind Devils are coming from behind." Buzz. For a moment, everyone's expression turned extremely ugly. Behind them? The mastermind paid the price of 20,000 Bloody Hand Mind Devils just to create an opportunity to block their retreat? At this moment, countless people were horrified. Especially the cultivators in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. After such a long battle, they had almost used up all their clean stones. They could only risk their lives in another such battle. Although Han Fei had facilitated the Northern Expedition, he didn't want the Northern Expedition Army to be wiped out. The inheritance of the Great Monarch was there, but if you entered it, you would die. Then would you enter it? However, he wouldn't die if he went in. Then, even if he took the Great Monarch's inheritance, no one could do anything but stare enviously. At the same time, Han Fei's other purpose was to warn the Demon Vanquishing Tree. But the problem was that the Demon Vanquishing Tree hadn't appeared until now. Except for those ownerless roots, the Demon Vanquishing Tree didn't disrupt the invasion of the Northern Expedition Army at all. Han Fei didn't think this was right either. Once the Bloody Hand Mind Devils were wiped out, it meant that Puppet City lost a natural protective barrier. Under the circumstances where the Bloody Hand Mind Devils were slaughtered so wantonly, the Demon Vanquishing Tree should be on the Bloody Hand Mind Devil's side at this moment. Only in this way could it maintain the current situation of the Mind Demon Stream and protect Puppet City. However, he didn't have the Demon Vanquishing Tree, which made Han Fei eager to know what happened in Puppet City. However, what could have happened in Puppet City? The only thing was that the old turtle had reforged his body with the turtle egg of Great Monarch Mystic Marshal. It wasn't a big deal and wouldn't cause such a strange situation. Han Fei knew that this was the real crisis for the Northern Expedition Army. Although they had reached this realm, they had to bear the consequences no matter what choice they made. He didn't feel guilty at all. All he wanted was to grow stronger and prove his Tao. However, Han Fei felt that these people couldn't all die now. All of a sudden, Han Fei shouted, "Those who have clean stones, stop hiding them. If you use them, you can at least fight for a while. Otherwise, you'll be courting death." Also, the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers must have extra clean stones. Don't hide them now. Do you want the Northern Expedition Army to be destroyed? And Shanbei and Luo Chen's faces turned green. We've already taken out a lot, all right? The remaining clean stones are the key to the competition for the inheritance of the Great Monarch. Can they be used easily here? At this moment, the two of them suddenly wondered if they should draw everyone's attention to Wu Shuang. However, Wu Shuang glanced at them coldly, as if saying, "If you dare to say anything, you will die." This made them uncertain. This time, the strongest team in the 100 Alliance City was this group of people from the capital of horror. There were as many as 70 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, and their combat power was extremely terrifying. They had already targeted Wu Shuang once and scammed her of 500 million clean stones. If they scammed her again, even if they made it out alive, the consequences would be immeasurable. It was definitely not a good thing to offend the #1 superpower in the infinite mining area. At this moment, guided by Han Fei's words, many leaders and cultivators had already looked at the two of them. Someone said, "An Ashanbei, Luo Chen, do you want us to all die?" Someone shouted coldly, "It's very simple for two forces to disappear from this Northern Expedition Army. You don't have time to think now. Hurry up and take out the clean stones." On the ferocious beast's side, Mo Ju and Wang Xiaoju also shouted, "We also want to share, or we will tear you apart." All of a sudden, Shanbei and Luo Chen felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles. If they didn't hand the clean stones over, they would be in serious trouble. They had every reason to believe that the army of the Northern Expedition would join forces and wipe them out. Then, the strong masters of the capital of horror would find a way to enter their origin stars and bring out the clean stones. This was something that they could completely do. Therefore, an awful look on his face. 200 million. That's the most I can offer. You may not know how precious the clean stone is, but it's something that our City of Origin earned by sacrificing countless cultivators. You're taking out hundreds of millions of them? What do you think we are? A treasure house. However, Wang Xiaoju shouted, "We want 50 million, so you should take out 250 million. Don't bargain. If you can take out 200 million, you will definitely be able to take out 250 million. And the guy from the City of Scavengers, you also have to take out 250 million. Moju added, "The divine beasts don't need any. They're born with the power of purification and are very powerful. We ferocious beasts want 100 million. Luo Chen said, "What about the City of Wanderers? They are also from the chaotic wasteland. How can they not have clean stones? Where is Chen Tianya? Don't think you can pretend to be invisible by keeping silent." Seeing everyone's gazes sweep over, Ch2551 snorted coldly. I, Ch2551, don't hide anything. I originally had 100 million clean stones, and 80 million of them have been given away, and the remaining 20 million were split evenly by the 10 of us. Now there's nothing on my origin star. If you don't believe me, come to my origin star and I'll chop off my own head if you find one. I'm open and above board. Do you dare to show your origin stars? With that, Ch2551 directly showed his star bead. As Ch2551 did so, the other 9 people in the City of Wanderers also revealed their star beads. Come, you can enter our origin stars at any time. If you find an extra clean stone, we'll chop off our heads. Hiss. Many people were no longer suspicious. Look at them. They showed all the clean stones they had. But look at the people of the City of Origin and the City of Wanderers. They were clearly fooling people. Would they dare to show their star beads? Therefore, even if each of these 2 cities offered 250 million clean stones, no one would think that they had contributed all their clean stones. However, since Ch2551 had proposed it, there would naturally be people who would take a look at his origin star. When a dozen cultivators entered Ch2551's origin star and came out, they said to everyone, "Indeed, there is no clean stone, including on the modified stars." Seeing this scene, everyone no longer suspected Ch2551, but they knew that if the 500 million clean stones were still not enough, their last hope would still be Luochen and Anshanbei. The 2 of them looked awful, as if they were constipated. However, now that the bloody hand-mine devils had launched an attack, no one had the time to loot their stock anymore. But Anshanbei and Ch2551 were very puzzled. They knew that Longwu also made a deal with Wushuang. Why didn't the City of Wanderers stock up more clean stones? But they didn't know that the City of Wanderers gave 300 million clean stones to Han Fei. 300 million wasn't a lot, but if it was all given to one person, it would be a lot. At least it could ensure that Han Fei could handle the real bloody hand with ease. Bang, bang, bang. For a time, another battle broke out. However, after only 2 hours, the 3 major factions were having a hard time. There were too many bloody hand-mine devils. It didn't look like there were only 30,000 bloody hand-mine devils at all. Conservatively speaking, there were at least 60,000 bloody hand-mine devils here, or even more. The Northern Expedition Army frantically tried to break through the defense line and rush to the entrance. But in the end, it proved that they failed. There were too many bloody hand-mine devils in the rear, giving them no chance to escape at all. Whichever rushed the most fiercely would be killed first. A team with 10 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators cut through all obstacles and used millions of clean stones in a short period of time, trying to break through a gap. However, the bloody hand-mine devils attacked them crazily, and even the power of the mineral in this space was gathered. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of attacks separated the team of 10 people. In only 2 seconds, the 10 people were completely wiped out. Such a breakthrough was carried out by 5 teams at the same time, but in the end, without exception, they were all wiped out. Finally, some teams had almost run out of clean stones because of the constant attacks. Those people roared, "Are there any more clean stones? Any more?" Someone shouted. "Teams whose clean stones have almost been used up, retreat." Someone was lost for words. Retreat? Where can we retreat to? The entrance is blocked. We can only go deeper. However, although these people were cursing, they still ran deeper. As they ran, hundreds of teams gathered together in a magnificent array. Just when they thought that they might have to face the dangers in the depths first, they were surprised to find that the bloody hand-mine devils that were originally in the depths of the mine demon stream had all surrounded their entrance. Wait, something is wrong. The bloody hand-mine devil doesn't stop us from going deeper. Among the ferocious beasts, Moju shouted, "All ferocious beasts, charge deeper." The divine beasts, such as the white tiger, were exhausted. They also shouted, "Retreat and go deeper." At this moment, everybody realized that something was wrong. If the bloody hand-mine devils wanted to surround them and kill them, they should have attacked them from the front and back, which would have messed up the teams. However, everybody was too busy rushing to the entrance to notice it. It was obvious that the manipulator was trying to drive them deeper. Although they didn't know the reason, it was definitely impossible for them to escape blindly. In order to survive, they could only go deeper. At least, they had to see why this bloody hand-mine devil was driving them deeper when he could exhaust them to death. Han Fei's face gradually turned dark. Something was wrong. In the depths of the mine demon stream, there was nothing but the Blood Spring and Puppet City. Han Fei seemed to have guessed the Bloody Hand Mine Devil's intentions. Had Bloody Hand already developed such a high level of consciousness? He wanted to drive everyone to Puppet City that was meant to block the ominous. Those who weren't contaminated by the ominous could enter. Of course, if the Demon Vanquishing Tree was unwilling, they couldn't enter. But up to now, the Demon Vanquishing Tree hadn't appeared. Was it watching the show? If these people really attacked Puppet City, it was very likely that the Demon Vanquishing Tree could kill all of them with the strength of the Carefree level. More importantly, would the Demon Vanquishing Tree kill them? What if the Demon Vanquishing Tree protected the Northern Expedition Army? Then wouldn't it be a huge loss for the Bloody Hand if the Demon Vanquishing Tree used the Northern Expedition Army to fight the Bloody Hand Mine Devils? No, something is wrong with the Demon Vanquishing Tree. Han Fei frowned. The answer was simple. The Demon Vanquishing Tree was not stupid. On the contrary, it was very smart. If there were really so many strong masters to be used, the demon vanquishing tree would definitely force the Northern Expedition Army to kill the Bloody Hand and even help them. Therefore, Han Fei was certain that something might be wrong with the demon vanquishing tree. However, he couldn't figure it out. The blood spring had almost been sucked up by the Emperor's Sparrow, and the Bloody Hand was suppressed under the blood spring with a seal on it. He had set up multiple seals under the original seal, in case the demon vanquishing tree sensed the existence of the Bloody Hand. This was also the key that Han Fei mentioned to the Northern Expedition Army. If the Bloody Hand hadn't broken the blood spring, the only change in Puppet City would have been that the old turtle had entered. But the old turtle's soul was only in the perfected star transformation realm. His strength was nothing in front of the demon vanquishing tree. How could this change happen because of him? Up to this moment, Han Fei didn't feel any feedback from his clone. He didn't know if it was still alive. Although the clone didn't use much of his power, it was still a clone in the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm. At this moment, everybody was running as fast as they could. Whoever was slow would be killed if they were caught up by the Bloody Hand Mind Devils. At first, hundreds of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators couldn't keep up with the speed and were enveloped by the Bloody Hand Mind Devils, crushed in an instant. Then, Han Fei stopped and came to the back. He punched the air and instantly threw out thousands of fistlights to stop the Bloody Hand Mind Devils. Han Fei roared, "Do all the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the Northern Expedition Army eat Shrot? Although I helped facilitate the Northern Expedition, I never thought of letting them be cannon fodder. You, all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, didn't bring up the rear but let a group of peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators bring up the rear. Is this the Northern Expedition of your 100 Alliance city? Isn't it disappointing?" Han Fei's words almost brought tears to the eyes of these itinerant cultivators. Just now, many itinerant cultivators said that they couldn't keep up and were going to die. However, in the entire Northern Expedition Army, only the human butcher they regarded as a ferocious bandit was saving them. The others ran forward desperately, not caring about their lives at all. Han Fei's words echoed the thoughts of the itinerant cultivators and reminded Wu Shuang and the others. Wu Shuang roared, "All the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the capital of horror cover the rear." The people from the Divine Capital Dynasty also realized that this was definitely a good opportunity to win people's hearts. They immediately shouted, "All the perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the Divine Capital Dynasty cover the rear." In addition to these two powers, the power that also decided to cover the rear included the Fistlight Mountain, the heaven-worshipping palace from the Central Sea Divine Realm, the City of Wanderers that only had 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and a group of itinerant cultivators. Yes, most of the people covering the rear were itinerant cultivators. They came here to get an opportunity. No one wanted to die. Itinerant cultivators helped itinerant cultivators, so they were willing to cover the rear to protect other itinerant cultivators. However, even including them, there were no more than 300 perfected star transformation realm cultivators guarding the rear. The cultivators of other factions sneered at Han Fei's actions. Someone muttered, "Bring up the rear? Are they out of their minds? Tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Mind Devils are chasing us. Isn't it courting death to bring up the rear?" Someone even said bluntly, "How stupid. How can 300 perfected star transformation realm cultivators resist 30,000 perfected star transformation realm Mind Devils? If they want to die, go." As for Luo Chen and Shanbei and the others, they had paid a huge price for the inheritance of the great monarch this time. How was it possible that they went to defend the rear at this time? They also thought that Wu Shuang came here for the inheritance of the great monarch, and the most effective way to obtain the inheritance of the great monarch was to get the clean stones. It was impossible for them to give away clean stones anymore. No matter what others said, getting the inheritance was the key. Once they obtained the inheritance of a great monarch, it meant that a powerful monarch would rise. If he could reach the level of the great monarch Bloody Hand, it would be worth it no matter how many sky-opening realm cultivators died. Besides, they knew that there was not just the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand in this place. They knew that this was the Mind Demon Stream, the city of the former great monarch Mystic Marshal. God knew how many treasures were left here. There were only so many treasures. They didn't want to share them with so many people. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that they were chased to run deeper by the Bloody Hand Mind Devils. In the rear, Han Fei erupted and 5 strange sounds burst out from his body. He was simulating the breakage of the Great Dao Locks, but no one saw Great Dao Locks appear on Han Fei. Therefore, many people weren't sure if Han Fei had broken his Great Dao Locks. However, in the next moment, they were sure. Han Fei's chi and blood soared to the sky, and a golden fist mark shattered the void. A Bloody Hand Mind Devil attacked at the speed of light explosion, but it was blasted apart by Han Fei's punch. The Bloody Hand exploded and the Flash Lizard shattered. His sir, so strong, how is it possible? He blew up a Bloody Hand Mind Devil with one punch? A super cultivator with 5 Dao Locks. God, no wonder Human Butcher could kill 7 Daolock level cultivators in one battle. No wonder Human Butcher could find the inheritance of a great monarch and enter this place alone to explore. Someone exclaimed, he has 5 Daolocks and is about to prove Dao. If it weren't for the inheritance of the great monarch, he wouldn't have come to the infinite mining area at all, right? Someone was shocked. That's right, Human Butcher hasn't done much evil up to now, right? He only killed some pirates and destroyed the soul-controlling sect. Everyone present knew what kind of people the soul-controlling sect was. They were all perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and had been invited by the soul-controlling sect before. How could they not know? As for the pirates, were any of them good? If they were, why would they be pirates? Therefore, at this moment, many people's opinions of Han Fei changed. At this moment, even Chen Tianya was shocked. Is this person so strong? So he is about to prove Dao. No wonder he dares to compete with the Master of Silence for the position of Human Emperor. No wonder the Master of Silence asked Long Wu to listen to his orders. There is indeed a reason for all this. On the ferocious beast's side, the big cat Wang Xiaoju exclaimed, "Meow, this person is so scary." The power unleashed by his fist exceeds the power of the Dao proving level, right? A black yak said, his strength is definitely comparable to that of a Dao prover, but I haven't seen many laws in his attacks. However, his combat power feels like that of a ferocious beast. Wang Xiaoju said, of course, if the laws in his attacks are strong, he will be a monarch. How can he still be in the sky-opening realm? Moju said. It feels a little strange. I didn't see his Dao locks at all, Wang Xiaoju said. Maybe he didn't want his great Dao to be seen. I just didn't expect him to be willing to fight for a group of irrelevant cultivators. It's too exciting. I want to fight. Moju didn't stop him but said, be careful. Save your strength. I feel that something big will happen later. Got it. Swish Da Wang Xiaoju jumped out, appeared next to Han Fei in an instant, and shouted, Brother Human Butcher, I admire you and have come to fight alongside you. Chapter 2597, The Disappeared Demon Vanquishing Tree, 2-in-1, 2597, The Disappeared Demon Vanquishing Tree, 2-in-1. Of course, Han Fei didn't really come to help these people out of compassion. He just wanted to win people's hearts. As for why he wanted to win people's hearts, Han Fei didn't have a clear idea now. However, he felt that the infinite mining area was a suitable place to rise quickly. He wanted the human race to settle in the infinite mining areas. The chaotic wasteland was clearly not suitable for cultivation. The cultivation efficiency in any place in the sea realm might exceed the chaotic wasteland. The infinite mining area was undoubtedly a super cultivation place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Han Fei's current behavior changed the way the itinerant cultivators looked at him, allowing everyone to see his attitude. He killed a bloody hand mine devil with a slash and roared, I'm the Human Emperor. I'll do what I should do. Since I facilitated the northern expedition, I'll cover the rear. However, I've really seen it for myself. Apart from a few fractions, the 100 Alliance city is just trash. With your way of doing things, you want to prove Dao? Dream on. While praising himself, Han Fei belittled the others who had escaped. He even raised this kind of behavior as a way of doing things, which completely changed the opinions of all the itinerant cultivators on him. Even many of the fleeing factions suspected that it was really because of their way of doing things that they couldn't grow quickly. Although what the Human Emperor did was not a good thing and was always accompanied by the death of a large number of strong masters, he seemed to be very principled. For example now, under the pursuit of this 30,000 perfected Star Transformation Realm bloody hand mine devils, Han Fei could still step forward and even break his 5 great Dao locks to cover the retreat. How could ordinary people have such a bearing? In the eyes of these itinerant cultivators, Han Fei immediately turned from the Human Butcher into the dignified Human Emperor. Han Fei roared, the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators among the itinerant cultivators. Take these peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm itinerant cultivators and run. I'll cover your retreat. Hearing this, all the itinerant cultivators were moved. Someone said, Human Emperor, can you resist them alone? Han Fei sneered. Perfected Star Transformation cultivators are not worthy of killing me. Wu Shuang roared, hurry up, don't dawdle. Then, the itinerant cultivators in the perfected Star Transformation Realm all roared. All those in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, gather around the perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and enter your origin stars. At this moment, it was not the time to be pretentious. With a second slower, they might have been killed. Because Han Fei was covering the rear, he was besieged by hundreds of bloody hand mine devils at this moment. However, at this moment, Han Fei's fist mark rushed horizontally like a star blooming. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bloody hand mine devils were blown up by Han Fei. A bloody hand mine devil grabbed Han Fei but was shaken away by his soaring chi and blood. In the next second, Han Fei pulled with both hands and the bloody hand mine devil was torn apart and exploded. Wang Xiaoju unleashed a terrifying speed of nearly 30 times the speed of light. As he slapped the bloody hand mine devil's back, he was shocked. Is this a human? Is this a pure-blooded human? Is a pure-blooded human so terrifying? He had never seen a ferocious beast below the same realm as him who could achieve such power. He felt that this was a real ferocious beast. The itinerant cultivators didn't waste any time. They led the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and shouted, "Human Emperor, we're leaving first." At this moment, there was no point in saying polite remarks. Although Han Fei looked extremely heroic, not everyone had such a mindset. Even though they were shocked by Han Fei's bravery, they knew that they were not Han Fei. They didn't have 5 Dao locks. Even if they were besieged by dozens of bloody hand-mine devils, they would have to die. They ran now because they recognized their own strength. In just 5 seconds, Han Fei was besieged by thousands of bloody hand-mine devils. And because of Han Fei's inexplicable strength, the bloody hand-mine devils didn't chase the others but just attacked him. Although Han Fei was extremely ferocious, he was still sent flying everywhere and couldn't resist countless slaughter punches. Han Fei shouted, "Wang Xiaoju, Wu Shuang, you retreat too. I can leave in 5 seconds." Wang Xiaoju was suspicious. "Can you do it?" Wu Shuang simply shouted, "Everyone, let's go." Seeing that everyone had left, Wang Xiaoju looked back at Han Fei, immediately entered the white cave space, and disappeared. Seeing that everyone had left, Han Fei threw out tens of millions of clean stones. In an instant, the world suddenly lit up. Heaven Enlightenment Divine Technique. Divine brilliance descended and enveloped Han Fei, but at this moment, tens of thousands of bloody hand-mine devils had already caught up with him and blocked Han Fei's way. However, when the divine brilliance dissipated and the light between the heavens and earth dimmed, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. Buzz. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, Han Fei appeared in a sorry state with a swollen face. Fortunately, he had the twin divine technique. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to get out. In the next moment, Han Fei entered the white cave space and rushed towards the army. While running, Han Fei thought that the bloody hand under the spring of blood must have been targeting him. It was obviously trying to kill him just now. It turned out that the bloody hand was very vengeful. At this moment, Han Fei felt that something might have happened to Puppet City. After a while, where the army was, the white cave space flashed, blood chi surged, and then Han Fei descended in front of everyone. Many people took a deep breath. No wonder this guy dared to explore the place of inheritance of the great monarch alone. They didn't expect that he could show up after being besieged by so many bloody hand-mine devils. Then someone said in delight, "You've escaped? Thank you for your help, Human Emperor. We itinerant cultivators will never forget your help." Someone cupped his fists. "We can't thank you enough. Human Emperor, welcome to our camp in the future. We will definitely treat you as a distinguished guest." Someone laughed. The Human Emperor is awesome. Han Fei, on the other hand, was as cold as ever. "I'm not trying to save you, but I have no grudge against you. You helped me a lot in this northern expedition. I simply don't want to see you die." This was in line with Han Fei's personality, which was cold, arrogant, and domineering. However, the itinerant cultivators no longer had a bad impression of Han Fei. Instead, someone cursed, "Those damn strong masters from the 100 Alliances. They can't bear to see us cultivators doing well." Someone echoed, "Humph, those people might want to watch us die so that they can occupy our share of resources. These beastards, I won't be associated with them in this life." At this time, Wang Xiaoju strolled over. Yes, he strolled over. This guy's speed was too fast. No one here was faster than him except Han Fei. Wang Xiaoju looked at him curiously, and Han Fei frowned. "What are you looking at?" Wang Xiaoju asked. "I'm curious how you escaped." Han Fei said, "If I wasn't confident, how could I have walked into the trap? Just like how you were very fast, I naturally have a trump card." Wang Xiaoju shrugged and then said, "Hey, human butcher, how about joining our camp of prehistoric ferocious beasts?" Han Fei was lost for words. "Do I look like a beast?" Wang Xiaoju said. "Humans are animals, and animals are beasts. Why can't you be a ferocious beast? A human ferocious beast?" Han Fei really wanted to slap him. "What fucking human beast? I am the Human Emperor." Han Fei said, "Why do you keep coming to me? The ferocious beast army has already run away." Wang Xiaoju said, "It's not far. I'm just curious about you, but you're really boring. Let's chat." "Hey, why can you unlock your Great Dao locks without them appearing?" Han Fei said. "Take a guess." Wang Xiaoju said, "You're too much. I'm a dignified king of ferocious beasts. How can you let me guess?" This strange conversation lasted for half a day. When they approached the blood spring, Han Fei roared, "The inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand is in that direction." Han Fei mainly wanted to test it out if it was really the Bloody Hand who was causing trouble. Upon hearing this, everyone adjusted their direction. However, after only half an hour, they saw an overwhelming number of bloody hand demon devils waiting solemnly. Obviously, they had already been waiting here. Shh! Han Fei secretly cursed, knowing that he had no chance to escape this time. He was too careless. He had thought that the Emperor Sparrow had swallowed the blood spring that the Bloody Hand painstakingly created and could suppress the Bloody Hands for 1,000 years. He didn't expect that this thing would recover so quickly and could command so many Bloody Hand Mind Devils. "Since you are so awesome, why didn't you do it earlier? You could have just sent an army to besiege me back then." The Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts, and the Ferocious Beasts were all shocked. "Damn it, do you think you can still go over? This is literally courting death." In the next moment, however, they saw Han Fei turn around to run and say coldly, "It seems that the one below has woken up and is deliberately driving us away." Someone said, "Isn't it obvious? But where does it want to drive us?" At this time, the leader of the Divine Capital Dynasty took a deep look at Han Fei. Others didn't know, but he knew. When Han Fei wanted to buy information, he said that this was the Mind Demon Stream. Besides, Han Fei knew about Puppet City, therefore there was only one answer. The place where the bloody hand mind devils drove everyone to could only be Puppet City. But why didn't Han Fei say anything about it? Han Fei hadn't mentioned Puppet City since the beginning. The current situation seemed to be beyond Han Fei's expectations. This meant that Han Fei didn't know what would happen below. However, at this moment, neither the Divine Capital Dynasty nor the Capital of Horror would point out that this was Puppet City. Otherwise, wouldn't it tell everyone that they had long known where this was? It could only be said that those who knew had a tacit understanding to keep silent. Han Fei knew that it was unrealistic to fool them into going to the blood spring now. These people cherished their lives. If they were to fight the tens of thousands of bloody hand mind devils again, 30 or 40% of these people would die. Although there seemed to be a lot of bloody hand mind devils now, there were only less than 50,000 of them left. There might even be only more than 40,000. At first, Han Fei expected that this trip would be perilous because he was going to lead people to explore the blood spring, pretending that he had obtained the inheritance. Now it seemed that if this road was blocked, he could only go to Puppet City. But then again, Han Fei wasn't very afraid of confronting the demon vanquishing tree. If worst came to worst, he could cooperate with the demon vanquishing tree to slowly snipe the bloody hand mind devils in the mind demon stream and gather the power of the clean stones to destroy the bloody hand. Anyway, he had a reason, which was that the old turtle and his clone didn't return. The demon vanquishing tree didn't come out to clarify, so of course I thought something happened to them. Although everyone was anxious along the way, wondering if it would be more dangerous if they went deeper, they had no choice but to be driven away by the bloody hand mind devils. This time, after only more than 2 hours, they finally came to a natural barrier. It was like a white film that formed a wall of heaven and earth. Although they couldn't see what was inside clearly, they could vaguely see inside the barrier. They even saw that it seemed to be a city inside. However, when he saw this scene, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Where is the demon vanquishing tree? Yes, the demon vanquishing tree had disappeared. The demon vanquishing tree wasn't completely sealed inside. Many of its branches and leaves extended out. Even if they didn't, the demon vanquishing tree should have made a sound by now. But now, there was nothing at all. The place where the demon vanquishing tree used to be was empty, without even a shadow. The demon vanquishing tree had disappeared just like that. What the hell happened? Someone exclaimed. It's a city. Where did this city come from? All the cultivators were shocked. This city was blocked by a barrier. Someone was appalled. Are those bloody hand mind devils trying to drive us to the barrier and then kill us all at once? Someone shouted. That's impossible. If they really want to kill us in one fell swoop, they only need to attack us from the front and back. Few people could really break through the siege. Now they're obviously driving us to enter this city. Someone was surprised. There's a barrier here. How can we enter? Besides, what's the bloody hand mind devil's purpose? At this moment, someone guessed, could it be a trial? This is the real trial of the great monarch's inheritance, not the place Human Butcher pointed to. For a moment, everyone, including the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, looked at Han Fei. Han Fei said without blushing, I've never stepped into the land of inheritance. As I said before, I was beaten out by a terrifying giant hand. Therefore, I guess that the place I pointed to earlier is the real entrance. Besides, I do have a way to enter that entrance. When everyone heard that, they immediately had guesses. Someone said, since you haven't entered it, you're not sure. Instead of killing us, the bloody hand mind devils drove us into the city. What does this mean? Are the bloody hand mind devils only part of the trial? Wang Xiaoju shouted. Then why did those bloody hand mind devils attack us crazily? The man said. In order to eliminate the unqualified participants, isn't this a normal trial segment? For a moment, Han Fei was astounded. This guy was really helpful, but logically speaking, his words made a lot of sense. Of course, knowing the specific situation here, Han Fei knew that things were not as this person said. This was definitely not a trial. The bloody hand controlled the bloody hand mind devils to drive them here indeed to let them enter the city, but it was definitely not a trial. And the disappearance of the demon vanquishing tree meant that there was no one guarding Puppet City now. What was his purpose for driving them into the city at this time? Suddenly, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. The only change in Puppet City was Old Yuan. This was because with the demon vanquishing tree guarding it, even if the bloody hand really appeared, it might not be able to break through this spiritual barrier. Only Old Yuan had entered Puppet City, so the disappearance of the demon vanquishing tree must be related to Old Yuan. Now that the demon vanquishing tree was gone, the bloody hand moved. However, Han Fei didn't understand. Since the demon vanquishing tree was gone, the bloody hand should have controlled his army of bloody hand mind devils to break through the barrier. He couldn't break through the barrier because of the demon vanquishing tree, but now that the demon vanquishing tree disappeared, shouldn't he give it a try? Or could it be that the bloody hand mind devils had already tried but failed to break the barrier? Different from others, Hanfei knew that the barrier in the Mind Demon Stream was meant to prevent the ominous's invasion. When he entered this barrier, the demon vanquishing tree only said, "Come in and talk," but Hanfei didn't actually feel that the barrier blocked him. In other words, for those who weren't infected by the ominous, this barrier probably wouldn't stop him. In any case, they couldn't care less at this moment. On the side of the capital of horror, a person stuck his body to the barrier. Originally, this person was just using a teleportation technique. If anything went wrong, he would immediately abandon this body. However, this person was surprised to find that he had come in. He immediately walked out of the spiritual barrier and said in shock, "I can enter this spiritual barrier." "You can enter? So easily?" For a moment, countless people looked at each other. Isn't this too easy to enter? Is it a trap? However, they didn't have time to think. The army of bloody hand-mine devils had already arrived, and they didn't seem to be slowing down at all. At this time, many people looked at Hanfei, and Wu Shuang asked him via voice transmission, "Are we going in or not?" Hanfei roared, "Let's go." With that, Hanfei stepped into it. Many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators entered at the same time as Hanfei. They wouldn't let Hanfei leave their sight casually. Just now, when Hanfei went back to cover the retreat, no one cared about him because they thought he was courting death. However, since this spiritual barrier could be entered, it might be a trap, but there was another possibility. This spiritual barrier was meant to resist the bloody hand-mine devils, so it was not guarded against them at all. What if this was some prehistoric ruin? How many treasures would there be here? Buzz. One person after another came in. Once there were too many people doing something, the rest would have no fear. Whether this matter was right or wrong, it was a collective action. Even if it was wrong, countless people would die with him. In the next moment, when everyone appeared in the outer city of Puppet City, they didn't find anything unusual. Almost everyone released their perceptions immediately, including Hanfei. Puppet City was very large. Hanfei frowned and felt that something was wrong. There were many more Turtleman statues in the outer city of Puppet City. Each of them was like a teenage mutant ninja turtle holding various weapons and standing on both sides of the streets in the outer city. They looked like simple decorations. Furthermore, the gravity here was 100,000 times greater, and the power of the heavenly Tao couldn't be used. It could only circulate in one's body, and its power could only erupt in a small range. There were no conditions to use divine techniques or any special law. Even Hanfei's combat power was suppressed by about 20%. Puppet City had completely turned into a military fortress. The buildings and ground here were made of special minerals, and various rune arrays were imprinted on them. No one was surprised about this. After all, this was an ancient city. How could there be no restrictions? Hanfei clearly remembered that Puppet City wasn't like this the last time he came. Although there were statues back then, they were definitely not these statues. At that time, these strange patterns didn't appear on the ground here. At this time, someone shouted, "Someone failed to come in and was blocked outside the barrier." Everyone looked back and found that there were at least 300 people emitting thick black smoke, and then they were immediately covered by the bloody hand-mine devils. Many people were horrified. Someone said, "The ominous." They were contaminated by the ominous and blocked by this barrier. Some people were still scared. When did these people get tainted by the ominous? Some people had even fought side by side with them. How did they get tainted by the ominous? Before they figured it out, someone suddenly vomited blood and his eyes exploded. Seeing this, everybody grew vigilant. However, this person pointed in a direction and said, "Don't perceive the words on that city gate." However, it was too late. Immediately afterward, hundreds of people vomited blood and their eyes exploded. Someone said, "Puppet City." The words Puppet City are written on the city gate. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Puppet City?" It's said to be the main city founded by great monarch Mystic Marshall in the Age of the Gods. Most of the itinerant cultivators didn't know much about the history of the infinite mining area, as well as the former glory of this place, but many major factions did. Someone from the capital of horror said, "In the Age of the Gods, in the infinite mining areas, great monarchs gathered." Among them, the relatively famous one was Great Monarch Mystic Marshall, who was even more famous than Great Monarch Bloody Hand. Great Monarch Mystic Marshall presided over a training ground called the Mind Demon Stream and established Puppet City here to recruit all kinds of geniuses. Later, for unknown reasons, Great Monarch Mystic Marshall never returned. Without Great Monarch Mystic Marshall presiding over Puppet City, it declined in the end. Even the Mind Demon Stream disappeared from people's sight. Puppet? Many people immediately looked at the statues. Someone pointed out where this place was, so they noticed the statues immediately. Were these puppets? However, those statues didn't have the slightest vitality. They were just stones. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Those statues, they're all made of minerals." Hiss, they're really mineral statues. Level 5 minerals. So many minerals. Wait a minute, are these puppets? Who would turn minerals into statues for show? Besides, aren't there too many of them? There are tens of thousands of statues scattered across 50,000 kilometers. If these aren't puppets, doesn't it mean that these minerals can be moved away? Everyone couldn't help but be tempted. How big was a piece of mineral? How many pieces of mineral did a statue made of mineral need? Someone tried to pick up a statue, but before he could do it, someone stopped him. Are you crazy? What if it's a puppet? Will you fight it if it's alarmed? The person said. If the city gate inside is Puppet City, this should only be the outer city. They had to be careful. The number of the northern expedition had plummeted to only 9,200. If they touched the defense mechanism, who would bear all the consequences? Someone said, whether or not these statues are puppets, it's best not to touch them. We're here to seek opportunities. We were originally here for the inheritance of the great monarch Bloody Hand, but that place was stopped by the Bloody Hand. This is the city of the great monarch Mystic Marshal. How can there be nothing here? Someone rolled his eyes. Don't touch them? How can you not touch them? With so many minerals placed here, how can you not be tempted? Someone said, why don't we investigate separately? In addition to these statues, there are many buildings and houses here. These buildings are not rotten. Then will there be any treasures in the buildings? Someone immediately echoed, I agree. Someone nodded. Even if something happens, other people won't be implicated. Moju said, split up and explore. Don't go to the city gate first. Don't look at the words Puppet City. That might be written by a great monarch. It's not something ordinary people can read. Chapter 2598-2598. Puppets in Puppet City 2-in-1 2598 Puppets in Puppet City 2-in-1. For the Northern Expedition Army, it was too easy to enter Puppet City. Furthermore, they had been driven in by the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, so they were inevitably afraid and didn't dare to do whatever they wanted here. Besides, Puppet City was divided into inner and outer cities. In the past, too many cities had such a layout, so everyone took it for granted. Although it was an outer city, it wasn't without old sights. For example, the statues were made of minerals. It would be a lie to say that they weren't tempted. How many mine demons had to be killed to obtain such a large piece of mineral? But here, along the road, there was a statue placed on the side of the road every once in a while, like a street lamp. In the huge outer city, there were tens of thousands of statues. If they could really take them, they would make a fortune. The factions here formed their respective exploration teams. Outside, everyone could work together, but now that they seemed to have entered a certain inheritance ground, the most trustworthy was naturally their own people. The outer city, which was originally only 50,000 kilometers wide, didn't seem empty after so many teams were scattered at once. After they split up, the first thing they did was try to collect the statues. As everyone expected, the reason why Puppet City was called Puppet City was that it used puppets as an army. And what were puppets? These statues were. Many people had guessed it, but they still couldn't hold back their greed. Not long after the team dispersed, someone took action. At the moment the person took action, the statue seemed to come back to life and suddenly thrust the spear in its hand. Puppets made entirely of level 5 minerals were actually very strong. Their bodies might not be as tough as the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, but they could mobilize the power of the mineral and burst out an unimaginable piercing force. Besides, unlike outsiders like Han Fei, these statues would not be restricted by the power of the city. Their movements were not sluggish at all, and once they attacked, they could unleash their strongest power. A perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator punched out. He thought that even though the puppet was made of level 5 minerals, its level was still too low to shake him. However, with a bang, his entire arm exploded. He had neglected one thing. Although this city didn't restrict them much, it limited 20 to 30% of their strength. Besides, they couldn't use the power of the Heavenly Tao or some special techniques here. As a result, his strength no longer stood out. This person's arm exploded, and the power of the battle between the two sides didn't spread in the void. The mysterious line on the ground burst out with a faint light, and all the power that escaped was absorbed by the ground, including the shattered flesh and blood of the cultivator. This person's expression changed drastically. Not good. These puppets are very strong and have almost the highest grasp of strength. Everyone, find the flaws of the puppets. Don't fight them with brute force. The perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator didn't panic. He moved and his arm condensed again. Since his attack failed, he changed his combat thinking and used his great Tao to bombard the puppet with a fist mark. Bang, bang, bang. The perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator's eyes suddenly lit up. These puppets aren't fast enough. They only have very strong explosive power. This person made his judgment while fighting. He punched nearly 100 times in a row, and all the joints of the puppet were sluggish. This made him overjoyed. He could beat this puppet. Just as this person circled behind the puppet and tried to take off the puppet's head, the head turned 180 degrees and stared straight at him. Then, the puppet's eyes turned bloodshot as it spewed out a fiery sword beam. A big hole was left in the perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator's chest. Just as he was about to retreat, the puppet had already turned its hands over and thrust the spear in its hand. In the next moment, the perfected Star Transformation Realm Cultivator's expression changed drastically as he retreated because there was more than one puppet on this street. Puffer, another puppet attacked, and a spear beam burst out. Because his strength was limited and the distance was too close, this perfected star transformation realm cultivator failed to dodge and his body was pierced through again. Seeing that someone was about to come over to help, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator shouted, "Don't come over." Yes, this was his first judgment. Although he was injured, he was far from dead. He unleashed his chi and blood, twisted his body, and ignored the puppet behind him. What he needed to do now was to kill the first puppet. Only by finding out the real strength of this puppet could he make a countermeasure. Otherwise, if a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator came, he would have no chance to escape if he was besieged by a few puppets. Those who survived in the infinite mining areas all had abundant combat experience. As long as their enemy wasn't overwhelmingly strong, they had endless combat methods. The man rushed forward and activated his great Tao. As for his palm, this time he used his palm as a fist and slapped the puppet. The power of his unique great Tao surged into the puppet's body. Boom! The puppet was instantly torn into pieces. It was made of level 5 minerals after all. Facing a perfected star transformation realm cultivator with extremely rich combat experience, even if it could fight, it was still no match for him. Of course, it was also very difficult for a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to beat such a puppet in one blow. But as long as one grasped the knack, it wouldn't be so difficult. The cultivator put on a smile, wondering how much this puppet was worth. However, just as he felt that he had won and focused his attention on the puppet behind, he suddenly felt the threat of death. Watch out. In the blink of an eye, a soul sword burst out of the collapsed puppet's body. Because they were too close, this cultivator couldn't dodge at all, and his head was instantly blown up by this sword light. Bang! This person's soul power dissipated with a bang, and he was seriously injured. After all, the perfected star transformation realm cultivators were not puppets. Even if their entire bodies were blown up, they could revive with a wisp of soul. However, this person discovered, to his shock, that his soul power was attracted by the mysterious force on the ground and could not escape quickly. And for some reason, the puppet's broken hand had clasped this perfected star transformation realm cultivator. Bang! A small area of self-detonation exploded like a fireball. In the next moment, the perfected star transformation realm cultivator was nowhere to be seen. His flesh, blood, and soul had all disappeared, and there were only some mineral fragments on the ground. Besides, these mineral fragments were slowly swallowed by the power on the ground. Another cultivator in the perfected star transformation realm immediately rushed over and quickly picked up some scattered mineral fragments. However, when he tried to find that perfected star transformation realm cultivator, he was shocked to find that he was gone. Gulp! Everyone swallowed. Was this puppet so terrifying? It was clearly no match for the perfected star transformation realm cultivator, but in the end, it could make him die with it. Wasn't its combat power too strong? For a moment, similar situations appeared in the entire outer city of Puppet City. Because they had no experience in fighting puppets, they didn't know many of the opponent's killer moves. When they found out, as many as 200 perfected star transformation realm cultivators had died. They were all accidentally killed. Of course, their death also let others see some of the battle tactics of these puppets, as well as some of their hidden trump cards. However, what they regretted at this moment was why the Northern Expedition Army split up immediately after they came in. If they hadn't split up, they only needed to send one person to test the strength of these puppets, and so many people wouldn't have had to die. As the battle continued, the puppets that should have been silent seemed to be waking up. They began to turn their heads, and their eyes flickered. This made many people's hearts skip a beat. Earlier, they had only fought 1 or 2 puppets alone. The other puppets hadn't fully woken up. Now, once all the puppets in the city slowly woke up, they would only be more difficult to fight than at the beginning. However, because they had already learned the methods of the puppets, there were more people participating in the battle, so the difficulty didn't seem to increase much. The puppets had awakened, but the various factions of the Northern Expedition Army could also form groups. Therefore, the outer city became countless small battlefields. From time to time, someone shouted, "Be careful not to be tricked. There's something wrong with the ground here. It can absorb our flesh and blood and restrain our souls." A ferocious beast roared, "Don't self-destruct. You can't blow yourself up here. Once you do it, it will be difficult for you to regenerate your body. And then you'll be restrained by the array here and can only die." The divine beasts warned their men, "Try not to use your born abilities, which will be absorbed too. It's best if you can kill these puppets with your real combat power." In the outer city, there were battles everywhere. With the predecessors' experiences, the remaining people naturally had a way. A perfected star transformation realm cultivator could directly defeat or even kill these puppets. As for peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, to be honest, they couldn't really beat these puppets, so they voluntarily formed a 10-person formation. In this way, the casualties of the Northern Expedition were greatly reduced. As for the divine beasts and the ferocious beasts, the strength of the ferocious beasts was fully demonstrated. In terms of ferociousness and true combat power, few people in the same realm as them could match them. As for the divine beasts, when they unleashed their respective great douse and special inherited talents, the ferocious beasts had to avoid them. But at this moment, in terms of pure combat power, the divine beasts were not so powerful. The divine beasts that had rarely died before began to die one after another. Fortunately, some powerful divine beasts were taking action to help them out. Of course, Han Fei was not idle either. He was one of the first batches of people to attack. The demon vanquishing tree was gone, and the puppets came out to defend the city, which meant that something must have happened in the inner city that the demon vanquishing tree had to leave with its original body. The leaves of the demon vanquishing branch could spread out for 50,000 kilometers, but even such a huge body had left. It could be seen that what happened was quite tricky. As for these puppets, Han Fei wasn't surprised. This city was called Puppet City. How could there be no puppets here? Puppet City hadn't seen the light of day for millions of years, but the demon vanquishing tree had been killing the bloody hand mine devils. Where was the huge amount of minerals? Why were there only level 5 refined puppets here? Although Han Fei had never entered the inner city, he knew that Puppet City definitely had a large number of level 7 minerals. Since they weren't in the outer city, they must be in the inner city. And judging from the strength displayed by the minerals puppet, a level 6 minerals puppet was completely comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator. If it was a level 7 mineral puppet, only a Dowlock level cultivator could deal with it, right? But he wouldn't tell others about this. If he guessed right, many people should know that if the puppets in the outer city were so strong, how could the inner city be simple? The battle continued. In a one-on-one battle, the level 5 mineral puppet was no match for the Northern Expedition Army, the ferocious beasts, and the divine beasts. For a moment, the strong masters took the initiative to attack. The most useful resource in the infinite mining area was the mineral. Now that there were ready-made minerals in front of them, how could they miss them? Therefore, it only took half an hour for them to calm down and take the initiative to attack. Someone exclaimed, "This is definitely a trial that only the living can enter." Someone sighed. The beginning of this trial is too difficult. 6,000 strong masters of our Northern Expedition Army have been killed. This is still the outer city of Puppet City. Who knows what the inner city is like, someone said. No matter what the situation is, although the trial in the outer city is also dangerous, at least we can still fight. Such a mineral puppet is equivalent to many level 5 mine demons we kill. Creak, swish. On a certain street, a 10-person team was fighting against 2 puppets. Just as the 2 puppets were about to collapse, a blue arrow suddenly shot through the strongest person in the team. Puff bam, this person was shot by an arrow and his body suddenly burned. The person tried to extinguish the blue-red flame, but unexpectedly, the flame could not be extinguished at all. This person felt that his blood was completely burning, even his soul was burning. Ah-ha! Accompanied by a painful scream, the others who were in the array with this person were shocked. They immediately stayed away from this person and watched him turn into a burning man. In the blink of an eye, this person's soul was burned up and he died on the spot. Someone was shocked. What the hell is this? Some people immediately looked at the direction where the arrow was shot. It turned out to be from the houses and buildings in the outer city that were abandoned long ago. Be careful. There are traps in these buildings. However, the same thing happened hundreds of times again. Even the ferocious beasts and divine beasts failed to block this strange flame arrow. At this moment, everyone felt their scalps tingle. How could this be? Was this trial so difficult? The level 5 mineral puppet was already very strong. Now, it was accompanied by some arrows that were suddenly triggered. If one was not careful and was pierced by those arrows, he would die. Even Han Fei encountered such arrows, but Han Fei was more vigilant and responsive and avoided them immediately. On the ferocious beast's side, someone shouted, "Smash these buildings." A 5-colored crocodile swept its tail and smashed a building into powder. But in the next moment, dozens of blue arrows burst out of the collapsed house, and they didn't go in a straight line at all. Their speed reached 10 times the speed of light. The crocodile couldn't dodge in time and was hit by a row of arrows. In the next moment, it turned into a fiery lizard. Hiss, sir. This scene shocked many people. Then someone hurriedly shouted, "Don't try to break the rules of the trial. Everyone, be careful. The speed of these arrows is only 10 times the speed of light. If you pay attention, you can avoid them." Following the ups and downs of the battle, no other special forces were found in the outer city, and the puppets on the streets were gradually purged. It took nearly a day to finish this battle. However, the destination of all the roads finally pointed to the inner city. When everyone gathered again, they discovered that more than 800 people had died under the attacks of these level 5 mineral puppets and flame arrows. Was this a big number? If this place was regarded as a trial, compared to being hunted by the bloody hand mine devils, the number of casualties was actually not many. When they finally came to the gate of the inner city, many people were relieved, but at the same time, they had complicated feelings. If the outer city was already so dangerous, how dangerous would the inner city be? What Han Fei considered was that these puppets and arrows were probably not aimed at them at all, nor was this a trial. What would happen if the bloody hand mine devils came in? The bloody hand mine devils didn't have high intelligence and mostly acted with instincts. They might be able to defeat the level 5 mineral puppets, but it would be quite difficult to directly kill the level 5 mineral puppets. Coupled with these arrows, the blue flame should not only have the characteristic of being inextinguishable, but also have the characteristic of burning the ominous. If they were targeted at the Bloody Hand Mine Devils, the outer city alone could probably kill tens of thousands of Bloody Hand Mine Devils. At this moment, the cultivators gathered, and Han Fei counted the number of people. Among them, there were still 8,086 people in the Northern Expedition Army, 3,082 ferocious beasts, and 2,673 divine beasts. It could be said that the three major factions had suffered heavy losses in this northern expedition. However, the death toll of the beasts and the divine beasts was clearly lower than that of the Northern Expedition Army of the 100 Alliance City. This was mainly because there were too many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators from the ferocious beasts and divine beasts. If they had more peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators, they would probably lose at least one-third of their manpower. Under Puppet City, Han Fei looked at the words and felt a buzz in his ears. A terrifying suppressing pressure descended on him, and even his soul couldn't help but waver. If this was the case for Han Fei, it was even more so for ordinary peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm and perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. Many people vomited blood and couldn't even stand straight after seeing the words, Puppet City. Someone said, it's written by a great monarch. The words puppet cities contain the will and vibe of a great monarch. Don't look at them directly. Someone was suspicious. Is this another test? So far, we have only found this door leading to the inner city. Someone looked around. What do you think? Are we going in or not? Someone shook his head slightly. What can we do if we don't go in? Stay in the outer city? Outside the barrier, there are so many bloody hand mine devils blocking our way. I'm afraid we can't go back the way we came, so we can only go in. Everyone knew that they should enter, but it was a problem who would enter first. The outer city was full of fatal traps. God knew what dangers awaited them in the inner city. Therefore, they certainly hoped that someone would go in first to test the situation inside. They weren't afraid that someone would go in first and get the opportunity. According to the situation in the outer city, those who went in first would be very dangerous. Han Fei stepped forward. He didn't want to wait. Today, he had to enter the inner city no matter what. He needed to investigate the whereabouts of Old Yuan and the demon vanquishing tree. What if his clone was inside? Then, as soon as he entered, he could communicate with his clone and immediately understand the cause and effect of the huge change. However, when Han Fei was about to enter, he saw many people blocking his way. Someone said, although it's dangerous to go in, is there anything we haven't done? Instantly, more than a dozen strong masters jumped out. Now that they had found the land of inheritance, why did they still need Han Fei? Although they didn't know where the bloody hand Han Fei said was, they knew they had to keep a close eye on Han Fei. Han Fei took a deep look at this person. Although I don't know you, are you sure you want to stop me? The man sneered. Human butcher, we tolerated you before because you had the key to enter the land of inheritance. But now, the road is right in front of us and you're useless to us, so die. After that, the man said, everyone, this person is a bloodthirsty person. He appeared in the infinite mining area for less than 10 years, but countless strong masters have been killed by him directly or indirectly. How many people have died because of him on this northern expedition? Also, although he said that he had the key, is it true? He said that the land of inheritance is not in Puppet City, but in fact, until now, we have been undergoing trials of Puppet City. Therefore, this person's words are not trustworthy. It's better to eliminate him now to prevent future trouble. However, Han Fei stood where he was calmly without any intention of escaping. Han Fei said, which force are you from? I'll remember it. After I go out, I'll definitely wipe out your faction's influence in the infinite mining area. Before the man could speak, Chen Tianya said to Han Fei telepathically, this is Lin Ke from the Divine Manipulator family in the Divine Demon Forest in the Central Sea Divine Realm. He has at least 3 Dao locks, and the Divine Demon Forest ranks 6th in the 100 Alliance City. Lin Ke didn't know that his identity had been exposed in an instant. At this moment, he was looking around at the other cultivators. He knew that many people had already decided to kill Han Fei on this trip. Otherwise, no one would immediately follow Han Fei every time he did something, which was to prevent him from escaping. Now, the time had come. Everyone knew the way to enter the inner city at a glance. If they survived the great monarch's suppressing pressure, they would pass the trial. As for what was in the inner city, no one knew, but everyone knew that once entering the inner city, it would be dangerous, and Han Fei would have plenty of chances to escape their sight. In that case, why not kill him now? The outer city of Puppet City was only this big, and there was only one entrance to the inner city. Outside, there were countless bloody hand mine devils eyeing them covetously. Therefore, the outer city of Puppet City had become a cage. At least, Lin Ke felt that if they attacked Han Fei now, he would definitely be killed. Chapter 2599, 2599, 2 punches, 2 in 1, 2599, 2 punches, 2 in 1. Many people were tempted by Lin Ke's words. Wuxuang frowned slightly. In such a situation, if Han Fei didn't have a way to escape, it would be difficult for him to resist so many strong masters. However, when Lin Ke said that he was going to kill Han Fei, a group of perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators suddenly came out from the team of the itinerant cultivators. Someone said, without the human emperor, how can you find Puppet City? Burning the bridge after crossing it? Are the 100 Alliances so shameless? Someone drew his saber. I wanted to curse just now. I was already very unhappy when you abandoned us and fled alone. If it weren't for the human emperor's help, we might have died. Today, I'd like to see if your 100 alliances dare to fight us. An itinerant cultivator laughed. Do these cowards dare to fight us? They are so afraid of death. Now they haven't even seen any opportunities yet. Why would they choose to fight us to the death? Fuck, how can the divine demon forest of the Central Sea Divine Realm be so arrogant? Don't forget, this is the East Sea Divine Realm, not your Central Sea Divine Realm. Even if you are a dragon, you have to coil here. On the side of the itinerant cultivators, all perfected Star Transformation Realm and peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators stood up. There were nearly 3,000 people. In this northern expedition, there were 15,000 people in total, including 6,000 itinerant cultivators. Now, half of them had been killed. However, even if they suffered heavy casualties, so what? Itinerant cultivators were still a strong group. Han Fei had done them a favor, so they remembered it in their hearts. They also remembered how ruthless the 100 Alliance was to them and could flare up at any time. Lin Ke snorted coldly. You itinerant cultivators are not weak, but don't forget how many perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators there are among you. Do you really want to fight the 100 Alliance for an irrelevant person? An itinerant cultivator clamored, even if we have to fight you to the death, so what? Anyway, the inner city must be dangerous. Based on our current experience, many people are bound to die. No one can guarantee that they can survive. In that case, why bother to think so much? Let's see if you dare to fight. If you dare to fight, come. If you don't, enter the inner city. Let's find a chance to fight again. Lin Ke's face was all dark. There was a reason why he wanted to kill Han Fei now. Han Fei was too strong and had 5 Dao locks. If they really fought, few people present might be able to survive a few rounds with him. If they were placed in an environment like the inner city that might be even more complicated, who could stop Han Fei? What conditions did they have to keep Han Fei in the inner city? Besides, he had already proposed to kill Han Fei, which meant that they were already enemies. Besides, Han Fei had already declared that as long as he went out, he would take revenge on the Divine Demon Forest. It wasn't a good thing to provoke a strong master with 5 Dao locks in the infinite mining area. Lin Ke was caught in a dilemma. He thought to himself, do these people really not want to kill Han Fei? One of the 7 strong masters Han Fei had killed was his junior brother. But didn't the factions of the other people killed by Han Fei want to take revenge on him? Lin Ke shouted, Everyone, are you really afraid of these itinerant cultivators? You know, if we don't kill the human butcher now, there may be no chance. If you let him go, who knows if human butcher will come after you in the future? While many people were hesitating whether to kill Han Fei, they suddenly heard Han Fei chuckle. Well, the itinerant cultivators are weak. I don't need your help. Then, Han Fei said, even if I'm alone, how can I be controlled by you pieces of garbage? You're from the Divine Demon Forest in the Central Sea Divine Realm, right? I'll remember your name. Either you come to kill me now, or I'll wipe out the people of the Divine Demon Forest in the infinite mining area in the future. As for the others, if you want to attack me, seize this opportunity and attack me as soon as possible. You know, you may not have a second chance. Han Fei refused the itinerant cultivator's kindness, which made many of them speechless. We are standing up for you. Don't you know your current situation? Do you really want to fight so many people? Even if you are a super cultivator with 5 Dao locks, you can't resist so many strong masters. On the ferocious beast side, the big cat Wang Xiaoju shouted, Human butcher, join our ferocious beasts. Join us, and I'll help you kill this person, okay? Lin Ke was speechless. What the hell has this got to do with you ferocious beasts? However, Han Fei glanced at Wang Xiaoju and said proudly, Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. I'm not in a good mood today. I just want to kill someone to vent. With that, Han Fei disappeared with a swish, so fast that he seemed to have never moved. Among the audience, there were only a few people who could keep up with Han Fei's speed, and Wang Xiaoju was one of them. This was because Han Fei had unleashed a speed that was almost impossible to achieve in the sky-opening realm. It was 30 times the speed of light. It was too fast. With everyone's strength suppressed and the power of the heavenly Tao unable to be borrowed, even Wang Xiaoju could only unleash a speed of more than 20 times the speed of light. But Han Fei had unleashed 30 times the speed of light. What did this mean? It meant that Han Fei's strength was not suppressed much. Or rather, Han Fei was extremely talented in speed and was not suppressed by Puppet City. Anyway, before anyone realized what happened, Han Fei had punched Lin Ke. Because the speed was so fast, Lin Ke certainly didn't have time to react. Bang! Lin Ke exploded into pieces. So far, no one had survived Han Fei's silencing fist unscathed. However, after the punch, Han Fei also knew Lin Ke's strength. His body hardness was comparable to that of a strong master with 4 Dao locks, but he seemed to newly get 4 Dao locks. Unfortunately, Lin Ke didn't expect Han Fei to attack so openly. He didn't expect Han Fei to be so fast that he didn't even have time to react. As it happened, this was Puppet City. So, at the moment Lin Ke exploded, half of his flesh and blood were absorbed by the array patterns on the ground. Fortunately, Lin Ke was from the Divine Demon Forest, so he used the death replacement technique the moment he exploded. He forcibly mobilized a large amount of life force to regather his body. At the same time, 4 great Dao locks appeared and snapped. He knew that if he didn't erupt at this moment, he would be dead meat if Han Fei attacked again. At this moment, he finally understood how strong Human Butcher was. A lunatic who dared to face tens of thousands of bloody hand mine devils alone might not be really crazy, but was definitely really strong. Many people didn't realize until now that Han Fei had almost killed a strong master with 4 Dao locks on the spot. At that moment, the people from the Divine Demon Forest finally reacted and wanted to save Lin Ke and stop Han Fei. However, in the next second, the same punch was thrown. The magical vine appeared in front of Lin Ke, trying to block this punch. After all, being prepared and breaking the great Dao locks, Lin Ke had his strength soared. However, to Lin Ke's surprise, Han Fei's second punch contained a terrifying cold power. In an instant, all the magical demonic plants and vines were frozen and then shattered. The power of a monarch? Someone was surprised. Wasn't this the power that only monarchs could show? The result was predictable. Lin Ke was knocked to the ground again and exploded again. Unfortunately, this time, he couldn't use the death replacement spell even if he wanted to. His soul was attracted and his blood and chi were absorbed by the ground. He hit the ground with a bang. All his flesh and blood flowed to the ground and his soul had nowhere to escape. A super cultivator who unlocked 4 Dao locks had died just like that. Seeing this scene, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. For example, Chen Tianya, who had been assigned to help Han Fei, was shocked. Han Fei hadn't proven his Dao yet, but he was already so strong. Just now, he could only vaguely see Han Fei's traces. Was this the strength that a sky-opening realm cultivator should have? A casual strike of him had the power of a venerable? Was he actually a Dao prover? The only person present who wasn't surprised was Xuanhuan. If these people knew Han Fei's identity, they wouldn't be surprised. It would be strange if the current descendant of the Void Temple could be casually killed by you. By the time the other people from the Divine Demon Forest arrived, Lin Ke was already dead. Han Fei shook his clothes and looked coldly at the people rushing at him. With a glance, everyone retreated. Their boss was killed before he could even take 2 punches. Why would they go up? Did they want to die? The strong masters of the 100 alliances looked at each other in bewilderment. Someone said, "The Human Butcher doesn't seem friendly. Logically speaking, with his strength, there's no need for him to come to the infinite mining area at all. He's here for the inheritance of the great monarch, right?" Someone echoed, "Of course. He might even have come for the inheritance of a god. Otherwise, such a figure wouldn't have come to compete with us." Some strong masters secretly observed Han Fei and calculated in their hearts. Although Han Fei was very strong, what did he use in his second punch just now? That was not a technique he could use himself. He must be holding something in his hand. Someone noticed it and said, "The fist mark he used just now was undoubtedly a divine technique." But even if it was a divine technique, if all the strong masters present attack him together, Human Butcher will still be no match for us. That kind of outburst just now couldn't last forever. And the space here is too small. Although he is fast, there is too little room for him to exert his strength. Someone shook his head. "I don't think there's a need to fight such a meaningless battle for now. We haven't entered the inner city yet. It's meaningless to lose so many people here." "As for the ferocious beasts," Wang Xiaoju exclaimed, "What? His speed is even faster than mine? How is it possible?" "My speed is almost unparalleled among the ferocious beasts." Moju said, "It seems to be a good thing if this person can really join us. Unfortunately, this is almost impossible." As for the divine beasts, the white tiger, the golden deer, and the others also looked at each other in bewilderment. The white tiger commented, "This person's physique is too strong, his soul power is also unparalleled, and he has an ultra-quality godly weapon. In Puppet City, under many suppressions, his strength still can't be suppressed. It can be seen that he has guessed what he will face since he dared to fall into this situation alone. However, it's said that the bloodline of the human race isn't very strong. How did such a strong master come into being? With Lin Ke's death, the other strong masters present immediately lost the intention to deal with Han Fei. It wasn't that they didn't dare to deal with him, but in the current environment, facing a strong master like Han Fei whose strength hadn't been suppressed much, their losses must be huge. Who would be willing to stand out? Lin Ke stood out, so Lin Ke died. Han Fei looked at everyone with a smile. "Does anyone still want to fight? I repeat, you may not have a second chance to fight me." At this moment, Xuanhuan stood up. "All right, I think we can avoid unnecessary fights. Now we're only in the outer city of Puppet City. What you should consider is how to deal with the situation in the inner city, not how to fight among yourselves." A strong master took the opportunity to change the topic. "That's right. Instead of killing each other here, let's finish this trial first. We've gained a lot from the huge outer city of Puppet City. The inner city must be even better than the outer city. Why should we lose more for a small gain?" Han Fei took the lead. "No one dares to enter, right? Then, I'll go in." Han Fei didn't continue to chase the people from the Divine Demon Forest because these people wouldn't allow him to slaughter wantonly. Han Fei knew very well that although he could intimidate these people for a while, it didn't mean that he could really be unscrupulous. Besides, there was plenty of time to hunt these people. But this time, he was here to find the old turtle. He wanted to know what happened here. Upon hearing that Han Fei was going to enter, the leaders of the major factions all nodded to some of the strong masters on their sides. So nearly 100 people suddenly appeared and wanted to enter with Han Fei. They definitely had to enter the inner city, but with the great monarch's handwriting above their heads, it wasn't easy to enter the inner city. Someone had to go first. Han Fei walked in front. Although everyone felt that he couldn't get much resources from the inner city, it was better to be safe than sorry. Therefore, someone had to follow him up. Han Fei strode to the gate of the inner city. Buzz! Just by standing here, a terrifying suppressing pressure immediately descended. In addition to the suppressing pressure, Han Fei felt that his body was getting heavier and heavier. Some powerful force was trying to suppress him. The power of laws? Han Fei could clearly sense that this power exceeded the great Tao of strength. It descended on him from multiple angles, including bloodline, soul, and mind. It was as if a huge star was pressing down on him. And among these 100 people, half of them were a little unsteady, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. However, because the people who entered the inner city with Han Fei were all perfected star transformation realm cultivators, no one was crushed by the great monarch's handwriting. They just felt very uncomfortable and couldn't move. Swish the green light suddenly bloomed and for no reason sprinkled on Han Fei and the 100 cultivators. As the light shone, 3 of the 100 cultivators suddenly emitted a large amount of black smoke. Among the onlookers, someone's expression suddenly changed. Not good. It's the ominous power. Someone exclaimed, "Aren't the people who were contaminated by the ominous all dead at the barrier outside?" The 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators were also a little shocked. When did they get the ominous power? However, it seemed to be too late to consider this now. The light seemed to have the power to cleanse the ominous and even attack the host. The 3 of them had no room to resist at all. Their bodies burned up, and in the end, they turned into flying ash amidst low roars. Gulpa. This scene really shocked everyone. Even perfected star transformation realm cultivators were unknowingly infected. And why wasn't it noticed when they passed the barrier of Puppet City? Was it because the barrier was too low-leveled? Or was it because this great monarch's handwriting was more powerful? Besides, what about the others? How many people had unknowingly been infected by the ominous? Except for the 3 of them, things were much smoother for Han Fei and the others. They didn't show any abnormalities when the light swept past, so they easily entered and disappeared from the city gate. At the moment when Han Fei and the others passed through the city gate, everyone suddenly felt their hearts skip a beat because the auras of death seemed to have locked onto them. When they looked back, they saw tens of thousands of flaming arrows rising from the outer city. These arrows accumulated power in the air and seemed to be about to shoot at everyone in the next moment. Not good. Let's enter the inner city. At that moment, even a fool knew that it was the city's defense mechanism that was forcing them to enter the inner city, and its purpose was self-evident. It was clearly to completely purge all those who were infected by the ominous through the great monarch's handwriting. There was nothing they could do. If they didn't, they would be shot to death by arrows. It was just that those who were tainted by the ominous would be purified. Therefore, a large number of people rushed into the inner city. Swish, swish, swish. When the light swept over again, there were more than 300 people burning at the same time. Most of them only had blood at the corner of their mouths. Some might have their internal organs injured, and some had their souls injured. However, such injuries couldn't kill them. Among these more than 300 people, there were more than 100 ferocious beasts, but not a single divine beast was among them. This was easy to understand. Although the ferocious beasts had a way to deal with the ominous, and it was very difficult for them to be infected by the ominous, there were always exceptions. Not every ferocious beast had the ability to resist the ominous. It was precisely because they were confident of resisting the ominous that nearly 100 ferocious beasts were contaminated by it and died at this moment. However, to everyone's shock, so many people who were tainted by the ominous had fooled the spiritual barrier. Puppet City, Inner City. The moment Han Fei stepped into the inner city, he immediately felt that his perception had been blocked. He couldn't enter his origin star, but he could connect to it. This meant that here, the origin stars could only be connected from the inside, but it was difficult to enter them from the outside. It meant that one could enter Puppet City from his origin star, but couldn't enter his origin star from Puppet City. However, Han Fei tried it and found that some small items such as minerals could still be taken into his origin star. Everything else was no different from the outer city. After his perception was blocked, Han Fei took a step forward and disappeared from the vision of these cultivators in the blink of an eye. These perfected star transformation realm cultivators were here to watch Han Fei, but they didn't expect Han Fei to be so impudent and impulsive. Without knowing the specific situation in the inner city, he rushed out. Less than 3 seconds after Han Fei disappeared, the Northern Expedition Army, the Divine Beasts, and the Ferocious Beasts rushed in one after another. Many leaders and cultivators discovered that Han Fei was gone the moment they came in. Immediately, someone shouted angrily, "Where is the human butcher?" Where is the human butcher? The people who came in with Han Fei were speechless too. One of them said, as soon as we came in, he rushed in. We found that the perception here was ineffective, so we couldn't catch up with him even if we wanted to. Besides, we didn't know what dangers were here, so we didn't rush in. Damn, could this guy have been to Puppet City long ago? Now that this person has run away, God knows what he is going to do. Someone couldn't help regretting it. Damn it. I should have cooperated with Lin Kei to trap and kill him when we were in the outer city. Now that he's gone, he might be heading straight for the real treasure of Puppet City, or even the inheritance of the great monarch Mystic Marshal. Meow. Wang Xiaoju said resentfully, if I had known earlier, I would have come in with him. This person is very cunning. If I'm not careful, he will disappear. What if he snatches my inheritance? Moju said, cut the crap. Since he is gone, let it be. In any case, although this trip is dangerous, we've gained a lot. Besides, this is also a trial. We can only rely on ourselves. If there is a great monarch's inheritance here, we will find it sooner or later. In the army of the Northern Expedition, Chen Tianya was a little speechless. This guy ran away just like that? Why didn't he take us with him? In any case, we are here to cooperate with him. Wu Shuang didn't care what Han Fei did. She was certain that Han Fei hadn't gone deep into this place. Otherwise, Han Fei would have told her early on. After all, she was his only partner in this northern expedition. She guessed that Han Fei must have run away because he couldn't perceive this place. A 5 Dao lock level powerhouse in the dark was truly terrifying. Wu Shuang also knew that the people from the Divine Demon Forest, the City of Origin, and the City of Scavengers were going to suffer. Han Fei was not a kind person. One of his purposes here was to kill the people from the City of Origin and the City of Scavengers. Wu Shuang shouted, don't care about him for now. The perception can't be used in the inner city. Let's push forward together. If the trial seal is triggered, continue to explore on a small scale. Remember to be careful. The inner city is not the outer city. Without perception working, every corner here is full of danger. As soon as Han Fei ran out for 1,000 kilometers, he was blocked by hundreds of arrows in a row. Fortunately, he was fast and agile. Otherwise, he would have been shot into a beehive. It turns out that the inner city is forbidden from flying. Yes, flying was forbidden in the inner city, and on the surface there were complicated buildings and statues standing on both sides of the road. The moment he landed, Han Fei activated the Twin Divine Technique, and his black mist body quietly avoided the puppets. As for his white mist body, as soon as it landed, it was attacked by 5 puppets. Han Fei discovered that unlike the outer city, the puppets in the inner city were extremely efficient, and his appearance seemed to have activated the puppets in this area. They actually formed small teams and began to patrol the streets. An organized and disciplined level 6 mineral puppet army? Before Han Fei took any action, all of a sudden he saw that the surrounding buildings, the ground, and even some real stone statues suddenly opened holes. From each hole a blue arrow shot out. Han Fei turned his head and looked at the sky, only to find that many cultivators were flying in the sky, becoming live targets. Han Fei was speechless. Isn't this stupid? Wouldn't it be better to disperse? Why did they have to gather together as a target? Chapter 2600, The City of Scavengers in the Inner City 2. In 1-2600, The City of Scavengers in the Inner City. 2 in 1. The Northern Expedition Army felt that the doomsday was coming. They just flew from the sky and tried to push forward. However, who would have expected that after observing the situation in the city, they were shot by tens of thousands of arrows? However, they didn't immediately realize that it was a flying band from Puppet City. After the first wave of arrows burst out, most people could still react and only dozens of them were hit. However, after dodging the arrow, these people didn't land immediately but continued to hover in the air. They thought that the arrow appeared to target all of them. However, when the hundreds of people who escaped were pierced by the arrows, they realized the problem. Everybody shouted at the same time, everyone, land on the ground. No flying is allowed here. Otherwise, you will be hunted endlessly. As soon as hearing the words, everyone landed immediately. Although they might encounter puppets after landing, it was better than being a target in the sky. However, there were still some people who decided to land on the top of a building, thinking that it was fine as long as they didn't fly into the sky as targets. But immediately afterwards, arrows shot into the sky from the buildings they were in, directly blowing them up. At this moment, everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Not only could they not stay in the sky, but they couldn't stay in the buildings either. They could only step on the ground. As soon as they reached the ground, many people encountered the level 6 mineral puppets that had just woken up. The peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators were horrified to see the level 6 mineral puppets, as if they were facing a great enemy. But the cultivators in the perfected Star Transformation Realm were very excited to see the level 6 mineral puppets, thinking that if they could get some level 6 mineral puppets, they would make a fortune. Because of the two different mentalities, the first thought of peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators was to find other peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators and form an array to fight them. Only in this way could he survive. Unfortunately, the crowd was dispersed. Although they might not be very far away, there were all kinds of buildings around, blocking their vision. It would take some time for them to quickly return to the team or form an array. but the mineral puppets wouldn't give you time. When the first mineral puppet woke up, the battle had already begun. Voices rose and fell in the city. Although no one could see it, they could still shout. Someone shouted, "All the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators nearby, gather here." Someone exclaimed, "Not good, be careful of these level 6 mineral puppets. Most of them have formed a 5-person team to deal with our attack. Is there any strong master nearby? Please come and support us." Someone shouted, "Where are the people near this street? Come here and set up an array." Someone fell to the ground and encountered a puppet. Even if he fully unleashed his strength, he only blasted the puppet dozens of meters away and his body was pierced by the fist light. Fortunately, the other party seemed to be a little slow, which allowed him to escape. Shocked, the man shouted, "A level 6 mineral puppet is comparable to a perfected star transformation realm cultivator in strength. Peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators don't resist them head-on. Set up arrays if you can, and approach the perfected star transformation realm cultivators if you can't." At this moment, someone shouted, "Attention, everyone. As long as you keep silent and don't erupt with energy waves, avoid their vision, you can avoid their attacks." For a time, everyone in the streets was in a flurry. Some people ran straight to the nearby perfected star transformation realm cultivators, and some hid in a corner among the buildings. Someone teamed up with others and set up an array. Some people ran into the building and never came out again, but inside the building, flames were shining, and then it was silent. Everyone felt that the guy who went in must have been burned to death. There were many people who ran into the buildings like this. There might be hundreds of them. At present, only 10% of them made it out safely. And among these 10%, only one person got an ultra-quality technique from the house. He didn't say anything and directly stuffed it into his origin star. Someone shouted, "Don't enter the building. It's full of puppets." Fuck? All puppets? These words frightened many people so much that they gave up the idea of entering the buildings. Although they didn't know where each other was, they could still shout if necessary. For example, don't enter the interior of the buildings casually. There might be traps. Anyway, no one said that they would find anything good from the buildings. Among the scattered crowd, the top factions had their advantages. Although their members were scattered, they were divided into small groups. Among all the people, the safest were the itinerant cultivators. Because the itinerant cultivators formed groups and were very good at forming groups, they would run to one place as soon as they landed. When they gathered together, they would form an array and kill the level 6 mineral puppets. As for the ferocious beasts and the divine beasts, they were very keen. As soon as the arrows appeared, they landed on the ground. After landing, all the ferocious beasts and divine beasts gathered together. Moju said, "Now, even if you are a perfected star transformation realm cultivator, form a team of at least 3. We are here to find opportunities, not to die. It's not a bad idea to be careful." The white tiger also shouted, "Everyone, split up and find a place to hide. Don't stick to one street. If you encounter the ferocious beasts, ignore them. The mineral puppets are secondary. Our main goal is the real inheritance, and the real inheritance is definitely not on these broken roads." What the white tiger meant was that minerals were definitely not the primary resource. The entire city was protected by mineral puppets, so what heritage did this city have? Whatever it was definitely much more valuable than minerals. Hanfei didn't go to search for the old turtle and his clone immediately. He used the vast ocean navigator, which pointed to where the old turtle was going. But Hanfei didn't rush over immediately. The vast ocean navigator in his hand turned again. This time, his target was Luo Chen from the City of Scavengers. At this moment, Luo Chen was leading 17 or 18 people. Some were fighting the level 6 mineral puppets, some were healing themselves, and some were forming teams and trying to enter some tall buildings. Luo Chen shouted, "All peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, you don't have to do anything in the inner city. You can explore the way. For example, find the place of inheritance, the mayor's residence. If you make contributions, you will be rewarded when you go out in the future." However, after Luo Chen arranged 9 people to explore the way, no one returned after 500 seconds. Luo Chen felt that these people had all been killed. He instructed, "Everyone head to the next street. Don't delay too long." Just as Luo Chen was about to abandon those people and take the remaining perfected star transformation realm cultivators to the neighboring streets, suddenly, a team of 3 people returned. One of them had already fallen into a coma, and the other 2 were covered in blood. Obviously, they had just experienced a large-scale battle. Luo Chen didn't doubt him. He said, "Why have you been gone for so long? What happened?" One of them said, "Boss, there aren't any of our people in the neighboring streets. We were discovered by the puppets. Fortunately, we could use these buildings to avoid them, so we managed to escape." Luo Chen nodded slightly. "That's normal. It would be strange if there's no danger in a city built by a great monarch." The person who spoke said, "Boss, although we didn't find any of our people in the neighboring streets, when we were wandering in the alleys, we accidentally found a strange well that seemed to have an extremely strong smell of minerals." "A well?" Luo Chen's heart did a flip, but he was not overjoyed. This should be a small opportunity, but it was definitely not a big one. However, it was better to have an opportunity than to not have one. If he got more small opportunities, it would naturally become a big opportunity. Luo Chen's heart stirred. He said telepathically to the people who were fighting, "End the battle quickly. Follow me." A quick battle meant a lot of consumption. In order to end the battle quickly, one had to activate their own great Tao crazily. In order to prevent the puppets from counterattacking and perishing together with them, everyone had to be as careful as possible. Even though Luo Chen said to end the battle quickly, it still took them more than 30 seconds to finish the battle. Of course, the gains were 5 level 6 mineral puppets, which were worth a lot. After a while, Luo Chen followed the 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators to the well. Near the well, there was a barrier. When they saw the barrier, the eyes of Luo Chen and the other cultivators lit up. As long as there was a barrier, it meant that there would be opportunities. This barrier was obviously not very complicated. At least for Luo Chen, who had 4 Dao locks, it could be broken with only a little effort. After another 100 seconds, when the spiritual barrier opened, an even richer mineral power dissipated from the well. Sensing this power, Luo Chen said to the 3 cultivators, "The 3 of you, go down and check it out." The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly, as if they were worried about something. Luo Chen said, "Don't worry. I didn't sense any danger here. Just go down." The 3 struggled for a while and finally stepped into the well. However, after only 10 seconds, a voice came from the well. "Boss, something is wrong. There is a sword inserted here." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. He winked at the 2 people beside him and said, "You 2, stay here. The rest of you, follow me down." At first, Luo Chen thought that it must be a good item to be hidden in such a place. It should be at least a high-quality godly weapon, right? Anyway, it couldn't be a low-quality godly weapon, otherwise it could be obtained in any era. There was no need to hide it. However, the moment Luo Chen and the others landed, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Luo Chen subconsciously retreated, but his body hit the layers of seals hard. In the next moment, he saw ice spreading. The extreme cold turned the 4 people who came down with him into ice sculptures. However, what surprised Han Fei was that a fire bead flickered between the eyebrows of the 4 guys who had been frozen into ice sculptures at the same time, narrowly blocking the power of extreme cold. Huh? This was the first time Han Fei had seen perfected star transformation realm cultivators block the power of the extreme cold pearl so easily. After all, this was the terrifying power of the carefree level. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei punched 4 times in a row, smashing the 4 ice sculptures. After all, it was the power of the carefree level. Although they could barely withstand it, they didn't rely on their own strength, but the small, fiery red bead. Han Fei casually picked one up and information popped up in his eyes. Name: Chaotic Fire Origin. Introduction. A void flame born in the depths of the chaotic sea. It's extremely scorching and can burn everything. If it's refined into a magic weapon, it can resist extreme cold. Level: Chaotic Spiritual Fire. O quality, O quality. Ordinary contained chaotic Q211536 points. S effect after refining it. It can resist extreme cold and is immune to the great Tao of fire to a certain extent. When he saw this information, Han Fei immediately understood. Above the ice of the chaotic wasteland was extreme cold, but these people had the power to resist extreme cold. This meant that they might really come from above the ice. However, even if they had the chaotic fire origin, it could only resist the extreme cold of nature. The extreme cold power unleashed by the extreme cold pearl, on the other hand, contained the power of the carefree level. It was completely different from ordinary extreme cold. Therefore, when these people were frozen, they were already heavily injured, so the chaotic fire origin had to appear to protect them. However, they still couldn't resist Han Fei's fist light. They could only watch helplessly as Han Fei shattered the ice and their bodies exploded. Han Fei reached out and picked up the remains of these 4 people into his origin star. Then he looked at Luo Chen, who had also turned into an ice sculpture. However, Luo Chen was better than the others. He broke the great Tao locks immediately, and a chaotic fire origin appeared in front of him. Cough, Luo Chen coughed out a mouthful of blood with ice chips and said in horror, "Who are you? Why did you attack the city of scavengers?" At this moment, how could Luo Chen not understand that the people he sent to search had been controlled? Not only that, but the other party had also set up an ambush to ambush him. This meant that the other party definitely had the strength of 4 Tao locks or above. From the looks of it, the range had been narrowed down. Few people in the entire Northern Expedition Army had the power of extreme cold and the strength to kill a powerhouse with 4 Tao locks. Suddenly, Luo Chen couldn't believe it. In the Northern Expedition Army, there was only one person who had such strength and could use the power of extreme cold, and that was the human butcher. Human butcher? Han Fei grinned. You got it right. Unfortunately, there is no reward. Luo Chen was horrified. Why did you attack our city of scavengers? Han Fei looked at him with a faint smile. Do you even need to ask? Our human race and your city of scavengers are mortal enemies. Don't you find it ridiculous to ask me why I killed your people? Luo Chen's expression changed drastically. You're indeed from the city of wanderers. You're indeed from the chaotic wasteland. Han Fei said. No, you're wrong. I'm really the human emperor, the emperor of the human race. We'll wipe out your 10,000 scale race, which will start from the infinite mining area. Don't worry, I'll find all the people from the city of scavengers who came to the infinite mining area one by one. They will soon accompany you down. Explode! Luochen and Hanfei chatted for a long time, not because he really wanted to chat, but to stall for time. Of course, Hanfei didn't care, letting him stall for time and struggle. A piece of treasure armor appeared in front of Luochen, which turned into a jade armor barrier, completely blocking the power of extreme cold. At this moment, Luochen roared, "Zhou Yi, Lan Feng, come down and help me." Unfortunately, although Luochen's voice was as loud as thunder, this place had been completely sealed by Hanfei, so the two people above certainly couldn't hear him. Seeing that his cry for help was invalid, Luochen was not completely panicked. He had completely unleashed his strength and all his 4 Dao locks were broken. The long-lost feeling was too strong. At the moment when Luochen thought that he could fight Hanfei, Hanfei stretched out his hand and pointed, "Steal." In the next moment, Luochen discovered, to his shock, where was his armor. Then he saw that his armor appeared in front of Hanfei. Luochen felt that it was ridiculous, but he was also frightened. He knew that he couldn't wait to be killed, so he immediately prepared to fight Hanfei with all his strength. But Hanfei said again, "Steal." This time, a pagoda flew out from between Luochen's eyebrows. How is that possible? Luochen was shocked. His soul-subduing godly weapon was taken out by Hanfei, but he didn't feel any soul impact. Hanfei curled his lips. One thing difficult to deal with about the strong masters was that they had too many treasures. Bang, bang, bang. Since he couldn't steal his consciousness, he would use force. For a moment, the impact in the well was so huge that it could be described as earth-shaking. However, no matter how hard the impact hit, the outside world still didn't know. Hanfei had already placed thousands of seals here, just in case. In such a small head-on clash, Hanfei activated his Great Dao. How could Luochen be his match? However, Luochen was not a simple person. He had received a hint from Wu Shuang. On the surface, there were only 100 people from the city of scavengers, but there was no shortage of strong masters in Luochen's origin star. The next moment, 32 cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm suddenly appeared. Luochen roared, "Come on, try again if you have the guts." "Human butcher, you're dead meat today." Hanfei had already expected that Luochen would hide the real number of people from the city of scavengers in this northern expedition. This was why he had designed such a trap instead of directly attacking and killing Luochen. The moment these 32 people appeared, tens of thousands of God-sealing spears suddenly appeared in the well. As soon as the God-sealing spears were activated, the 32 people who had already been suppressed by Puppet City in the first place were suppressed by the God-sealing spears now, so their strength was reduced by more than 40%. That was not all. Hanfei took out the infinity water and detonated it. The next second, 7 or 8 people were seriously injured. They didn't know what happened, but their strength was greatly suppressed the moment they came out. Then, they were bombarded by the self-detonation of a high-quality godly weapon. However, how could a high-quality godly weapon kill so many cultivators in the perfected star transformation realm? In fact, no one was killed by this self-detonation. However, Hanfei didn't panic at all. He smiled and said, "Do you think you're the only one who has people, and I don't?" As Hanfei issued an order in his heart, thousands of flash lizards appeared at the bottom of the well. Yes, the tiny space in the well was filled with more than 1,000 sky-opening realm cultivators. When Luochen and the 32 perfected star transformation realm cultivators saw these more than 1,000 flash lizards, they were stunned. What the hell is going on? Luochen's consciousness was still clear. His first reaction was that it was impossible. Only the soul-controlling sect had the means to control so many mind demons. However, in the next moment, Luochen's heart skipped a beat. Yang Kun, the leader of the soul-controlling sect, had been killed by Hanfei. Then, could it be that the soul-controlling sect's method of controlling the mind demons had also fallen into Hanfei's hands? Unfortunately, it was useless to think about it now. In such a narrow space, 33 versus 1,000. Although they could fight, there was still Hanfei. Boom, 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 puff, puff, puff. An hour later, thousands of flash lizards died, but Hanfei added another 1,000. On the city of scavengers side, there were only 13 people who had died. As for the others, some were nailed to the bottom of the well by Hanfei's god-sealing spears, some were tied up by Hanfei's void lines, and some fell into a deep sleep under the void-stealing technique. After everyone was solved, Luochen fell directly to the bottom of the well. His last thought was that he was doomed. Zhou Yi and Lan Feng, who had been guarding outside the well, both felt that these people had been in for too long. Should they try contacting them? Just as the two of them were about to shout at the well, they suddenly saw a figure coming out of the well. Seeing that it was their boss, they were relieved. Steal, however, as soon as they heard the word steal, one of them fell into a deep sleep, and a small boat flew out between the eyebrows of the other, trying to resist Hanfei's void-stealing technique. However, Hanfei punched out and directly smashed this low-quality godly weapon boat. Then, the void lines clasped and he began to refine corpse puppets. He wanted to destroy the city of scavengers and the city of origin, but it didn't mean that he had to kill everyone with his own hands. His goal was too big, and he had too many enemies. For future consideration, he had to keep a low profile. Once he took down the strongest Luo Chen, the city of scavengers was already taken in Han Fei's opinion. His purpose in the infinite mining area was not Luo Chen but Zhang Beihai. Now, it could only be regarded as a heavy blow to the force of the city of scavengers in the infinite mining area. At present, in the city of scavengers, there were 4 Dao Lock level powerhouses controlled by Han Fei, and 19 perfected star transformation realm powerhouses. These people had all been refined by Han Fei into living dead puppets. Unfortunately, Han Fei had no time to study the body, bloodline, and soul of the 10,000 scale race. Otherwise, he could use the soul-controlling law seal to completely control these people. Of course, the living dead puppet wasn't weak either. After walking out of this complicated alley, Han Fei grinned. Without Luo Chen and nearly 40 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, there should still be about 40 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and nearly 40 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators in the city of scavengers. He didn't know how many of these people would die in the inner city. Even if they didn't die, Han Fei wouldn't give them a chance to walk out of Puppet City. Han Fei knew that it was impossible for him to find so many people from the city of scavengers one by one now. However, he still had a chance to use the vast ocean navigator today. Therefore, with a thought, Han Fei saw the vast ocean navigator spin and point at where Anshan Bay from the city of origin was now. Chapter 2601-2601, the city of origin. In the inner city 2 in 1-2601, the city of origin in the inner city 2 in 1, the main reason why people of city of origin could survive anywhere was that they were very fast, which was their talent. Speed could surpass all kinds of means. Because people couldn't be sent into origin stars in the inner city, although Han Fei refined Luo Chen and the others into living dead puppets, they couldn't enter his origin star. Then, on the way to find Anshan Bei and the others, he could only search along the way. As for Han Fei, he still turned into a black fog and was attached to Luo Chen. Along the way, Luo Chen led 3 Dao Lock level cultivators and 19 high level cultivators, a total of 23 people, which could be said to be unparalleled. This strength was even stronger than the combined strength of many people from the 100 alliances. As for Han Fei, he let Luo Chen find the way while checking Luo Chen's memory. He had thought that since these people had all come from that secret place in the chaotic wasteland, their memories should have memories of that place. However, Han Fei was surprised to find that there was nothing. Han Fei read the memories of these 23 people, and none of them had memories of that place. However, Han Fei knew very well that there were definitely not so many strong masters in the chaotic wasteland. He had checked the whole city of scavengers. If there were so many strong masters, how could he not know? Therefore, there was only one answer, which was that when they left that mysterious place, their memories about it had been cut off. It was just like when he parted ways with Wang Yijian and the others, they each cut off all their memories of the way back to the Raging Sea. If this memory was severed, they could only return through someone else's lead. If something happened to that person, it meant that they would never be able to return to the Raging Sea. The situation was the same for these people. All the information about the mysterious place in the chaotic wasteland had been cut off. It could only mean that that place was very mysterious. The forces in the chaotic wasteland protected it very carefully. They had erased their memories, not because they were afraid that a sky opener like Han Fei or some ordinary Dao provers would find that place, but because they were afraid of the monarchs of the East Sea Divine Realm, true peak-level powerhouses of the Sea Realm. Once the location information was not erased, it was very likely that someone would use this as a breakthrough point to easily find the mysterious place. Han Fei's heart did a flip. If he forcibly used time tracing, he didn't know if he could trace back to the past. Of course, he wouldn't use time tracing now because he didn't know who cut off their memories. If it was a monarch who did it, it was very likely that he would find him from time. After a while, Han Fei plundered everyone's resources, leaving only some clean stones for use in case of special circumstances. Other resources, including godly weapons, various spiritual fruits and treasure pills, all fell into Han Fei's hands. A moment later, Luo Chen, who was controlled by Han Fei, met the leader of the Grand Development Sect in the 100 Alliance City. When Yubo saw Luo Chen, he greeted him solemnly. "Brother Luo, what a coincidence. This street has just been cleared by us. It seems that your trip will be in vain." Luo Chen said indifferently, "That's good. It'll save us a lot of trouble." "Yubo?" Before Yubo realized what was going on, Luo Chen roared, "Kill!" At that moment, Yubo was dumbfounded. Was Luo Chen out of his mind? Although after entering the Land of Inheritance, no one would continue to abide by the rules of the Northern Expedition Army, they had gained nothing except some minerals. Did he want to snatch them? However, as soon as Luo Chen gave the order, the 23 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators took action one after another, taking down Yubo and the others. Yubo roared, "Luo Chen, are you fucking crazy? I have no money or treasures on me. Are you idiots?" However, what greeted the aftershock was Luo Chen's sword beam. Because the disciples of the Grand Development Sect were scattered, they finally gathered 13 people, 5 of whom were in the peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm, but they were instantly surrounded. Yubo roared, fine, I admit defeat, alright, I'll give you the level 6 minerals. Luo Chen, don't touch my men. However, Luo Chen said indifferently, we must remove the source of the trouble. Only the dead won't speak or take revenge. Fuck. With a roar, the 3 Dao locks on Yubo's body were broken. At this moment, he had no time to think. He had to run. However, Yubo only had 3 Dao locks, while Luo Chen had 4. Therefore, in terms of combat power, Yubo was no match for Luo Chen. After only a few hundred rounds, 6 parts of his body had been pierced. Yubo was horrified. He knew that he had to run. Luo Chen had gone crazy and bit whoever he caught. He roared, everyone, run, survive first. With that, Yubo took out a golden page. As the golden light enveloped the page, Yubo disappeared. Han Fei didn't kill them all. He deliberately let a peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivator of the Grand Development sect escape, who ran away crazily. Han Fei grinned. This was only the first incident. There would be a second and a third similar incident. These 2 factions were his enemies. How could he just kill them? 1, 2, 3. On the way to an Anbei, Han Fei controlled Luo Chen and more than 20 other people to kill from south to north. However, every time Han Fei attacked, he would definitely let a few people go. Otherwise, no one would know the heroic deeds of Luo Chen and the others. This situation lasted for half a day. Because the Northern Expedition Army was scattered at a relatively central location at the beginning, they weren't too separated from each other. But as time passed, the Northern Expedition Army finally began to disperse. However, in just half a day, many people had already reported the hunting behavior of the City of Scavengers. For example, on a certain street, 3 perfected star transformation realm cultivators of the 10,000 scale race who led 3 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators were fighting. After repeated fierce battles, they finally came to a relatively safe road. On this road, they saw some relatively familiar forces. Among these 6 people, some of them presided over the affairs of the City of Scavengers in the infinite mining area all year round, so they were quite experienced. He shouted, Brother Wang, it's me, Lin Zhe. Fortunately, I met you. Why don't we join forces? However, when the guy called Brother Wang looked back, his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly picked up the big axe in his hand. Everyone, attack and kill these beastards. Lin Zhe was stunned. I had a drink with you half a year ago. How did I become a beastard in your eyes? He wanted to join forces with this person, naturally because there were more than a dozen people here, and there were only 6 people on his side. But now, these more than a dozen people directly burned their blood and rushed over. Fuck. Brother Wang, it's me. Lin Zhe, Brother Wang said. I know who you are, you son of a Baiche, a lunatic from the City of Scavengers. You killed 17 of my men in one go. If you don't die today, I'll take off my head. Lin Zhe was dumbfounded. Brother Wang, is there a misunderstanding here? The City of Scavengers values peace the most. You know that, Brother Wang said. I know your ass. Kill. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The people in the City of Scavengers were speechless. What the fuck did they mean? We didn't do anything. On the other side, Han Fei had found Anashanbei and the others. Unlike the City of Scavengers, the people in the City of Origin all gathered together. After all, they had the fastest speed, and the cicada sounds they made were very recognizable. Therefore, the City of Origin immediately gathered all its cultivators. At this moment, Anashanbei was guarding the center. A total of 89 strong masters from the City of Origin roared at the same time. Although these sounds would also be absorbed by the ground, relatively speaking, their voices could still spread for a distance. And Anbei was drawing a map. Yes, sound detection was no longer a skill, and drawing a map according to sound had become a specialty of City of Origin. When Han Fei saw what Anshanbei was doing, he was a little troubled. Needless to say, there was definitely a group of strong masters in Anshanbei's origin star. Even among the 89 people now, there were 41 perfected star transformation realm cultivators. If Anshanbei had the same number of perfected star transformation realm masters in his origin star as Luo Chen, there were more than 70 perfected star transformation realm masters in the City of Origin. There were only 23 people under Han Fei's control, so there were 24 people on Han Fei's side, including himself. It was not that they couldn't fight, but they certainly couldn't kill all of these people, or even half of them. It would be extremely difficult for Han Fei to kill these people without being noticed. After a while, Han Fei made a decision. This was not a trial, and he didn't want to treat the other party as a whetstone, so there was no need to fight head-on. As Han Fei issued an order in his heart, Han Fei's 23 puppets scattered in all directions. Even Han Fei himself showed his white mist body and ran to a street that he had just passed by. Perfected star transformation realm cultivators were rare in the Northern Expedition Army, but there were level 6 mineral puppets everywhere. The reason why these forces were slow to explore was naturally that there were many level 6 mineral puppets on each path. Therefore, most people were willing to explore slowly and steadily. However, if they risked their lives to attract some level 6 mineral puppets, it would be relatively easy. On a certain street, Han Fei raised one hand and unleashed 5 sword beams. On this road, there were 5 level 6 mineral puppet squads far apart from each other. Each of the puppet squads drew a long saber and shattered Hanfei's attacks. Then Hanfei stood on the road and hooked his finger at the team. Come here, even highly intelligent creatures might not be able to stand this, let alone this puppet team that had no emotions. For a moment, the team chased Hanfei. For these mineral puppets, their original mission was to patrol and clean up the intruders. Now that they had discovered the intruders, they naturally chased after them. On the other side, Luo Chen and the other 22 puppets also found some mineral puppets. Unfortunately, 8 of the 23 people died in just half an hour. This was because the puppets in the inner city were no longer scattered. They gathered and moved in squads. If one wasn't strong enough, he might be wiped out by puppet teams. However, Hanfei didn't think Luo Chen and the others could all attract mineral puppets. But if half of them succeeded, the city of origin would be in big trouble. Anshanbei was slowly transitioning to the center of the inner city of Puppet City. Most of the forces should still be fighting and exploring at the edge of the inner city. Whoever could reach the center of the inner city first would have the upper hand. Level 6 minerals were rare and precious for most people who participated in the northern expedition. A puppet was as valuable as many level 6 mine demons. However, it was far from the expectation for a strong master like Anshanbei. While drawing a map, Anshanbei directed everybody to move forward. He said, "Turn right ahead. The road is wide. This should be the right way. Once we find the right way, it will be much more convenient to pass through the center of the inner city." Suddenly, an Anshanbei who was painting calmly changed his expression slightly. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, prepare to face the enemy." And Anshanbei immediately put away the map. He felt that something was wrong. From more than a dozen directions and even some small roads, there were rapidly moving targets. Who is it? Anshanbei thought that the puppets wouldn't walk around on these complicated paths, so it was very likely that they were from the Northern Expedition Army. However, he didn't want others to know that he could find the direction to the center of the inner city, so he still had to pretend. When the other party saw the powerful combat power of 89 people on his side, they would definitely take the initiative to evacuate in case of conflict. However, in the next moment, Luo Chen's figure emerged from an alley. Anshanbei's pupils were constricted slightly. Luo Chen? As for the relationship between the city of scavengers and the city of origin, they had never been allies, but had always been competitors. However, there had always been a delicate balance between the two cities. Especially the stronger they were, the less likely it was for them to kill each other. This was because this was their potential tacit understanding. However, Anshanbei never expected that he would run into Luo Chen. Luo Chen's expression didn't change when he saw Anshanbei. Instead, he launched an attack immediately. Anshanbei? One? Anshanbei felt that Luo Chen was crazy. His head must be hit by a mind demon. Don't you see the current situation? How dare you attack me with just these people? However, in the next second, Anshanbei's expression changed drastically. Behind Luo Chen, 5 level 6 mineral puppets rushed out. It wouldn't have been a big deal if there were only 5 puppets, but a perfected star transformation realm 10,000 scale race cultivator also rushed out from another direction, followed by 5 puppets. Axhole, an asshole, and Hanbei understood. For some reason, Luo Chen had detected their location and then deliberately asked his perfected star transformation realm subordinates to attract some puppet squads. In this way, Luo Chen might only need 10 or 20 people to attract hundreds of mineral puppets. Although there were many strong masters on his side, if there were too many mineral puppets, they would have to pay a huge price to escape. Anshanbei shouted angrily, "Luo Chen, you're crazy. Why did you attack my city of origin?" Luo Chen shouted coldly, "Because I want all the clean stones you have." Clean stones? Anshanbei was stunned for a moment. "Are you out of your mind? This is Puppet City. No ominous creatures can enter. Why do you want clean stones?" Luo Chen said. "Cut the crap. Let's fight." As Anshanbei attacked, he shouted, "Everyone, prepare for the god's arrival technique. Peak level late stage star transformation realm cultivators form an array. Perfected star transformation realm cultivators break through the siege. Kill." Because Luo Chen and the other puppets controlled by Hanfei couldn't attract all the mineral puppets over here at the same time, Anshanbei didn't panic. Although 2 more people brought 2 puppet squads, if they attacked quickly, they could still make a quick breakthrough. However, Luo Chen and the other puppets controlled by Hanfei rushed towards the camp of the city of origin without caring about their injuries. Facing the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who had formed an array and the perfected star transformation realm cultivators who had used the god's arrival technique, this was tantamount to courting death. Boom. However, when a cultivator of the 10,000 scale race chose to blow himself up when he was charging at a formation of the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators and broke through the formation, Anshanbei was dumbfounded. Were they crazy to use the self-detonation of a perfected star transformation realm cultivator to disrupt their battle formation? However, this move was too effective. Because of the space constraint, including the mineral puppets, everyone's speed was especially fast. Therefore, the moment the battle formation was broken through, many peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators who failed to stabilize themselves were blown up by the level 6 mineral puppets one after another. It couldn't be helped. The combat power of the level 6 mineral puppets was comparable to that of perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators, and a group of scattered peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators was the best hunting target. In a blink of an eye, 5 members of the 10-person team had died. It was the same on the other side. In the blink of an eye, 10 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Origin had died. As for the 2 people from the City of Scavengers, they had detonated their bodies and souls. They really dared to sacrifice their lives to drag the people from the City of Origin down. Although the cultivators of the City of Origin immediately intercepted the puppets, their speed had slowed down. In the meantime, 3 more people were blown up. Their flesh and souls were absorbed by the array patterns on the ground and could no longer condense. At the same time, some perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the 10,000 scale race came out of the alleys in 2 directions, also bringing a complete puppet squad. For a time, the street was full of fighting, and Xuanhuan was entangled by Luo Chen, and nearly 30 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators took action to snipe the perfected Star Transformation Realm 10,000 scale race cultivators that were charging suicidally and the mineral puppets. As a result, and Xuanhuan's plan to break out of the encirclement failed. Half of the people were held off at once. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement in time and more mineral puppets came, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't beat hundreds of mineral puppets. Chirp. For a moment, the strong masters in the City of Origin opened their heavenly cicada wings and quickly counterattacked with their advantage in speed. However, no matter how they counterattacked, the battlefield was only this big, and the 10,000 scale race puppets arrived with more mineral puppets. In just a moment, the people in the City of Origin were all tied up. Some people could break out of the encirclement, but how could they be willing to leave when they saw their own people besieged? Seeing this, Han Fei knew that he had succeeded. If Xuanhuan chose to abandon some of his teammates and break out of the encirclement, Han Fei wouldn't be able to do much to them. At most, he would have dragged 20 or 30 down with him. However, the other party's hesitation caused them to be besieged. In the end, on Han Fei's side, there were a total of 11 perfected Star Transformation Realm 10,000 scale race cultivators, attracting mineral puppet squads over. In the blink of an eye, there were as many as 55 mineral puppets here. Plus the 11 perfected Star Transformation Realm, 10,000 scale race cultivators, it was equivalent to 66 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators. The City of Origin immediately fell into a passive position. As for Han Fei, who was in his black mist body, although he didn't appear, he could use the void stealing technique. For example, a perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivator of the City of Origin was fighting with a mineral puppet. However, suddenly, a soul-suppressing godly weapon appeared. Before this person had the time to wonder who was attacking him with a soul technique, he saw a mineral puppet shoot out 2 beams of light from its eyes and pierce through this soul-suppressing godly weapon. In the next moment, his consciousness was blurred. Then, he was blown up. His flesh, blood, and broken soul were absorbed by the array on the ground, and he could no longer be revived. At this moment, even if they used the God's Arrival technique, it wouldn't help. The void-stealing technique was unreasonable. If they had a soul-suppressing godly weapon, they might be able to hold on, but if they didn't, they would almost be killed instantly. After only half an hour of fierce fighting, 8 of the puppets controlled by Han Fei had been destroyed. However, 15 perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators and 21 peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators of the City of Origin had been destroyed. As for the mineral puppets, 17 had died, but there were still as many as 38. It couldn't be helped. Facing this kind of battle that was almost in the perfected Star Transformation Realm, it was very difficult for peak-level late-stage Star Transformation Realm cultivators to survive. In the blink of an eye, there were only 52 people left on the City of Origin side. Xuanhuan was fighting Luo Chen and couldn't do anything at all because he found that Luo Chen had broken 4 Dao locks. If he didn't break his Dao locks, he wouldn't be a match for him at all. Having no choice, Xuanhuan finally couldn't help but break his Dao locks. But then he heard Luo Chen clamor, "Xuanhuan, stop hiding. I know there are still many people in your origin star. Call them out. If you don't, I'm afraid your men will all be killed." And Xuanhuan's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that Luo Chen must have other trump cards. The other party was willing to sacrifice more than a dozen perfected Star Transformation Realm cultivators to cause this siege. He must have other trump cards. Why did the other party want him to release the people in his origin star? They definitely wanted to kill all his men. However, these mineral puppets couldn't kill so many people of his. In that case, since Luo Chen still wanted him to call for reinforcements, he clearly had some trump cards. Immediately, and Xuanhuan made up his mind. Everyone, split up and leave the battle. Let's meet in the central area of the inner city. At this time, Xuanhuan's plan to lead people straight to the center had failed. However, it was better than all the people he brought with him dying. Although they were about to be separated, as long as they didn't die, they would go to the center of the inner city sooner or later. As for the peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators, Enshanbei could only give them up. This couldn't be helped. If he didn't give them up now, everyone would be held off. Once Luo Chen activated his trump card, the result might be that his team would be completely wiped out. After all, he had been tricked by Luo Chen. He thought that Luo Chen must be confident of winning, so he chose to do this. It was a pity that he never thought that Luo Chen would be so decisive and bold. Otherwise, he would have taken precautions long ago. Accompanied by the sound of cicadas, figures appeared one after another and dispersed. With the speed of the strong masters of the heavenly cicada family, it was indeed difficult for level 6 mineral puppets to catch up. After only dozens of seconds, everybody except the 7 peak-level late-stage star transformation realm cultivators who had been abandoned had run away. And Hanfei was waiting for this moment. It was best to defeat his enemies one by one. What he wanted to take down was none other than Anbai. As long as Anbai was taken down, everyone in his origin star would be doomed. This was much more cost-effective than hunting down the fleeing cultivators of the city of origin.